Uchiha Chiya was born into the Uchiha clan, yet he was no prodigy. He lived cautiously, opting to remain passive, avoid the limelight, and refrain from taking action. As the second great ninja war loomed, the fragility of life weighed heavily upon him, amplifying his sense of powerlessness. Unexpectedly, during a meeting in Konoha, Uchiha Chiya awakened a system. The initial task involved intercepting Tsunade, which he found quite agreeable. If he could accomplish this task, he would gain formidable strength. Chapter 1. Intercepting Tsunade, the 100 Healings Technique, or an upgrade card. In the Hokage building's conference room in Konoha village, Uchiha Chiya sat in a corner, his fingertips tracing the Konoha symbol on his forehead protector. The meeting had stretched for 2.5 hours, the air thick with sorrow and oppression. He subtly raised his gaze, his three-demo Sharingan inadvertently activating, casting a dim red glow under the muted lighting. He scanned the faces before him, some grave, others weary. The shadow of war had enveloped every individual in Konoha. Now, let's discuss the casualties, announced the Hokage's advisor. Mito gate in, his voice unsettlingly calm. As he unfurled a scroll on the table, the names inscribed within pierced Chiya's vision. These were living beings, now reduced to cold numbers. Chiya clenched his forehead protector tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. This was the grim reality of the ninja world. Without strength, survival was a mere luxury. Chiya, what troubles you? A low voice inquired beside him. Turning his gaze, he met the ink-black eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, his older cousin by a few months. Fugaku frowned slightly, his expression laced with concern. I'm merely contemplating the war. Chiya replied coolly, the crimson in his eyes fading away. Mind your demeanor, we are here representing the Uchiha clan, Fugaku admonished, his tone firm. Having grown accustomed to Fugaku's scolding, Chiya nodded in resignation. At that moment, a sharp voice shattered the meeting silence. Enough! The speaker was none other than Tsunade, granddaughter of the god of ninjas and the princess of the land of fire. At 24, Tsunade was vibrant and impassioned, her fair complexion flushed with emotion, her willow-like brows knitted tightly. At least half of these casualties could have been avoided, she exclaimed, gripping a heavy necklace around her neck, a relic from the first Hokage and her brother, Nawaki, who had perished just days prior. Eye in her eyes. The primary reason for his death was the lack of a medical ninja in his team, which had delayed crucial treatment. If only the teams had been equipped with medical ninjas, Tsunade's voice faltered, her emotions barely contained. The notion of having medical ninjas in each squad felt hauntingly familiar. Chiya's gaze shifted from Tsunade to his two teammates. Orochimaru wore a faint, enigmatic smile, while Jiraiya's brow was furrowed in rare seriousness. Sarutobi, seated in the main position, took a deep drag from his pipe, the shadows of his wrinkles deepening. Mito gaped and adjusted his glasses, his tone flat. War is imminent, we lack the resources and time to train medical ninjas, he stated matter-of-factly. Precisely because of the war, we must cultivate them. Tsunade's long, elegant fingers slammed onto the table, her voice almost a strained whisper. Now is the time to train. If we wait any longer, what are we waiting for? Even training one could save several, even dozens of ninja lives. I see that you are simply unwilling to act. The atmosphere in the conference room grew taut. Chiya's gaze flickered. Tsunade's proposal struck a vital chord, and the necessity to train medical ninjas was undeniable. However, amidst the ongoing war, the higher-ups in Konoha clearly leaned towards immediate combat capabilities. Detecting multiple key figures around the host, system activation initiated. A mechanical voice abruptly resonated within Chiya's mind. His body stiffened, and his pupils constricted. A system? This was no foreign concept to him. Could it be? After 18 years of traversing this world, his golden finger had finally arrived? System activation successful. Character panel activated. Task triggered. Intercept Tsunade. Reward. 100 Healings Technique or an upgrade card. Chiya inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his rising excitement. System. Display the character panel. Name. Uchiha Chiya. Age. 18. Chakra. 1 card. Bloodline limit. Sharingan 3 Tomo. Skills. Mastery of Jinjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Body, Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, and Body Replacement Technique, etc. Mastery, thorough understanding, and proficient mastery. Chiya paused at the sight of his chakra level. System, what does one card refer to? Responding to the host, one card represents Kakashi's chakra level. Kakashi, a unit of measurement? He nearly burst into laughter. The deceased old trope had come back to haunt him. But now was not the time for levity, the task rewards were paramount. The 100 Healings technique, Tsunade's signature jutsu, allowed the user to freely access sealed chakra, even breaking the constraints that prevented medical ninjas from engaging in combat. Yet, lacking the ability to accumulate chakra over time or a vast reservoir of chakra as a foundation, Chiya, with his mere one card of chakra, would find this technique less advantageous than as for the other reward. The upgrade card's description suggested it could enhance ninjutsu, taijutsu, and bloodline limits. Could it be? Chiya quickly focused his thoughts. System, with my 3 Tomo Sharingan, can the upgrade card elevate it to Manjiki? Affirmative, host. A sharp intake of breath. The prospect was terrifying. The Manjiki Sharingan signified absolute power, a means to ensure survival in this brutal epoch of war. While the 100 Healings technique offered limited enhancement at this stage, the Manjiki Sharingan would exponentially elevate his capabilities in a short period. He had to secure that upgrade card. As for the task, intercepting Tsunade, Chiya's mind raced as he recalled the original storyline. A flicker of inspiration crossed his eyes. He remembered that Tsunade once proposed establishing a medical ninja system, but received no support. It was Kato Dan who stood up for her, leaving a deep impression on Tsunade. With this in mind, Chiya formulated a plan. Kato Dan, it seems you should focus on being a genin. This matter with Tsunade is too intricate for you to handle. Allow the righteous Uchiha to take charge. Resolute, Chiya rose swiftly, his voice clear and unwavering. I support Lady Tsunade's proposal. In that instant, every gaze in the conference room shifted towards him. Kato Dan, who had intended to stand in support of Tsunade, found himself a moment too late. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he turned to face Uchiha Chiya, while Tsurutobi's pipe hung motionless, leaving his thoughts obscured as Tsunade turned to gaze at Uchiha. Chiya, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. She seemed taken aback by the unexpected support, particularly from a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chiya? Mito Minion's voice was frigid. Is this your personal opinion, or does it represent the stance of the Uchiha clan? Chiya maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead as he addressed the matter at hand. Medical ninjas can significantly enhance the survival rate of our teams. In the current chaotic ninja world, as long as the front lines are extended, the medical ninjas trained in our Leaf Village will surely tip the scales of victory in our favor. Uchiha Chiya observed the grim expressions of several high-ranking officials seated at the head table. He then proposed a compromise. Given the current wartime conditions, resource scarcity is indeed a pressing issue. We in the Leaf Village can temporarily shift from cultivation to training. Training means prioritizing the swift and resource-efficient preparation of a batch of medical ninjas qualified for the battlefield. He paused, his tone growing weighty. An experienced veteran ninja holds greater value than 10 novices. The addition of another capable medical ninja would greatly enhance survival rates. Therefore, cultivating and training medical ninjas is not just about winning the current war, it is also a strategy for ensuring our future dominance over other nations. The atmosphere grew tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was elusive, revealing little of his thoughts, while Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Orochimaru turned his attention to Uchiha Chiya, a glimmer of interest flickering in his golden slit-like eyes. Interesting, he rasped. Since when did the Uchiha clan begin to care for their comrades? This remark piqued the curiosity of the assembly in the present Leaf Village. The majority believed that the Senju clan prioritized love over technique as a source of strength, while the Uchiha clan placed the power of jutsu above all else. If Tsunade from the Senju clan had made such a statement, it would have been unremarkable. Yet here was a member of the strength-respecting Uchiha clan uttering words that emphasized the importance of comradeship. Not only Orochimaru, but several other ninjas regarded Chiya with renewed scrutiny. Chiya felt the aggressive intensity of Orochimaru's gaze and instinctively wanted to evade it. However, the moment had already passed, and he forced himself to maintain composure as he addressed Orochimaru directly. Lord Orochimaru, the Uchiha clan does care for our comrades. On the contrary, it is precisely because we place such importance on the bonds of camaraderie that we sometimes choose to distance ourselves. Moreover, there are names from our Uchiha clan on that casualty list as well. The Leaf Village is our shared home, and protecting it is the highest standard for us in the Uchiha clan. Thus, Tsunade's proposal is indeed a powerful measure to reduce the casualties among our village's ninjas. Uchiha Chiya's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade's proposal aims to provide every ninja fighting on the battlefield with hope for survival. Is this not an embodiment of the will of fire? With his words, silence enveloped the conference room. Tsunade stared at Chiya in astonishment. In her dazed state, she seemed to see a reflection of her brother in this young Uchiha, that same unwavering determination to protect. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, having exchanged a glance with Mito Minyan. We will reconsider Tsunade and Chiya's proposals seriously, and the subsequent results will be communicated to everyone. Today's meeting is adjourned. As the attendees began to depart, Chiya felt several gazes upon his back. Chiya, Uchiha Hakadai blocked his path, his gaze sharp. We need to talk when we return. Chiya nodded, replying, yes. Chiya exited the conference room. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. He looked up to see Tsunade, standing at the end of the corridor, arms crossed, and a complex expression on her face. Shall we talk? Chapter 2. A meal invitation, the future of Uchiha. The night was as dark as ink, and the streets of the Leaf Village were shrouded in a thin mist. The glow of the street lamps diffused in the fog, creating a particularly hazy atmosphere. Uchiha Chiya walked alongside Tsunade down the silent street, their footsteps echoing in the empty alley. Tsunade, arms crossed, gazed straight ahead, her golden hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Thank you for earlier, Tsunade suddenly spoke, her tone softer than in the earlier meeting. Chiya glanced at her. I merely stated the truth. The importance of medical ninjas is undeniable. Tsunade stopped, turning to face Chiya, her warm brown eyes shimmering with complex emotions in the night. To be honest, I didn't expect someone from the Uchiha clan to support me. Chiya shrugged, his tone nonchalant. The Uchiha are also members of the Leaf, are we not? Besides, I simply did what I believed was right. Tsunade studied him for a few seconds before breaking into a light laugh. You're quite different from the other Uchihas. Perhaps, Chiya replied, looking up at the night sky, his voice low. Those who have experienced loss tend to understand the value of what they hold dear. Tsunade appeared momentarily taken aback, her emotions flickering. Do you have someone you've lost? Chiya fell silent for a moment before nodding. A few days ago, while on a mission in the Rain Village, his name was on the casualty list. Tsunade's expression softened gradually, and she sighed. War is truly a detestable thing. Chiya turned to her. Thus, I can deeply empathize with your feelings. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instinctively clenched her fists, but quickly relaxed them. She fought to keep her voice steady. He was so young, he could have survived. Chiya understood she was referring to her younger brother, Shju, and chose not to respond. He stood quietly beside her, letting the night breeze rustle their garments. Sometimes, silent companionship holds more power than words. After a moment, Tsunade seemed to regain her composure. She turned to Chiya, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, encountering you today has provided me with some comfort. Chiya smiled in return. It is my honor to bring you peace of mind. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You silver-tongued brat. You should call me Lady Tsunade. Brat? I'm not that young. Chiya replied with a chuckle. Besides, in terms of age, you're not much older than I am, are you? Tsunade huffed lightly, but did not refute him. The two continued walking, the atmosphere considerably lighter than before. It's getting late, let me escort you home. Is that alright? Tsunade hesitated, considering the locations of the Senju and Uchiha clans. It didn't seem to be on the way. Forget it's late, and I wouldn't want to trouble you. It's no trouble, I wouldn't mind taking a longer stroll. The two strolled leisurely, the night wind brushing past them with a slight chill. Chiya removed his outer jacket and gently draped it over Tsunade's shoulders. She froze momentarily, but did not refuse. Thank you, she murmured. Throughout their journey, they fell into a comfortable silence, the atmosphere far from awkward. Upon arriving at the Senju clan's residence, Tsunade finally halted. We've arrived. She turned to him. Thank you for walking me home. After a brief pause, she suddenly said, "If you're free tomorrow at noon, they'll be waiting for you at the barbecue restaurant." Chiya blinked in surprise. This was. Noticing Chiya's unwavering gaze, Tsunade's eyes darted away shyly. "It's just a simple meal invitation," Chiya nodded. "All right, it's a promise." Tsunade waved her hand and turned, stepping into the estate. Chiya watched her silhouette fade away before he turned to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, several dark shadows swiftly vanished from the darkness. Naturally, Uchiha Chiya was aware of their presence. Yet he paid them no mind and strode purposefully toward the clan grounds. Upon arriving at the clan territory, a deep voice emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Chiya halted, slowly turning to find Uchiha Hakadai standing not far off, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Apologies for the wait, Hakadai Senpai." Chiya's tone remained calm. Uchiha Hakadai regarded him with a cold stare. "There are matters within the clan that require your attention. Come with me." Chiya narrowed his eyes, falling into silence for a moment. "Please lead the way." Senpai. He did not refuse. Following Uchiha Hakadai through the dimly lit corridor, lanterns swayed in the night breeze, casting mottled shadows. Deep within the estate, a spacious tatami room came into view as they entered. A chilling atmosphere enveloped them. Inside the room, the lights blazed brightly. A dozen piercing gazes simultaneously fixed upon Chiya, as if seeking to penetrate him on either side. The clan elders wore expressions of discontent. "Uchiha Chiya, are you aware of your transgressions?" An elder with hair as white as snow was the first to break the silence, his voice as cold as steel. Chiya maintained his composure, bowing slightly in respect. "I am unaware of where I may have offended the esteemed elders." "How dare you?" Another elder slammed his fist on the table, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Chiya. "Today, at the meeting, you openly supported the Senju clan's proposal, disregarding the position of our Uchiha clan. Have you forgotten our grievances with the Senju?" Chiya raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembly. "Grievances? May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is the greatest threat facing Konoha today?" "Certainly, it is external enemies," someone scoffed in response. "Indeed, with the Second Shinobi World War now erupted, Suna, IWA, and AIM are watching closely. Should Konoha falter, we will be beset on all sides. If we continue to dwell on past grievances, are we not digging our own graves?" "Absurd," an elder interjected sharply. "The Senju clan has always marginalized us Uchiha. Your actions today will only dishearten our clansmen." Chiya remained unyielding. "Disheartened? Pray tell, esteemed elder, what is the status of the Uchiha within Konoha? Have we truly integrated into the village's core? Are we not perpetually viewed as outsiders?" At this proclamation, the assembly fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Chiya continued. "When the first Hokage established Konoha, he proclaimed, 'The village is our shared home.' Yet now, our Uchiha clan is gradually being pushed to the periphery. Why? I believe it is due to our stubbornness and insularity." "Are you accusing the clansmen?" Standing nearby, Uchiha Fugaka questioned. Chiya turned to him, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. "Cousin Fugaku, I am not casting blame, but rather hoping the clan can recognize the reality. In the face of war, Konoha must unite. Consider the First Shinobi World War. How did our long-standing rivals, the Senju, confront the conflict? Their clansmen bravely went to the front lines, not knowing how many perished. Meanwhile, we Uchiha served as the village's guard, preventing the war from encroaching upon us, and now our clan's numbers have multiplied several times over compared to the Senju. Now, Tsunade's proposal for medical ninjas is crucial to Konoha's potential victory. If successful, it could save countless ninja lives and enhance Konoha's overall strength and prestige in the shinobi world. Have we Uchiha achieved anything noteworthy in recent years? If we can seize this opportunity to contribute to Konoha, it may soften our relations with the Senju. Perhaps in the future, our status within the village will be transformed. Collaboration with the Senju? An elder scoffed derisively. "You are too naive." Chiya shook his head. "Naivety belongs to those who cling to prejudice. Have you ever considered that if the Uchiha clan were to lead the establishment of a medical system, much like the Senju, we could achieve great merit in times of war? Might we not also vie for the position of Hokage, The word's position of Hokage struck the assembly like a thunderclap, silencing the room. Chiya seized the moment. Today's Konoha leadership is cautious under the third Hokage, while his partner Danzo is ambitious, alongside those Hokage advisors all deeply influenced by the second Hokage. They harbor considerable wariness toward our Uchiha clan. This has perpetuated our exclusion from the center of power. If we Uchiha continue to pride ourselves in isolation, neglecting the village, we will ultimately find ourselves at odds with Konoha. The future of our clan will lead us down a path of loneliness. Rather than passively waiting, we ought to take the initiative. My support for Tsunade today is to demonstrate the Uchiha's vision and open-mindedness to the village. His voice grew increasingly impassioned. Esteemed elders, the times have changed. Past grievances should not become shackles binding us. The glory of the Uchiha should not merely reside in the renown of the Sharingan, but should be reflected in our contributions to the village. Elders, you often speak of the Senju. Why not compete with them on this matter? Are we Uchiha truly inferior to the Senju in our contributions to the village? As his words echoed, the room remained enveloped in silence. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes shimmered with astonishment. He had never anticipated his cousin would possess such profound insights. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for retorts. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Chiya with a complex expression. Your words hold merit. But this matter is significant and requires careful consideration. Chiya smiled faintly, bowing slightly. Everything I do is for the future of our clan. An elder scoffed, yet his tone lacked the earlier severity. Humph. Let us hope you are not merely justifying your own interests. Chiya responded with calm assurance that if you do not believe me, then simply wait and see. Time will reveal all truths. The meeting concluded in a thick silence. As Chiya departed, he felt the weight of complex gazes from his clansmen behind him. He understood that today's verbal duel was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. Stepping outside the estate, the night breeze caressed his face. Chiya exhaled deeply. He gazed up at the starry sky, a confident smile gracing his lips. Having lived among the Uchiha for years, he was well aware of the sentiments held by most within the clan. The current Uchiha was no longer the clan suspected after the Nine-Tails incident in Konoha. Everything could change. The future of the Uchiha shall be rewritten by our own strength. Chapter 3. In life, there are no what-ifs. No problem cannot be resolved over a barbecue. The following noon was bathed in brilliant sunlight. Uchiha Chiya stood at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, confirming his decision before pushing the door open. The air within was infused with the delectable aroma of grilled meat. Although the establishment was not bustling with patrons, the ambience was warm and inviting. He chose a seat by the window, ordered a cup of green tea, and patiently awaited Tsunade's arrival. Before long, Tsunade appeared at the door. Today, she donned casual attire, her light green kimono accentuating her snow-like complexion. Her golden hair was casually tied back, exuding a softness that contrasted with her usual battlefield demeanor. Have you been waiting long? She inquired, striding confidently toward the table with a gentle smile. Chiya stood to pull out a chair for her. Not long at all. Please, take a seat. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her expression. Quite the gentleman, aren't you? Chiya merely smiled in response, pouring her a cup of tea. Tsunade accepted the cup, her gaze lingering on Chiya's face for a moment. His composed demeanor and mature conversation piqued her curiosity. Is this how you typically are? She asked suddenly. How do you mean? He countered. Like an old man, all serious and solemn, Tsunade teased. Perhaps it is due to having seen too much. War forces one to mature sooner, Chiya responded, his tone thoughtful. Tsunade's expression dimmed slightly at his words. She lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea, falling into silence. As the server brought forth the grilled meat, sake, and side dishes, the lively warmth of the charcoal began to envelop the table. Chiya skillfully arranged the meat on the grill, the sizzling fat releasing an enticing aroma. Try this. The meat here is exceptionally fresh. He placed a piece of grilled meat onto Tsunade's plate. Tsunade nodded appreciatively, lifting the meat to her lips. The tender texture brought a sparkle to her eyes. It truly is delightful. Glad you like it, Chiya said, serving her a few more slices with a natural ease, as if it were a long-standing habit. Observing his attentive gestures stirred an unfamiliar feeling within Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the legendary Senju Hashirama and a princess of the Land of Fire, She was usually afforded great respect. Yet, such considerate care was a rarity in her life. Do you often take care of others like this? She found herself asking. Chiya looked up, curiosity flickering across his almost flawless features, his skin pale and healthily radiant, akin to exquisite porcelain. I merely thought you deserved to relax a bit. The recent events must have been exhausting for you, he said. Tsunade paused, taken aback. Is it that obvious? Though you conceal it well, your eyes betray you. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, sighing softly. The loss of Rope Tree and other comrades in this war has indeed left me breathless. Chiya did not rush to offer solace. Instead, he poured her a glass of sake. Sometimes, a drink can ease the burden. Tsunade accepted the cup and downed it in one go. The warmth of the alcohol spread from her throat to her chest, momentarily dulling the weight in her heart. You know, she began, placing the cup down with a somber tone. I've been contemplating if Rope Tree's team had a medical ninja, perhaps he wouldn't have. Life offers no what-ifs. Chiya gently interrupted her, his tone both warm and resolute. What we can do is ensure that such tragedies do not repeat. Tsunade looked up at him. Her gaze complex. She had expected to hear platitudes about it not being her fault, but Chiya's response was refreshingly direct and mature. You're right, she admitted, taking a deep breath to steady herself. I must push forward the training program for medical ninjas. We cannot allow more lives to be lost in vain. Chiya nodded in agreement. The cultivation of medical ninjas is indeed imperative, and I will fully support you. Do not hesitate to let me know what you require. By the way, speaking of this matter, did you face any backlash from your clan after supporting me in yesterday's meeting? Chiya shrugged lightly. I was called in for a discussion, but it was nothing significant. The Uchiha need change, and I merely took a step ahead. Tsunade regarded him thoughtfully, a hint of admiration blossoming within her. You're far more capable than I anticipated. Likewise, Chiya chuckled. You're the first to slam the table during a meeting. Tsunade laughed, her demeanor instantly lightening. You little rascal. The atmosphere between them grew considerably more relaxed. As they indulged in their meal, the conversation gradually shifted to the current state of affairs in the war. Amagekyure's advance is formidable. Hanzo is no trivial foe, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowed. Is it due to Hanzo? Indeed, Chiya mused, recalling the information regarding Hanzo from the Hokage archives. Known as the demigod, Hanzo is proficient in both poison techniques and water and fire styles. His most threatening capabilities lie in the first two. Chiya's expression turned serious as he continued. If Konoha can decipher his poison and develop an antidote, Hanzo's threat will significantly diminish. Additionally, we need to equip ourselves with targeted medical supplies, such as anti-poison masks and oxygen tanks, to mitigate casualties. Objectively speaking, that's about all we can do, he concluded. Hanzo's strength is indeed formidable, but Konoha is not without its chances. The remaining factor lies in our ability to unite and exert our full strength. Unite? Tsunade scoffed. Konoha's internal conflicts are more troublesome than external enemies. Chiya did not refute her. Instead, he spoke softly, precisely because of this. We must strive even harder. You are a Senju, and I am an Uchiha. If we can join forces, perhaps we can become the catalyst for change in this war. Tsunade's gaze held a flicker of something unusual as she looked at him. You truly are remarkable, Uchiha Chiya. Chiya offered a slight smile. I am merely doing what I believe is right. Their eyes met in a silent exchange, and for a moment, words eluded them. The aroma of grilled meat and the warmth of the charcoal enveloped them, as though isolating them from the world's chaos. Enough of this, let us eat. Uchiha Chiya calmly resumed grilling the meat, placing the freshly cooked slices onto Tsunade's bowl. Join me. Tsunade, unpretentious, began eating without hesitation. They feasted for over 40 minutes. Time is getting late. I have a mission tomorrow, so I must take my leave, Chiya said as he stood up. I'll see you off, Tsunade offered, shaking her head. No need. I can manage on my own. Chiya did not press the matter, simply nodding in acquiescence. Then, until tomorrow. As Tsunade turned, seemingly recalling something, she retrieved Chiya's coat from her bag. Here is your coat. She placed it beside him and swiftly departed, her silhouette casting a long shadow in the setting sun. Chiya watched her retreat until she vanished around the corner, then returned to his table and poured himself a glass of sake, drinking it down in one gulp. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding their conversation. It was evident that Tsunade no longer held any reservations, and their relationship had significantly deepened. His gaze fell upon the table. Enjoying barbecue was indeed a highly engaging affair, filled with laughter and camaraderie. As the saying goes, No problem cannot be resolved over a barbecue. If there is, then it requires two. Thus, he mused, taking the first step toward winning Tsunade's heart. A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. Though the initial step had been taken, he knew that further efforts were still necessary. Chapter 4. To be competent in work, let Uchiha's enforcement have a heart. Uchiha Chiya dined with Tsunade, engaging in lively conversation, even touching upon the training program for medical ninjas. Sarutobi Hizashi took a couple of puffs and addressed the umbu outside. Summoned Danzo, In, and Kamachi. Yes, Hokage-sama. An umbu ninja swiftly vanished from the entrance. Before long, the three arrived. Hizashi, Uchiha Chiya dined with Tsunade at the barbecue restaurant today. Danzo spoke first, a cold glimmer flickering in his single eye. The cunning little Uchiha is certainly seizing opportunities. Do not forget the contributions of Mikage. Even if some from the Uchiha clan are close to the village, Hizashi retorted with a glance. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Danzo's face. He was unwilling to mention the name of Uchiha Mikage. Mito gate and adjusted his glasses, speaking in a calm tone. Hizashi, did you call us here due to any military matters? To discuss the issue of medical ninjas, Hizashi replied, retracting his gaze and retrieving a scroll from the drawer. The proposal for medical ninjas is sound. It is merely the timing that requires consideration. Consideration? Danzo scoffed. Resources are already stretched thin during wartime. Where is the surplus to train medical ninjas? Moreover, with the Uchiha clan suddenly intervening, who knows their true intentions? Danzo. Hizashi's brow furrowed slightly. The Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. Danzo remained unyielding, his voice low and sharp. Hizashi, you are overly naive. The Uchiha have never genuinely cared for the village. They are merely exploiting Tsunade's emotions for their own gain. Kamachi interrupted. Debating the Uchiha is pointless. We must reach a decision regarding the medical ninja matter. A decision? Danzo sneered. Then let us outright reject it. In times of war, everything must prioritize combat power. Reject? Hizashi countered. Do you wish for the ninjas on the front lines to perish in vain? The atmosphere in the office suddenly grew tense. Mito gate inside, attempting to ease the situation by discussing Uchiha Chiya's proposal. In truth, the training plan proposed by Uchiha Chiya is a compromise. A short-term training of a batch of medical ninjas could alleviate the pressure on the front lines without overextending our resources. Compromise? Danzo scoffed again. When did you become so weak? War is no child's play. What we need are ninjas ready to fight immediately, not a bunch of half-baked medical ninjas. Danzo, those half-baked ninjas you speak of might be the key to saving countless comrades' lives in the future. Do you truly regard the lives of ninjas as worthless? Danzo narrowed his eye, his tone icy. Hizashi, you are too emotionally driven. War demands an iron-fisted approach, not the compassion of a woman. Kamachi, unable to hold back, spoke up. If we continue to bicker, we will only give the enemy a spectacle to laugh at. She took a deep breath and turned to Hizashi. Hizashi, let us proceed with the medical ninja initiative according to Tsunade's proposal. However, we must control the scale, prioritizing resources for the front lines. Hizashi remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I share the same thought. We shall entrust the training of medical ninjas to Tsunade. Danzo snorted, clearly displeased with this outcome, but he refrained from opposing further. As Mito gate and Kamachi left with the scroll regarding the training of medical ninjas, only Danzo and Hizashi remained in the office. There is one more matter, Hizashi said with a grave tone, looking at Danzo. Orochimaru's human experiments must cease. A flicker of unease crossed Danzo's eyes. Cease? Hizashi, are you aware that the research on wood release is at a critical stage? Konoha has already seen enough death recently. Danzo sneered. For the strength of the village, sacrificing a few test subjects is a small price to pay. Adult subjects may have failed, but what if we start training from childhood? Hearing the mention of children, Hizashi's expression changed. Enough. Children are the future of the village. They are the legacy of the will of fire. You trample upon the very foundation of Konoha. Danzo gazed at Hizashi's furious face, finally restraining himself somewhat. Though the ambition in his single eye remained undiminished. He slowly took a step back, his voice darkened. Fine, if you insist, we shall pause for now. Not pause, permanently. Hizashi stated firmly. Orochimaru's experiments must be immediately terminated and sealed. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. Danzo glared at Hizashi. Wood release is a power that can bring peace to chaotic times. It is the most advantageous means against tailed beasts. If one day a Jinchuriki appears on the battlefield against Konoha, how shall we respond? Danzo's expression darkened ominously. The thought of the coveted would release, along with the effort he had invested in the experiments, incited a furious slam of his palm on the table. You will regret this, Hisashi. In our work, we must remain professional, Hisashi replied calmly, looking directly at Danzo. Danzo, you must recognize that I am the Hokage. Danzo's expression stiffened. Humph. Danzo felt a surge of unnameable fury, turning away and slamming the door behind him. With a loud bang, the office fell silent once more. However, as Danzo departed, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He had no intention of relinquishing the power of wood release so easily. Such a thing must be kept firmly in hand. In the evening, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Chiya was summoned once more to the clan meeting. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the previous day, the elders today bore expressions that were subtly different, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Chiya, Uchiha Hakadai began slowly. After discussion, the clan has decided to support your engagement and plans with Tsunade. Chiya raised an eyebrow slightly, delight blooming in his heart, though his expression remained composed. Oh, do you mean, senior? Should the proposal for medical ninjas succeed, the Uchiha clan must share in the benefits. Since you have managed to get close to Tsunade, find a way to involve the Uchiha as well. Chiya understood his intent immediately. Indeed, the family's support was never unconditional. But he was prepared. I will do my utmost to advocate for it. He slightly bowed, his tone respectful, yet laced with sharpness. However, if we wish for the Uchiha to genuinely integrate into the village's core, relying solely on medical ninjas will not suffice. Oh, what other thoughts do you have? Chiya lifted his head, his Sharingan unconsciously activating, casting a crimson glow in the shadows. We must begin by changing the enforcement of the security team. There is but one principle. It must adhere to the village's regulations while not losing its warmth. This is the first step in altering the overall perception of the Uchiha clan among the villagers. Chapter 5. Assisting Might Guy. Uchiha Mikoto, the morning sun bathed the streets of Konoha in golden light, bestowing a radiant glow upon the village. Uchiha Chiya stood before the entrance to the security team, straightening his uniform before stepping into the office. Chiya, today you are in charge of patrolling the Eastern District, team leader Uchiha Tetsuhiko stated without looking up, handing him the mission scroll. Understood. Chiya accepted the scroll and opened it. It contained the security guidelines established by the elders of the Uchiha clan yesterday. The most prominent feature was the title of the guidelines, Enforcement with Warmth. A smile graced Uchiha Chiya's lips, as he realized that the old-timers of the Uchiha had indeed taken heed. After all, the current Uchiha was no longer the clan that had been marginalized and relocated to the outskirts of the village. These elders still held a strong sense of belonging to Konoha. Otherwise, they would have followed Madara when he left. Having tidied up briefly, Uchiha Chiya turned and exited the office. The Eastern District was a bustling area of Konoha, filled with shops and throngs of people. As Chinya walked along the street with two of his teammates, his gaze swept the surroundings, ensuring everything was in order. However, not long into their patrol, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead. Frowning slightly, Chinya quickened his pace toward the source of the commotion. Two inebriated ninjas were staggering in the middle of the street, clutching bottles of alcohol and cursing loudly. The villagers around them hurriedly avoided the scene, their faces etched with disgust and helplessness. Hey, you two. Chinya stepped forward, his voice cold and resolute. This is a public area. Drunken disturbances are strictly prohibited. The two drunks turned their heads, squinting at Chinya, then sneered. Oh, isn't this the Uchiha security team? What? Are you going to dictate our drinking habits now? Ignoring their provocation, Chinya addressed his teammates. Take them back to sober up and deal with them according to village regulations. Yes, the two teammates moved in, one on each side of the drunks. Let me go? What right do you Uchiha have to arrest us? The drunkard shouted, struggling. Chinya cast him a cold glance. You are violating the regulations regarding drunken disturbances. You are coming with us. The villagers nearby exchanged surprised glances. Though the Uchiha security team was known for their strict enforcement, they often displayed a haughty and even brutish demeanor. Yet today, Chinya's approach appeared both fair and restrained, prompting many to take a second look at him. After dealing with the drunks, Chinya continued his patrol. Approaching a nearby grocery store, he heard another raucous argument. You worthless genin. You can't even afford this little amount of money, yet you dare to come and shop? The store owner's voice was piercing. I'm sorry, I rushed out today and forgot my money. I promise I'll make it up tomorrow. A familiar voice, filled with pleading, responded. Chinya turned to see Mato Dai surrounded. Wearing his signature green jumpsuit, his face flushed with embarrassment. Several villagers and ninjas pointed and whispered disparaging remarks. At this age, still a genin. How shameful. I heard he only knows taijutsu and can't perform any decent ninjutsu. No wonder he remains a genin for life. This kind of useless person should just retire early. Dai hung his head, fists clenched, but he did not retort. In the distance, Chinya's gaze turned icy. Has this genin been eating your rice? Must you prattle on like a broken record? He strode over. What is going on? He asked in a deep voice. Upon seeing a member of the security team, the store owner immediately adopted a different tone. My lord, this fellow is trying to shop without paying and wants to renege on his debt. Chinya glanced at Mato Dai, who hurriedly waved his hands. No, I just forgot my money. Without further ado, Chinya reached into his pocket and handed money to the owner. I'll cover his bill. Is this sufficient? The owner, momentarily taken aback, accepted the money with a sheepish smile. That's enough, yes. Chinya ignored him and turned to the crowd. Genin, Chunin, Jonin. All are ninjas of Konoha. Each ninja has their role. There is no hierarchy of worth. Although he is a genin, he has accomplished countless missions for the village, and his contributions should not be underestimated. If even his comrades ridicule him, what then becomes of the will of fire? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with authority. The crowd fell silent. Those who had just mocked Dai now shamefacedly averted their gazes. Mato Dai lifted his head, on the verge of tears. Thank you, Chinya-kun. Chinya, seeing the tears welling in his eyes, took a step back. No need for thanks. Just remember to bring money next time. Dai nodded earnestly. I promise to repay you. There's no need to dwell on it. If you do repay, just hand it to the security team, Chinya replied, shaking his head before departing. The villagers watched his retreating figure, murmuring among themselves. They never expected a member of the Uchiha would come to someone else's aid. What he said was quite reasonable. It seems the Uchiha aren't all arrogant after all. Unperturbed by the chatter, Chinya continued his patrol. However, he remained unaware that, not far away in a dumpling shop, a golden figure was quietly observing him. Tsunade, holding a skewer of dumplings, regarded him with curiosity and admiration in her bright brown eyes. She had merely intended to grab a bite before embarking on a mission, but had unexpectedly witnessed the earlier scene. Uchiha Chiya, she whispered to herself, a smile curving her lips. What an intriguing fellow. She bit into a dumpling, her gaze lingering on Chinya's silhouette. This Uchiha youth repeatedly shattered her preconceived notions of the Uchiha clan. His demeanor and actions resembled those of a true ninja, far more than many so-called inheritors of the will of fire. Perhaps he truly is different from the others in his clan, Tsunade mused. As Chinya continued his patrol, he assisted villagers by pushing their carts. Chinyo Naikin. A melodious voice rang out. Chinya turned to see a figure clad in Uchiha attire approaching. The newcomer was exquisitely beautiful, with long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, tied loosely with a deep purple ribbon. Her delicate features were complemented by 2 strands of hair framing her face, enhancing her gracefulness. Her deep-set, dark eyes sparkled with warmth, and her serene expression radiated tranquility. Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, what brings you here? Don't you have any missions today? Chinya inquired. Well, my teacher said we could take a break, so I came here to buy some groceries. At the mention of groceries, Chinya's eyes brightened. He stepped closer. Are you cooking today, Makoto? Makoto looked at him earnestly. Yes, Chinyo Naikin. Remember to come over for lunch. I'll make you sushi. What a good child. Chinya thought as he gently ruffled her silky hair. Whoever marries you will be truly blessed. Makoto's cheeks flushed, yet she did not shy away from his affection. As Chinya gazed at the radiant girl before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled how Makoto was portrayed in his memories. Gentle, understanding, and elegant. The epitome of an ideal wife and mother. Such a person, in the end, met a tragic fate at the hands of her own son. Chinya couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Makoto, you wouldn't want to be killed by your own son, would you? Allow me to change your fate this time around. Uchiha Makoto, task triggered. Prevent Uchiha Makoto's tragic fate. Task reward. A random Mangeki Sharingan ability. Mangeki ability. Chapter 6. A change of heart toward Chinya. Makoto, I will marry you in the future. By the time Chinya completed his patrol, he kept his promise and arrived at Uchiha Makoto's home. It was a quintessential Uchiha residence. ancient and elegant, with several cherry blossom trees gracing the courtyard, petals drifting softly in the breeze. Makoto had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Chinya, her face blossomed into a sweet smile. "Shinyo Naikin, you're here." She hurried forward, her eyes brimming with joy. "Yes, I just finished my patrol," Chinya replied, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded her. Makoto's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly urged, "Come in, the sushi is ready." Nodding, Chinya followed Makoto into the residence. As he traversed the corridor, he observed that the courtyard had been meticulously cleaned, the air filled with a delicate fragrance of cherry blossoms, evidently a testament to the careful preparations made by Makoto for their meeting. However, upon entering the living room, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of an elderly gentleman with white hair seated in the main position, his piercing gaze fixed upon him. It was Uchiha Chiya, the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan and Makoto's grandfather. Chiya promptly bowed in respect. "My apologies for the intrusion." Elder Chiya was known for his strict demeanor within the clan, particularly for his high expectations of the younger generation. He had always favored Uchiha Fugaku, considering him a stable and reliable figure, the future leader of the Uchiha. Chiya, previously reserved and unassuming, had not garnered Chiya's attention. In fact, due to Makoto's fondness for Chiya, Chiya had discreetly suggested that Chiya keep his distance from her. Yet today, Chiya's demeanor was unexpectedly different. "Come in and take a seat." His voice remained deep, but the usual harshness had diminished. Chiya was taken aback. Normally, there would be a lengthy admonition before being invited to sit. He nodded slightly yes. Makoto, too, was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for her grandfather's invitation for Chiya to sit. Her grandfather had never been kind to Chiya before. Could it be? She stole a glance at Chiya, her eyes glimmering with joy and confusion. Chiya gestured for a servant to bring tea, then slowly remarked, "I have heard of your recent performance at the clan meetings and in the village." Chiya's heart tightened. He was uncertain whether Chiya's words were commendatory or critical and could only respond with caution. "As a member of the Uchiha, I merely fulfilled my duties." Chiya let out a soft huff, his gaze penetrating. "Your duties? The proposals you put forth regarding enforcement and your support for Tsunade's medical ninja initiative are not actions that just anyone dares to take." Chiya paused for a moment before responding candidly. "I believe the future of the Uchiha requires change. Isolation and arrogance will only drive the clan further away from the village." Chiya scrutinized Chiya for a long while, then suddenly lifted his teacup and took a sip, casually stating, "The tea is getting cold." Only then did Chiya notice the teacup before him and took a delicate sip. The tea was refreshing and lingering in flavor. A high-quality gyokuro. To Chiya's surprise, Chiya then poured tea for him. Makoto stood nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her grandfather had actually poured tea for Chiya? This was unimaginable in the past. Chiya set down the teapot and spoke slowly. "Chiya, your thoughts are bold, yet not without merit. The glory of the Uchiha cannot rely solely on the Sharingan. It must also integrate into the core of the village." Chiya nodded slightly. "You see clearly, Elder." Chiya's gaze shifted to Makoto before returning to Chiya, his tone softening a fraction. "Though I did not raise you, I have taken a considerable interest in you. After all, Makoto has always been quite stubborn. Naturally, I pay attention to the one she cares for." Makoto's face flushed crimson, her hands awkwardly falling to her side. "Grandfather." Chiya was equally taken aback by Chiya's sudden mention of this topic. He cast a discreet glance at Makoto and felt warmth in his heart at her bashful demeanor. Chiya, noticing this, let out a cold huff, rising to his feet with a slight smile. "All right, you young ones chat amongst yourselves. I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he exited the living room. Only when Chiya's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor did Makoto exhale deeply, patting her chest. "You scared me. Why is grandfather acting so strangely today?" Chiya chuckled. "Perhaps he finally acknowledges me?" Makoto blinked, her cheeks still tinged with pink. "Chiya and I. Even the elders in the clan have been singing your praises lately." Chiya shook his head. "I have merely done what I ought to." He paused, deliberately changing the subject. "By the way, where's the sushi? I have been eagerly anticipating your culinary skills." Makoto snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Ah, I almost forgot. Just a moment. I will bring it right out." With that, she hurried off to the kitchen. Chiya watched her retreating figure, a trace of tenderness in his eyes. He understood that Chiya's change in attitude was not solely due to his actions, but also because of Makoto's affections. This stern elder, after all, still cherished his granddaughter. Moments later, Mikoto returned, carrying a beautifully arranged platter of sushi, carefully placing it before Chiya. Uchiha Mikoto, give it a try. I specifically learned a new method. Under Mikoto's expectant gaze, Chiya picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The sushi's rice was perfectly tender, the fish sweet and fresh, complemented by Mikoto's specially crafted sauce, creating a delightful flavor. Is it delicious? Mikoto asked eagerly. Chiya responded with genuine admiration, exquisite. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with joy, forming crescent shapes as she beamed. Chiya and I, make sure to eat plenty. You must be tired from work today? Chiya nodded, continuing to enjoy the meal. Suddenly reminded of Mikoto's fate in the world of Hokage, he swallowed the sushi and quietly said to her, Mikoto, your skills are improving tremendously. Someday, I will marry you. Upon hearing this, Mikoto's face turned bright red. Her hands, which were resting on her lap, trembled, leaving her at a loss for words. Chiya and is that a confession? Chiya freed one hand to ruffle Mikoto's silky hair. Gazing at her blushing, almost glowing face, he shifted closer. Being nearer allowed him to catch the faint scent of her purity. What do you think, Mikoto? Mikoto lifted her gaze, staring into Chiya's eyes, momentarily entranced. She had long awaited this moment. Her heart tightened, tears blurring her vision. You little crybaby, still so prone to tears just like when you were younger. Chiya paused in his sushi consumption, wiping his hands before gently brushing away the crystalline tears that had fallen on her smooth cheek. Fool. Chiya and Mikoto, feeling helpless, grasped Chiya's clothing, burying her face against his chest. Just as Chiya was about to respond, a sudden cough echoed from the courtyard. Upon hearing that familiar sound, Mikoto snapped back to reality, leaping away from Chiya like a startled rabbit. Chiya rolled his eyes, knowing that old man must have been eavesdropping the entire time. Chiya and you continue eating. I will go wash the dishes. Her face flushed, she dashed back to the kitchen. Chiya could only sit down and savor the sushi. After the meal, Mikoto escorted Chiya to the door. The evening sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her face, enveloping her in a soft halo of gold. Chiya and can you come again next time? Mikoto asked softly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chiya nodded kindly. Of course, as long as you are free, I can come anytime. Mikoto's smile brightened even further. Then it settled. Chiya and Chiya stepped forward, ruffling her hair playfully. I'm off now. With a casual wave, Chiya departed. As he walked back to his residence, his spirits soared. However, he had not walked far when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Uchiha Chiya. An Umbu ninja had approached him. The Hokage summons you. Chapter 7. Taking over training. The will of fire Uchiha Chiya followed the Umbu ninja to the door of the Hokage's office, lightly knocking on the door. Come in. The steady voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen came from within. Entering, Chiya saw the third Hokage seated at his desk, holding a scroll, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Hokage-sama. Chiya respectfully bowed. Have a seat. Sarutobi gestured towards a nearby sofa, then lowered his gaze back to the scroll. Chiya chose not to speak further, quietly sitting on the couch, awaiting his audience. The office was enveloped in a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the rustling of scrolls and the occasional chirp of birds from outside. Seizing the moment, he surveyed his surroundings. The decor of the Hokage's office was both austere and dignified, adorned with portraits of past Hokages. Shelves brimmed with scrolls and tomes, while a faint scent of tobacco lingered in the air. After a brief interlude, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally set aside the scrolls, massaging his temples. He then turned his gaze toward Chiya, his eyes deep and gentle. Chiya, I summoned you today to discuss the training of medical ninjas, he stated directly. Chiya felt a twinge of apprehension, but maintained an outward calm. Please go ahead, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe from the desk, lit it gently, and after a contemplative puff, continued, the proposal for medical ninjas has been approved, but the specifics of the training plan require further refinement. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chiya pondered for a moment before responding. The training for medical ninjas can be divided into 3 phases: foundational theory, practical application, and battlefield adaptation. Oh, a flicker of interest sparked in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Please elaborate. Chiya organized his thoughts and continued. First, in the foundational theory phase, we should develop a comprehensive curriculum covering human anatomy, chakra control, and the treatment of common injuries. This phase could be taught by seasoned medical ninjas to ensure students acquire essential theoretical knowledge. Additionally, A more basic version could be offered as an elective in the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Theory is indeed important, but during wartime, we require medical ninjas who can swiftly engage in practical combat. Chiya smiled slightly. This aligns with the aim of the second phase. In the practical application stage, students will need to conduct actual treatments under guidance, progressing from simple wound care to complex internal injuries. We could establish a simulated battlefield environment, allowing students to practice under pressure and shorten their adaptation period. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow relaxed. A simulated battlefield environment? That is a commendable idea. Chiya continued. Lastly, in the battlefield adaptation phase, we will conduct team coordination drills to familiarize medical ninjas with how to protect themselves and treat comrades during combat. This phase could collaborate with existing ninja teams for mutual refinement. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a faint smile of approval. Your thoughts are quite clear. It seems you have delved deeply into the medical system. Chiya humbly replied, I merely spend time reflecting on these matters. He added, furthermore, I propose establishing a grading system to categorize students as junior, intermediate, or advanced medical ninjas based on their abilities and performance, thereby assigning them different tasks and resources. A glimmer of surprise crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. A grading system? How novel. Chiya nodded. This would maximize the utilization of limited resources and motivate students to continually improve. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled slowly, the smoke swirling in the sunlight. After a brief silence, he asked, Chiya, what do you believe the will of fire represents? Chiya momentarily faltered, taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. However, he quickly regained his composure, responding with conviction. The will of fire is the spiritual legacy left by the first Hokage. It embodies the belief in protecting comrades and safeguarding the village. It is the foundation of the leaf ninjas. Where the leaves dance, the fire will thrive. The flames illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered slightly, seemingly touched by Chiya's response. You articulate this beautifully, reminding me of a deceased Uchiha. Chiya's heart stirred. He vaguely suspected whom he referred to, but chose not to reveal it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Kagami. He once shared your fervor for the village's future. Kagami, of course, referred to Uchiha Kagami. Chiya bowed his head, speaking earnestly. Senior Kagami is a pride of the Uchiha and serves as my inspiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Chiya, as if trying to discern something in his eyes. After a moment, he inquired, Chiya, what is your perspective on the Uchiha clan? Chiya lifted his head, his gaze resolute. The Uchiha will always be part of the leaf. I was born and raised in the leaf. The prosperity of the village is synonymous with the prosperity of the Uchiha. While there may have been misunderstandings and barriers in the past, I firmly believe that as long as we uphold the will of fire, the Uchiha and the village can surely advance hand in hand. A flicker of appreciation crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he nodded gently. Very well said. He rose and approached the window, turning his back to Chiya. You and Tsunade will be responsible for the training of medical ninjas. Implement the plan as you proposed, and I hope you can expedite the training of medical ninjas. Chiya felt a surge of excitement, but maintained his composure. Yes, Lord Hokage. I shall not disappoint your trust. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to Chiya, a warm smile gracing his face. Go forth. I believe you will excel. Chiya stood, bowing respectfully, and took the scroll as he turned to leave. Once outside the Hokage's office, he exhaled deeply. I never anticipated it would go so smoothly. However, unbeknownst to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained at the window, gazing into the distance. Kagami, among the Uchiha descendants, another like you has finally emerged, he murmured softly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Hiruzen, do not let your guard down. Emerged a voice from the shadows, revealing Danzo. You heard the earlier conversation. Share your thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed his emotions, casting a sidelong glance at Danzo. Words may sound pleasant, but who truly knows what the Uchiha might do behind the scenes? Danzo scoffed. As the Hokage's advisor and leader of Root, he was acutely aware of Hiruzen's sentiments. You expect me to trust the Uchiha? Dream on. Hiruzen. The situation in the Rain Village is dire. I plan to head there personally. Upon hearing Danzo's intention to go to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. How many ninjas will you take? No need for your umbu. I will take Root's personnel. Danzo declared resolutely. The situation in the Leaf has become quite precarious. I cannot stand idly by. Considering the recent intelligence from the front lines, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately nodded in agreement. As Danzo took a couple of steps toward the door, he suddenly paused. Turning back to Hiruzen, a mocking glint danced in his eyes. Hiruzen, testing Uchiha Chiya is not so complicated. Just send him to the battlefield. With that, Danzo turned and exited the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's retreating figure, his gaze flickering, brows furrowing deeper. Chapter 8. Conspiring for Tailed Beast Cells. Do not hold me back. The night was as dark as ink, with the forest outside the leaf village shrouded in a thin mist. Moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Danzo traversed the woods alone, his steps light as a cat, making no sound. A cold light flickered in his singular eye, as if he could see everything in the darkness. Navigating through a dense thicket, Danzo halted before an unassuming giant tree. He formed a series of intricate hand seals, and a secret door slowly materialized on the trunk. The door silently slid open, revealing a staircase leading downward. Danzo stepped inside, and the door quietly closed behind him. At the end of the staircase lay a spacious underground laboratory, its walls embedded with glowing runes that provided a faint but steady light. The experiment table was cluttered with various instruments and test tubes, the air thick with the acrid scent of potions. Orochimaru stood before a microscope, his golden slitted eyes focused intently on the lens, quickly jotting down notes. You've arrived, Orochimaru said without looking up, his voice hoarse and calm, as if he had anticipated Danzo's arrival. Tuanzong approached the experimental table, his gaze sweeping over the documents and samples laid out before him. Ijan has ordered the cessation of the wood release experiments. Are you persisting nonetheless? Orochimaru finally lifted his head, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Can the pursuit of scientific knowledge be halted by a mere decree? Besides, did you not come here for that very reason, Lord Tuanzong? Tuanzong let out a cold snort, neither confirming nor denying it. I require the latest developments. Orochimaru set down his pen and retrieved a small container from a nearby refrigeration unit, within which floated a piece of tissue emanating a faint green glow. This is the latest cultured sample of wood release cells, with stability improved by 30% compared to previous iterations. However, we are still far from achieving true wood release. Tuanzong accepted the container, a glimmer of greed flashing in his singular eye. Not sufficient. The first Hokage's wood release could suppress the tailed beasts. What we seek is that kind of power. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly. Lord Tuanzong, scientific research requires time and additional resources. Tuanzong placed the container back on the table, his tone darkening. Resources are not an issue. I am about to head to the front lines in the land of rain, where war orphans and refugees abound. You may acquire as many experimental subjects as you wish. It would be prudent for you to seek out Ijan at the border. Our collaboration would be more convenient then. Orochimaru's smile deepened. If the opportunity arises, I shall request to be sent to the front lines. However, I am also intrigued by another form of power. Oh, Tuanzong raised an eyebrow. The cells of the tailed beasts, Orochimaru slowly articulated. If we could harness the power of the tailed beasts, it might expedite our research on wood release and even allow us to develop stronger bloodline limits. Tuanzong fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hesitation in his singular eye. The tailed beasts are the core secrets of each village. Acquiring their cells is no simple task. Yet, contemplating the power of wood release, he ultimately nodded. Very well, but the risks associated with obtaining tailed beast cells are substantial. I can only provide intelligence and assistance. You must undertake the actual operations. Orochimaru inclined his head slightly. That will suffice. Lord Tuanzong merely needs to inform me which tailed beast is most accessible. Tuanzong pondered for a moment before quietly stating, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Fuka, from the village hidden in the clouds. He is impulsive and has been frequently spotted near the border recently. However, the village hidden in the clouds is heavily fortified. You will require an insider to obtain accurate information on the Jinchuriki. An insider? Orochimaru inquired with interest. A member of the root, Yakushi Nanoyu, Tuanzong replied coldly. She is currently stationed in the village hidden in the clouds under the guise of a medical ninja and will soon be assigned to the border. I will inform her to cooperate with your efforts. A glimmer of approval flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Indeed, Lord Tuanzong's schemes are profoundly intricate. Thus, our collaboration is established. Tuanzong nodded, turning to leave, but not before imparting a final warning. Remember, the experiments must be relocated to a secret base outside. Saratobi's Umbu have begun to grow suspicious. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, offering no reply. His gaze returned to the microscope, seemingly regarding the preceding conversation as mere triviality. After Tuanzong departed, the laboratory fell silent once more. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from a drawer, slowly unfurling it to reveal a collection of research notes on various bloodline limits. His fingers glided over the terms would release and tailed beasts, his eyes alight with fervor. The eternal mystery of power, he whispered, his voice reverberating in the vast emptiness of the laboratory. Meanwhile, in the Konoha hospital, the corridor was suffused with the faint scent of disinfectant, with nurses occasionally hurrying past, arms laden with medical supplies or patient records. Uchiha Chiya stood in the central hall, surveying his surroundings before inquiring of a passing medical ninja regarding Tsunade's whereabouts. Lady Tsunade, she is in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. The medical ninja gestured toward the staircase. Chiya nodded in gratitude and promptly ascended the stairs. Reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed bright light streaming from the crack beneath a door at the end of the corridor. Gently knocking, he was met with Tsunade's slightly impatient voice from within. "Come in." Pushing the door open revealed a room cluttered with scrolls and experimental apparatus. Tsunade was bent over a desk, scribbling furiously, her golden hair hastily tied back, with a few strands cascading down beside her flawless face, which bore a look of intense concentration. Hearing footsteps, she spoke without looking up. "If it's a report on the injured, just place it on the table." "Lady Tsunade," Chiya smiled as he addressed her. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade paused, her pen halting midair as she abruptly lifted her head, surprise flickering in her bright brown eyes. "It's you?" Chiya waved the scroll in his hand, chuckling. "It seems I have interrupted you." Tsunade set down her pen, crossed her arms, and leaned back in her chair, raising an eyebrow. "What brings the Uchiha brat to the hospital? Have you been injured? Do you require my assistance?" "Not at all," Chiya replied, stepping closer to hand her the scroll. "The Hokage asked me to deliver this to you." Tsunade accepted the scroll, and, upon unfurling it, her brow gradually furrowed. "The medical ninja training plan is to be overseen by both you and me?" "Indeed," Chiya nodded. "The Hokage has great trust in us." Tsunade let out a light huff, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement. Tossing the scroll onto the table, her tone turned slightly haughty. "Training medical ninjas isn't as simple as you think. Do you believe teaching a few healing techniques will suffice on the battlefield?" Chiya observed her slightly raised chin and her defiant expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Tsunade glared at him. "Nothing." Chiya waved his hand, still smiling. "I just think Lady Tsunade's demeanor earlier resembled someone showing off her expertise." "Showing off?" Tsunade blinked, then quickly realized, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth. "You little brat. Don't think that just because you helped me before, you can speak to me like that. Are you mocking me?" Chiya hastily shook his head. "I wouldn't dare. I merely find Lady Tsunade quite endearing." "Endearing?" Tsunade's voice shot up an octave, her face reddening further. She took a deep breath, forcing her emotions down, and coldly declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Since the old man has sent you to assist me, then tell me how we should initiate this training plan." Chiya noted her struggle to maintain a serious facade, which only made him inwardly smile while keeping his expression earnest. "Given the current wartime context, we need medical ninjas who can rapidly engage on the battlefield, rather than experts who delve into medical theory. Therefore, the focus of our training should be on battlefield first aid, basic healing techniques, and chakra control." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. "That is a valid point. Additionally, we could divide the trainees into small groups, each led by experienced medical ninjas, training directly in a simulated battlefield environment," Chiya continued. "This would enhance efficiency and allow them to acclimate to the pressures of combat ahead of time." Tsunade contemplated this for a moment, a flicker of approval crossing her features. Indeed, practical training is indeed more effective than mere theoretical discussions. After a pause, she added, "However, precise chakra control is fundamental for medical ninjas. This aspect must be rigorously enforced." "Of course," Chiya smiled. "In this regard, I doubt anyone is more skilled than Lady Tsunade." Tsunade huffed lightly, the corners of her lips betraying a slight upward curve. "You do have some discernment." Their eyes met, and the atmosphere lightened inexplicably. "Then, shall we enjoy our collaboration?" Chiya extended his hand. Tsunade glanced at his hand, then at his smiling eyes, ultimately letting out a soft sigh and reaching out to shake. "Just don't hold me back." Chiya's smile deepened. Rest assured, I shall strive to keep pace with Lady Tsunade. As Tsunade withdrew her hand, she turned to organize the documents on her desk, attempting to conceal the faint blush on her ears. She felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation for the upcoming collaboration, yet her words were still sharp. Tomorrow morning at 8. Gather at the training ground. You know the consequences of being late. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Chiya replied with a smile before turning to leave. Once the door closed, Tsunade paused in her actions, gazing at the entrance with a soft hum, though the smile in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Chapter 9. The selection begins the next day. The sun bathed the Konoha training ground in golden light as hundreds of ninjas stood in orderly lines. Among them were freshly graduated Genin, seasoned Chunin, and even a few exemplary students from the Ninja Academy, all solemnly awaiting the commencement of the assessment. Uchiha Chiya stood atop a platform, casting his gaze over the crowd as he declared, today's assessment consists solely of chakra control. Those who pass will be admitted into the temporary medical training program. As his words echoed, Tsunade stepped forward, pointing towards a colossal training arena constructed with earth and water techniques. The venue was equipped with a pool, uneven wooden stumps, balance beams, and suspended water balloons, all meticulously designed to test the precision of chakra control. The rules are straightforward, Tsunade said, her arms crossed, her tone cool. The first challenge: walk on water and remain afloat for 10 seconds. The second: use chakra to shape the water within the balloons. The third: perform a simulated chakra scalpel incision on the wooden stumps. She surveyed the crowd, a slight smirk on her lips. Those who cannot meet these challenges may withdraw now. The participants exchanged glances, but soon, the first group of challengers stepped forward. Chiya had anticipated a considerable turnout and had arranged for the Uchiha clan's security team to maintain order. After all, such a public event could not be neglected by his clan. With a nod from Chiya, Uchiha members began to manage the crowd, their smiles stiff as per his morning directive. The Uchiha clan's young ninjas stood out amid the crowd. Once proud and aloof, they were now actively engaged in village affairs, displaying awkward smiles that surprised many villagers and ninjas from other clans. Whispers circulated. Did you hear? The Uchiha security team actually helped an elderly person carry something. Yes. My child got lost last time, and it was the Uchiha who returned them. It seems the Uchiha have truly changed. In the distance, Uchiha Mikoto, with her delicate features, gazed at Chiya on the platform with pride. Her friend, the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki, noticed the shift in Mikoto's demeanor and followed her gaze. Upon recognizing Uchiha Chiya, Kushina blinked in surprise. Is he not the Uchiha Chiya that Lady Tsunade often speaks of? Could it be that Mikoto has feelings for him? As the first group of ninjas stepped onto the water, within mere seconds, the majority fell into the pool with a splash, utterly defeated. Those who failed, step aside. Tsunade commanded without mercy. The second group fared slightly better, yet many struggled to control their chakra, causing the water balloons to burst in a chaotic spray. Medical ninjas must exhibit more refined chakra control than combat ninjas, Tsunade admonished. On the battlefield, every ounce of chakra could determine a comrade's fate. Finally, among the third group, several young medical ninjas successfully passed the assessment. Excellent, Chiya nodded. Those who have passed will commence formal training tomorrow. After the assessments concluded, less than 40 participants remained from the hundreds who had begun. Various clans were quick to send supplies upon hearing the news. The Senju clan provided precious medicinal herbs. The Hyuga clan contributed detailed chakra meridian charts, while the Uchiha clan opened their medical equipment reserves and even dispatched skilled fire-style ninjas to assist with sterilization. Who would have thought the Uchiha would cooperate so readily? A medical ninja murmured. Hearing this, Chiya sighed. What has happened to the Uchiha? He shook off the chaotic thoughts, looking at the bustling crowd with satisfaction. It seems your efforts have not been in vain. Tsunade appeared beside him, casually remarking, Indeed, it is everyone's achievement. She huffed lightly, though a glimmer of approval shone in her eyes. However, this training program is just beginning. Do not celebrate too soon. With Lady Tsunade here, I am filled with confidence. Chiya replied with a wink. Tsunade turned away, a slight smile tugging at her lips. That evening, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the report in his hands, nodding with satisfaction. The medical ninja training program has commenced successfully, and with such cooperation from the clans, Chiya, you and Tsunade have done well. Chiya bowed slightly. It is the Hokage's wise decision. Moving forward, we must expedite the training, Hiruzen stated gravely. The front line is tense, We need to cultivate more medical ninjas. Yes, Chiya responded earnestly. Old man, here is the plan for training medical ninjas. Tsunade, seemingly unfazed, handed Hiruzen the tiered plan she and Chiya had devised. Hiruzen glanced over it briefly. The core content prioritized training medical ninjas suited for the battlefield, ensuring that resources were allocated accordingly and that those prepared for the battlefield graduated first. Hiruzen nodded. Very well, let us proceed with this priority strategy. Tsunade, you will oversee the medical ninja training personally. Understood. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Tsunade replied, already anticipating Hiruzen's request, her impatience evident. You? Hiruzen's brow furrowed instinctively. Tsunade, stay a moment. What is it? Is there something else? Tsunade asked, taken aback by the seriousness on Hiruzen's face. Without a word, he gestured for Chiya to leave. As Chiya exited, Hiruzen finally spoke. Lady Mito, how is her health these days? The mention of her grandmother caused Tsunade's casual demeanor to fade, replaced by earnest concern. Grandmother is still quite strong, but her age is catching up with her. She often feels fatigue lately. Hiruzen sighed, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. In a few days, once I finish my current tasks, I shall visit in person. Chapter 10. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Will Lady Tsunade join me for a drink? The progress of Konoha's temporary medical training program exceeded expectations. Through the combined efforts of Tsunade and Uchiha Chiya, the students engaged in daytime theoretical learning and nighttime practical simulations. In the span of just 1 week, 7 or 8 seasoned medical ninjas completed their training and were promptly dispatched to the front lines, bringing hope to the war-torn land of Rain. As the evening sun cast elongated shadows on the training ground, Chiya gazed at the latest assessment results in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It appears our methods have proven quite effective. This batch of trainees has progressed more rapidly than anticipated. Tsunade crossed her arms, her eyes sweeping over the trainees diligently honing their skills, letting out a soft huff. They still have a long way to go. The battlefield does not afford them the luxury of slowly adjusting their chakra. Despite her words, a flicker of satisfaction danced in her eyes. Among these trainees, a few possess considerable talent. Given time, they may indeed become competent medical ninjas. Chiya turned to Tsunade, the sunset's glow enveloping her profile in a soft golden light. In a moment of mischief, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. You've worked hard, Lady Tsunade. Hey. Tsunade spun around, her eyes wide, a flush creeping onto her fair cheeks. You little brat, you're becoming increasingly audacious. Who permitted you to touch my hair? She feigned a strike, prompting Chiya to take a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. My apologies. I couldn't help myself. Tsunade bit her lip, a flicker of annoyance mixed with embarrassment flashing in her bright brown eyes. But ultimately, she merely huffed and turned her face away. Next time you do that, I'll throw you to the farthest wooden post in the training ground. Chiya chuckled inwardly at the slight blush on her ears. He understood her fierce exterior belied a softer heart through their time spent together. Yes, Lady Tsunade is the most formidable, he replied with a smile, affection glinting in his eyes. Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curving upward involuntarily before she quickly regained her stern demeanor. Stop the banter. New trainees will be arriving tomorrow, and those who previously failed will get another chance to assess. Understood. Chiya pretended to be serious as he saluted, eliciting a laugh from Tsunade. Their exchange caught the attention of the trainees in the distance, many displaying expressions of astonishment. The fearsome Lady Tsunade, known for her strictness on the training field, could exhibit such a side? Just as the medical training program appeared to be on the right track. An urgent intelligence report shattered the calm. An array of Umbu ninjas darted swiftly. That afternoon, within the confines of the Hokage building's conference room, the entire lineage of Konoha's Hokage convened. The atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the head seat, his brow furrowed, oblivious to the extinguished pipe in his hand. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure has appeared at the border of the Land of Rain. Our defenses at Amigakure have been breached. Mito Gatika stated, pushing up his glasses, his voice grave. Kumogakure? Are they also entering this war? That remains unclear. Kumogakure's stance is still ambiguous. The situation there is beyond our control, and with the frontline conditions so tense, reinforcements are urgently needed. The sudden appearance of a Jinchuriki on the battlefield is a serious matter. Sending ordinary ninjas would be tantamount to suicide. The others in the conference room exchanged uneasy glances, the air thick with tension. Against a tailed beast, even seasoned jonin would find it difficult to prevail. How could Kumobikure risk unleashing a Jinchuriki here? Or was it a deliberate act? At that moment, a raspy voice broke the silence. Let me go? Orochimaru rose slowly, a dangerous glint in his golden slit-like eyes. His gaze swept over the assembly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. However, I require an accomplice, Uchiha Chiya. What? Tsunade slammed her hands on the table, her bright brown eyes ablaze with fury. Orochimaru, are you mad? How could a mere ordinary ninja like Chiya contend with a Jinchuriki? Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. The teacher previously spoke of the initial strategies employed by the first Hokage in founding the village. The essence relied on the abilities of the Uchiha and Senju clans to counterbalance the tailed beasts, with no one capable of utilizing would release at present. We must depend on the Uchiha Sharingan. As far as I know, Chiya's Jinjutsu skills rank among the finest in the Uchiha clan, especially in the application of the Sharingan's illusions. This should suffice to momentarily control a tailed beast. Furthermore, Orochimaru paused, his gaze flickering as he continued. Chiya's recent performance does not resemble that of an ordinary ninja. Tsunade trembled with rage, her heavy necklace rising and falling with her breaths. I object. The medical training program cannot do without him. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Tsunade, when did you become so emotional? Or is there something special about your regard for this Uchiha brat? Orochimaru. Tsunade's voice was nearly a growl, her pale complexion flushed with anger. If you continue to speak nonsense, I won't hesitate to demonstrate my strength. As the tension escalated between them, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat with a heavy cough. Enough. What do you think of Orochimaru's suggestion? Mito Gatika remained silent for a moment, surveying Orochimaru and Tsunade. At present, no one in Konoha can utilize wood release to suppress the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Lord Mito is aging, and currently, our only recourse is to rely on the Uchiha Sharingan. Uchiha Chiya's progress in developing his Sharingan surpasses that of the average Uchiha. Thus, I believe there is merit to Orochimaru's proposal. Orochimaru smirked coldly. Tsunade glared at him, her eyes brimming with indignation. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened intently before turning to the Umbu at the door. Summon Uchiha Chiya. We need to consult his opinion. Yes. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Before long, Uchiha Chiya arrived. Upon entering the room filled with the Hokage lineage, he immediately sensed the tension. Chiya, our defenses have been attacked by a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru is leading a team to the front lines for support, and he wishes to take you with him. Are you willing? To the front lines? To confront a Jinchuriki? Is it because of the Sharingan? Chiya pondered. However, dealing with a Jinchuriki was akin to handling a ticking time bomb. One's life could be at stake given the vast disparity in power. Just as Chiya was about to refuse, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Quest triggered. Eliminate the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Quest reward. Obtain a bloodline limit. Upon acquisition, it will perfectly integrate with the host, without any rejection. Chiya froze. A task had just been triggered? The reward was a bloodline limit. He took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. He sensed Tsunade's worried gaze upon him. Yet at this moment, he had no choice. Bloodlines held paramount importance in this world. This was a bloodline limit. Aside from scientific methods and forbidden techniques that had a slight chance of artificial synthesis, all others relied on maternal transmission. Chiya resolved firmly. He could not let this opportunity slip by. He would agree to it. Although the Jinchuriki was formidable, there were also numerous prohibitions to consider. He could contemplate other strategies. His relationship with Tsunade had gradually warmed over these past few days. It was time to elevate their bond. If he could secure the reward for completing the task before leaving the village, then confronting a Jinchuriki would not pose much of a challenge, and neither would facing Hanzo. Lord Hokage, I am willing to go and provide support for the village. His voice was calm as he looked at Tsunade, his eyes filled with reassurance. The medical training program had already gained momentum. I believe Tsunade alone can manage it well. Tsunade opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just shot Orochimaru a fierce glare before returning to her seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, it is settled. Orochimaru, Chiya, prepare yourselves at once. Aim to depart by tomorrow. After the meeting, Tsunade seized Chiya's wrist, pulling him into a deserted corridor. Have you lost your mind? Her voice was low, yet the anger and concern were palpable. That is a Jinchuriki, a strategic weapon that even Jonin find difficult to deal with. Chiya gazed at her furrowed brow and slightly reddened eyes, feeling a pang of softness in his heart. He gently grasped Tsunade's hand. Do not worry. I shall not recklessly engage. With Orochimaru present, there should be no issue. No issue. Tsunade thought of SHJ, who had been right beside Orochimaru, and quickly extinguished that terrifying thought. She had already lost SHJ and did not wish to lose Chiya as well. Orochimaru has been increasingly erratic lately. Tsunade bit her lip. I have a nagging feeling that he harbors some ulterior motive. Chiya shared the same premonition but could not reveal it at this moment. He feigned a relaxed smile. What? Is Lord Tsunade worried about me? What? Who's worried about you? Tsunade abruptly yanked her hand away. I simply do not want my partner in the medical training program to die in vain. Chiya observed her contradictory demeanor and couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. The night is still young. Would you accompany me for a drink, Lord Tsunade? Chapter 11. Lord Tsunade. I do not wish for us to have regrets. As night deepened, the lights of Konoha village flickered on, casting a gentle glow over the streets. Chiya and Tsunade walked side by side along the path leading to the tavern, their shadows stretching long on the cobblestone road. Are you certain you wish to drink? Tsunade glanced at Chiya, her tone laced with subtle concern. We are to depart tomorrow. Chiya smiled softly, his gaze fixed on the distant tavern sign. Precisely because we are leaving tomorrow, I yearn to share a drink with you tonight. He paused, his voice dropping slightly. After all, one can never predict the events of the battlefield. Tsunade's footsteps faltered momentarily. She did not respond but quickened her pace, heading straight for the tavern. Inside, there were only a few scattered patrons. The crowd was sparse. Chiya chose a secluded booth, closing the door to isolate themselves from the outside commotion. The waiter soon brought forth sake and a few small dishes, respectfully retreating. Chiya filled Tsunade's cup, softly stating, Let us momentarily forget about the responsibilities of Hokage and the medical team. Tsunade took the cup and drank it down in one go, the fiery liquid sliding down her throat, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. She set the cup down and fixed her gaze on Chiya. Why did you agree to Orochimaru? You could have refused. Chiya did not answer immediately. Instead, he poured himself a cup and slowly drank it. The effects of the alcohol began to take hold, deepening his gaze. Some things must be done by someone. It is a fact that the Sharingan suppresses tailed beasts. If my abilities can aid my comrades on the front lines, I have no reason to hesitate. Tsunade unconsciously traced the rim of her cup with her fingers, her voice lowering. But do you understand how terrifying the power of a Jinchuriki is? Once I know. Chiya interrupted her, his tone calm, yet resolute. If even the Uchiha, who have a natural advantage against tailed beasts, do not step forward, then who will from our village? Other clans fight for Konoha on the battlefield. Yet if the Uchiha stand idle, how will others perceive us? Only if all clans unite in solidarity can Konoha achieve victory in war. Tsunade abruptly raised her head, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but then swallowed her words, merely grabbing the sake jug to refill both her and Chiya's cups. They silently drank several cups, the atmosphere in the booth growing increasingly charged, as if a thin veil enveloped them, both hazy and exhilarating. Actually, Chiya suddenly spoke, his voice husky. There are some words I have long wished to say to you. Lord Tsunade, if I wait too long, I fear I may lose the chance. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, and she feigned composure, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what words? Chiya's gaze bore into her, filled with an unprecedented seriousness. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Everything about you held my attention. A blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks, and she instinctively turned her face away, her tone softening. You smooth-talking brat, do you even know what you are saying? I am quite aware. Chiya chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery creeping into his voice. I just did not expect that before I could learn more about you, I would have to head to the battlefield. Perhaps this is fate. Fate. Tsunade suddenly turned to him, memories of her deceased brother flooding her mind. Anger flickered in her eyes. Do not speak as if you are certain you will encounter misfortune. Besides, you will have Orochimaru and those elite shinobi with you. Chiya did not argue, merely gazing at her, his emotions intricate and heartbreaking. Tsunade felt pierced by his gaze, her chest tightening. She downed her drink in one gulp, attempting to numb the turmoil inside her with alcohol. Lord Tsunade. Chiya's voice was gentle, like a whispering breeze. If I were to encounter the Jinchuriki, or perhaps Hans of the Salamander, and did not return, would you still remember me? Shut up. Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her eyes slightly reddened. Do not speak such things. You will definitely return safely. Chiya stood and slowly approached her, their closeness allowing them to feel each other's breaths. He raised his hand, gently brushing a strand of her golden hair away from her face. Tsunade felt her breath catch, her defenses crumbling in that moment. She grasped Chiya's wrist, her voice trembling slightly. "What are you trying to prove, you little brat? You have been on so few missions outside the village. Now you want to confront the Jinchuriki with Orochimaru? Have you lost your mind?" Chiya offered no explanation. Confronting a Jinchuriki alone? He was not foolish enough to think he could face one by himself. With Orochimaru leading the charge and elite shinobi by his side, he was prepared. Though the mission was significant, the unpredictability of life remained. If the situation turned dire, he would escape. He understood the wisdom of preserving oneself for future endeavors. As for encountering Hans, that was merely a jest. Who would be so unfortunate as to stumble upon Hans upon entering Amigakure? Seeing Tsunade, usually so proud, appearing vulnerable because of his impending mission, Chiya knew his plan had succeeded to a large extent. At this moment, he could not afford to lose. He firmly pulled her into his embrace. Tsunade made no effort to resist, burying her face in his shoulder. "Promise me you will return safely." Chiya tightened his arms, savoring the warmth of the person in his embrace. The mingling of alcohol and emotions made the air in the booth feel as if it had solidified. After a long moment, Tsunade pushed him away, lifting her head to meet Uchiha Chiya's gaze. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and kissed him, their lips barely brushing before parting. "Lady Tsunade, I do not wish for us to have regrets." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's body trembled, and her eyes became clouded with emotion. "You little rascal, how dare you utter such unreasonable words? When you return, I shall properly teach you a lesson." Tsunade twisted in Chiya's embrace, her bright brown eyes now shimmering with affection. Truly, what a troublesome adversary. Very well, let it be. As the lights dimmed and the door to the private room was securely locked, the two ultimately pierced through the final barrier of tension. The following morning, when Chiya awoke, he found the other side of the bed empty. Shaking his head to dispel the fog of intoxication, he weakly stood up. Opening the door to the private room, he discovered a sumptuous breakfast laid out just outside, still warm to the touch. Glancing at the note that read, "Eat well and return safely," Chiya recognized it as Tsunade's handiwork, and a smile crept onto his lips. Oh, how considerate. After a long night, Chiya was indeed hungry and wasted no time devouring the meal with great enthusiasm. The extensive physical training from the previous night had taken a toll on him. 20 minutes later, having satisfied his hunger, Chiya departed. Upon returning home, he began to prepare his gear for the battlefield. Task: complete the interception of Tsunade. Please select your reward. Hearing the system's notification, Chiya halted his movements. Had he truly completed it? A surge of joy filled his heart as he focused on the rewards. "I choose the advancement card. Upgrade my 3-tomo Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, advancement card. The advancement card is enhancing your bloodline limit, Sharingan." Chiya felt a refreshing sensation envelop his eyes, where the dark orbs revealed the 3-tomo pattern, flickering in and out of visibility. Soon, intense emotions surged forth from his eyes, flooding his mind. Chiya let out a muffled groan, instinctively closing his eyes. Standing still, the hand gripping his kunai trembled slightly. When Chiya opened his eyes, the once pitch-black 3-tomo had transformed into a 6-petaled crimson manjushige design, with a tiny Rinnegan pattern emerging at its core. Sharingan advancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ocular technique, the other side of the yellow springs. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ocular technique, causal reincarnation. Chiya's chakra surged dramatically, causing his clothes to flutter in the wind. 10 minutes later, the overwhelming pressure finally subsided, and the scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan concealed itself within. System: display my character panel. Name: Uchiha Chiya. Age: 18. Chakra: 10 cards. Bloodline limit: Sharingan, kaleidoscope. Skills: kaleidoscope ocular techniques, the other side of the yellow springs, causal reincarnation. Proficient in Genjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and other techniques. With the addition of 2 ocular techniques, his chakra had surged by 9 cards. Chiya understood that this explosive increase in chakra stemmed from the unique in-release chakra that flooded his mind during the advancement of the kaleidoscope. The activation of ocular techniques required the support of ocular power, which is a form of chakra. The enhancement of ocular power was what led to his current 10 cards of chakra. Chiya exhaled deeply, a newfound confidence gleaming in his eyes. As he prepared for the mission to the Rain Village, he thought, not even that little Jinchuriki could stand against him. Even if he encountered that demigod from the Rain Village, he possessed the strength to annihilate them. What Jinchuriki, what demigod? They could all go against his kaleidoscope ocular techniques. Chiya, hearing the call, he executed the body flicker technique and emerged from his room. Upon seeing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Mikoto's grandfather, Uchiha Chiya. You acted impulsively regarding the front lines. Keisuke-san, some matters must inevitably be addressed. Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Chiya fell silent, swallowing the words that lingered on his tongue. As long as you return alive, I shall no longer oppose your relationship with Mikoto. Do you still wish to oppose? Chiya thought to himself, feeling that he and Mikoto were perfectly matched, not needing an old man like him to intervene. However, noticing the worry in Keisuke's eyes, Chiya assured him, I will return alive. Moreover, I will return unscathed. As he spoke, a hint of crimson flickered in his dark eyes. Upon hearing such confident words, Keisuke furrowed his brow. The battlefield is no child's play. Just as he was about to admonish Chiya to exercise caution, he caught sight of the change in his eyes, causing his pupils to narrow in shock. Chapter 12. The Lucky Necklace. Life is too fragile. It holds no meaning. A thin mist enveloped the forest outside Konoha, and a damp chill hung in the air. Uchiha Chiya's gaze inadvertently swept across the slender figure ahead. At that moment, Orochimaru stared contemplatively at the treetops, his golden slit pupils narrowed, lost in thought. What an unsettling gaze. Every time Chiya met Orochimaru's eyes, he felt a sense of discomfort. He could sense the coldness emanating from Orochimaru. Not a murderous intent towards an enemy, but rather an almost fervent curiosity, much like a serpent fixating on its prey. Your aura seems different from yesterday. Orochimaru suddenly turned to look at Uchiha Chiya, his voice raspy. Chiya's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. I have not trained since last night. I am fortunate not to have regressed. Lord Orochimaru, you jest. He paused, then adopted a puzzled expression, tentatively asking, do you have an interest in fluctuations in aura? My lord. A meaningful smile curled at Orochimaru's lips as he chose not to pursue the topic further. Tsunade asked me to give this to you. Hearing Tsunade's name, Chiya was momentarily taken aback. He then accepted a box from Orochimaru's hand, opening it to reveal, oh, a token of affection. This necklace? The fabled necklace of the first Hokage? Chiya's heart raced. A note nestled beneath the necklace was pulled out. I give this to you, wishing you a safe return. Chiya involuntarily shivered. Is this a charm to ensure my survival? Do you believe life holds any meaning? Orochimaru's question interrupted Chiya's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pocket the necklace and replied, it lies in protection, I believe. Upon hearing this response, Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Chiya with a hint of reflection. Protection? Such a naive and insipid notion. Orochimaru-sama, what do you believe is the meaning of life? Orochimaru's golden pupils lowered. Life is exceedingly fragile, devoid of any inherent meaning. With that, he turned his gaze towards Konoha. It is time, prepare to depart. He cast a chilling glance at the gathered individuals. Yes. Chiya and the others responded in unison. As the final moments before leaving the village approached, Chiya could not help but glance back. At the village entrance, shrouded in morning mist, a golden figure flickered into view. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, her bright brown eyes piercing through the fog, meeting his gaze from afar. Suddenly, she raised her fist, signaling him to return safely. A smile graced Chiya's face as he waved back in acknowledgement. Tsunade, fear not. I am the man destined to become the 5th Hokage. I shall return safely. With that, Chiya turned and swiftly joined the team heading towards the Rain Village. Chiya-kun. As they ran, Orochimaru's gaze unexpectedly landed on Chiya, his raspy voice imbued with an eerie familiarity. Just stick with me this time. Yes, Chiya replied respectfully. Though a sense of caution arose within him, he could only hope that Orochimaru would not betray him. After approximately half a day's journey, as they entered the hidden village of the rain, the weather began to fluctuate unpredictably. Following their departure from the Leaf Village, Orochimaru led the team swiftly through the dense forest. Chiya remained ever vigilant, sensing the occasional probing gaze that Orochimaru cast upon him. That gaze felt less like that of a companion and more akin to that of a scientist observing an intriguing specimen. It appeared that Orochimaru had undergone a rational transformation. Chiya-kun seems rather tense, Orochimaru remarked suddenly, his raspy voice tinged with amusement. Chiya maintained a stoic expression. This was his first time undertaking such a critical mission, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Orochimaru offered a knowing smile, but refrained from further commentary. The group continued their silent advance, the only sounds being the crunch of footsteps and the rustle of leaves in the forest. As they ascended in altitude, the surrounding flora began to transform. The lush broadleaf forest near the leaf village gradually gave way to coniferous woods, and the air became thick with humid moisture. In the distance, a rumble akin to distant thunder echoed, accompanied by flashes of lightning in the high sky. Ahead lay the border of the land of rain. Orochimaru halted, signaling the others to remain alert. Chiya gazed upward, spotting a hazy curtain of rain on the distant horizon. The land of rain, true to its name, was perpetually shrouded in clouds, with rain almost never relenting. It was said that Hanzo had intentionally maintained this weather to bolster the nation's defenses. The continuous rain greatly diminished the potency of fire-based jutsu. Upon crossing the border, the atmosphere became stifling. On either side of the muddy path lay rusted barbed wire, and the occasional sight of ninja corpses, bleached by the relentless rain, was visible. In the distance, towering steel structures emerged, the iconic buildings of the hidden village of Rain. Designed personally by Hanzo, these fortifications were reputed to withstand any ninjutsu assault. "Put on your raincoats," came Orochimaru's hoarse command, prompting the group to pause and retrieve their rain gear from their packs. Once everyone was properly attired, he declared, "Continue." With that, he bent his knees and sprinted forward, the rest following suit. Before long, a light drizzle began to fall, the raindrops pattering against their raincoats. After a short while, Orochimaru slowed his pace. "Watch your step," he cautioned suddenly. The ground in the land of rain was riddled with explosive tags and traps. Chiya discreetly activated his Sharingan, and indeed, he discerned the faint chakra lines shimmering beneath the muddy surface. He carefully skirted around these deadly snares while noticing peculiar traces along the roadside. Reminiscent of some large creature's crawl, they arrived at a dilapidated outpost. This should have been a frontline stronghold for the Leaf, yet it stood eerily silent. The wooden door of the outpost creaked ajar, swaying in the wind and rain. Chiya's keen senses detected a flash of metallic reflection slipping through the crack of the door. "Something's amiss," Chiya whispered. "There are traps inside." Orochimaru seemed to sense the anomaly as well, gesturing for the group to retreat. With a swift flick of his wrist, several small snakes slithered silently from his sleeve toward the outpost. Suddenly, chaos erupted. "Enemy attack!" A voice thundered, and a multitude of kunai, rigged with explosive tags, rained down from all directions. Orochimaru instantly formed hand seals. "Earth release, earth flow wall." A wall of earth erupted from the ground, but the shockwave from the explosions still sent the group tumbling to the ground. Amidst the smoke, dozens of Rain Village ninjas emerged from the curtain of rain, clad in specialized gas masks, their movements synchronized, clearly indicative of a highly trained elite force. "Retreat," Orochimaru ordered coldly, yet he remained rooted in place. Just as Chiya prepared to act, he felt the ground shift beneath him. The muddy surface had transformed into a quicksand-like trap. Chiya swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to escape, only to find himself encircled by rain ninjas. "It seems we have been ambushed," Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The rain intensified, the large droplets stinging against their faces. Chiya wiped the rainwater from his eyes, his Sharingan scanning the downpour for an escape route. At that moment, he noticed a shadow flitting across a distant building. Was it Hanzo? The familiar silhouette sent a jolt of shock through the group. The legendary demigod loomed high above, surveying the battlefield, flanked by several elite ninjas in gas masks. Chiya's gaze fell. Damn, what terrible luck. They had barely arrived and already encountered the very leader of the Rain Village. Chiya recalled the fabled lucky necklace. "No, I am a materialist. I cannot be swayed by such superstitions. It must be that old rascal Danzo's doing. In the world of Hokage, anything illogical or lacking a clear culprit can surely be blamed on Danzo. This is not an ordinary ambush. They have been waiting for this group from the Leaf for quite some time." Chiya looked towards Orochimaru, but before he could utter a word, a water dragon burst forth from the ground, hurtling towards him. Chapter 13. The Resolute and Eternal Orochimaru. Beyond the river Styx, the water dragon roared as it surged towards Chiya, but missed him as he vanished like a wraith. The afterimage left by the body flicker technique tracing a graceful arc through the rain. Activate the 3-tomo Sharingan. The crimson eyes appeared particularly bewitching amidst the downpour. The 3-tomo spinning rapidly, imprinting the trajectory of the enemy's jutsu in his memory. Chiya swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging within him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A similar water dragon coalesced beside him, roaring back towards the rain ninjas. The water dragon collided with the enemy ranks, scattering several rain ninjas in disarray. Their screams drowned out by the rain. However, the other leaf ninjas were far less fortunate. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, they scrambled to respond but were quickly overwhelmed by successive water-based jutsu, forcing them into a dire predicament. One Chunin was struck head-on by a water dragon, crashing violently into a tree and spitting blood. Damn it! Chiya gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Orochimaru stood nearby, a cold glint flashing in his golden-slit pupils. He rapidly launched shurikens at the enemy, forming hand seals with deft precision and calling out, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens multiplied and rained down like a storm upon the rain ninjas. Immediately after, he bit into his finger and pressed his palm against the ground. The earth trembled violently as several colossal snakes erupted from the soil, their gaping maws lunging towards the foes. The rain ninjas scrambled to evade, their formation quickly disarrayed. Yet, the ninjas of the rain village appeared to be well prepared. They swiftly regrouped, executing coordinated ninjutsu with seamless precision. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water rose, blocking the onslaught of shurikens and giant snakes. Simultaneously, Hanzo finally made his move, standing high above as he formed hand seals. Purple toxic mist mingled with the rain, cascading down upon the leaf ninjas. One leaf ninja inadvertently inhaled the toxic fumes, their complexion turning green as they collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. One by one, leaf ninjas fell, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at the fallen leaf ninjas. Useless. His icy gaze brimmed with lethal intent. He realized they had clearly fallen into a trap. The leaf's forces were utterly outmatched. Moreover, the leader of the rain village had personally joined the fray. Orochimaru's gaze shifted, finally resting on Chiya, who still stood. Chiya-kun, may you seek your own fortune. At this moment of imminent peril, Orochimaru understood that he could scarcely ensure his own survival, let alone that of Uchiha Chiya. Preserving his own life was paramount. Indeed, life is so fragile. Orochimaru mused, his yearning for eternal life intensifying. With a punctured finger pressing against the spirit-summoning scroll, the white smoke dissipated, and Orochimaru's figure transformed into azure mist, vanishing from sight. Chiya understood that Orochimaru had escaped. He held his breath, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he sought an opportunity to retreat. However, the assault from the rain ninjas grew increasingly fierce under Hanzo's influence. They surged forth like a relentless tide, employing poison techniques and water jutsu. A sense of dread permeated Chiya's heart. One by one, ninjas fell around him, and within mere 5 minutes, he stood as the last remaining leaf ninja. Escape seemed futile. Several elite rain ninjas targeted him, charging directly at Chiya. Only you remain. Uchiha of the Leaf. Prepare to meet your end. The leading rain ninja sneered, brandishing a kunai. Chiya took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly turning frigid. You have chosen the path to your demise. It is time to unveil true ninjutsu. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, scattering the surrounding raindrops. Chiya's eyes transformed dramatically. The 3-tomo twisted and fused, ultimately morphing into a 6-petaled crimson flower pattern, with the intricate lines of the Rinnegan radiating an overwhelming brilliance. What is this Uchiha? His eyes. Wasn't it just the 3-tomo Sharingan? How has it transformed? Is this still the Sharingan? The foremost rain ninja's pupils constricted, his steps involuntarily halting. He had never witnessed such eyes. That scarlet glow seemed capable of devouring souls. Hades crossing. Chiya's voice echoed like a grim whisper, his eyes filled with crimson veins. The ocular technique activated. Invisible ripples emanated from Chiya, as if an unseen hand swiftly ensnared the surrounding rain ninjas. Their movements froze, expressions petrified in sheer terror. What followed was a grotesque spectacle. The leading rain ninja suddenly emitted an inhuman wail, his skin visibly cracking and fading. As the first strands of white hair fell from his brow, his eyeballs shriveled into 2 brown raisins. His body appeared to be drained of vitality, wilting rapidly. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, and the remaining ninjas fell as if devoid of any warning. Within seconds, they were reduced to lifeless husks, collapsing to the ground. Silence enveloped the battlefield. A nearby elite ninja, clad in a gas mask, slumped to the ground. The sound of his teeth chattering echoed from beneath the mask. His forehead protector had long been lost. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can such power exist? How is this possible? So many elite ninjas. Just like that, dead? The remaining rain ninjas felt dread creeping upon them. Hanzo's breath suddenly stilled, acutely sensing the chilling pressure emanating from Chiya. Before him, those eyes, adorned with 6 petal blossoms surrounding the Rinnegan, held his gaze captive, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It was as if he glimpsed something truly horrifying. Could it be that one? Hanzo jolted in shock. Retreat, he commanded decisively, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Cover me, and leave this place immediately. Though the rain ninjas were bewildered, they obeyed their leader's command without question. They quickly regrouped, shielding Hanzo as they retreated deeper into the rain curtain. Chiya raised his gaze, locking onto Hanzo and his entourage. Attempting to flee? It is too late. Hades crossing. Blood trickled from his eyes, cascading down his cheek. An invisible wave surged forth, directly aimed at Hanzo and his companions. Hanzo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the deaths of the previous ninjas. With a surge of determination, he turned to his subordinates, swiftly swinging his scythe. He delivered a lethal blow to his own comrade, using the opportunity to shield himself. Ah! A wretched scream erupted from his subordinate. Hanzo's pupils trembled in shock. The distant sound of collapsing trees echoed as the life force was drained from the massive trees, causing them to decay and crumble. Despite the pouring rain, the air remained thick with the stench of blood. As he ran, his speed intensified. Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village and regarded as a pinnacle of the ninja world, was keenly aware of the bloodline clans from various villages, particularly the Senju and Uchiha, the foremost families in the ninja realm. At this moment, Uchiha Chiya reminded Hanzo of the legendary Uchiha Madara. After all, Madara of the Uchiha clan was once invincible, second only to Hashirama. Faster, faster. At this moment, he bore no semblance of a demigod, fleeing desperately like a cornered dog. Hanzo, you cannot escape. Chapter 14. The Fall of a Genius? The cycle of cause and effect. The rain poured incessantly as Chiya stood amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses. The blood-red patterns of his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating. The rain washed away the blood on his face, yet it could not disperse the pervasive aura of death. Hades crossing. Chiya murmured softly, his Sharingan piercing through the rain curtain, locking onto the rapidly retreating figure. His ocular power erupted once more, the 6-petaled flower pattern blooming in his eyes. Invisible waves of death radiated from Chiya, causing the bodies of the rain ninjas to wither as if stripped of their very essence. Their terrified screams rose and fell, only to abruptly cease. Hanzo halted abruptly, horrified to find his arm visibly aging at an alarming rate. Skin wrinkled, muscles atrophied, and vitality was being mercilessly siphoned away. What kind of ninjutsu is this? As he uttered those words, his body disintegrated into countless droplets, merging into the torrential downpour. Chiya furrowed his brow, his Sharingan swiftly scanning the surroundings. Water clone. Chiya's gaze sharpened. He quickly surveyed the area, his Sharingan's insight capturing the trajectory of every raindrop. Yet he could not discern Hanzo's true form. As expected of a demigod, he is indeed cunning. Raindrops slid down Chiya's forehead, mingling with the blood trailing from the corner of his eye and dripping into the muddy ground. He stood tall, like a perfectly straight spear. The patterns within his Sharingan flickered in and out amidst the rain. Hanzo's figure began to coalesce not far away, yet this time, his hand seals appeared unusually slow and heavy. You should feel honored to force me to use this technique. Hanzo's voice suddenly turned low and hoarse. You little Uchiha, you should consider yourself fortunate. His hands abruptly came together, causing the puddles on the ground to boil. 3 water clones split from the rainfall, forming a triangular formation around Chiya. Each clone began to weave different hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, giant salamander. Boom! With a deafening explosion, smoke and mist billowed into the sky. The ground trembled violently as a massive 20-meter-long giant salamander burst forth from the earth, its slick, gray-brown skin glistening ominously in the rain. Its gaping maw dripped with corrosive slime, burning holes into the ground with a hissing sound. Roar! The giant salamander released a thunderous roar, its powerful tail sweeping towards Chiya. He evaded in an instant. The ground where he had stood transformed into a 10-meter-wide crater. Just as he landed, the salamander's poison sacs erupted, shooting forth dozens of venomous projectiles. Flames and poison clashed in midair, evaporating into a cloud of purple mist. Channeling chakra into his legs, Chiya leapt high, his kaleidoscope Sharingan locking onto Hanzo's true form atop the salamander. However, just as he prepared to unleash his ocular technique, the puddles beneath him morphed into chains, ensnaring his feet. A trap from the water clone? When the colossal tail of the pepper fish came howling through the air, Chinya's feet were ensnared by watery chains, binding him tightly. The mighty tail of the pepper fish, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the breaking void, surged forth. Shadows of death loomed over him, yet a cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. "I've caught you." The blood-red patterns within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan suddenly burst forth. The six-petaled design of the Manjusaka blooming with an eerie luminescence in the rain. To the other side of the yellow springs, a hum resonated as invisible waves of death radiated outward from Chinya. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, and the entire world was bathed in a morbid crimson hue. The first to be affected was the enormous pepper fish sweeping toward him. Its slimy, brownish-gray skin visibly shriveled and cracked, while its once ferocious eyes were swiftly veiled in ashen despair. With a chilling hiss, the massive form of the pepper fish began to rapidly shrink. Muscles atrophied, bones twisted, and within a mere 3 seconds, the behemoth transformed into a deflated husk, collapsing like a ragged cloth upon the ground. 3 water clones simultaneously emitted piercing shrieks, their bodies warping and distorting as if pricked by a sharp object. Their essence forcibly siphoned away by some irresistible force. Impossible. One clone struggled to extend a hand. Before the words could fully escape, all 3 water clones erupted simultaneously, scattering into countless droplets. At that moment, a mass of raindrops coalesced in the air, and Hansa's figure materialized like a specter behind Chinya. The chain scythe in his hand glimmered with an eerie azure light, evidently coated in deadly poison, as he swung it down toward Chinya's neck. "Die, Uchiha brat," Hans sneered. The poison on the scythe potent enough to claim Chinya's life in an instant. Chinya deliberately tilted his body, his gaze unervingly serene. Just as the scythe grazed his skin, his other Sharingan eye unleashed its power. Karma. The icy scythe pierced through Chinya's shoulder and into his abdomen, as if time itself had halted. Hans could distinctly feel the blade slicing through flesh, the venomous edge penetrating the defenses of this young Uchiha without hindrance. Watching Chinya cough up blood and stagger forward, Hans refrained from an immediate pursuit, slowly withdrawing the scythe and allowing the poison to spread within Chinya's body. He gazed at the young man kneeling on the ground, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Hansa's raspy voice echoed through the rain. "Your ocular technique, your talent, are unparalleled in my experience. You might very well become the next Uchiha Madara. What a pity." Chinya struggled to raise his head, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan still defiantly spinning. The toxins spread, beginning to blur his vision. However, Hans shook his head, the rain cascading down the brim of his hat. Experience in battle cannot be compensated for by mere talent. He advanced slowly, the chains dragging across the ground with a piercing sound. "Did you think you saw through my water clones? That was merely my design." Hans halted before Chinya, looking down upon the moment of this fallen genius. The true killing move is always concealed in a place you cannot perceive. Chinya's fingers dug deep into the muddy ground, the patterns in his Sharingan still flickering with defiance. "Do not feel regret." Hans raised his scythe, its tip pressing against Chinya's throat, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. "To have forced me to this extent, you have every reason to be proud. You are stronger than the 3 from Konoha, yet." His voice suddenly turned frigid. The fall of a genius often occurs in an instant. Just as the scythe was about to slice through his throat, the surrounding environment shifted. When his vision cleared, Hans found himself half-kneeling before Uchiha Chiya, the scythe slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He felt the rupture of the poison pouch in his abdomen, venom flooding into his innards. His chakra was disrupted, and his back was soaked in his own viscous blood. This position, wasn't it where he had aimed to strike the Uchiha? How could this be? This is impossible. Hans stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Chiya, then coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his complexion rapidly paling. Chinya approached slowly, towering over him. Hans, how does it feel to have your own blade and poison turn against you? Hans collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. The ruptured poison pouch was something even he could not endure. This Uchiha, he struggled to lift his head, fixating on Shinya's eyes. Could it be those eyes? What on earth are these eyes? A dying man need not know too much, Shinya replied coldly. Hans attempted to utter something more, but a kunai pressed against his throat silenced him. With a swift motion, he could no longer produce any sound. His body fell heavily, splattering mud everywhere. The demigod of Amigay had thus met his demise. Shinya remained vigilant, drawing forth a kunai. He methodically ensured that none of the ninjas, untouched by the yellow springs, were left alive before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The usage of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan had been limited, yet even with this few applications, the side effects left his vision dimming. As the kaleidoscope faded, his eyes returned to their normal black state. Chakra coalesced beneath his feet as he swiftly retreated, his figure gradually disappearing into the rain-soaked night. Chapter 15. The Meat Thieves Trio and the Advanced System. The night in Amigay was shrouded in an unending downpour, the damp air reeking of fish and mildew. Shinya concealed himself within an abandoned seafood warehouse. Rainwater dripped through the damaged roof, splashing upon the waterlogged wooden floor. Leaning against a row of rusted iron racks, Shinya's kaleidoscopic Sharingan had closed, yet his keen senses kept him alert. The after-effects of the kaleidoscope struck him, leaving him feeling as if his very body had disassembled. After sparring with Tsunade, he had merely felt his legs weaken. Using the kaleidoscope a few times had drained him entirely. Despite his internal complaints, Shinya had come to a newfound understanding of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He now required time to recuperate, and this place provided sufficient concealment, at least for the moment. Just as he closed his eyes to rest for less than 10 minutes, faint footsteps suddenly mingled with the sound of rain outside the warehouse. Shinya snapped his eyes open, his figure darting silently into the shadows behind the shelves. Creak. The rusty iron door was gently pushed open, and 3 diminutive figures stealthily slipped inside. Utilizing the dim light filtering through the window, Shinya discerned the appearance of the newcomers. The boy with spiky orange hair led the way, followed by a frail youth with red hair obscuring his eyes, and lastly, a girl with bright blue-violet short hair. Yahiko. Nagato, Konan. His pupils constricted. He had not expected to encounter the future founders of the Akatsuki here. Shinya raised an eyebrow, contemplating, when an unexpected incident occurred. Yahiko stepped into a puddle, slipping forward. In his panic, he grasped the shelf to steady himself, inadvertently toppling the entire iron rack. Crash! The resounding clamor of the collapsing rack echoed piercingly through the silent warehouse, scattering various rusted fishing gear across the floor. Which little thief dares to steal my goods? The shopkeeper's furious voice immediately rang out from outside the warehouse, heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. Shinya's gaze sharpened, and he made a swift decision. He raised his hand to form a hand seal. 2 shadow clones appeared simultaneously, already gripping the shoulders of Yahi and the others before they could react. Do not make a sound, the true body of Chiya whispered. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. He vanished swiftly from the spot. In the next moment, the enraged shopkeeper kicked open the door and stormed in, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the empty warehouse, revealing only collapsed shelves and a chaotic mess. Damn it, the shopkeeper muttered, scanning the surroundings with caution. Meanwhile, Chiya had transported the 3 children to an abandoned sewer several hundred meters away. Under the dim light, Yahi and the others sat on the ground, still in shock as they gazed at the unfamiliar ninja before them. Konan was the first to regain her composure, instinctively shielding her 2 companions behind her. Who are you? Chiya sheathed his kunai, a slight smile gracing his lips. That question should be directed at you 3. What are you doing at a fish warehouse in the dead of night? He crouched down to meet the children's gaze. The only sound in the damp sewer was the distant drip of rainwater. Are you here to steal food? Although Yahi's legs trembled, he raised his head defiantly. We bought fish from that shopkeeper last time, but it made us sick. We vomited several times. The money we saved up was all a ruse. Yahi. Konan quickly tugged at his sleeve. Nagato, with his red hair, remained silent, his gaze cast down, his rinnegan flickering nervously beneath his bangs. Chiya's eyes scanned Nagato, and he understood. The rinnegan had not fully awakened yet, but its latent pressure was already palpable. Suddenly, he reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out 3 soldier pills. Here, eat this. He distributed the pills among the 3. While soldier pills were not particularly palatable, they would suffice to stave off hunger. The children were momentarily stunned. Conan was the first to react, cautiously sniffing the pill before her eyes brightened. It's soldier pills. The three children rejoiced, but then they hesitated, forcing back their desire to swallow them. Why are you helping us? Yahi asked, still on guard. But his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Chiya gestured to the Konoha symbol on his forehead protector. Just passing by. As he spoke, his complexion suddenly paled, followed by a fit of coughing. Conan exclaimed in surprise, "You're injured." After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a faded handkerchief from her tattered sleeve. "We won't take your food for free. We can help you." Conan. Yahi tried to intervene, but Nagato gently held him back. The red-haired boy spoke for the first time, his voice barely above a whisper. "He means no harm." Chiya shook his head before suddenly asking, "Do you have any other companions?" The three small faces fell simultaneously. "No. They're all gone." The sewer fell silent. Chiya looked at the children, their faces downcast, resembling remorseful youngsters. The three frail figures before him bore the dust of the warehouse on their tattered clothing. Conan had a fresh scrape on her knee, and Nagato's wrist was so thin that the outline of his bones was visible. Who among us wasn't once an innocent child? Quest triggered. Intercept Conan. Reward: basic paper jutsu, or a random bloodline limit. Intercepting Conan? Looking at the tiny child before him, barely 6 or 7 years old, Chiya thought the system was somewhat ahead of its time. It would take at least a decade to nurture them. After silently grumbling, Chiya surveyed the surroundings. "Why don't you three come with me?" He crouched to their level. "Before long, I can take you away from the strife-ridden land of rain." Yahi's eyes lit up momentarily, but he quickly retreated a step, pointing at the mark on Chiya's forehead protector with a firm voice. "We can't go with you. Jiraiya-sensei said he would come back for us once his mission is complete." Chiya's gaze flickered. It seemed that Jiraiya had begun training them by this time. "The white-haired toad sage in that case. Let me at least escort you home." The three exchanged glances. "All right." Led by the children, Chiya arrived at what they referred to as home. Their residence was a half-collapsed wooden house, with a leaky roof barely covered by tattered cloth. In the corner lay several moldy tatami mats, and the walls were adorned with crooked hand-drawn portraits. They were not of themselves or Jiraiya. Chiya surmised they must be the children's memories of their parents. "This is all you eat?" Chiya frowned as he kicked aside an empty can, ants spilling out. Yahi's face flushed. "We were supposed to have something today, just wait." Chiya abruptly turned and exited. The three exchanged puzzled looks. Less than half an hour later, heavy footsteps echoed outside. Chiya emerged, shouldering a wild boar, a string of fish hanging from his waist, and fresh mud caked on his boots. "What are you staring at?" He tossed down a bundle of firewood. "Start a fire." As night deepened, the dilapidated house filled with the long-forgotten aroma of meat. Chiya expertly disinfected his kunai with alcohol and began to skillfully carve the boar meat. Conan crouched nearby, helping to skewer the meat under Chiya's guidance, while Nagato silently added firewood, and Yahi eagerly watched the sizzling meat. "Why are you helping us?" Conan suddenly asked in a hushed tone. "You're still injured." Chiya flipped the meat over, the flames casting flickering shadows upon his face. "Because," he paused, "I have once known hunger." This statement struck a chord with the three children. They could not fathom that this powerful ninja had once endured such a past. After feasting, fatigue finally overcame their vigilance. Yahi and Nagato slumped against the wall, drifting into a deep sleep, while Conan fought off drowsiness, staring blankly at Chiya as he repaired the roof. "You need not do this. If you're tired, just sleep." Chiya looked down at the little girl, her eyes struggling to remain open. Yet, Conan stubbornly shook her head, her blue-purple hair glowing warmly in the firelight. "Conan, you caught us food and are fixing the roof." Her voice grew fainter. "Thank you, Ninja-san." Once Chiya finished patching the last hole, he descended and bent down to gaze at her earnest profile, suddenly retrieving a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. "This is for you." As Conan unfolded it, she found basic chakra training methods and several ordinary jutsu. "Before Jiraiya returns," Chiya lowered his voice, "you and your companions must learn to protect yourselves. Now go rest." Conan accepted the scroll, finding a clean spot to lean against the wall. She clutched the scroll tightly, a glimmer of something unusual in her eyes. Raising her gaze to Chiya, she softly inquired, "Sir, what is your name?" "Uchiha Chiya." Chapter 16. The Sand Ninja's urgent call to Konoha. Tsunade arrives at the front line. The faint light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the door of the wooden house as Chiya sat cross-legged, resting with his eyes closed. After 3 days of recuperation, he had fully recovered. Reflecting on his previous battle with Hanzo, Chiya gained a clearer understanding of the unique abilities of his Sharingan. His two ocular techniques held special significance. The beyond the underworld symbolized the manipulation of life and death, akin to a domain-type skill. Within a certain range, it could extract the life force from others, resulting in death. Certainly, the eye technique possesses another purpose, extracting vitality and transferring it to another individual, granting them an extension of life, or even resurrecting the deceased. However, this resurrection is subject to limitations. The individual must have died within the past day, and the cooldown period for revival is 1 month. This constraint can be optimized with the enhancement of Chiya's ocular power. As for the other eye technique, the cycle of causality, it also operates within a specific domain. By employing illusion to create a unique spatial area, any enemy attacks that enter this domain will be redirected to oneself or another individual. This explains why Hanz's attacks fell upon himself. He was blinded by his own illusions. Furthermore, according to conclusions drawn from the system, not only ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, but even all attacks released via bloodline limits and bloodline elimination can be redirected. This ocular technique left Chiya somewhat astonished, for within this world of shinobi, there exist countless threats capable of taking one's life. The unique ability of the dust release from a Wagakure can reduce a person to molecular form. With this ocular technique, as long as he activates his Manjiki Sharingan, anyone attempting a sneak attack from any location will be recorded within the domain, and their attack will undergo special redirection. This significantly enhances safety. Chiyo eyes and look. Xiaonan's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening his eyes, Chiya beheld a thin piece of paper floating above Xiaonan's palm. Although it wobbled, it was indeed controlled by chakra. Her face radiated with a proud smile, her bluish-purple short hair shimmering brightly in the morning light. Very good. Your chakra control is quite steady, Chiya praised, gently ruffling her hair. Xiaonan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Meanwhile, Yahiko was practicing taijutsu against a wooden post. Although his movements were somewhat awkward, he was learning the forms quite well. Nagato sat quietly in a corner, hands forming seals as he attempted to gather chakra. His progress was the most notable, having begun to mobilize his chakra within just 3 days. Come over here, Chiya beckoned. The three immediately gathered around him, their eyes filled with anticipation. After 3 days of interaction, it was evident that Xiaonan, Yahiko, and Nagato had accepted him, their smiles reflecting newfound warmth. After all, they were children, and their emotions shifted swiftly. Chiya retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and handed them to them. Today, I will teach you the basics of shuriken jutsu. He stood and walked to an open area outside. Watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken transformed into a glimmering arc, precisely embedding itself in the trunk of a tree 10 meters away, hitting the bullseye. Yahiko's eyes widened in astonishment, while Xiaonan clapped her hands in delight, embodying the role of an admiring fan. Nagato, on the other hand, quietly noted the key points of the technique. Remember, your wrist must exert force steadily, and your gaze must be precise. Chiya patiently guided them, correcting their movements one by one, just as they were engrossed in their practice. Chiya's gaze shifted slightly. He keenly sensed an unusual chakra presence approaching from a distance. Continue practicing. I will be back shortly, he whispered, his form vanishing from sight. In the forest, a Konoha ninja treaded cautiously. Chiya appeared silently behind him, kunai pressed against his back. Don't move, Chiya's voice was cold. The ninja froze, slowly raising his hands. It's me, Uchiha Chiya. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chiya hesitated and withdrew the kunai. The figure removed his mask, revealing a resolute face. It was Kinomoto KT, a subordinate of Kakashi Hitaki. What are you doing here? Chiya inquired. KT exhaled deeply. Lord Orochimaru returned to the village with news that the squad was completely wiped out. Even Hans himself intervened. Lady Tsunade heard this and immediately sought out the Hokage, demanding to go to the battlefield. Tsunade. Chiya's heart warmed, but he quickly realized something. Wait, where did she go? Tsunade launched a surprise attack at the border of the 3 countries, and the situation is dire. Lord Kakashi requested assistance from the village, splitting off from Lady Tsunade to strike at the enemy's main force. Lady Tsunade took the medical team to the rear. His expression grew serious. Before leaving, she entrusted us to ensure we find you. She firmly believes you will survive. Chiya's gaze sharpened instantly. The poison and puppet techniques of Tsunade are extremely troublesome. Although Tsunade is powerful, the battlefield is ever-changing, and one misstep could lead to danger. No one can guarantee absolute safety. I must go there immediately, Chiya declared solemnly. Recently, the attacks from Amigakure have suddenly stalled. Lord Kakashi mentioned that it is an opportune time to focus on dealing with the Tsunade forces. KT nodded in agreement. However, what about your situation? Chiya glanced back towards the cabin, where Yahiko and the others remained engrossed in their training. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Give me 10 minutes." Returning to the cabin, Chiya gathered the three together. "I have an urgent mission and must leave immediately," he stated directly. "Are you leaving?" A hint of disappointment flickered in Xiao Nan's eyes. Chiya retrieved a map and a kunai marked by him, handing it to Yahiko. "This is the safe route to the Land of Fire. If you haven't seen your teacher Jiraiya in a short time and find yourselves in danger, follow this route to the Land of Fire. The places I marked are connected to my Uchiha clan, and mentioning my name along with this token will ensure your safety." Yahiko's hands trembled slightly as he tightly grasped the map and kunai, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and determination. He looked up at Chiya, his lips moving but unable to articulate words. Nagato, who had been silent, spoke first. "Thank you, Chiyo-Nizen, for teaching us so much." Chiya smiled, patting his shoulder. "Remember, the essence of power lies in protection, not destruction." Xiao Nan suddenly stepped forward, tightly embracing Chiya, her voice thick with emotion. Chiya gently ruffled her hair and softly said, "You must take good care of yourselves." After bidding farewell to the three, Chiya and KT swiftly set off. "Lady Tsunade will be so pleased to know you are still alive," KT remarked. Chiya's gaze remained resolute. "I know, which is why I must hurry to her side. Here is the specific location." KT produced a scroll and handed it to Chiya. Upon opening it, Chiya quickly focused on the circled location, determination filling his heart as he activated his chakra, accelerating his speed. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood before the medical tent, her chestnut eyes gazing towards the direction of the Land of Rain, her lips moving as she murmured, "Chiya, you must survive." Chapter 17. The wave of Tsunade's surprise attack at the border between Tsunade and Amigakure, within the Konoha camp. The air was thick with the mingled scent of blood and herbs, oppressive groans echoing throughout the tents. Tsunade's golden hair clung to her pale cheeks, drenched in sweat, as she wielded a chakra scalpel with precision, slicing open the abdomen of an injured soldier. 3 poison sunbon were deeply embedded in the organs, with toxins already spreading to the chest cavity. "Tweezers," she rasped, extending her hand, and a trembling medical student promptly handed her the tool. Tsunade did not utter a word of reproach. Instead, she swiftly extracted a hidden weapon, her palm aglow with the radiant light of healing jutsu. She prepared to administer an intravenous antidote and blood transfusion without lifting her gaze. "Prioritize the severely injured," she commanded, her voice steady as medical ninjas scrambled to locate supplies amidst the crisp sound of clashing glass vials echoing within the tent. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, and the fabric of the tent was flung open. "Lady Tsunade, the situation at the front line is dire. At least 20 severely wounded are en route." A messenger ninja, bloodied and trembling, delivered the grim report. Tsunade's suturing motion remained unimpeded. "Organize the critically injured by priority," she instructed, her voice taut as a drawn bowstring. "Evacuate all able-bodied patients immediately." Noticing the lack of movement, she barked, "What are you waiting for? Prepare the tourniquets." A few responsive medical ninjas rushed out, moving swiftly. New stretchers continued to flood in, and the narrow medical tent became overcrowded. A Chunin, missing his left arm, suddenly grasped the hem of Tsunade's clothing, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. "Lady Tsunade, my brother is still at the front. I cannot stop." Tsunade pressed down on his torn artery, her verdant chakra flowing into the wound like a gentle stream. "You must return alive to see him." Her voice, though soft, quieted the surrounding wounded. In the far corner, a medical intern broke down, weeping loudly. The patient she had been tending had just ceased breathing. Tsunade strode over, her bloodied hand pressing firmly on the intern's shoulder. "Tears will save no one." She pulled a white cloth over the deceased's face. The latest arrival bore the Leaf Village's ninja vest, with 3 puppet steel blades protruding from his back. This physique bore a resemblance to Chiya. "Chiya?" The name escaped her lips almost in a whisper. She lunged to the stretcher, but upon seeing his face, she froze. It was not Chiya. Tsunade shut her eyes momentarily, regaining her composure when she opened them again. Prepare for surgery. Prioritize those with penetrating injuries. Just then, the sound of gears from puppets grew increasingly close from outside the tent. Enemy attack. A frantic voice called from beyond the canvas. Tsunade remained unfazed, her fingers steady as they continued to suture. As the 13th patient was stabilized, the tent shook violently. Sand Village's poisonous smoke seeped through the cracks, causing some interns to cough violently. Evacuate the mobile patients through the back, she ordered, reacting swiftly. A punch to the ground sent spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward, and a scream erupted from the unfortunate sand ninja who had ventured too close. Turning back, her expression darkened. Hurry and evacuate. You are medical ninjas. No matter what it takes, you must survive. This is an order. The campfire illuminated the sky with a crimson hue, the acrid scent of poison hanging thick in the air. The Sand Village's puppet army surged forth, their wooden joints creaking ominously, while the poisoned weapons glimmered with an eerie blue light beneath the moon. Damn it, Tsunade shouted, kicking over the foremost puppet, splintered wood flying in all directions. Yet more puppets continued to advance. She glanced back. The wounded were being assisted by the medical interns, but their pace was far too slow. At this rate, everyone would be encircled. Lady Tsunade, we've been cut off. A medical intern cried in terror. Tsunade gritted her teeth, a flicker of resolve flashing in her bright brown eyes. She bit her thumb, swiftly forming hand seals before slamming her palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. The earth trembled, dust swirling as a massive white figure erupted from the ground, standing like a mountain before the crowd. The slug sage, Tsunade's summoning beast. Its soft yet resilient form was a striking sight on the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, the situation appears dire. The slug's gentle voice resonated, its presence momentarily halting the sand puppets, instilling fear even in the puppet masters. Slug, protect them, Tsunade commanded fiercely, chakra surging around her. Understood. The slug's body swiftly split, countless smaller copies scuttling toward the injured and medical interns, enveloping them in their soft bodies to shield them from toxic smoke and projectile weapons. Tsunade stood resolutely at the forefront, her fists clenched, the ground beneath her cracking. She coldly surveyed the advancing sand puppets. In the next moment, her figure shot forth like a cannonball, her fists smashing into the puppet ranks. Boom! The force of her strike shattered dozens of puppets into splinters, and the sand ninjas recoiled in terror, yet Tsunade offered them no respite. She seized one puppet's head, slamming it into the ground, the shockwave sending surrounding enemies flying. Retreat. Quickly retreat. A sand commander finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They were not merely facing Tsunade, one of the legendary SANIN, but an enraged beast. However, Tsunade would not grant them an escape. Since you have come, do not expect to leave. Her figure flickered across the battlefield, each punch wielding overwhelming force. The remnants of puppets piling up behind her. The slug's clones steadfastly shielded the medical camp, ensuring no further injuries occurred. As the last puppet master fell, Tsunade stood amidst the ruins, breathing heavily. She turned to the group protected by the slug, confirming there were no casualties before her taut nerves finally eased. Lady Tsunade. The medical interns gazed at her in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. She exhaled deeply, even as a member of the Senju clan. The toll of this relentless exertion was staggering. Wiping the blood from her face, she prepared to retrieve the medical kit from afar. Unexpectedly, a robust voice resonated from the distance. To think the leader would be none other than the princess of the Senju clan, how surprising. The crowd turned toward the sound, their hearts sinking. Beside the commanding middle-aged man, ninja appeared one after another, and soon, numerous figures emerged atop the surrounding mountains. The atmosphere plummeted. Just a day prior, Lord Kakashi had received word and led a charge against the Sand Ninja forces. Now, only Tsunade's medical team and a handful of combat ninjas remained in the camp, facing a force of no less than 300 to 400 sand ninjas, a trap from which there was no escape. Princess Tsunade, you might as well surrender, declared the middle-aged leader, his gaze confident as it fell upon Tsunade. Chapter 18. The Elite of the Sand Ninja. Displaying might on the other side of the underworld, the desert winds whipped up fine grains of sand, howling across the battlefield. Tsunade stood at the forefront, her golden hair flying in the wind, her bright brown eyes coldly surveying the dense ranks of sand ninjas. 300 to 400 ninjas encircled them, led by the middle-aged ninja, Hyuzong, the commander orchestrating this assault on the medical ninjas. The role of medical ninjas was self-evident to all major villages. Targeting medical ninjas first was a strategic imperative for many. Hyuzong clasped his hands within his sleeves, his demeanor calm as if victory were assured. Princess Tsunade, surrender. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. You are surrounded. Further resistance will only result in needless casualties. Tsunade did not respond, merely tilting her head slightly to address the medical ninjas and combat troops behind her. Everyone, gather around me. Her voice, though soft, carried an air of unyielding authority. The initially panicked leaf ninjas quickly adjusted their formations, placing the medical ninjas at the center while the combat troops formed a protective perimeter around them. Hyuzong narrowed his eyes, seemingly taken aback by Tsunade's composure. A nearby jonin, adorned with the Sand Village headband, could not help but whisper in astonishment. Lord Izozai, if we delay any longer, the reinforcements from Konoha may arrive. Izozai raised his hand, signaling him to silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Tsunade. This is your final opportunity. Princess Tsunade, he spoke slowly, still reluctant to relinquish the medical ninjas before him. Tsunade regarded him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Such needless chatter. No sooner had she spoken than she forcefully stomped the ground. Boom! The earth shattered instantaneously, a terrifying force swirling the sand, catching the frontline ninjas of Sunagakure off guard, knocking them back several steps. Observing Tsunade's resolute expression, Izozai ceased his words, his eyes sharpening. Attack! Izozai commanded sternly. Kill! 300 to 400 Sunagakure ninjas erupted in unison. Wind release, wind sand technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. Amidst the wind techniques, the clattering of puppets descended like a torrential wave. Earth release ninjas advanced, forming a defensive line. Tsunade, having expended considerable chakra through healing and combat, was nearing her limits. Yet she stood resolute at the forefront, issuing effective commands. A handful of ninjas stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall erupted from the ground, barely stopping the initial wave of assault. However, the sheer number of Sunagakure forces rendered the second wave relentless. Medical ninjas prioritized the protection of the severely injured. As Tsunade directed, she plunged into the enemy ranks, shattering a puppet with a single punch. Seizing a sand ninja by the neck, she forcefully slammed him to the ground. Do not let them approach the wounded. The Konoha ninjas gritted their teeth in defense, but the disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and as their ranks dwindled, their defense was progressively compressed. Izozai observed the battlefield from above with a detached gaze. It is over. However, just as Sunagakure was about to breach the final line of defense, a thunderous roar echoed. A blazing fire release descended from the heavens, tearing a gaping hole in Sand's offensive. What is that? Izozai furrowed his brow. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure dashed into the battlefield like lightning, the crimson Sharingan standing out amidst the sandstorm. Apologies for being late. Uchiha Chiya has finally arrived. The winds howled, and the murderous intent on the battlefield was as sharp as a blade. Tsunade gazed at the suddenly appearing figure, her pupils constricting sharply. Golden strands of hair whipped about in the tempest, her breath quickening. Uchiha Chiya, the man who had gone missing on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, now stood before her, his crimson Sharingan particularly striking against the swirling yellow sand. Her heart jolted, fingers instinctively clenching. He is indeed alive. In that moment, all her fatigue, anger, and despair were swept away by an overwhelming ecstasy. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to call out, but bit her lip, forcing herself to calm. No, now is not the time. She suppressed the tumultuous emotions, her gaze regaining its determination. Yet the slight tremor in her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Uchiha Chiya used fire release to carve a path, breaking through the blockade of Sunagakure and reaching Tsunade's side. Tsunade, now covered in dust, her eyes reflecting the exhaustion of having reached her limits, looked up at him. Leave the rest to me. Uchiha Chiya gently ruffled her hair, feeling a pang of concern. She had come to the battlefield for him and had now been worn down by the ambush. Now that he had arrived, he would not allow Tsunade to shield him any longer. Tsunade, no longer exuding her previous arrogance, looked at Chiya with a newfound, enchanting smile. Yes. Izozai observed this scene coldly, a hint of derision flickering across his aged face. Huh, Uchiha clan members? He scoffed, his gaze sweeping disdainfully between Tsunade and Chiya. When did the princess of the Senju clan become so close to an Uchiha? The Sannin beside him bore a contemptuous expression, whispering in agreement. The Senju and Uchiha should be bitter enemies. It appears they have disregarded their family feud and shamelessly come together. How disgraceful. The princess of the Senju clan, whom we regarded as a formidable opponent, turns out to be nothing more than a lovesick fool. Hearing the chattering of the surrounding sand ninjas, Izozai slightly raised his hand, signaling the sand forces to prepare for an assault. Since you have willingly fallen, let us perish together here. Attack! The ninjas of Tsunade surged forward. 3 lunging at Tsunade, while another 10 elite ninjas sealed off all of Chiya's escape routes. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Her stamina and chakra had been nearly depleted from the continuous healing and fighting, causing her movements to slow. A Sannin seized the opening, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. She barely sidestepped but was ensnared by a puppet's strings, violently pulling her to the ground. Tsunade. Chiya's pupils contracted, attempting to rush forward, but was firmly blocked by the sand ninjas. No, she can't hold on any longer. Chiya's expression turned icy, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, ultimately distorting and merging. The once pitch-black tomo transformed into a six-petaled crimson manjishich pattern, the other side of the yellow springs. In an instant, as blood dripped from his bloodshot eyes, the world seemed to freeze. Centered around Chiya, an invisible domain suddenly expanded, the movements of the surrounding sand ninjas coming to a standstill. Their skin visibly dried and cracked, life force being drained like a receding tide, and they fell to the ground as lifeless husks without even a scream. Izozai's expression finally shifted. What kind of ocular technique is this? Tsunade was also stunned, gazing at the corpses littering the ground and Chiya's somewhat cold face, adorned with those eerie kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Her heart shaken, but soon, she regained her composure, seizing the moment of confusion among the sand forces. She shattered the puppet strings binding her with a single punch and leapt up. Before the exhilaration could reach her, she saw the bloodshot eyes of Chiya, with blood rolling down from them. Chiya, she called out loudly. Are you all right? Don't push yourself. Chiya did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I am not so easily felled. The Tsunade forces began to waver, but Izozai quickly steadied them, barking orders. Do not panic. His ocular technique must have limitations. Everyone, disperse the formation and engage in ranged attrition. Chiya chuckled coldly at this, the patterns in his kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly spinning. Ranged attrition? I shall eagerly await that. Fixing his gaze upon Izozai, an invisible wave surged forth once more. Chapter 19. Leave the puppet master to me, sweep away. As puppets charged toward him one after another, Chiya appeared oblivious. The other side of the yellow springs. Chiya's kaleidoscopic Sharingan rotated slowly, his focus locking onto Izozai and the puppeteers in the distance. The six-petaled manjishich pattern bloomed eerily within his crimson pupils. Under the domain of the other side of the yellow springs, Izozai and the others rapidly withered. The puppets that reached Chiya's vicinity, having lost their master's control, fell to the ground like discarded scrap metal, scattering into pieces. Blood streamed from Chiya's bloodshot eyes, cascading down his cheeks. His expression remained stern, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Moments earlier, his Sharingan had detected something unusual. Izozai had anticipated the attack. The Izozai from earlier was not his true body. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air suddenly. Chiya leaped to the left, a ghostly blue blade narrowly grazing his neck, the rush of wind stinging his skin. It was a humanoid puppet. Unlike the crude creations of ordinary puppeteers, this puppet was entirely cloaked in black, with intricately embedded chakra conduits at its joints, moving with a fluidity akin to that of a living being. Its arms extended sharp blades, glimmering with a sinister azure toxin, clearly steeped in deadly venom. Was this puppet the trump card of the old fox, HIJACK? Qianyi shut the eye that had just invoked the yellow springs beyond technique and activated the body flicker technique. He swiftly retreated, yet the puppet pursued him relentlessly. The blade's relentless slashes forced him to evade repeatedly. Qianye's remaining Sharingan eye narrowed slightly, locking onto the puppet, as the azure chakra threads became visible to his gaze. Following the threads, Qianyi pinpointed a potential hiding spot. Boom! Just as he pondered how to temporarily subdue the puppet and launch an assault on HIJACK's position, a golden figure crashed into the battlefield like a cannonball. A fist, imbued with terrifying strength, struck the puppet's chest with tremendous force. "Get back!" Tsunade's furious shout reverberated as the precision-crafted puppet was sent flying, crashing into the sand dunes and sending plumes of yellow dust into the air. Qianyi was momentarily stunned. Turning to Tsunade, who was slightly panting, her fair cheeks stained with blood, yet her gaze remained piercing. Her fist was still poised mid-swing, chakra simmering between her knuckles. "Don't push yourself," Qianyi said in a low tone, aware she had reached her limit. Tsunade shook her head, her gaze settling on his eyes, her expression complex. "Your eyes." Qianyi paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "I'm fine. That one just needs to rest a bit. I'll explain everything after we fend them off." Tsunade nodded earnestly, her attention shifting back to the puppet that was slowly rising from the sand. Its chest was caved in, yet it remained operational, the joints emitting a disconcerting grinding noise. This was no ordinary puppet. HIJACK had likely brought out his most formidable items. Qianyi nodded, his Sharingan subtly rotating. Its core was not in the chest, but in the head. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, glancing unexpectedly at Qianyi. "Then I'll dismantle it." Before her words could fully register, she charged forward once more, her strength erupting. The ground beneath her feet fracturing like spider webs. The puppet swiftly retreated, crossing its arms in a defensive stance, a switch activating on its shoulder. 1,000 explosive tags launched from within. Flames erupted. The deafening explosion rang out as Tsunade evaded, maneuvering closer to the puppet. With a sweeping kick, she shattered its left arm. At the same moment, Qianyi vanished in a flash. His figure flickered as he sprinted towards the distance. The scenery rushed past him until he spotted a figure behind a massive rock. Found it. Indeed, it was that scoundrel HIJACK. Qianyi's closed Sharingan eye opened anew, instantly locking onto him, blood vessels proliferating in his gaze. Warm blood surged forth, trickling down his cheek. Yellow springs beyond. An invisible wave, manipulated by Qianyi, surged towards HIJACK. HIJACK's eyes widened in shock as he felt an overwhelming force constraining him, followed by a haze clouding his consciousness. His skin shriveled instantly, turning dark. In the blink of an eye, he was drained of life, collapsing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, Tsunade's punch obliterated the puppet's head, exposing the core mechanism, which flickered ominously with dangerous chakra. "It's over," Tsunade declared coldly, raising her fist once more. Crack! The puppet's core suddenly shattered on its own, releasing a cloud of purple toxic mist. "Tsunade, back away." Qianyi spun around, his heart racing, his voice sharp. Though he warned her, it was evidently too late. Just as the toxic mist threatened to engulf Tsunade, Qianyi disregarded the toll on his vision and invoked the technique with his other eye. Karma reversal. The toxic mist vanished abruptly. Tsunade stood in place, momentarily stunned. "Ah!" The shrieks of Sand Ninja erupted from a distance. Tsunade turned to look. At that moment, a dense cluster of Sand Ninja found themselves engulfed by the suddenly appearing purple mist, corroding them like acid. The ground where the mist spread became pitted and hissing. The Sand Ninja, belatedly aware, began forming hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. The wind technique dispersed the toxic mist, leaving the afflicted in a grotesque state. A combat team of 20 to 30 was decimated in an instant. Qianyi returned to Tsunade's side. "That guy is dead." Tsunade looked up at Qianyi's voice, her gaze meeting his, only to notice the blood on his face, causing her heart to ache. "You." Before she could finish, Qianyi reached out to tousle her hair, interrupting her. "Those injured and the medical ninjas still need you." After speaking, he turned his attention to the remaining Sand Ninja. After forming hand seals, he vanished. When he reappeared, he had already infiltrated the ranks of the Sand Ninja. "It's that Uchiha." Suddenly, the crowd turned their kunai and shuriken towards Qianyi. Before they could act, Uchiha Chiya's gaze swept over them. The six-petal blood-red manju lily pattern glimmered like a rose. Yellow springs beyond. An invisible wave emanated from Qianyi's center. A chilling and suffocating power grasped their very lives by the throat. Nearly 100 Sand Ninja felt a piercing cold seep into their bones before they could react. Their skins dried and cracked at a visible rate, muscles withering as life essence was drawn away by an unseen hand. Thud, thud. Groups of ninja collapsed. Qianyi stood at the battlefield center, the six-petal manju lily within his Sharingan slowly spinning, his gaze a vivid crimson reminiscent of hellfire. In an instant, more than half of the Sand Ninja on the battlefield had been eradicated. A difficult gulp echoed. AJ Nin, clutching a kunai, trembled, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The bizarre and terrifying sight before them undoubtedly shattered their understanding of ninjutsu and instilled fear of the unknown. Impossible. He stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Chiya. How could such a scale of technique exist? Chapter 20. The Malevolent Uchiha Brat. How fortunate it is to share a tent with you. Nothing is impossible. Uchiha Chiya's blood-red gaze locked onto him. Before he could finish, Chiya appeared before the ninja in a flash. Yellow springs beyond. In his scarlet eyes, additional blood vessels surged, blood streaming anew. The invisible wave expanded once more, enveloping an even larger number of sand ninja than before. The intangible force, like the hand of death, ensnared the bodies of the sand ninja. Life essence materialized like stars, drawn from them. From Chiya's center, groups of ninja fell like cut wheat. A chilling silence spread outward. He stood among them, his Sharingan now dulled. The dark pupils slightly constricted, his vision blurred. A buzzing filled his ears, as if countless tiny insects crawled within his skull. He pressed a hand to his temple, fingertips brushing against warm liquid. The blood that had previously seeped from the corner of his eye had dried, but began to ooze anew from excessive exertion. Indeed, it was still too much. To cover so many ninja at once, even with the advantage of the Sharingan's techniques, took a significant toll on him. Worse still, his control over the ocular technique was insufficiently refined, leading to an expenditure of chakra far beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he had ultimately succeeded in eliminating all of his enemies. Tsunade observed Chiya's movements, which seemed somewhat stiff, and her heart sank. She hurried over and positioned herself beside him, her golden hair tousled by the wind. Her vigilant emerald eyes scanning the battlefield. They finally settled on Chiya's pale face. A slight frown creased her brow as her fingers instinctively tightened. As the princess of the Senju clan, she possessed a deeper understanding of the Uchiha Sharingan than the average person. As the saying goes, your greatest enemy knows you best. Given the historical enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans, her knowledge of the Sharingan surpassed that of most Uchiha members. Just as in the original narrative, the individual most familiar with the Sharingan was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the land's war god, who had a keen sense of the copyright of ninjutsu development, and the old man whose tears were never dry from the memories of yesteryears. Although Tsunade did not possess as extensive an understanding of the Uchiha as her granduncle, her status as a medical ninja and her Senju heritage endowed her with an understanding of the Sharingan that exceeded that of the average Uchiha clan member. She could easily discern that Chiya's blood was a side effect of the ocular technique unleashed by those eyes. Her remaining chakra surged as she enveloped her hands in a green glow of healing energy, gently placing them over Chiya's eyes. While treating him, she did not forget to command, medical team, immediately escort the severely injured back to the camp. Her voice was cold yet resolute. Yes. The medical ninjas of Konoha snapped back to attention, escorting the injured back into the tent with much more order than before. As the day's battle had undoubtedly honed their resolve, Chiya obediently closed his eyes. When Tsunade finished her treatment and he reopened them, his gaze still wavered, appearing somewhat blurred. It seemed his vision had deteriorated. Instinctively, Chiya squinted, hoping to see more clearly. The toll of this battle was far more severe than anticipated, even greater than his previous encounter with Hanzo. The setting sun at the border stained the entire battlefield crimson, the bodies of Tsunade shinobi appearing even more striking against the backdrop. Chiya stood there, his complexion nearly transparent. He raised his gaze to meet Tsunade's concerned eyes, managing a faint smile. "Tsunade, we are safe now." Tsunade stepped closer, scrutinizing him for 2 seconds before suddenly grasping his collar. "Have you lost your mind?" Her voice was low but laced with suppressed fury. "A single ocular technique covering hundreds of people? Do you think your eyes are made of iron?" Chiya leaned slightly forward due to her grip, but he was not angered. Instead, he chuckled softly. "What else could I do? Watch them surround you to death?" Tsunade faltered, her grip loosening instinctively. She knew very well that had it not been for Chiya's intervention, none of Konoha's medical or combat ninjas would have survived. Yet, witnessing his feeble state ignited an unquenchable fire within her chest. "I just don't want you to lose yourself for me," she finally managed to grit out, releasing his collar and instead supporting his arm. "Let us go back to the camp." Chiya's gaze swept across the field littered with corpses before turning towards the sun gradually sinking below the horizon. He allowed Tsunade to support him as they walked step by step towards the camp. "Does your eye still hurt?" Tsunade inquired softly, glancing at Chiya's profile, her tone barely concealing a tremor. It does, but if Lady Tsunade personally attends to me tonight, I'll recover swiftly. Upon seeing the smile on Chiya's face, Tsunade's expression stiffened, followed by a look of flustered annoyance. You, such a wicked little Uchiha. Is that all you think about every day? Chiya feigned confusion. Lady Tsunade, what do you mean by that? I merely meant for you to apply some eye drops. How did it become something wicked? It seemed that Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan held a bias against the Uchiha. Observing Chiya's serious demeanor, Tsunade began to question herself. Serving with treatment and medication? She pondered, reflecting on whether she had misunderstood this boy. Just as Tsunade was lost in thought, Chiya gently caressed her cheek, its smoothness and softness truly captivating. Tsunade gazed at him, her once resolute brown eyes misting with tears. Why are you crying when everything is fine? Chiya's finger brushed away her falling tears. Tsunade quickly turned her face away, dabbing her eyes before looking back. That troublesome little Uchiha, you truly worry me. Hearing this, Chiya understood that her tears were born from concern for him. He pulled her into a tight embrace. Hey, there are others around. Tsunade's face flushed red, taken aback by Chiya's boldness. We make a fine pair. Why should we care what those monsters say? It's night. The crackling campfire ignited their shadows, elongated against the backdrop. Chiya leaned against a weathered rock, medical bandages wrapped around his eyes, obscuring his vision. Initially, Chiya merely intended to perform some eye care exercises and apply eye drops later. However, Tsunade had directly applied herbal medicine and bandages. Nevertheless, the cool sensation emanating from his eyes seemed quite beneficial for recovery. Naturally, he did not reject Tsunade's kindness. Not only that, but he also sat obediently with a bowl of bitter herbal soup that Tsunade had firmly thrust into his hands. It was both bitter and astringent, causing him to frown. Geez, this tastes worse than Tsunade's poison. I've already used external medicine. Why do I still have to drink this? He shook the bowl filled with the dark concoction. You're not trying to take revenge on me, are you? Shut up and drink it all. Tsunade crossed her arms. Seated across from him, the firelight casting a warm hue over her golden hair. She glared at Chiya, but her gaze softened slightly upon seeing his pale complexion. Tsunade averted her eyes, pretending to organize her medical kit, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the bandage. Chiya raised the bowl and drank the herbal soup in one go, grimacing from the bitterness before suddenly tilting the empty bowl towards her. Lady Tsunade, do you have any sugar? Are you 3 years old? She snatched the bowl from him in exasperation, but paused as their fingertips brushed, as if recalling something. Tsunade suddenly stood up, rummaging through her medical kit with a noise reminiscent of dismantling a tent. Chiya tilted his head to observe her, hearing her pull out a small paper bag before roughly shoving it into his hands. The last one, take it or leave it. Chiya opened the paper bag and felt a smooth candy within. He froze momentarily, a deeper smile forming on his lips. So Lady Tsunade carries candies with her? Less chatter. That's for stabilizing the blood sugar of the injured. He popped the candy into his mouth, its sweetness counteracting the bitterness of the herbal soup. As the night breeze swept by, Chiya heard Tsunade sit back down, the sound of her clothes brushing against the sandy ground, and a soft, almost inaudible sigh. Next time you act recklessly. Tsunade's voice was barely audible. I'll stitch your Sharingan closed. Chiya chuckled, suddenly reaching out to gently touch the tips of her hair. What are you laughing at? She swatted his hand away, her ears reddening. It's nothing. I just feel it's wonderful to be alive and share this tent with you. Tsunade froze. A crackle from the campfire sent sparks flying. She looked down at his face, illuminated by the firelight, her eyes brimming with tenderness. It's getting late. We need to regroup with the team tomorrow. Lady Tsunade, shall we rest now? I can't see, and I still need you to assist me. You little Uchiha. I only helped you today because you were injured. No next time, understood? The night breeze, laden with distant sand and dust, swept past the camp, yet it could not disperse the warmth emanating from the flickering campfire. Chapter 21, Commander Kakashi Hitaki. The irate Tsunade. The following morning, the wind and rain finally calmed. Chiya and the radiant Tsunade stood outside what was once the Konoha defense line, where towering steel structures glimmered coldly in the morning light. A Konoha communication eagle swooped down, landing before Tsunade. With a puff of white smoke, it vanished, leaving behind a scroll of intelligence in her hand. The base has relocated. It will take us approximately an hour to reach. Well, let us set off early, Tsunade replied, tucking the scroll away and casting a glance at Chiya. His bandages had been removed, yet shadows of fatigue lingered in his deep-set eyes. He was recovering quite swiftly. she mused, though she found herself unconsciously slowing her pace. Everyone, gather your things and prepare to depart. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The Konoha base on the outskirts of the Rain Village. Chiya, Tsunade, and their companions traversed through layer upon layer of checkpoints, finally encountering the overall commander of this campaign. Kakashi Hitaki. He was a tall man, his silver hair standing erect like steel needles, and his resolute face bore several faint scars, exuding the calmness of a seasoned warrior. Clad in the standard Konoha vest, the short blade, white fang, at his back radiated a subtle, yet menacing aura even while sheathed. Upon seeing Tsunade, Kakashi nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful. Tsunade, did you encounter an ambush? Tsunade crossed her arms, snorting dismissively. Sunagakure had a squad lying in wait, but it has been dealt with. Dealt with? Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback. Do we have a specific casualty report? Tsunade, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved a manual from her robe and handed it over. Everyone listed here will be commemorated on the memorial stone as Konoha heroes. Kakashi accepted the manual and skimmed through it. Upon seeing the recorded casualties from the previous day, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Konoha had suffered minimal losses, indicating that the number of attacking shinobi from Sunagakure was not substantial. A smile crept onto his face. Tsunade, you will oversee the allocation of medical supplies and medics. Tsunade, hearing this, nodded reluctantly. Ahem. Chiya coughed, prompting Tsunade to turn her worried gaze toward him. Chiya, are you all right? This exchange caught Kakashi's keen attention, revealing the unusual bond between the two. Kakashi's gaze shifted, scrutinizing the one Tsunade was so concerned about. Due to his prolonged absence from the village because of the frontline battles, he was unaware of Chiya's contributions, particularly regarding the establishment of the medical framework. He had only received reports instructing him to have Tsunade lead the medical team to the front lines. Naturally, he welcomed the arrival of medical ninjas, fully aware of their value for a commander who had spent years on the battlefield. No one wishes for their friends or comrades to suffer grave injuries and die in the agony of being untreated. Medical ninjas could save countless lives. Observing Chiya's pale complexion and youthful features, Kakashi pondered whether he was the Uchiha whom Tsunade had previously dispatched him to locate. His subordinate was engaged in another mission, but upon his return, Kakashi would inquire further. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Report. An elite shinobi lifted the flap. A triumphant expression painted on his face. Lord Kakashi, the battle report from yesterday has been compiled. Kakashi scanned the tent, briefly considering Tsunade, Chiya, and the medical ninjas behind them before stating, proceed. The elite shinobi stood tall, his voice resonating. Yesterday, our forces launched a surprise assault on the Sunagakure base, eliminating a total of 137 enemies. The combat units from Sunagakure were entirely annihilated. The ninjas within the tent instantly lit up with joy, unable to contain their admiration. Who would have thought we would achieve such a victory? If not for Lord Kakashi seizing the opportunity yesterday, this triumph would not have been possible. Indeed, this victory for Konoha is largely due to Lord Kakashi's valiant charge, breaking through the puppet units and securing the first merit. Kakashi, upon hearing their praises, remained grounded, furrowing his brow as he recalled Tsunade's manual, directing his gaze to her. Did you encounter the ambush around the same time? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Roughly. Kakashi's fingers lightly tapped the table, his tone growing somber. At that time, I was leading an assault on the Sunagakure main camp. Could it be a diversion? His eyes sharpened, contemplating whether they had fallen into an enemy trap. If they were aware of Tsunade's medical team's location, why had Sunagakure not dispatched elite forces to intercept? Did some hidden truth elude him? Just then, a timid voice broke the tension from the corner. Is this truly a great victory? The crowd turned in surprise to find a young medical ninja who had accompanied Tsunade. Realizing he had drawn attention, he was startled by his own boldness. Yet recalling Chiya's remarkable prowess the previous day, he summoned the courage to continue. Surely the reports from Lady Tsunade are even more astonishing? Lord Chiya single-handedly vanquished over 300 to 400 elite shinobi from Sunagakure, even defeating the notorious HIJACK in the process. His voice dwindled to a near whisper. The tent fell silent. All eyes fixed on Chiya, the air thick with tension. The elite shinobi reporting the battle stood agape, oblivious to the scroll slipping from his grasp. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. 300 to 400? If that was the case, it does align logically. Prioritizing the annihilation of the enemy medical unit would yield the simplest and most effective results. gradually expanding their advantage and bolstering morale. As for the surprisingly low casualty figures, could it be? He abruptly turned to Chiya, astonished for the first time. The usually silent Uchiha remained composed. Yet Kakashi now sensed an almost imperceptible pressure enveloping him, akin to a concealed demon blade. Details, Kakashi's voice turned gravely serious. The medical ninja swallowed hard, stammering as he recounted, a deluge of Tsunade your ninja, the despair of encirclement, and then those eyes, like a nightmare. Their very essence seemed to be drained, turning them into mere husks. The temperature within the tent plummeted. The expressions of the newly informed ninjas morphed from shock to horror, some instinctively recoiling a step. This was no mere strength. It was akin to a battlefield meat grinder. Kakashi fell into a long silence before striding toward Chiya, under the astonished gazes of all. The famed Konoha White Fang solemnly extended his hand. His voice brimmed with unprecedented excitement. This achievement is worthy of being etched in the annals of Konoha's history. With your presence, I believe this war will come to a swift conclusion. His tone conveyed not just politeness, but genuine respect. Chiya offered a slight smile, grasping Kakashi's hand. It was merely good fortune. Tsunade, standing nearby, observed their handshake and the reverent yet fearful expressions of those in the tent, a complex emotion stirring within her. These fools. She knew all too well the cost concealed beneath Chiya's casual demeanor. Hey, she suddenly spoke, shattering the heavy atmosphere within the tent. Where's the infirmary? I need to assess the treatment situation. Shikumo keenly sensed the impatience in her tone, contemplatively glancing at Chiya before gesturing towards the west. The newly erected medical tent, along with the necessary supplies, had been prepared as per the village's requirements. Tsunade had already turned to step outside. Her blue-purple robe slicing through the air with a graceful arc. Chiya watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile barely curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 22. Should others worry about your eyes? Stabilize before anything else. Lord Shikumo, we must take our leave as well, stated Kakashi, nodding earnestly at Chiya. Go ahead. The silver-haired man's eyes sparkled with insight as a thought suddenly struck him. Wait. Chiya looked at him in confusion. Shikumo's expression turned grave. Your achievements will inevitably reach other villages, so you must exercise caution moving forward. They may have plans targeting you. Chiya paused, then chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. Thank you, Lord Shikumo. With that, he dashed after Tsunade, followed closely by the accompanying medical ninja. As he lifted the flap of the medical tent, he saw Tsunade, her back turned, forcefully slamming a bundle of bandages into the supplies box. We must cherish the medical supplies, Lady Tsunade, Chiya called out. Tsunade whirled around, her bright brown eyes narrowing at him. Suppressing her irritation upon noticing the medical ninja trailing behind, she sidestepped Chiya and began assigning tasks. Review the medical manual thoroughly. Tomorrow, I will conduct a surprise quiz on key points. Those who cannot answer will accompany the severely injured ninja back to the village. In times of war, we do not require the useless. A tense silence fell over the group, the atmosphere thickening with unease. Yes, Lady Tsunade. They replied in unison, and she nodded sternly. Aside from the necessary medical ninja caring for patients, the rest of you should rest well and await orders from the medical team. Dismissed. With her command, everyone hurriedly departed. Within minutes, only Tsunade and Uchiha Chiya remained in the camp. Tsunade approached him with purpose. You should be aware of the consequences of overusing the Manjiki Sharingan, correct? Her voice was low, tinged with suppressed anger. Moments ago, when she mentioned Chiya's accomplishments, nearly everyone had regarded him with a mix of shock and envy. Yet none had shown concern for the toll such power exacted. This sentiment brought to mind her younger brother, Ju. In the past, people only remembered the glory of the Senju clan, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a headstrong child who had suffered greatly to uphold the family name. Ultimately, he charged into battle and lost his life. She did not wish to see Chiya follow the same path as her brother, sacrificing himself for fame. Chiya, observing Tsunade, recognized her anger from earlier. If you act recklessly again, I shall sew my eyes shut with a chakra scalpel, he quipped, lightly tapping her smooth forehead. You said that yesterday, Tsunade replied, swatting his hand away as she turned to retrieve a vial, only to be gently restrained by Chiya's grip on her wrist. Rest assured, Chiya's tone shifted to seriousness. I will exercise caution. I will not resort to using my eyes unless absolutely necessary. Tsunade sighed, checking his pulse before releasing him. Must others remind you of your own eyes? Truly foolish, she muttered, turning to rummage through the medical supplies. Sunlight filtered through the tent seams, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Found it! Tsunade exclaimed, extracting an herb. After meticulously cleaning it, she approached the table, unsheathing her chakra scalpel and slicing with precision, the blade clinking against the wooden surface. This is prepared for you. You must consume it 3 times daily, she instructed, leaning against the medicine cabinet. Chiya observed her taut profile and suddenly plucked the freshly cut tablets from her hands. Hey! Tsunade's scalpel trembled. These tablets aren't even brewed yet. Chiya brought the tablets to his nose and grimaced at the strong scent. This looks rather unpalatable. Tsunade, infuriated, yanked at his collar. Put that down. Her breath wafted sweetly against his face. Chiya allowed her to tug him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Tsunade, do you know about the Manjiki Sharingan? After a moment of silence, Tsunade's bright brown eyes fixed on him, her grip loosening unconsciously. Of course I know about the Manjiki Sharingan. She turned her face away, her voice dropping. I read about it in my family's texts when I was young. The mortar ground the herbs with a dull thud, her fingers absently caressing the chakra scalpel. Those who awaken the Manjiki Sharingan are ultimately consumed by darkness. Chiya suddenly grasped her hand, gently rubbing it against his face. Tsunade, do you have faith in me? His voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Tsunade did not respond, inhaling deeply. Chiya, do not activate the Manjiki Sharingan unless it is absolutely necessary. When she lifted her gaze, she found his jet-black eyes intently focused on her, devoid of his usual jest. Only earnestness. Tsunade, do you have faith in me? He repeated. You are mine. How could I not trust you? She withdrew her hand, her ears slightly reddening. Otherwise, I shall seal those troublesome eyes of yours with a sealing technique. Chiya chuckled and raised his hands in mock surrender. Yes, yes, Lady Tsunade knows best. The sound of patrolling ninja footsteps echoed from outside the tent, prompting Tsunade to hastily shove a packet of herbs into his arms. Drink this before bed. She paused, adding fiercely, if you dare to spill it, you will regret it. Meanwhile, at the border of the rain village, in a dim underground chamber, water droplets clung to the damp stone walls, and Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils glimmered ominously under the dim light. He waded through the standing water in the corridor. Root ninjas stood like statues on either side, their breaths barely audible beneath their masks. In the innermost secret room, Danzo leaned on a cane before an experimental table, his solitary eye fixated on the pale arm floating within a cultivation tank. At the severed limb's incision, tiny flesh buds writhed. Progressing well, Danzo rasped, his voice rough like sandpaper, yet still not stable enough. Orochimaru licked his lips, retrieving a test tube from his sleeve. In the pale green liquid floated several cellular tissues, glowing eerily in the darkness. The latest extraction of Hashirama's cells, he intoned, his voice laced with a beguiling cadence. Once successfully transplanted, the power of would release will. Danzo abruptly raised a hand to interrupt. We will discuss it further once stability is achieved. A flicker of derision crossed Orochimaru's eyes, yet he complied. Stowing the test tube away, he surveyed the surroundings. This underground laboratory, fully backed by Root, boasted equipment far exceeding his expectations. Various organs from bloodline limit ninjas floated within the cultivation tanks. Material collection has gone smoothly, Danzo noted, tapping the ground with his cane. A new batch will arrive in 3 days. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed slightly, his greedy gaze sweeping over the precious samples submerged in nutrient solution. Truly something to anticipate. However, it seems there has been a disturbance in the rain village. Orochimaru paused briefly before coldly asserting, regardless, as long as we have sufficient materials, our research cannot falter. Upon hearing these words, Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. I understand. For now, focus on your experiments here. I have already spoken with Hiruzen. You will be temporarily assigned to my Root organization. As for the intelligence on the 8 tails that you seek, I have continued discussions with several individuals in the village. I anticipate that you will be able to act within a few days. Orochimaru responded with a casual HM, his gaze fixated on the materials before him, seemingly indifferent to Danzo's earlier suggestion. By the way, news has just arrived from the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Among the squad that was decimated, there is a lone survivor. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly, curiosity creeping into his mind. Who is it? Uchiha Chiya, Danzo replied, a contemplative look crossing Orochimaru's face. Oh, he is still alive? This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 23. the role of Konoha's strategist, and the elimination of Konoha's medical ninjas the following morning. Within the Konoha frontline camp, sunlight pierced through the mist, casting a gentle glow on the tents, while the air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of herbs. The medical ninjas had already commenced their busy day, systematically changing dressings and assessing injuries. Tsunade stood before the central tent, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over each individual's actions. "Faster," she commanded, her voice icy. Every second on the battlefield can mean life or death. A moment's delay could cost a comrade dearly. The medical ninjas hastened their movements, one young female ninja expertly forming hand seals, her palms glowing with a soft green chakra as she pressed it against a wounded soldier's injury. The wound healed at a visible pace, restoring a hint of color to the soldier's pale face. "Well done," Tsunade acknowledged with a slight nod, a flicker of approval in her eyes. The young ninja beamed with joy. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Not far away, Chiya was instructing several medical ninjas on the preparation of antidotes. While he certainly lacked Tsunade's expertise and medical knowledge, he was quite adept at concocting antidotes, having prepared for such circumstances during the Second Shinobi World War, which prominently featured toxins and water techniques. As a time traveler, he had made certain preparations even without a system. Remember, the key to preparing an antidote lies in precision and speed. On the battlefield, every second can determine life or death. He lifted a bottle of light green liquid, gently swirling it, causing ripples in the bottle. This herbal concoction, extracted from the plants of the Rain Village, can neutralize most toxins. However, it is highly reactive and must be prepared swiftly. Chiya passed the antidote to a young medical ninja, whose hands trembled slightly with nervousness. "Don't be anxious. Just follow the steps," he encouraged. Taking a deep breath, the ninja proceeded cautiously, pouring the liquid into a ceramic bowl before adding a few drops of a transparent solution. Chiya stood by, his gaze fixed on each move, unwavering in his focus. "Slow down. Pay attention to your chakra control," he said sharply. The young ninja halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The chakra must be evenly distributed within the antidote to ensure its efficacy. As he followed Chiya's guidance, his movements began to grow more fluid. Finally, as the last herb was ground into powder and gently sprinkled into the bowl, the mixture shimmered with a faint blue glow before becoming clear. "Success!" he exclaimed, eyes sparkling with surprise. Chiya smiled slightly and nodded. "Excellent work." He turned to the other medical ninjas, his expression serious. "Remember, the preparation of antidotes is not merely a skill, it is a responsibility. Each step affects the lives of our comrades on the front lines, and you must execute it flawlessly." The medical ninjas exchanged determined glances. "Lord Chiya, we will strive to do our best." Outside the camp, Kakashi Shikaku listened to the conversations within, relief washing over him. This was a team of medical ninjas. Although they appeared inexperienced, once they matured, they would undoubtedly save countless lives on the battlefield. Though he was uncertain why the village had suddenly initiated training for medical ninjas at such a critical juncture, he recognized that this endeavor was ultimately beneficial. Suddenly, the call of a ninja hawk echoed in the sky. Kakashi instinctively looked up, his heart racing. The hawk descended gracefully into the camp. "Lord Shikaku, we have received news from Konoha headquarters," a communication ninja hurriedly announced, clutching a scroll. Shikaku took the scroll and quickly unfurled it. After a moment, a look of relief crossed his face. Not only had he reported the situation regarding Tsunade and Chiya's medical ninjas to the village, but he had also mentioned the troubles they faced, including how Chiya had single-handedly vanquished their adversaries. As anticipated, orders had now arrived from the village. The scroll detailed that both Tsunade and Chiya were not only responsible for the medical logistics of the main war effort, but were also appointed as temporary strategists. This role would allow them to participate in upcoming military operations and provide input. Shikaku had formed a favorable impression of Uchiha Chiya. After all, a person who protects their comrades could not be lacking in ability. Just as he was about to relay this information to the two, he hesitated. "Never mind. I shall deliver this news personally." He turned and walked back into the camp. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village frontline camp, within a massive tent, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Elders, advisors, and elite ninjas gathered, their gazes fixed on a map of the Konoha frontline, densely marked with various symbols and annotations. "This situation is dire," an elderly elder began, his voice hoarse and low, tinged with anxiety. "Our ambush and frontal assaults have both failed completely. It is unfathomable that Lord Kaibu led so many elite troops and still faced defeat. The series of failures had brought forth significant issues. Without a change, they were on the brink of losing the war. Silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated their next course of action. They needed to devise a strategy to turn the tide of battle, at least allowing the Sand Village to save face. What should we do now? A young ninja inquired, his voice laced with unease. We must take action to eradicate Konoha's medical ninja team. This is our only option. Without their medical support, their morale will falter, and we will have a chance to reverse the situation. A hush fell over the room. All understood the gravity of this decision. Eliminating the medical ninjas meant facing the full might of Tsunade and Kakashi Shikaku, a perilous task indeed. I am willing to go, a resolute voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see a young ninja standing at the opposite end of the table, determination etched in his eyes. He was Chiyo, one of the elite ninjas from the Sand Village. I am willing to go as well, another ninja stood, revealing herself to be Chiyo's wife, Chiyo Ryu. Are you certain? The elder's gaze swept over the two, concern evident in his voice. Chiyo nodded affirmatively. We are confident in completing this mission. For the victory of Tsunade, we are willing to pay any price. As for the specific plan, I propose a flanking maneuver, creating an illusion of attack at the front lines. I and Lu will infiltrate the medical ninja squad of Konoha. If we succeed, we can secure a temporary advantage for Tsunade. The conference room fell silent as everyone contemplated the feasibility of this plan. Eventually, the elder nodded slowly. Very well. This task is entrusted to you. We will launch our assault in coordination with your actions. However, you must exercise caution and eliminate as many medical ninjas as possible. Furthermore, avoid direct confrontation with Kakashi Hatake and Tsunade. They are formidable opponents. Understood, the two responded in unison. After the meeting, Chiyo and Lu swiftly departed the camp. They were acutely aware of the daunting challenges this mission entailed, but they also recognized it as Tsunade's sole opportunity to alter the course of the battle. Chapter 24. Deceptive Assault. The Chiyo couple captured as night fell, the Konoha camp gradually descended into silence. The medical ninjas took turns resting. With only a few remaining on duty, Chiyo stood within the camp, her brow furrowed. This night felt unusually quiet. Soon, Tsunade approached, offering him a cup of hot tea. Is there something unusual around? Chiyo accepted the cup, shaking his head softly. Not at the moment, but I believe Tsunade has suffered enough losses and will not relent easily. Tsunade's expression grew serious. I've instructed the medical team to enhance their vigilance. But, before she could finish her sentence, Chiyo suddenly raised a hand, signaling her to be silent. His eyes narrowed. Enemy attack. A sharp alarm pierced the night sky. Indeed, the people of Tsunade were restless, choosing to launch their offensive under the cover of darkness. Explosions echoed in the distance, and a fierce wind arose as the wind-style ninjas from Tsunade revealed themselves, collectively forming hand seals. Wind-style, great breakthrough. Wind-style, sandstorm. Violent currents swept in, carrying sand and gravel, instantly overturning several tents on the periphery. The howling wind and cutting sand sent Konoha's vigilant ninjas flying, while the defensive structures surrounding the camp trembled under the onslaught. Boom. In the next moment, searing flames roared from the darkness. Fire-style and wind-style intertwined, as the wind fueled the flames, creating a towering inferno that rapidly engulfed a corner of the camp. The wind and fire units of Tsunade launched their assault simultaneously. The commanding officer, Kakashi Hatake, narrowed his eyes, his silver hair shimmering in the firelight as he swiftly drew his short blade, white fanged, lightning crackling along its edge. All combat units, engage. The ninjas of Konoha quickly assembled, and under Tsunade's command, the medical team rapidly retreated while dispatching some personnel to tend to the wounded. Chiyo stood atop a vantage point, his Sharingan gleaming crimson in the dark, swiftly scanning the battlefield. The main forces of Tsunade advanced from the east, employing a mixed assault of wind and fire techniques, evidently aiming to shatter their defenses in one fell swoop. Tsunade, having completed her tasks, appeared beside him in a flash. Her bright brown eyes reflected the firelight as her fists crackled with tension. These fools are courting death. Tsunade, you protect the medical team. I will assist Kakashi, Chiyo declared. Vanishing from his spot, in the heart of the battlefield, Kakashi moved like a silver lightning bolt, his short blade glinting with lightning as it cleaved through the night, causing Tsunade ninjas to fall in droves. Konoha white fang lives up to its reputation. An elite Tsunade ninja gritted his teeth, attempting to form hand seals, only to find Kakashi's figure closing in like a specter, a flash of lightning erupting, blood spraying. Don't just stand there. Continue the suppression. The Tsunade commander bellowed. And more wind-style ninjas formed hand seals, unleashing a tempest once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chiyo's figure suddenly emerged on the flank of the battlefield, hurling a scorching fireball towards the Tsunade formation, which erupted in flames upon impact. It's that Uchiha guy? Don't let him get close. However, Chiyo wasted no time, employing the body flicker technique to plunge into the enemy ranks, his kunai striking like a venomous serpent, each blow precisely claiming lives. Damn it, the Tsunade commander cursed, swinging his hand furiously. Puppet troops advance. Prioritize targeting the medical ninjas. Clattering sounds echoed in the darkness as dozens of puppets surged from behind Tsunade's lines, their joints screeching, the poison blades glistening with a ghostly blue sheen in the firelight. Puppets? Chiyo's expression hardened, just as he prepared to act. A golden figure crashed into the battlefield like a cannonball. Boom. Tsunade's fist shattered one puppet, her terrifying strength sending another flying several meters into the Tsunade formation. The medical ninjas are not to be trifled with, she cried, her feet cracking the ground as she charged into the enemy ranks like a beast. Lady Tsunade. The morale of Konoha ninjas surged as they followed her lead into battle. The formation of Tsunade began to falter, the puppet troops overwhelmed by the combined might of Tsunade and Chiyo, while the wind-style ninjas faced a breakthrough led by Kakashi's elite team. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The Tsunade commander's face darkened as he issued the hasty order. Thinking of escaping? Chiyo's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin. He raised his hand and formed seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The immense fireball, enhanced by Chiyo's precise chakra control, surged towards the retreating Tsunade ninjas, instantly engulfing several of them in a cacophony of screams that echoed in the night sky. Kakashi appeared beside Chiyo, his short blade dripping with blood, his gaze steely. Tsunade's surprise assault has failed. Based on their strategy, they should be hesitant to attack again in the near future. Chiyo nodded, surveying the battlefield. The ninjas of Konoha had begun to clear the area, while the medical team swiftly tended to the wounded. Kakashi and his men quickly departed to survey other areas. Reflecting on Kakashi's earlier words, Chiyo suddenly paused. They won't come again. Today's operation felt somewhat half-hearted. Could there be a backup plan? He hoped he was merely overthinking it. I believe they aim to dismantle our medical system, thereby weakening our endurance in prolonged combat, Tsunade remarked as she approached. It seems the medical team will be their primary target in the upcoming battles. Indeed, I will take the night watch. You should rest. Let us keep watch together. Chiyo observed Tsunade's determination and chose not to argue further. The two patrolled the night, which seemed a pleasant enough arrangement. An hour passed quietly. As the night breeze swept through, the battlefield gradually returned to calm. Someone is approaching. Chiyo halted, pulling Tsunade to one side. Tsunade's expression sharpened. Moments later, two shadows emerged from the distant forest, breaching the outer guards and stealthily advancing towards the camp of the medical ninjas. Their movements were as silent as a cat. They were the elite puppet masters from Tsunade, Chiyo Yang and Chiyo Lu. This is the spot, one whispered. Swift and decisive. Lu nodded, retrieving an intricate puppet from his robes and tossing it gently. The puppet landed and quickly unfolded, crawling towards the camp under the control of chakra threads. However, just as the puppet was about to infiltrate the camp, a gleaming flash sliced through the air, cleaving the puppet in two. Stealth attacks are not advisable. Chiyo's cold voice rang out. The two were taken aback, realizing their actions had been anticipated. Retreat. Yang decisively pulled Lu back. Thinking of escaping? Tsunade's figure materialized behind them, delivering a punch to the ground. The sheer force of her strength sent both of them staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyo lunged, his kunai striking towards Yang's throat with lightning speed. Yang hastily raised his puppet to block, but received a powerful kick to the chest from Chiyo, sending him sprawling back. Upon witnessing the situation, he promptly unfastened the scroll at his waist, and a humanoid puppet materialized before him, brandishing long blades from its outstretched arms to launch an attack on Tsunade. She sidestepped, seizing the puppet by its shoulder and exerting a powerful grip, causing the shoulder to be torn from its socket in an instant. With a surge of chakra beneath her feet, she delivered a swift kick that shattered the puppet into pieces. You might as well surrender, Chiya remarked coolly, holding kunai against the throats of the two adversaries. Their faces paling as they realized their escape route had vanished. The medical ninjas, hearing the commotion, quickly gathered around. Upon learning that Chiya and Tsunade had captured the elite puppet master from Tsunade, their eyes brimmed with awe. The sound of approaching footsteps heralded the arrival of HIJACK Tsukumo, accompanied by a squad of ninjas. Upon seeing the subdued pair, he quickly grasped the situation, a flicker of surprise crossing his hardened features. Even a battle-hardened ninja such as he had not anticipated such carelessness. The two captives exhibited considerable strength and likely held significant status. They were important figures from Tsunade, and keeping them alive might prove advantageous. I recognize them, Tsukumo stated gravely. They are the elite trump cards of the Tsunade puppet brigade. Their mother, Chiyo, holds considerable esteem within Tsunade. They could serve as leverage in negotiations. He motioned for Konoha's elite to escort the two away. As they prepared to leave, Tsukumo addressed the captives. A temporary meeting will be convened tomorrow at noon. Tsunade, Chiya, be sure to attend. Chapter 25. Movements of Awagakure and Kumogakure the next morning. Within the command tent at the front lines of Konoha, a vast sand table lay at the center, meticulously detailing the distribution of forces between Konoha and Tsunade. HIJACK Tsukumo stood before the table, his silver hair glinting coldly in the sunlight, his resolute face adorned with a serious expression. Chiya and Tsunade entered the tent side by side, their gazes sweeping over the assembled crowd. In addition to familiar faces from Konoha's elite, two unfamiliar figures stood in the corner, clad in standard Konoha ninja attire. Their sharp gazes resembled that of hawks, their stances unnaturally rigid, starkly contrasting with the fatigued frontline ninjas nearby. Tsunade, Chiya, you have arrived, Tsukumo acknowledged with a slight nod, inviting them to take their seats. Chiya's attention lingered on the two unfamiliar ninjas for a moment longer, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. Their auras were meticulously restrained, yet an underlying chill was palpable. Unlike the frontline ninjas, they seemed more akin to assassins. Shall we commence? Tsukumo's voice pulled Chiya from his thoughts. He gestured to several markers on the sand table, speaking in a low, serious tone. Currently, we hold a significant advantage. The main forces of Tsunade have been pushed back to the border. However, there is some bad news. He paused, surveying the crowd. Chiyo has departed the battlefield against Amagakure and is now officially engaged in combat with us. Chiyo's name resonated throughout the ninja world, her prowess as a puppet master and poison specialist striking fear into the hearts of many. The revelation of her participation sent waves of disquiet through the tent. Isn't she the formidable kunoichi that even the demigod of Amagakure could not subdue? One ninja exclaimed, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. Tsukumo raised his hand to silence the chatter. Chiyo's mastery of poison and puppetry is unparalleled, and she is one of Konoha's greatest concerns. Reports indicate several cases of poison ninjas exhibiting severe symptoms. He turned his gaze to Tsunade. Tsunade, how confident are you in developing an antidote for Chiyo's poison? Tsunade crossed her arms, her warm brown eyes glinting with determination. No matter how potent the poison, an antidote can be formulated. Grant me 3 days, and I shall devise a remedy. Tsukumo's brow eased slightly. Then I entrust this task to you. Tsunade, deep in thought, proposed, in addition to crafting the antidote, we must continue training specialized medical ninjas specifically to counter Chiyo's poison techniques. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such preparations to alleviate the pressure on Konoha's ninjas. Tsukumo's expression softened with approval. Tsunade is correct. We must bolster our defenses in the areas where the enemy excels. As the meeting progressed, Tsukumo suddenly turned to one of the unfamiliar ninjas. There are 2 additional matters that require your attention. Please elaborate. The ninja stepped forward, his movements stiff yet precise, akin to a machine programmed for a task. His voice was deep and unyielding, devoid of emotion. I am a member of the Root's Special Operations Team, codenamed Chicken. Chiya's mind raced. Having sensed the peculiarities surrounding the two earlier, they were indeed not combat troops, but Root ninjas. The designation Chicken evoked memories of an old acquaintance. According to our intelligence, Iwagakure's forces, numbering approximately 500, have been spotted near Amagakure. They are masquerading as refugees and merchant caravans. Yet their movements are suspicious and likely aimed at undermining the military arrangements of the Land of Fire. A heavy silence enveloped the tent, the air thick with tension. The involvement of a Wagakure signified an impending complexity to the conflict. The Wagakure? They have maintained neutrality until now. SANIN interjected, unable to contain his surprise. Mere military actions do not equate to a full declaration of war, Tsukumo clarified. The assembled ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, realizing the audacity of a Wagakure's maneuvers. They were clearly attempting to capitalize on Konoha's entanglement with Tsunade and Amigakure. Without a hint of emotion, Chicken continued. Additionally, Kumogakure has also shown unusual activity. Their reconnaissance teams have infiltrated the borders of Amigakure with unclear objectives. The situation appeared graver than anticipated, a collective realization dawning among the attendees. After concluding his report, Chicken's gaze shifted to Chiya, a peculiar gleam flashing in his cold eyes. Uchiha Chiya, Lord Danzo has a new mission for you. Danzo? Chiya felt a surge of wariness, arching an eyebrow. What is the mission? The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Fakai, from Kumogakure, has recently been active near the border. Lord Danzo wishes for you to eliminate him to weaken Kumogakure's military strength. Chiya's interest peaked. This aligned with a previous task he had received from the system. He initially believed that the mission would end in failure, yet Danzo had sought him out. He feigned contemplation before nodding. Very well. But I require detailed intelligence support. Chicken produced a scroll from his attire and handed it to Chiya. The specifics of the operation will be discussed further at the route base. Tsunade suddenly sprang to her feet, fire igniting in her brown eyes. Are you insane? Sending Chiya alone to confront a Jinchuriki? Chicken responded impassively. This is Lord Danzo's command. Moreover, he will not be alone. Others will accompany him. Besides, Uchiha Chiya's capabilities are more than sufficient for this task. Tsukumo raised a hand to quell the impending dispute, turning his attention to Chiya. What are your thoughts? Chiya smiled faintly, his resolve unwavering. I am willing to accept the mission. The threat posed by the Jinchuriki is formidable. If we can address it in advance, we might thwart the intentions of the Hidden Cloud Village to wage war, which would ultimately benefit Konoha. Tsunade gritted her teeth, poised to voice her thoughts, but was gently restrained by Chiya. Do not worry, I shall return safely. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the participants gradually departed. Chiya arranged a time to head to the route with the ninja codenamed Chicken, then walked alongside Tsunade as they exited the tent. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them, casting elongated shadows behind. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Tsunade inquired, Are you truly going? Chiya nodded, a glimmer of depth flashing in his eyes. Not merely for Konoha, but also for myself. Tsunade fell silent for a moment before unexpectedly producing a delicate vial from her robes and handing it to him. This is a specially formulated antidote and food pill. It may save your life in critical moments. As Chiya accepted the vial, his fingertips brushed against her palm, and he chuckled softly. When I return, I shall express my gratitude properly. Tsunade turned her face away, a faint blush gracing her ears. Less talk, just return alive. Chiya smiled, casting his gaze toward the distant sky, his expression growing solemn. It is time to deal with the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 26, The Thunder Gorge. The wandering priestess Chiya followed the route ninja codenamed Chicken through the dense forest. The chakra beneath his feet silently adhered to the tree trunks, each step as light as a cat's. After approximately half an hour of running, the trees began to thin, revealing concealed doors hidden within the rock faces. We have arrived. Chicken halted, performing hand seals and pressing against the rock wall. Inky runes spread like a spider's web. Gradually, the stone cracked open, revealing a dark and profound passage. Chiya narrowed his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan glimmering faintly in the darkness, capturing every intricate detail around him. This was indeed one of the route's strongholds. At the end of the passage lay a spacious underground hall. Dim lighting illuminated two familiar figures. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, his single eye coldly scrutinizing the newcomers. Lord Danzo. Shimura waved his hand dismissively. Yes. The ninja codenamed Chicken vanished in an instant. Orochimaru's golden slitted eyes narrowed as he regarded Uchiha Chiya, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chiya-kun, you are quite the surprise. His voice was raspy and low. I did not expect you to emerge alive from Hanzo's battlefield. Alive? That is not entirely inaccurate. I was the only one to survive. Chiya's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the two individuals before him. It was merely luck. Danzo frowned slightly, sensing Chiya's apparent indifference towards him. Time was of the essence. So he cut straight to the point. With a wave of his hand, several root ninjas appeared, swiftly unfurling scrolls upon the stone table. These scrolls detailed the patrol routes of the hidden cloud village, specific images of the ninjas, and even comprehensive topographical maps of the village and its surroundings. According to reliable intelligence, the hidden cloud village has decided to deploy the Jinchuriki to battle. Today, you have been summoned to address the actions concerning the Jinchuriki. If we can eliminate the Jinchuriki, we can effectively prevent the hidden cloud village from participating in this war. Danzo fixed his gaze on Chiya. Yes, I have heard what your subordinates conveyed. Danzo withdrew his gaze and continued solemnly. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is known for his volatile temperament. Although he does not face overt ostracization within the village, his identity as a Jinchuriki means he possesses few friends. Living in a long-term dark and solitary environment has inevitably weakened his will. Your Uchiha clan's Sharingan Jinjutsu will find its utility here. Chiya's eyes flitted over the map, his thoughts stirring. The situation regarding this Jinchuriki was much as he had anticipated. Therefore, your mission, Danzo's single eye glinted coldly, pausing briefly before he spoke. Infiltrate the hidden cloud village and locate the Jinchuriki's position. Use the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to momentarily control him, break the sealing techniques binding him, and separate Killer Bee from the eight tails within him, utilizing the tailed beast's mindless rampage. This way, the Jinchuriki is doomed. And we can utilize the tailed beast to strike at the morale of the hidden cloud village. Oh, Orochimaru licked his lips, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. What an intriguing task. Danzo paid no heed to his reaction and continued. The medic, Nanaka Yao, has been lurking within the hidden cloud village for many years. She will serve as your inside informant. But remember, this operation must remain clandestine. Should you be exposed, Konoha will not acknowledge your identities. Chiya nodded slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Nanaka Yao, the future adoptive mother of Yakushi Kabuto, also one of the finest spies within the route. Danzo retrieved 2 pitch-black sealing scrolls from his sleeve, handing one each to Chiya and Orochimaru. These are my dream Baku summoning scrolls. They must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Summoning beasts? It seemed Danzo was genuinely investing heavily this time. If memory served, the dream Baku was indeed one of Danzo's trump cards. When do we depart? Chiya inquired. Now, Danzo replied coldly. The patrols of the hidden cloud village rotate every 3 days, and today presents the optimal opportunity for infiltration. Orochimaru chuckled softly. How eager you are. Chiya said nothing further, stowing the scroll in his ninja pouch. As night deepened, the two figures silently traversed the forest, heading toward the hidden cloud village. Orochimaru glanced at Chiya, his golden slitted eyes shimmering with curiosity. Chiya-kun, I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to survive Hanzo's grasp? Chiya continued his pace, replying nonchalantly, luck. Orochimaru's laughter carried a hint of amusement. Such luck to escape from a demigod is indeed rare. Chiya did not respond. Given their current pace, they might not reach their destination by nightfall. Chiya's gaze flickered towards Orochimaru. What do you mean? Orochimaru smiled, suddenly halting his steps, prompting Chiya to stop as well. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and inscribed on the scroll. A formation appeared on the ground. With a loud bang, 2 enormous yellowish-brown serpents materialized before them. Orochimaru bent his legs and leaped onto the head of one of the serpents. These will suffice. Chiya blinked in surprise, eyeing the serpent with a head nearly 2 meters wide, before covering his own feet with chakra. He mirrored Orochimaru's actions and jumped onto the serpent's head. The serpent then surged forward at remarkable speed. With these summoned beasts, our speed will increase significantly. Orochimaru's long hair fluttered in the wind as he turned to Chiya, smiling and explaining. If you require more summoning beasts, I possess a few additional scrolls. No need. Chiya understood that Orochimaru was not a benevolent character. Anything he gave would come with expectations of repayment. Although he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, granting him confidence and strength, he preferred to avoid entanglements with someone like Orochimaru. What a pity. A hint of regret flashed across Orochimaru's delicate features. The journey continued in silence. After several hours of relentless travel, Chiya and Orochimaru finally reached the outskirts of the hidden cloud village. This place was a stark contrast to Konoha. Konoha was nestled within lush forests, sunlight streaming through the leaves, warm and tranquil. In stark contrast, the hidden cloud village stood as an iron fortress atop a perilous mountain range. The towering black cliffs rose steeply, shrouded in mist, with massive steel structures subtly embedded within the mountains. Lightning occasionally struck from the clouds above, bursting into blinding blue-white flashes above the village. The entire village resembled a colossal beast lurking within the thunderclouds, exuding an oppressive aura. "What an unpleasant environment," Orochimaru remarked, narrowing his golden-slitted eyes. Chiya remained silent, quietly assessing the defensive layout of the hidden cloud village. The patrolling cloud ninjas operated in groups of 3, tightly spaced, leaving virtually no blind spots. It appears that special measures must be employed. Orochimaru licked his lips as a slender black serpent slithered silently from his sleeve, disappearing into the ground. Shortly thereafter, faint rustling sounds emanated from the distant woods. A slender figure emerged quietly, a young woman of similar age to Chiya, adorned with the forehead protector of the hidden cloud village. Her golden hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, and her delicate features were complemented by a tall, graceful stature, though her gaze bore the characteristic chill of her origins. However, as she approached, Chiya keenly perceived that her eyes softened for a brief moment as they scanned him. "Is this Yakushi Nanoyu, the one referred to as the Walking Shrine Maiden?" In the original tale, her fate was rather tragic. Her adopted son's photograph was replaced, ultimately leading to her demise at his hands. Such a person as Yakushi Nanoyu would indeed be a loss if she were to perish. Perhaps I should trigger a mission. Intercept Yakushi Nanoyu. Reward: mastery of medical ninjutsu. A mission has appeared. Chiya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. His gaze returned to Yakushi Nanoyu. "Lord Orochimaru." She inclined her head slightly, her tone calm. "It has indeed been a long time, Nanu." Orochimaru rasped, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Considering your forehead protector, it seems you have been quite successful in your infiltration of the hidden cloud village." Nanoyu refrained from responding, instead producing a scroll from her robes and presenting it to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, this contains the recent movements of Fukuai and the defense map of the Yunlei Gorge." Orochimaru unfurled the scroll, scanning its contents rapidly. Fukuai had yet to fully tame the 8 tails, but he could wield the tailed beast's chakra for attacks, and was currently isolated deep within the Yunlei Gorge by the higher-ups of the hidden cloud village. The guards there were not overly strict, yet the terrain was perilous. Once exposed, escape would be exceedingly difficult. "The Jinchuriki's training has progressed significantly," Nanoyu added, her tone laced with a barely perceptible concern. "It is said he has begun to control the 8 tails chakra for conscious attacks and previously destroyed half of a training ground." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. A stable 8 tails Jinchuriki would indeed make for perfect experimental material. "One more thing," Nanoyu hesitated before continuing. "The hidden cloud seems to have sensed my movements and has recently intensified border patrols. If you intend to act, it would be prudent to do so before dawn tomorrow." Chiya nodded, committing the information to memory. By the way, Nanoyu suddenly turned her gaze toward Orochimaru and Chiya, her expression complex. "If you release the tailed beast, could you possibly avoid the ordinary civilians of the hidden cloud village?" Orochimaru's cold gaze lifted. "What is this, Nanoyu? Have you developed feelings during your time in the hidden cloud village?" Nanoyu fell silent for a moment, then sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. "If possible, I will do my utmost to avoid civilian casualties." Chiya interjected suddenly, agreeing to her request. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused, his interest piqued as he regarded Uchiha Chiya. "Time is of the essence. We must depart." Nanoyu cast one last glance at Chiya before vanishing into the woods. Chiya stowed the scroll, his eyes set on the mist-shrouded Yunlei Gorge in the distance. Chapter 27. Fukuai's demise and securing the cells. The Yunlei Gorge lay enveloped in thick clouds, the rumble of thunder echoing ominously, heralding an impending storm. Chiya and Orochimaru stealthily advanced towards the depths of the Yunlei Gorge, guided by the intelligence provided by Yakushi Nanoyu. They moved like specters of the night, weaving through the valleys with utmost caution, wary of alerting the guards. At last, they arrived at the vicinity where Fukuai resided. 8 elite ninjas from the hidden cloud village stood guard, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Exchanging a knowing glance with Orochimaru, Chiya nodded, and they commenced their operation. Chiya's Sharingan flickered in the darkness, capturing the movements of each guard, while Orochimaru silently released several small snakes to probe the environment. "Now," Orochimaru hissed. Chiya's figure darted like a wraith among the guards, kunai glinting coldly as they struck true at the throats of their targets. Simultaneously, Orochimaru acted, flicking his wrist as several white snakes surged forth from his sleeves, swiftly sinking their fangs into the vital points of the guards. Under the combined assault of Chiya and Orochimaru, the 8 elite ninjas scarcely had a chance to resist before collapsing. Once the skirmish concluded, Orochimaru swiftly scanned the area, ensuring no traces were left behind, before nodding at Chiya. Next, we approach Fukuai. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Chiya-kun, the Sharingan can only unleash its full potential through unexpected maneuvers. Allow me to probe first. Chiya nodded, favoring a strategy that kept him out of the direct line of fire against the Jinchuriki. Concealing himself at a distance, Orochimaru cautiously approached Fukuai. Below, Fukuai rested upon a massive stone, his eyes closed in meditation. A potent wave of chakra emanated from him, even in repose, demanding respect. In a flash, Orochimaru lunged toward Fukuai, hurling a shuriken. Swiftly forming hand seals, he called out, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." Countless shuriken multiplied and soared toward Fukuai. Fukuai abruptly opened his eyes, fury flashing within them. With a sweep of his hands, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted, deflecting the incoming shuriken. Rising to his feet, he began to gather a formidable chakra around him, his form gradually shifting. Scarlet chakra enveloped him as he began to undergo partial tailed beast transformation. "Damn foreign ninja! How dare you disturb me?" Fukuai roared, his chakra surging even more violently. His hands enlarged, nails sharpening into lethal blades, a palpable aura of pressure radiating from him. Orochimaru, taken aback momentarily, soon smirked. "Fascinating. It seems your power exceeds expectations." He quickly formed hand seals and declared, summoning technique. With his invocation, a gigantic serpent erupted from the earth, swiftly coiling around Fukuai. Fukuai let out a bellow, the constricting serpent momentarily halting his movements as it emitted a haunting cry. Waves of heat radiated from its form, sizzling sounds ringing out, as if hot oil were poured upon the serpent. With a fierce shout, the massive serpent was violently cast aside by Fukuai's overwhelming chakra, only to reveal a transformed Fukuai once more. The scarlet chakra enveloped him entirely, a chakra tail sprouting beneath him. His voice morphed into a beastly growl. With a powerful stomp, the ground shattered beneath him as he lunged at Orochimaru like a bullet. Orochimaru's gaze turned frigid. He raised his hand, launching a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag. The shuriken detonated mid-air, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. In the midst of the chaos, Orochimaru slipped away like a serpent. Frustrated by his inability to catch Orochimaru, Fukuai waved his hands, unleashing a surge of chakra that formed a small-tailed beast ball, hurtling toward Orochimaru. "Attempting to strike me with a tailed beast ball?" Orochimaru scoffed, seemingly prepared for this. Forming hand seals swiftly, he proclaimed, "Threefold Gate of Hell." At his command, 3 ominous, desolate gates materialized, absorbing the tailed beast ball. It was then that Orochimaru's voice pierced through the clash. Amidst the fray, Chiya revealed himself, swiftly approaching Fukuai as his kunai plunged into Fukuai's back. Fukuai, taken aback by the unexpected adversary, was caught off guard. Turning his head, he locked eyes with a pair of mesmerizing Sharingan. His movement faltered, evidently entranced by the Jinjutsu. Orochimaru observed with a hint of surprise as Chinya swiftly succeeded, but he quickly regained his composure and dashed towards Fukai. He pressed the meticulously formed 5-element seal directly onto Fukai's chest. Release. The ironclad seal on Fukai was almost instantaneously undone. Fukai's eyes widened, and his body trembled violently, followed by an eruption of formidable power from within him. The strength of the 8 tails surged forth, and a colossal bull with octopus-like tentacles manifested before them. Fukai began to convulse severely, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. The 8 tails rampaged uncontrollably, its eyes glowing crimson while the chakra surrounding its form writhed tumultuously. It ferociously lashed out with its tail, indiscriminately attacking everything in its vicinity. "The 8 tails is rampaging. All units assemble." Voices echoed in the distance as a throng of ninjas from Kumogakure rushed towards the scene. "What is happening? Why has the 8 tails gone berserk? Fukai, that rascal." The arriving ninjas wore expressions of anxiety and confusion. Gazing at the 8 tails wreaking havoc in the Yunlei Gorge, they hesitated, gripped by fear. This was a tailed beast, and only the 3rd Raikage could hope to contain it. but even he would require time to arrive. At this moment, Chinya and Orochimaru had distanced themselves from the area of the Eight Tails rampage. Is this the power of the Eight Tails? Orochimaru gazed at the beast below, excitement flickering in his eyes. Chinya, how long do you think it will take for them to quell the tailed beast's rampage? Chinya observed the distant Eight Tails, noting that although some ninjas bravely charged forth, 8 elite ninjas had already perished in a mere instant, their efforts akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, proving nearly futile. It seems we must wait for the third raikage to arrive. Suddenly, a furious youth surged ahead, wielding a lightning-infused chakra blade. He leapt high and cleanly severed one of the Eight Tails' horns. The horn crashed heavily into the water below. Orochimaru's shadow clone, who had been lying in wait, gleamed with delight and rushed forward. He scraped the powder from the horn with a kunai and stowed it in a collection pouch. At last, success. Orochimaru sealed the collected powder from the Eight Tails into a scroll and swiftly departed. Mission accomplished. As the shadow clone returned, Orochimaru turned to Chinya, a faint smile upon his lips. Chinya, I owe you my gratitude this time. We must hasten our departure, lest the reinforcements from Kumogakure arrive too soon. Chinya nodded, and without hesitation, the two quietly vacated the scene. Chapter 28. Fabricating Death to Escape. The people of Kumogakure. The night was deep, and a stifling atmosphere enveloped the valley of Yunlei Gorge. Uchiha Chiya and Orochimaru had successfully dealt with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Fukai, and their mission had proceeded remarkably smoothly. The two stealthily exited the depths of Yunlei Gorge, reuniting with the waiting Yakushi Nanoyu outside the village. How did the mission go? Yakushi Nanoyu inquired, her tone tinged with urgency as she beheld their return. Chinya nodded affirmatively. All went well. Orochimaru regarded Yakushi Nanoyu and then retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Tossing it to her, Lord Danzo has issued new orders. You no longer need to remain undercover in Kumogakure. Yakushi Nanoyu caught the scroll, her gaze sharpening with a hint of hesitation. She glanced at Chinya and Orochimaru. Her lips moved, but no words came forth. Chinya perceptibly sensed her reluctance, arching an eyebrow. Why hesitate to leave Kumogakure? Do you fancy yourself a master of subterfuge? Nanoyu, is there something troubling you? After a moment of silence, Yakushi Nanoyu finally sighed. Chinya-kun, Orochimaru-sama. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smirk, clearly having noted Yakushi Nanoyu's earlier demeanor. Oh, what is it? Yakushi Nanoyu lowered her head, her voice subdued. While I was undercover in Kumogakure, several children saved my life. I have been deeply concerned for their well-being. And now that I must leave, I fear they may suffer repercussions due to my departure. Chinya furrowed his brow, comprehending her apprehensions. After all, the sudden disappearance of a ninja would warrant thorough investigation. Should any clues emerge revealing her as a spy, those children would undoubtedly be in peril. He turned to Orochimaru, awaiting his response. Orochimaru's gaze turned colder. Nanoyu, if you genuinely care for those orphans, you ought to distance yourself from them. Your departure will easily be detected by the ninjas of Kumogakure, and none of those orphans may survive the fallout. Yakushi Nanoyu's complexion paled instantaneously. She gritted her teeth. I cannot leave like this. Chinya regarded her, sensing the tenderness and determination in her eyes. Understanding that she had made up her mind, he contemplated. Perhaps we can exploit the chaos of the Eight Tails rampage to devise a plan for your fake demise. Orochimaru's icy gaze shifted towards him, indicating for Chinya to continue. Today, with the Eight Tails in turmoil, Kumogakure is sure to suffer casualties. We can create a convincing scene of your death amidst the chaos, leading the villagers to believe that Nanoyu has perished. This way, they would no longer suspect her. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yakushi Nanoyu's eyes. Is that truly feasible? Chinya smiled gently. As long as we plan meticulously, the likelihood of success is substantial. Moreover, this is the only means to safeguard those children at present. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Very well, we shall proceed according to your plan. However, we must exercise utmost caution. Any oversight could prove disastrous. Chinya nodded, then commenced the detailed planning of the fake death scheme. As the night deepened, the valley of Yunlei Gorge reeked of blood. The Eight Tails rampage had evidently been violently curtailed, and an unusual silence prevailed. The ninjas of Kumogakure stood at the periphery, having cordoned off the entire area. In the intersecting zone with the village, Chinya, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Nanoyu approached a concealed cave near Kumogakure. Chinya's Sharingan flickered in the darkness, capturing every detail. How does this location fare? Chinya whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Yakushi no Noyu nodded. It is relatively secluded and not far from where the children are located. As long as we make our ruse convincingly realistic, we should be able to deceive them. Orochimaru extracted a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, unfurling it swiftly while uttering a command. Summoning technique. With his invocation, a gigantic serpent erupted from the earth. From its gaping maw emerged a Kumogakure ninja ensnared in a jinjutsu. Orochimaru seized a knife, commencing a gruesome transformation upon the ninja's visage. In mere moments, the entire face was rendered bloodied. Nanoyu, heal this. Once Orochimaru finished, he turned his gaze to Yakushi Nanoyu. She swiftly approached, her hands glowing with verdant chakra, rapidly mending the wounds on the face. Shortly after, the treatment concluded. Chinya observed the ninja below. The face bore a striking resemblance to Yakushi Nanoyu's. Subsequently, Orochimaru plunged a kunai into the ninja's chest. A muffled thud echoed as the jinjutsu-ensnared ninja succumbed instantly. Orochimaru raised his head, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Let this captive serve as a stand-in for Nanoyu. If all goes according to plan, our scheme should succeed. Chinya scanned the surroundings, confirming that no traces were left behind. It was time to retreat. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Such a demise should suffice to deceive the inhabitants of Hidden Cloud Village. The trio swiftly vacated the scene, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Thick, ominous clouds loomed over Hidden Cloud Village, with flashes of lightning flickering within the depths, as if heralding the approach of a tempest. Inside the office of the Raikage, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The third Raikage stood before the window. His robust arms clasped behind his back, knuckles whitened from the tension. His silhouette resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an aura of foreboding oppression. Had it not been for the third Raikage's intervention to forcibly suppress the rampaging Eight Tails, it is likely that devastation would have ensued within the village. Knock, knock, knock. Several elite shinobi from Hidden Cloud entered the office, beads of cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. Reporting to the Raikage, the Eight Tails host, Fukuai, has been confirmed dead. During the rampage of the Eight Tails, 8 elite shinobi perished, and the Cloud Thunder Gorge training grounds have been utterly annihilated, with losses incalculable. The third Raikage turned, his visage brimming with fury. Do you grasp why the tailed beast suddenly went berserk? The reporting shinobi swallowed hard. The cause remains undetermined. The investigation into the Eight Tails rampage is ongoing, yet Lord Fukuai had been in a stable condition prior, which should not have led to such an outburst. Bang! The third Raikage's fist struck the wooden desk, shattering it into splinters. Should not. The Eight Tails host should not be dead. Hidden Cloud should not have suffered such losses. The entire office trembled as his roar reverberated, causing the elite shinobi to breathe with utmost caution. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall, stern-faced young ninja strode in. He was the very youth who had severed the Eight Tails. Father, the situation may not be as simple as it seems. The third Raikage's gaze sharpened. What have you discovered? 3 days prior, I conversed with Fukuai. His mental state was stable, and there were no anomalies in the Eight Tails seal. A sudden rampage could not possibly be an accident. The third Raikage fell silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting someone tampered with it? The Eight Tails rampage occurred too abruptly. The sensory ninjas also detected suspicious chakra traces. I suspect that individuals from an external village infiltrated Cloud Thunder Gorge to deliberately incite the Eight Tails rampage. A cold glint flickered in the third Raikage's eyes. Which village would dare to strike at Hidden Cloud? Currently, the most likely suspect is Konoha. One of the shinobi from Hidden Cloud appeared taken aback. Konoha? But they are engaged in battle with Tsunade and Amigakure. How could they possibly have the resources to wreak havoc in Hidden Cloud? Precisely because they are at the front lines, they would seek to weaken us further. Should Hidden Cloud engage in battle, Konoha would face the pressure of a 3-front war. They must wish to eliminate this threat in advance. The third Raikage snorted. Dispatch orders immediately. Conduct a thorough investigation of all suspicious individuals who have recently entered Hidden Cloud, particularly medical shinobi, merchant convoys, and rogue ninjas. None shall be overlooked. Furthermore, enhance border patrols, especially towards the Land of Fire. If it truly is Konoha's doing, their operatives cannot have strayed far. A murderous intent radiated from the third Raikage's eyes. If I catch the perpetrator, I shall make them regret ever being born into this world. Chapter 29. The Allure of the Roots. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The twilight glow bathed the depths of the dense forest as three figures darted like phantoms, the scent of blood thick in the air. Despite exercising extreme caution along the way, they inevitably encountered several shinobi from Hidden Cloud Village. Fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Just a little further, and we will reach the root's stronghold. The medic, Yao Shi Nayu, acknowledged in response to Qian Ye's words. The pursuit from Hidden Cloud is more relentless than anticipated, especially since we have killed their Jinchuriki. The trio finally traversed a thicket, arriving at the concealed root stronghold. The heavy stone door creaked open, dimly lit by flickering torches that illuminated the deep passageway. Once the three entered, the massive stone door thunderously closed behind them, sealing the last vestiges of twilight outside. Within the secret chamber of the root stronghold, the atmosphere was tense. Under the dim light, Danzo occupied the central seat, his single eye gleaming with a cold intensity. Before him stood Uchiha Chiya and Orochimaru side by side, while Yao Shi Nayu lingered at the side. Upon the arrival of the trio, there were no pleasantries exchanged. Mission report. Orochimaru stepped forward, his golden slit pupils gleaming with excitement. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki has been confirmed dead. Hidden Cloud Village has lost at least 10 elite shinobi, and the facilities within a 5-mile radius of Cloud Thunder Gorge have been impacted. A dangerous smirk played upon his lips. Hearing this outcome, even the typically stoic face of Konoha's scapegoat bore a hint of delight. Danzo immediately rose, striding swiftly to Orochimaru's side. Specific details? Orochimaru's lips curled into a chilling smile as he tossed a sealing scroll into the air. Danzo's single eye widened, catching the scroll mid-flight with a bandaged hand. He unfurled the scroll for examination. There have been no recent missions. You may remain at my root. Orochimaru nodded, accepting the situation without objection. After Danzo spoke, his gaze shifted past Yao Shi Nayu to Uchiha Chiya. Chiya, your performance in this mission was exceptional. Danzo's voice was deep and resonant, his gaze fixed intently on Chiya. I have observed your strength and potential. Chiya smiled lightly. You flatter me, Lord Danzo. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. Danzo nodded. The future of Konoha requires talents like you. I have a proposal. I hope you will join Root and become my subordinate. Join Root. Is that not akin to surrendering my life to you, old man? Qian Yu was resolute in his refusal. He maintained a calm demeanor, his tone steady. Lord Danzo, I appreciate your goodwill. However, the war at the front lines cannot proceed without me, and I cannot abandon it at this moment. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, but he quickly regained his composure. The war at the front lines is indeed crucial, yet Root equally requires geniuses like you. By joining Root, you will gain access to greater resources and support, enabling you to unleash your full potential. Are all of you at Root truly exceptional? Qian Yi deftly parried the conversation. Lord Danzo, I understand your intentions. While joining Root could enhance my skills and strength, the war at the front lines is my foremost concern. It is my current priority, and I cannot forsake it now. The future of Konoha demands our collective guardianship. I wish to continue serving the village at the front lines. Danzo's eye glimmered momentarily, as if weighing Qian Ye's words. He remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, since you are so insistent. I shall not press you further. But I hope you remember, the doors of Root will always remain open for you. Qian Yi smiled subtly and bowed. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru watched with a hint of amusement in his gaze. He licked his lips and spoke softly. Qian Yi, have you considered this further? Serving at the front lines contributes to the village, yet Root offers similar opportunities. Qian Yi smiled faintly, refraining from responding. He understood Orochimaru's motives, yet he would not be easily manipulated by anyone, regardless of who it was. Danzo's gaze swept over Qian Yi and Orochimaru before finally resting on Yao Shi Nayu. Nayu, how fares your situation? Yao Shi Nayu bowed slightly, his voice calm. Lord Danzo, I have completed the task as per your orders. Now, I would like to request a period of rest. A flicker of displeasure crossed Danzo's eyes, though he ultimately nodded. Very well, you have worked hard. Go and rest. Yao Shi Nayu offered a slight bow and turned to leave the chamber. Having seen this, Chinya no longer lingered and made his way out, departing from the base. Inside the secret chamber, only Orochimaru and Danzo remained. It seems you have failed to recruit, Danzo remarked, casting a cold glance at the grinning Orochimaru. The Uchiha are so ungrateful. Have you made any breakthroughs in the Sharingan research I entrusted to you? Upon hearing the mention of the Sharingan, Orochimaru's smile faded. If Lord Danzo wishes to implant the Sharingan, it would likely require Hashirama's cells as assistants. The Sharingan possesses immense spiritual power, and to harness its abilities, one must also enhance their physical energy for balance. Without adequate physical energy, one may experience discomfort or chakra depletion, much like Kakashi in the original narrative, who appeared drained after overusing his Sharingan. To augment physical energy, Hashirama cells are the prime choice for those not of the Uchiha clan. They provide a substantial boost of physical energy, alleviating concerns of personal exhaustion once successfully integrated. However, merging with Hashirama's cells does carry certain risks. Danzo fell silent for a moment, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Did you not mention having a stable plan recently? Enough waiting. Let us proceed with the implantation. Upon finishing his words, Danzo cautiously retrieved a scroll from his robes, biting his finger and pressing it onto the surface. A glass vial materialized before them. Is this also a Sharingan? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed at the eye within the vial. Indeed, this surpasses the three-tomo Sharingan, presenting a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Orochimaru's fascination deepened as he looked upon the eye encased in glass. Lord Danzo, such an eye could lead to remarkable research. Danzo snorted dismissively. This is the only one I possess. Let us begin. With that, he unwrapped the bandages encasing the eye. What a pity. Orochimaru lamented upon learning it was singular, casting a glance at Danzo's empty eye socket, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Lord Danzo, it appears the surrounding tissue of your empty socket has necrosed from not having implanted a regular eye. It seems a thorough cleansing is required before the implantation. Danzo's solitary eye darkened, as if he had anticipated this. Clean it up. Chapter 30. Are you from the Mist Village intending to wage war against our Rock Village? Chinya swiftly navigated through the dense forest. The mist thickened, providing natural cover for his movements. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. The three-tomo Sharingan glimmered with a crimson hue in the dimly lit woods. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Task reward granted. Ice release bloodline limit. To his delight, ice release. Chinya's heart soared. Ice release. A fusion of water release and wind release not only creates a sub-zero environment, but also allows for the manipulation of ice's various forms. Although ice release ninjas are seldom seen in the Naruto universe, the practical effects it offers in battle make it quite advantageous. He felt an unprecedented chill surge through his body, his breath crystallizing in the air. Is this truly ice release? He sensed the cold chakra within him swell significantly, prompting him to mentally command, System, Display Character Panel. Name, Uchiha Chiya. Age, 18. Chakra, 15 cards. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, Kaleidoscope. Ice release. Skills, Kaleidoscope Dojutsu. Yellow Springs, Causal Reincarnation. Jinjutsu Mastery, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, and Transformation Technique, among others. Wait, my chakra has increased by 5 cards. Indeed, he had gained additional chakra. To acquire a bloodline limit while simultaneously boosting his chakra was an unexpected boon. In the world of Naruto, one cannot afford to be without chakra. If he were to receive chakra rewards in the future, he could lay back carefree, no longer troubled by chakra concerns. Suddenly, his Sharingan detected an anomaly in the distance. Chinya's heart raced as he quickly concealed himself within the nearby thicket. Soon after, a group of unfamiliar ninjas arrived. Their movements light and swift, indicative of rigorous training. A squad of 20 gradually gathered, pausing for a brief respite. They had not detected Chinya, but were merely regrouping. Hiding in the shadows, Chinya's Sharingan flickered. They are not from Konoha, he concluded. According to intelligence reports, Konoha was currently preoccupied with the Sand Village's offensive, presenting an opportune moment for their assault. If we can launch our attack now, we might deliver a significant blow to Konoha, and Lord Tsuchikage will surely be pleased. One low-voiced ninja proclaimed, excitement lacing his tone. Another ninja echoed, eyes glinting with greed. Chinya's heart sank. These ninjas were from the Rock Village. He recalled the intelligence he had heard in a previous meeting. Rock Village ninjas disguised as refugees and merchants, their movements suspicious and likely aimed at the Land of Fire. While he held little affection for Danzo of the Root organization, he did trust their external intelligence. The Root has specialized spies for intelligence gathering, unparalleled in Konoha. Observing the 20 ninjas, Chinya devised a plan. The ice release he had just acquired was emblematic of the Snow Clan from the Mist Village. If the Rock Village sought to exploit the chaos for their war gains, might he not create the illusion that the Mist Village was retaliating against them? By muddling the waters, the Rock Village ninjas would surely become apprehensive. The longer the conflict dragged on, the more Konoha would resolve their issues with the Sand Village, leaving the Rock Village with diminished threat. Swiftly, Chiya formed hand seals, transforming into an unfamiliar ninja adorned with the Mist Village headband, concealing his face as he stealthily approached the Rock Village squad. His movements were light and silent, bringing him ever closer. With a cold glint in his eyes, he swiftly reached out. The mist in the air coalesced around his hand, forming 5 ice kunai. Whoosh! His precise throwing technique sent the kunai flying. 5 unsuspecting ninjas collapsed. Who? The Rock Village ninjas instantly went on alert, drawing their kunai. Captain, it's ice. Upon hearing this, the group glanced at their fallen comrades. Dread settling in. Is it a ninja with the ice release from the Mist Village? The captain, not waiting for Chiya to reveal himself, feigned calmness and commanded, "Are you from the Mist Village intending to wage war against us?" Chiya, leveraging chakra to adhere silently to another tree, refrained from answering. His movements grew sharper as he swiftly formed hand seals, the surrounding mist growing even colder, accompanied by the sound of ice forming. Soon, 7 or 8 ice spears materialized, hurtling toward the Rock Village ninjas. The ninjas, caught off guard, were unable to react in time, instantly dropping 3 of their number to the ground. Damn mist ninjas. The captain of a Wagakure pointed towards the direction of the ice spear, indicating the position of Chiya. Over there. A few alert ninjas swiftly threw kunai inscribed with explosive tags, attempting to mount a counterattack. However, Chiya's movements were swifter. He formed hand seals once more. A colossal ice wall materialized before him in an instant, the ensuing explosion scattering shards of ice in every direction. Before they could catch their breath, Chiya's voice rang out again. Ice spear. The sound of water crystallizing into ice echoed through the air as the spears shot towards the ninjas of a Wagakure. Chiya's strikes were sharp and rapid, showcasing the true might of his ice release technique. Under the relentless assault from Chiya, the Wagakure squad quickly descended into chaos. They endeavored to organize a counteroffensive. Yet Chiya's prowess in ice release rendered them utterly defenseless. Ultimately, the 20-member team was left in disarray, with only 2 or 3 ninjas managing to escape. This was, of course, a deliberate mercy from Chiya. By allowing those few to flee, he could better obscure the situation and hinder a Wagakure's plans to ambush Konoha. As for Kirigakure, Chiya had no concerns about their involvement in the conflict. At that moment, they were likely embroiled in their own bloody internal strife. With no time to spare for this front, watching the Wagakure ninjas retreat in disarray brought a smile to Chiya's face. The news of Kirigakure's potential participation would surely reach them, and given Kirigakure's formidable strength and historical enmity with a Wagakure, it was improbable that a Wagakure would allow themselves to be drawn into a war that could jeopardize their advantage. If a Wagakure learned of Kirigakure's impending involvement, it would likely prompt their ninjas to return home. Chiya's chakra transformed back to his original state as he turned his steps towards the front lines. An hour after Chiya's departure, a white head emerged from the ground. It was indeed ice release. This Uchiha seems to be quite extraordinary. A somewhat frivolous voice slipped from his lips, and he promptly vanished underground. Chapter 31. The Destiny of the 3 SANIN Divided. Tsunade's last-ditch effort. Chiya gazed at the familiar landscape before him, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had finally returned to the front line at the Konoha camp. However, the scene within the camp caused him to pause momentarily. Once chaotic, the camp was now meticulously organized. Tricolored tents were arranged according to the severity of injuries, and medical ninjas adorned with green armbands moved purposefully among them, each face reflecting calm concentration. The state of these medical ninjas indicated a significant transformation since his arrival. Indeed, war is the quickest path to personal growth. A young medical ninja finished reporting and, upon turning, caught sight of Chiya, his eyes lighting up. "Lord Chiya, you've returned." Chiya nodded in acknowledgement. "Where is Lord Shikamaru?" "Lord Shikamaru is in the command tent." Chiya nodded again and hurried towards the command tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, he found Shikamaru engaged in tactical discussions at a sand table with several high-ranking ninjas. Shikamaru's silver hair glistened with morning dew, and faint shadows under his eyes indicated his fatigue. When he noticed Chiya's arrival, Surprise flickered in his gaze. I didn't expect you to return so soon. Was the mission successful? Yes, quite successful. That is good to hear. By the way, what is the situation with Kimogakure? They are preoccupied and unlikely to disturb Konoha in the near future. Chiya approached the sand table, glancing at the edges. However, before coming here, I spotted a Wagakure ninjas. They may have already infiltrated the borders. Shikamaru lightly tapped a point on the sand table. As anticipated, I have already reported this to Lord Hokage. His intention is to send Root to investigate. As for a Wagakure, we need not concern ourselves. A glimmer of mirth crossed Shikamaru's eyes as he concluded. You've just completed your mission. It's best you return and rest well. Chiya cast him a surprised glance, nodded, and respectfully exited. He traversed several tents until he arrived at the medical area. There stood a large white tent at the center, visibly larger than those surrounding it. 7 or 8 smaller tents encircled it. As he lifted the tent flap, a potent aroma of herbs assailed him. A dozen injured individuals lay quietly on makeshift beds, while 5 or 6 medical ninjas employed healing techniques, vibrant green chakra illuminating the tent. Next, Tsunade, without lifting her gaze, busily documented medical records, her hair slightly disheveled, a strand of golden hair falling delicately by her cheek. Chiya deliberately made his footsteps heavier as he approached the treatment table. Tsunade frowned and looked up, her eyes widening in shock upon recognizing him. The pen clattered to the table. You. She sprang to her feet, the chair screeching against the ground. In an instant, she was before him, hands exploring. Are you injured? The Jinchuriki of the 8 tails? Unscathed. Chiya grasped her trembling hand and pulled her into an embrace. Tsunade struggled momentarily, then buried her face into his shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent. A few stifled chuckles resonated within the tent as the medical ninjas discreetly averted their gazes. You idiot. What if someone sees us? Tsunade murmured, her ears reddening as she pushed Chiya away. So what if they see? Let us continue. To this, she unexpectedly refrained from arguing. The two shared a tender embrace for a moment before parting. Follow me. The back of the tent was piled high with medicinal herbs and scrolls. Tsunade retrieved a sealed water flask from a cabinet and poured a cup of water. That Chiyo from Sunagakure isn't all that impressive either. As she spoke, a smile broke across her face, her eyes sparkling with pride. Do you know how quickly I neutralized her poison? Tsunade's excitement was palpable. From the moment the first poison ninja was brought in to concocting the antidote, it took me merely half a day. Her eyes shone brightly in the morning light. Seeing her so proud, a smile crept onto Chiya's face. Lady Tsunade, it seems that in addition to the title of the legendary 3 of Konoha, your medical skills will also gain renown throughout the ninja world. The legendary 3 of Konoha? That title belongs to a defeated one. What is there to be proud of? Tsunade scoffed dismissively. She held no fondness for the title of the legendary 3. My last encounter with that ninja from Amigakure made me acutely aware of numerous shortcomings, particularly among medical ninjas. Today, whenever one mentions medical ninjas, they conjure an image of mere healers lacking combat prowess. Medical ninjas possess healing capabilities and precise chakra control. Utilizing these two aspects, I intend to develop a new ninjutsu, one that enables medical ninjas to take to the front lines without fear of war. Upon hearing Tsunade's proposal, Chiya found himself momentarily lost in thought. Could this be the original intent behind Tsunade's development of medical ninjutsu? It appeared that the demigod from Amigakure had indeed spurred Tsunade's ambitions. Chiya then recalled the other two. The once active Orochimaru had seemingly begun to change ever since his defeat at the hands of the Amigakure ninja. His presence on the front line had become nearly non-existent. It seemed that Orochimaru had struck some deal with Danzo, temporarily retreating to the root. What could he possibly be doing en route other than conducting experiments? As for Jiraiya, he had been assigned to the increasingly clear battlefield at Amigakure. This was likely a request he made himself, as he could also keep an eye on those 3 little ones while developing ninjutsu. Developing ninjutsu is no simple task. We must take our time. Gazing at the seriousness etched upon Tsunade's face, Chiyo gently patted her soft shoulder. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Once the war concludes, I shall embark on the development. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Lady Tsunade, we have new critically injured patients. Tsunade immediately straightened her posture, grabbing her medical kit. She stepped outside and paused momentarily at the entrance. Come to my tent tonight. Her voice was barely audible. At the Sand Ninja front line, within the dimly lit encampment. A cadre of high-ranking officials gathered around a long table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chiyo and other senior sand ninja leaders occupied the seats of prominence, their fingertips softly tapping the tabletop, their stern expressions betraying no emotion. The latest battle report revealed that Tsukumo Hitaki had led his team to decimate 100 of our sand ninja forces. The previously released poison techniques had been comprehensively countered by Tsunade, and the losses among the puppet troops had exceeded expectations. Upon hearing this report, the assembly erupted in agitation. What? Lady Chiyo's poison has been neutralized so swiftly. That was a toxin even the demigod of the Rain Village feared. Indeed, Tsunade is a formidable descendant of the Senju clan. She truly is a challenge. Do we have no means to counter her? Following this, the meeting room descended into brief chaos. A sand advisor sighed, then dropped another bombshell. The daimyo has issued a command for us to cease hostilities immediately. The daimyo? The sand ninja advisor nodded. The war has dragged on for too long. The economy of the Land of Wind can no longer bear the strain. The daimyo is unwilling to allocate further resources. Hearing this explanation, a seasoned Nin could no longer contain himself. Are we to concede defeat like this? Konoha's morale is soaring. If we retreat, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to counterattack. The once revered goddess of the Sand Village, Chiyo, beloved by many Hokage admirers, now broke her silence. Taking a deep breath, she spoke. The issue at hand is not whether to retreat, but whether we can still secure a victory. Initially, the greatest asset of the Sand Village was Chiyo's poison techniques and puppet army. Now that the poison had been neutralized, and the puppet troops were being suppressed by Konoha's combat forces, coupled with the daimyo's directive to cut spending, our prior plan to raid Konoha's medical camp had also failed. Tsunade's medical unit had become Konoha's most formidable defense. Is there truly no way forward? No, there remains one final path. The crowd turned their gaze towards Chiyo. Concentrate all our forces and launch one final all-out assault. The assembly was taken aback. Lady Chiyo, that is far too perilous. If we fail, if we do nothing, the Sand Village will be doomed. She surveyed the room, her voice low yet resolute. We have no choice but to gamble everything now. Chapter 32, The Jinchuriki of Chikamatsu. Konoha's white-fanged dark clouds obscured the moon as the ninjas of the Sand Village stealthily navigated the night. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. A tempest enveloped in flames surged forth, swiftly sweeping over the lookout towers at the Konoha front line. Enemy attack. The vigilant ninjas of Konoha had barely sounded the alarm before they were pierced through the throat by numerous poisoned senbon. The Sand's puppet troops surged forth like a relentless tide, their wooden joints creaking, the poison blades shimmering with a ghostly blue light in the fire's glow. In the heart of the battlefield, Chiyo charged ahead, her gaze fixed upon Konoha's commander, Tsukumo Hitaki, manipulating 3 puppets as she struck like the wind towards him. White Fang, today marks your demise. Tsukumo's eyes were cold as he swiftly wrapped his short blade, White Fang, in blinding lightning chakra. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Lightning release, a flash. Crack. One of the puppets was instantly severed. Yet Chiyo merely scoffed, her finger curling. The severed puppet astonishingly reassembled and lunged once more. I assure you, my puppets are not so easily destroyed. Tsukumo remained silent, moving like lightning amidst the onslaught of puppets. Each strike aimed precisely at their joint mechanisms. Chiyo's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing her features. She quickly formed hand seals. However, Tsukumo's movements were swifter. With a resounding crash, the 3 puppets fell apart like scattered parts. Tsukumo looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Chiyo. In an instant, he lunged forward, wielding his short blade like a bolt of thunder. Chiyo's countenance paled. Instinctively she dodged, yet it was too late. One of her arms was severed, blood pouring from her shoulder. Grinding her teeth, Chiyo retreated swiftly, her other hand pressed against her wounded shoulder. A vibrant green chakra flickered as she employed her healing ninjutsu, her eyes fixed intently on Tsukumo. She quickly performed first aid and summoned a highly intricate puppet. The puppet's form resembled Chiyo herself. She swiftly detached one of the puppet's arms and affixed it to her own, connecting it with chakra. Tsukumo, taken aback by Chiyo's actions, had encountered many puppet masters, yet none had so audaciously replaced their own arm with a puppet's. Observing the exquisite puppet, Tsukumo did not dare underestimate her. Tightening his grip on the short blade, the lightning chakra surged violently. His figure vanished in an instant, charging toward Chiyo. Chiyo coldly met Tsukumo's gaze, a fierce expression crossing her features as she retrieved her most crucial scrolls. Puppet technique, Chikamatsu's 10. Boom. 10 uniquely designed puppets emerged, each radiating a terrifying chakra. With a flick of her fingers, the puppets charged at the oncoming Tsukumo. The clash of weapons echoed as their blades met with a resounding thud. Tsukumo felt the immense force transmitted through his short blade. His pupils constricted, but soon his gaze regained its calm. As expected, formidable. Very well. He took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of lightning chakra. The short blade White Fang erupted in dazzling lightning. Lightning release, White Fang slash. The blade's light, infused with thunder, pierced through the nearest 3 puppets. Chiyo's expression shifted as she deftly maneuvered the remaining puppets to attack from unusual angles. These puppets, aside from their formidable strength, were imbued with seals, wind release, and explosive mechanisms. Tsukumo had never encountered puppets of this caliber, and he found himself forced to retreat repeatedly. However, he was a seasoned warrior. Once he deciphered their combat style, he quickly adapted to the rhythm of battle. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for dozens of rounds. Puppet fragments littering the ground, yet Tsukumo's blade never faltered. Ultimately, with a resounding bang, the last puppet was cleaved in 2, causing Chiyo to stagger backward. Retreat. She glared at Tsukumo, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet witnessing the sand ninja's retreat, she recognized the tide had turned. Gritting her teeth, she commanded the remaining sand puppet masters to cover her withdrawal from the battlefield. Tsukumo did not pursue. He merely watched coldly as the sand retreated, the lightning on his blade gradually dimming. Meanwhile, outside Konoha's medical camp, the Sand's assault team had just breached the first line of defense, only to be met by the poised Konoha ninjas. Wind release, vacuum wave. Earth release, earth flow wall. A clash of ninjutsu erupted, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The medical team must not falter. Tsunade stood at the center of the camp, her bright brown eyes scanning the battlefield, ever ready to act. Suddenly, several sand shinobi breached the defenses and charged toward the medical tent. Seeking death, the figure of Chiya abruptly materialized. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing, colossal flame erupted from Chiya's mouth. The sand shinobi who had just broken through the line was instantly incinerated. This was the medical ninja camp. Kill. In the distance, a sand village ninja shouted, watching the medical ninjas moving about. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chiya appeared before him. He could not react in time, and found himself locking eyes with Chiya's crimson gaze. The 3 tomo within the eyes spun slightly. His expression became dazed, and he dropped the kunai in his hand. By this time, Chiya had advanced to the Manjiki Sharingan, and even the ordinary Jinjutsu derived from the Sharingan exerted far greater power than usual. As he gazed at the ninja under his illusion's control, Chiya swiftly struck, taking him away. A flurry of footsteps approached. Hearing the previous shout, dozens of sand ninjas converged toward this location. Before the remaining sand shinobi could react, Tsunade had already unleashed a punch. With a resounding boom, the ground cracked, and the shockwave sent the enemies flying. Medical team, continue treating the wounded. Combat units, hold the perimeter. Tsunade's voice was steady and forceful, invigorating the morale of the Konoha ninjas, utterly dismantling the Sand's offensive. The struggle persisted until dawn, when the last desperate attempt by the Sand met with failure. Retreat. All forces retreat. The Sand commander, begrudgingly, issued the order, and the remaining troops fled the battlefield in disarray. The Konoha ninjas did not pursue. Instead, they swiftly treated the injured and fortified their defenses. Standing atop a rise, Tsukumo Hatake gazed at the retreating figures of the sand ninjas in the distance, murmuring to himself, "It seems the troubles with the sand village are nearing their conclusion." Tsukumo's gaze shifted to the battlefield littered with corpses, and he sighed unconsciously. War, indeed, is excessively brutal. Chapter 33. Seeking peace, but with compensation. Bullying the innocent, a week passed quietly, with the front lines surprisingly tranquil. Chiya stood outside the medical tent, rarely lifting his gaze to the azure sky. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a rare sense of tranquility. Since the last assault, the sand ninjas had not made another move. Chiya pondered whether the sand village sought peace or was merely biding their time for a significant maneuver. In the distance, a Konoha ninja hawk soared through the sky, diving toward the camp. It appeared that the village's orders had arrived. Chiya murmured to himself. Shortly thereafter, a SANIN hastily approached. Lord Chiya, Lady Tsunade. Lord Tsukumo is calling for a meeting. Please accompany me. Chiya exchanged a glance with Tsunade, who was perusing medical texts nearby, and followed the SANIN to Tsukumo Hitaki's command tent. Inside the tent, the elite jonin of Konoha had gathered. Tsukumo stood at the center, an uncommon smile gracing his face. He surveyed the crowd before speaking slowly. Today, the Sand Village has sent envoys to deliver a peace treaty to Konoha. As his words fell, a murmur of excitement rippled through the tent, faces lighting up. A peace treaty? No wonder there had been no recent movements. The Sand Village, typically so aggressive, has taken the initiative to seek peace. How remarkable. Is the war finally coming to an end? Tsunade crossed her arms, a glint of contemplation flashing in her hazel eyes. What of the Rain Village? Tsukumo turned to her earnestly, unfurling a scroll in his hand. The Rain Village has similarly submitted a peace treaty, but he hesitated, a frown creasing his brow. Their conditions are somewhat harsh, demanding compensation for war damages from Konoha. The higher-ups are somewhat divided on this issue and have yet to accept. Upon hearing this, expressions varied among the gathered. One of the 5 great ninja villages, the Sand Village, did not impose such demands. What right does the Rain Village have? Is this truly their stance on peace? To demand compensation while we bear the losses? This is absolutely unacceptable. The audacity of the Rain Village is astonishing. They instigated the war and now seek peace, yet expect Konoha to compensate them. It is utterly outrageous. The majority of the ninjas wore expressions of discontent, feeling wronged to have to compensate after a hard-fought victory. This is nothing short of disgraceful. Chiya observed the reactions of the crowd, a peculiar glint in his eyes. He recalled that in the original narrative, after winning a war, Hiruzen Sarutobi had indeed compensated other villages. Chiya's gaze lifted to Tsunade, who appeared slightly troubled. Sensing his gaze, Tsunade turned to him. Upon witnessing the smile in Chiya's eyes, she returned a knowing grin and unconsciously leaned closer. Chiya took her hand gently. Once a peace treaty is issued, it is merely a matter of time before a ceasefire is established. Regardless, with signs of peace emerging from both fronts, an end to the war seems imminent. Tsukumo held the scroll firmly, casting a determined glance over the assembly. In any case, our current task is to stabilize the front lines and await the village's final decision. During this time, no one is to slacken. The crowd replied in unison, yes. After the meeting concluded, Chiya and Tsunade walked side by side out of the tent. It is finally coming to an end. Tsunade sighed with relief, a hint of relaxation returning to her face. Chiya smiled lightly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Indeed. But before we depart, there is one matter I must attend to. Something? Tsunade turned her head, her expression curious. It concerns the 3 little ones from the Rain Village I mentioned last time. I need to check on them. Though the war may be nearing its conclusion, their circumstances might not improve. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, recalling her own experience alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya in battle against Hanzo, and the 3 children who appeared in the rain. May I accompany you? Chiya gently squeezed her hand before turning to leave the camp. No need. On the outskirts of the Rain Village, a dilapidated wooden house stood resilient against the wind and rain. Chiya arrived, pushing open the creaking door, only to find the interior empty. Not here. He furrowed his brow, scanning the room, and spotted a paper crane resting on the wooden table. Chiya pocketed the crane and swiftly began searching the surroundings. 5 miles away, near a river, the water glimmered in the sunlight. Conan knelt in the shallow water, her delicate fingers gently stirring the surface, a thin piece of paper floating in her palm as she cautiously guided a school of fish toward the shore. A little closer, she whispered, her blue-violet hair swaying gently in the breeze. Yahiko stood beside her, gripping a rough wooden spear, his eyes locked on the fish below, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Now, he thrust the spear downward, splashing water everywhere, but only striking the empty riverbed. Missed again, Yahiko lamented, raking his fingers through his hair as he turned to Nagato. Nagato stood a little farther away, his red hair obscuring his eyes, shaking his head slightly. The fish are too agile. Conan sighed, putting away the paper and grabbing a bamboo basket. It seems we won't be having fish for dinner again. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby woods. Nagato abruptly looked up, vigilance flashing in his rinnegan. Someone's coming. Yahiko and Conan immediately tensed, alertly gazing toward the source of the sound. 5 ninjas from the rock village stepped out from the underbrush, clad in earth-tone ninja attire, their foreheads adorned with rock village headbands. gazes laced with disdain and greed. "Hey, kids, what are you up to?" The leading rock ninja grinned, his gaze lingering on Konan for a moment, particularly fixating on the chakra residue in her palm. "Chakra? You are ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village?" Another rock ninja narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly taking on a dangerous edge. Yahiko instinctively positioned himself in front of Konan and Nagato, feigning composure. "We are merely here to catch fish, not ninjas." "Ha, lies." The lead rock ninja sneered, suddenly raising his hand to form a seal. "Earth release, rock pillar spear." The ground abruptly surged with sharp stone spikes, hurtling toward the trio. "Be careful." Nagato forcefully shoved Yahiko and Konan aside, but he himself was grazed by a stone spike, blood instantly seeping from his arm. "Nagato!" Konan exclaimed in alarm, about to rush forward when another rock ninja swiftly closed in, seizing her throat. "Don't move." The rock ninja grinned maliciously, pressing a sharp kunai against her neck. "Move again, and I'll slit your throat." Yahiko shouted in fury, charging forward with a spear, only to be kicked down by a rock ninja, who then stomped heavily on his chest. "With such meager skills, you dare to resist?" The rock ninja mocked, applying pressure, causing Yahiko to writhe in pain. Nagato struggled to rise, but was sent flying by a water jutsu unleashed by a rock ninja, crashing heavily against the riverbank's rocks. Coughing up blood, the Rinnegan beneath his red hair seemed to flicker with a glimmer, barely perceptible. "Ha ha ha, the little brats from the Hidden Rain Village are truly pitifully weak. Now I ask, and you shall answer. Where is your ninja stronghold near the Hidden Rain Village, and where do you store your provisions?" A flicker of fear crossed Konan's eyes, quickly replaced by stubbornness. "Let us go." Still quite defiant, the rock ninja sneered, applying pressure with the kunai, drawing blood from her fair neck. Just at that critical moment, a shadow swiftly darted by. The lead rock ninja felt a chill in his wrist, followed by an excruciating pain. "Ah!" he screamed, stumbling back, only to see his wrist completely severed, blood gushing forth. "Who?" The remaining rock ninjas gasped in alarm. Turning abruptly, the figure of Chiya slowly emerged, his crimson Sharingan glinting coldly in the sunset. In his hand hung a bloodied kunai, steadily dripping. "Bullying children. You truly are audacious." His voice was deep. The rock ninja's expressions shifted dramatically. "Sharingan. From the Uchiha of Konoha. Retreat." One shouted, turning to flee. Chiya's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind that rock ninja, the kunai piercing precisely into his back. Looking to escape? Alas, too late. Chapter 34. The Growth of Three. Changing the Hidden Rain Village. Blood splattered as the rock ninjas stared in disbelief, collapsing heavily to the ground. The remaining trio was filled with terror, hastily forming seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water chaos wave. However, before their jutsu could take form, 3 Chiya clones suddenly emerged behind them. This Chiya was the result of the previously activated shadow clone technique. Swish, 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 with 3 soft sounds. The throats of the 3 rock ninjas were simultaneously slit, blood gushing forth as they fell in shock, eyes wide open in disbelief. In mere seconds, all 5 rock ninjas lay dead. After dispelling the shadow clones, Chiya wiped the blood from his kunai and turned to check on Konan and the others. He crouched down, assessing their injuries. Seeing that they were merely superficial wounds, he felt relieved. Chiya took out bandages and applied ointment, efficiently wrapping their injuries. A lingering fear remained in Konan's eyes, but upon seeing Chiya, tears finally spilled forth as she threw herself into his embrace. "Chiya, big brother." Chiya gently stroked her head, feeling the slight tremors of her body. It seemed this time, she was truly frightened. What had transpired today may have been the closest they had ever been to death in their lives. Yahiko clutched his chest, teeth clenched in frustration. Those bastards. If it weren't for big brother Chiya's arrival, we might have. Observing this, Chiya's expression grew serious. "This place is no longer safe. We must leave immediately." Konan wiped her tears, stabilizing her emotions before stepping out of Chiya's embrace. Chiya glanced at the bodies of the rock ninjas, fully aware that within the territory of the Hidden Rain Village, there were at least 400 to 500 rock ninjas. "We won't return to that cabin for now. Let's south find another place." Hearing Chiya's commanding tone, the trio nodded earnestly. "I'll clean up the bodies here. You 3 wait for me under that tree." The 3 nodded obediently and hurried over. Chiya looked at the nearby ninja corpses, then instantly appeared before them. He summoned 5 black body bags from a scroll, placing each corpse inside. With chakra swirling in his hands, He carried the 5 bodies to the deep water of the river. Assessing the weight, he found it insufficient, so he added some large stones into the bags. Plop, plop, plop. 5 sounds of splashes echoed as the rock ninjas were swept away, disappearing from the water's surface in no time. The Crimson 3-Tomo Sharingan activated once more. After scanning the battlefield and erasing their chakra signatures, he approached the trio. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged curious glances as Chiya approached. "Follow me." Chiya disregarded their small gestures, gazing up at the overcast sky. It wouldn't be long before heavy rain fell again. He quickened his pace forward, with Konan resolutely trailing behind, followed by Yahiko, and finally Nagato. The group walked for about half an hour before finally stopping at the entrance of a cave. Surrounding the cave were withered branches, and the surrounding soil showed no signs of disturbance, with barely any droppings visible. This place, as Chiya deduced, should be devoid of large animals. He instructed the trio to wait at the entrance while he ventured inside. Within the cave, only old small animal paw prints were visible, with no recent tracks or signs of other animal activity. "Come in." Once everything was set, Chiya called the 3 in. "We shall rest here tonight." Chiya ignited a pile of firewood, the orange glow illuminating their faces and dispelling the dampness clinging to them. He retrieved some dry rations from his ninja tool pouch, distributing them among the trio. Konan carefully broke the rations, sharing them with Yahiko and Nagato. "Thank you," Nagato said softly, his red hair obscuring his eyes, concealing his expression. Chiya sat cross-legged, surveying the 3. "How have you fared since I left?" Konan quickly swallowed her food, softly responding. Jiraiya-sensei returned briefly, but he only stayed a few days. He said the situation at the front was urgent, and he left in haste. Yahiko clenched his fists, a tone of resentment lacing his words. Jiraiya-sensei had originally intended to teach us new jutsu, but before he could, he left. If we had learned those techniques, we wouldn't be in such a predicament today. Chiya glanced at him before continuing. "So how did you encounter the ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village today? Had you encountered them before?" The trio exchanged looks, then shook their heads in unison. "We had never encountered them before. We only came out today to catch fish. Since Jiraiya-sensei left, the food we had gathered has been consumed, so when those rock ninjas appeared and saw me controlling paper with chakra, they assumed we were descendants of the Hidden Rain Village ninjas and sought to extract information about our stronghold and where we store provisions. I truly wonder when this war will ever end." The 3 spoke in turn, and Chiya listened attentively. Upon hearing the general situation, Chinya grasped the context and turned to the 3 with a gentle tone. "The war is nearing its conclusion. Both the Sand and the Rain villages have sought peace with Konoha, and soon, this place will be restored to tranquility." Xiao Nan's eyes brightened. "Is that true?" "Yes. When the time comes, you can accompany me to Konoha." A flicker of anticipation crossed Xiao Nan's face, yet Yahiko furrowed his brow. "To Konoha?" He shook his head, his tone resolute. "No, I wish to remain in the Rain Village." Shinya regarded him curiously. "Why?" Yahiko clenched his fists, a steadfast glow in his eyes. "I want to change this place. I want the Rain Village to be free from war, to be free from hunger. If we leave, who will bring about that change?" Shinya was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such resolve from Yahiko. He turned to Nagato. "And you?" Nagato lowered his head, his fingers absently tracing the rations. And after a long silence, he spoke softly. I also do not wish to go to Konoha." His voice was faint, yet Shinya could keenly sense the underlying resistance. In an instant, Shinya understood. Nagato's parents had perished at the hands of Konoha's ninjas. In the original narrative, when Nagato was but a child, Konoha's ninjas invaded, and his family fell beneath their blades. This hatred, even if it had yet to surface, was already deeply buried within. Shinya did not press further, merely nodding. "I respect your decisions." Xiaonan glanced at Yahiko, then at Nagato, hesitating before softly saying, "Then I shall not go either." Yahiko was taken aback and turned to her. "Xiaonan, you need not force yourself. I know you wish to leave the Rain Village with Brother Chinya." Xiaonan shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "We are companions. I will not abandon you." Chinya observed the 3, his heart heavy with emotion. They were but children, yet they bore so much. Yahiko's ideals, Nagato's restraint, Xiao Nan's gentleness. These bonds might very well be the nascent form of the Akatsuki organization in the future. "Since you have decided to stay, I shall not compel you." Shinya retrieved 3 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch and handed them to the trio. "These contain records of basic jutsu. You can practice from them." and at the very least, they will enable you to protect yourselves. Yahiko accepted the scroll with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Brother Chinya. Nagato silently received his scroll, murmuring, thank you. Xiaonan clutched her scroll tightly to her chest, her eyes glistening. We will surely grow stronger. Chinya smiled gently, ruffling her hair. I believe in you. I also believe you will change the Rain Village. As the campfire dwindled and the night deepened, Chinya watched the three slumbering figures, his gaze falling upon Nagato. It seemed his Rinnegan had yet to awaken. Should he destroy those eyes? Chapter 35. The relics of the old era ought not to disrupt the new world. A week passed quietly. Morning mist enveloped the ruins of the Rain Village, the cool air infused with the scents of earth and foliage. Chinya stood upon a vast expanse of rubble, his gaze calm as he regarded the trio before him. Ultimately, Chinya refrained from taking action against the Rinnegan. Just 5 days prior, when he had intended to act, he sensed something unusual emanating from Nagato. The fluctuation of that ocular power seemed to pose a significant threat to him. After much deliberation, Chinya chose to abandon that course of action. After all, Nagato's eyes belonged to the Dance King. Who could say what jutsu might be implanted within those eyes? Should danger arise, they might activate autonomously, much like Nagato in the original narrative, awakening only in the face of peril. Upon reflection, it was likely not Nagato who awakened due to danger, but rather the Rinnegan responding to danger, siphoning Nagato's chakra to defend itself. Moreover, the Dance King was still alive, undoubtedly orchestrating those inhuman entities to surveil Nagato. Though he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, Chinya felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of confronting that old foe. There was no rush. Time was ample. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. With the aid of his system, he would inevitably stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. In due time, when his strength was sufficient, he would extract those eyes and, simultaneously, pull the Dance King and Kuro from the depths to crush them with overwhelming force. The relics of the old era ought not to disrupt the new world. In the clearing, Yahiko formed hand seals. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he diligently concentrated his chakra. Xiaonan's fingertips danced, a piece of white paper hovering in her palm, gradually folding into the shape of a bird. Meanwhile, Nagato stood quietly to the side, his red hair framing his face, his Rinnegan faintly shimmering as if attuned to the flow of chakra. Once more, Chinya's voice was steady and resolute. Yahiko, let the flow of chakra be more fluid. Do not rush. Yahiko gritted his teeth, nodding as he adjusted his breathing. He pressed his palms together, the chakra within him gradually converging into his hands before he released it explosively. Water release, water chaos wave. A thin stream of water erupted from his palm. Although its power was far from that of a true ninja, it marked a significant improvement from a week prior. Well done. Chinya nodded in approval. Much stronger than before. Yahiko wiped his brow, grinning. I'm finally getting the hang of it. Xiaonan's paper bird took flight, spiraling gracefully before landing lightly back on her shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Brother Chinya, look. I can make it fly farther now. Chinya smiled faintly. Indeed, your chakra control is becoming increasingly precise. Nagato remained silent beside them, his Rinnegan subtly shifting as if observing something. Chinya approached him and quietly asked, what is it? After a moment of hesitation, Nagato replied softly. I can sense something strange. Chinya's gaze sharpened. What? The earth, the trees, the air, they all seemed to possess life. Nagato's voice was soft, almost to himself. Is this Nagato's sensory ability? Chinya patted Nagato's shoulder, speaking gently. Such perceptive ability is rare, but be cautious in its use. Do not let it drain your spirit too much. Nagato nodded silently. At that moment, Chinya paused. His shadow clone outside had dispelled. Upon receiving the memories from the clone, a serious expression crossed Chinya's face. Come here. The three halted their activities and swiftly approached Chinya. The Sand and Rain villages have officially surrendered to Konoha, and the ceasefire agreement has been signed. They have begun submitting peace documents. This meant that the war was about to conclude. The trio's expressions varied. Yahiko clenched his fists, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Is it finally over? Xiaonan's gaze was clouded. Will the Rain village truly improve? Nagato remained silent, merely gazing down at his palm. It will. After the war, everything will get better. But, suddenly, Chinya sensed an unfamiliar chakra approaching. Someone is coming, he murmured, positioning himself protectively before the three, casting his gaze toward the distance. Instantly, the three behind him grew alert, following Chinya's line of sight. Soon, a tall figure emerged from the woods, white hair cascading down, a red cloak draping over his form, his face adorned with a languid yet profound smile. "It's Jiraiya-sensei," Yahiko exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the visitor. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Jiraiya scanned the four, raising an eyebrow slightly upon seeing Chinya. "Oh, I didn't expect to find you here." Chinya nodded faintly. "Lord Jiraiya." As the two locked eyes for a fleeting moment, neither uttered a word. Jiraiya's gaze swiftly shifted to the three children, a grin spreading across his face. "It seems that during my absence, you all have kept yourselves busy." Konan ran forward with a smile, exclaiming, "Jiraiya-sensei, Chiyo-Nizen has taught us so much." Jiraiya nodded, turning his attention to Chiya, his tone unusually earnest. "Thank you for taking care of them. With the war over, the frontline troops will be returning to the village. What about you? Will you be heading back to Konoha?" Chiya replied affirmatively. "The mission is complete. It is time to return." With Jiraiya's arrival, the three of them would surely no longer face danger. Hearing that Chiya was leaving, the three gazed at him with reluctance. Yahiko hesitated but straightened his back. "Chiyo-Nizen, thank you for teaching us during this time." Konan looked at Chiya with a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with determination. "Chiyo-Nizen, we will become stronger and protect Amigakure, bringing peace to our village." Nagato fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "Take care." Chiya regarded the three with a slight smile. "I believe in you." He turned to Jiraiya, their eyes meeting without a word exchanged. "I'm off." Chiya waved his hand and stepped into the forest. Behind him, the three remained with their gazes fixed until his silhouette vanished completely into the morning mist. Jiraiya crossed his arms, watching the direction Chiya had departed, murmuring softly, "Uchiha holds some intrigue. Is that black-haired boy who overturned the ninja world in the Great Toad Sage's dream you?" Yahiko turned to Jiraiya, his eyes filled with resolve. "Jiraiya-sensei, what should we do next?" Jiraiya snapped back to reality, laughing heartily as he ruffled Yahiko's hair. "First, let's fill our stomachs." Konan and Nagato exchanged smiles as sunlight broke through the clouds, casting warmth over Amigakure. In the distance, a white figure observed this scene, disappearing underground. At the root base, within the laboratory, Orochimaru marked measurements in a beaker. The sound of his cane tapping on the ground echoed as Danzo entered. According to the reports from our infiltrators in Amigakure, it seems something significant has occurred. Orochimaru paused, a cold smile creeping onto his face. With that demigod present, what could possibly happen? After a moment of silence, Danzo spoke. "It appears that Hanzo of the Salamander has encountered misfortune." Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly. Hanzo is known as a demigod in the ninja world. Such misfortune is indeed alarming. Orochimaru examined Danzo's serious demeanor, feeling a jolt of surprise. If it is misfortune, who is responsible? Who possesses such power? Danzo's gaze flickered. "We are still investigating, but according to the intelligence we've gathered, it's likely that Hanzo has been dead for some time." "Dead for some time?" Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing back to the seemingly unscathed Chiya who had appeared before him, completing his mission. Could he be the one? Danzo noticed the change in Orochimaru's expression and inquired, "Have you deduced who it could be?" Orochimaru chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned his focus to the beaker in hand. "I never anticipated." Danzo's eyes flickered, saying no more, and soon departed the laboratory with his root members. Orochimaru found himself lost in thought. If it truly was Chiya, what could he have relied on to kill Hanzo? Could it be the implanted eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. Could the eternal Mangeki Sharingan possess such power? Chapter 36, The Will of Fire. Becoming the clan leader? In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the returning Uchiha Chiya, smoke from his pipe swirling around his wrinkles. The surrender of Sunagakure and the intervention of the Jinchuriki in the battle against Kumogakure were largely due to your efforts. Chiya maintained a calm demeanor as he responded earnestly. "It was all for Konoha." Hiruzen inhaled deeply. "As expected of you, Chiya, your actions instill confidence. However, I've heard that during the war, you quietly assisted some orphans from Amigakure." Upon hearing this, Chiya remained unfazed. "Are you referring to Jiraiya-sensei as disciples?" "I am not fully aware of their circumstances. I happened to come across them, and since they mentioned being Jiraiya-sensei as students, I offered them assistance. Jiraiya-sensei would know more about their situation." Chiya deftly deflected the question back to Jiraiya. As one of the legendary three, Jiraiya was a prominent figure in Konoha. And certainly Sarutobi would have more insights. Jiraiya? Hearing the name of his disciple, Sarutobi fell momentarily silent. He lightly tapped his pipe on the table, his gaze penetrating through the billowing smoke to scrutinize Chiya. The young man's aura was remarkably reminiscent of his former companion, Uchiha Kagami. Chiya, having participated in this war, what thoughts do you have? Chiya stood at the convergence of light and shadow, the red of the Hokage cloak reflecting in his dark eyes. He had anticipated this question. The third Hokage sought not the truth, but a response that would reassure him. War. Chiya lowered his head slightly, allowing his bangs to obscure the sardonic glimmer in his eyes, before raising his gaze anew, filled with profound sorrow. It is akin to a raging fire engulfing the forest, where each of us is but a leaf struggling to survive. Sarutobi was taken aback, recognizing how profoundly familiar this metaphor resonated with his own past reflections. But you have taught us. Chiya stepped forward, letting the sunlight illuminate his youthful visage. The leaves that burn will become nourishment, allowing new saplings to grow stronger. Where the leaves flutter, the fire persists. His fingers brushed against the symbol of Konoha on his forehead protector. Our fallen comrades would undoubtedly wish for their sacrifices to yield true peace, to protect our village. An eerie silence enveloped the office. Chiya could hear the faint sound of Sarutobi's fingers rubbing against the pipe, and he caught a glimmer of moisture in the old man's eyes, clearly moved by Chiya's words. Sarutobi had not expected that his own governance philosophy would be articulated so perfectly by Uchiha Chiya. Perfect. Chiya inwardly scoffed at the old man's gullibility. Child. Sarutobi's voice grew hoarse as he turned to gaze out the window towards the memorial stone. Kagami would be proud of you if he were still alive. Sarutobi approached Chiya, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. As he exited the Hokage building and walked along the streets of Konoha, the warm sunlight gracing his face amidst the joyful expressions of the villagers, the tension that had been strung tight like a bowstring before the battle finally relaxed. The war, regardless of the circumstances, had come to an end. Uchiha Chiya made his way toward the clan's territory. Tsunade was still occupied at the Konoha hospital, unable to break free. Although the war had concluded, all villages now recognized the importance of medical ninjas. Not only Konoha, but other villages would likely begin to cultivate medical ninjas as well. On the stone path of the Uchiha compound, nearly 10 clan members clad in Uchiha attire soon appeared, led by Uchiha Hakadai, who bore a serious expression. The elders wish to see you. Chiya glanced at the group, noting that they were indeed the elite of the clan. Very well. Lead the way. Following them, Chiya arrived at the Uchiha's central residence. Upon entering the tatami room, 7 elders sat there like blades, poised and dignified. Trailing behind nearly 20 members of the younger Uchiha generation was Chiya's cousin, Uchiha Fugaku. Aside from Fugaku, the individual Chiya was most familiar with was Meichin's grandfather, Uchiha Suk. The elder at the main seat was completely white-haired. Did these old fellows harbor grievances because I went to the front lines? Do you know why you were summoned here? Chiya's gaze swept across the Uchiha clan emblem hanging on the wall, beneath which were inscribed the names of various Uchiha clan members. To his astonishment, he found his own achievements in reforming the Uchiha clan recorded on the latest scroll. Something seems amiss. Is this because of the reforms in the security team? Chiya attempted to inquire. At Chiya's puzzled glance, the elder let out a cold snort. Naturally, during this period, our Uchiha's reputation among the villagers has improved. Villagers are even voluntarily delivering rice balls to the security team. As the elder spoke, the young generation standing behind him wore expressions of excitement, their gazes toward Chiya now tinged with admiration. The third elder struck the ground with his cane. Enough, enough, everyone be quiet. Once the discussions ceased, the third elder turned his attention to Chiya. Chiya, your proposal of smiling enforcement has significantly elevated the Uchiha's prestige within the village. Previously, our clan members generally felt that the village assigned this odious task to us Uchiha to restrict us. Your suggestion not only allowed the security team to fulfill its purpose, but also transformed the Uchiha's image. Chiya, you have rendered a tremendous service to our clan. Chiya raised an eyebrow. So, the elder suddenly stood up. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall be the new Uchiha clan leader. The air instantly grew tense. Yet, Chiya showed no signs of elation. He scanned the faces around him. Did these individuals genuinely wish for him to become the clan leader? His gaze fell upon his cousin, Uchiha Fugaku. My cousin Fugaku is the acknowledged genius of the Uchiha. Why not let him take the role? Upon hearing Chiya's words, Fugaku looked up and met Chiya's gaze. Surprise evident in his eyes. Fugaku, though you possess commendable talent, your vision does not match his. The elder seemed to have anticipated Chiya's rejection. Unhurriedly, he continued, Chiya, your recent deployment to the front lines has yielded remarkable achievements, marking you as a hero of the village. Coupled with your contributions to the family, you are undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation. Such praise. Are these old fellows attempting to elevate me to my demise? Chiya's gaze shifted to Uchiha Suk, his eyes inquiring. Uchiha Suk nodded slightly at Chiya. Is this a signal for me to accept? Since the elders have nominated me as clan leader, he spoke slowly, his tone neither loud nor soft, yet it froze the atmosphere within the ancestral hall. I shall accept this position. A flicker of triumph gleamed in the elder's eyes as he was about to speak, but Chiya continued, Family, family. Without a family, there is no clan. A family cannot simply be formed through effort, it must arise naturally. Therefore, any future issues will require the cooperation of all the elders. If anyone fails to cooperate, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, words caught in his throat. Elders, do you agree? Chapter 37. Personal Secretary Meichin. The case of the missing child. As the morning light spilled over the eaves of the Uchiha clan grounds, news spread through the village like wildfire. Have you heard? Uchiha Chiya has become the clan leader. Is that true? How old is he? He can't be more than 19, right? Indeed, it is said that last night, the elders of the Uchiha clan nominated him. Who would have thought that after all these years, the Uchiha clan would gain another leader? At that moment, not only the Uchiha clan, but the entire Konoha village buzzed about the newly appointed Uchiha Chiya. Previously, Uchiha Chiya had been like a shadow in the village. Yet now he had risen to the position of clan leader. This alone was enough to astonish them for quite some time. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, Chiya had shed his usual ninja attire, donning a dark kimono embroidered with the Uchiha clan emblem. Standing beside him was the charming Uchiha Meichin. Though Meichin still bore the innocence of youth, her presence beside Chiya seemed remarkably harmonious. Meichin, you've worked hard today. Chiya's voice resonated, prompting Meichin to turn and smile at him. It's no trouble. I am very happy to assist you, Chiya and I. Her gentle words flowed like a babbling brook, refreshing and uplifting to the spirit. Well then, once we finish today, I shall treat you to a meal. Excellent. Meichin beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The HIJACK clan has arrived. HIJACK Hayashi approached with his eldest son, HIJACK Hizashi, accompanied by attendants carrying exquisite gift boxes. Congratulations, clan leader Chiya. HIJACK Hayashi nodded slightly, his Byakugan revealing a hint of scrutiny. The HIJACK clan has prepared a modest gift. We hope you will graciously accept it. Chiya stepped forward, personally receiving the gift box, his gaze subtly assessing HIJACK Hizashi. Hizashi certainly has a well-proportioned appearance. No wonder he could father two remarkably talented daughters. You are too kind, clan leader Higa. The two prominent clans of Konoha should support one another. He raised his voice deliberately. After all, we are all part of Konoha. This statement elicited surprise among the representatives of the smaller clans. The Uchiha clan leader would express such sentiments? Before they could ponder further, the Senju clan arrived. As the Senju clan's entourage appeared, the atmosphere grew noticeably quieter. Tsunade led the way, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, though her expression remained deliberately aloof. Here is a congratulatory gift. She formally presented a scroll, her brown eyes scanning Chiya without a flicker of emotion. Chiya understood perfectly, maintaining a respectful distance. However, as he accepted the scroll, his fingers lightly brushed against Tsunade's palm. Thank you. Chiya knew he should not speak further. Many clan members harbored grievances against the Senju clan, and it was not the time to exacerbate tensions. In the moment their eyes met, Chiya gave her a glance, and Tsunade immediately understood, her cheeks tinged with a hint of color. She then subtly winked at Chiya before turning to leave. The surrounding Uchiha members breathed a collective sigh of relief, secretly thinking that the new clan leader and the Senju princess did not seem to have the kind of relationship the rumors suggested. They appeared merely to be colleagues. The Hokage has arrived. With the sharp and spirited announcement, all eyes turned toward the entrance. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaned on his pipe, a broad smile adorning his face. Behind him, Mitarashi Anko and Nara Shikaku scrutinized Chiya. Young and promising, indeed, Chiya. Chiya bowed deeply. It is all thanks to the Hokage's guidance. You have reformed the security team structure, allowing the Uchiha to integrate into the village, paving the way for the Uchiha's future. It is truly gratifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually remarked. Just some trivial adjustments, Chiya replied with a smile. It is all for the betterment of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Chiya, letting out a long sigh. Chiya understood. He was reminded of his old partner. Hokage-sama. It is warm outside. Please come in. Certainly. Chiya, accompanied by Meichin, personally led Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others into the hall. Once arrangements were in order, he resumed his role in welcoming guests. The representatives from the Inuzuka clan and other families were received with equal caution by Chiya, who was personally involved. As the current leader of the Uchiha clan, he had become the face of the family. The flow of visitors to the Uchiha household was unceasing. For Chiya, the protagonist of the day's banquet, it was indeed a fulfilling experience. After the final wave of guests departed, Chiya made his way to the clan leader's residence alone. After sharing a meal, Mikoto Uchiha thoughtfully brought tea. You've worked hard today, Lord Leader, she said playfully, prompting Chiya to smile in response. He gestured to the seat beside him, and Mikoto, curious and obedient, came over to sit down. I still prefer it when you call me Chiya and Chiya said, pulling her into his embrace. The suddenness of this gesture caused Mikoto's cheeks to flush, and her breath quickened. But Chiya and Grandpa is still outside, she murmured, drawing his gaze down to meet hers. Mikoto's dark eyes were now filled with tenderness. Mikoto. Yes? What is it, Chiya and In a while, consider becoming my personal secretary. Secretary? Mikoto wriggled free from Chiya's embrace, her expression a blend of joy and concern as she looked at him. Chiya and I've never done such work before. I fear I may not be competent. Chiya gently patted her head. I will teach you. Upon hearing his assurance, Mikoto nodded earnestly. All right, Chiya and I will do my best. I promise not to disappoint you. Chiya smiled as he observed the confidence returning to Mikoto's face, playfully pinching her delicate nose. Mikoto, you are the one I trust the most. You can certainly do it. The future of the Uchiha clan rests in your hands. Chiya noted the determined look on Mikoto's face, clearly pleased with the outcome. Just then, a cough echoed from the entrance, signaling that her grandfather was urging her. Leaning in, Chiya gently kissed her forehead. Chiya and gazing at the charming young lady before him, Chiya felt a slight flutter in his heart. However, the old man outside was watching too closely. Yet Chiya remained unhurried, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future. As Mikoto grew, she would become even more enchanting. Mikoto, you've had a long day. You should return to rest early. Don't keep your grandfather waiting. Mikoto shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with her clothing. Yes, Chiya and you too. Rest early. See you tomorrow. With newfound courage, she raised her head, stood on tiptoe, and planted a quick kiss on Chiya's cheek before swiftly turning to dash outside. As he watched her retreating figure, Chiya was taken aback, feeling the warmth left on his cheek. Mikoto, how bold you've become. He continued to watch as the pair disappeared from the residence before sitting down to peruse the Uchiha clan's records. While lost in thought, a gentle rustling at the window caught his attention. Tsunade agilely climbed through, shedding her earlier aloof demeanor and leaping into his arms. What a day, I'm utterly exhausted, she murmured, inhaling deeply the scent of Chiya. Chiya wrapped his arms around her slender waist, chuckling softly. Thanks to your cooperation. If those old fogies had known our true connection, if it weren't for you being the clan leader today, I fear they would have disrupted your mood. Tsunade poked him in the chest. By the way, now that you are the leader, do you have authority over the security team? Of course. Why do you ask? Tsunade sighed. Have you heard about the recent disappearances of children? Chiya, taken aback by her serious tone, listened intently as she recounted the events. A ninja from the Senju clan, an uncle of Tsunade's, had recently married a common villager and had a child. Due to the pressing war efforts, he was compelled to fight against the Hidden Rain village, only to fall victim to Hanzo's poison and never return. Upon Tsunade's return to the village, she learned that the child had gone missing. Chiya gazed out at the moonlit night, murmuring, the matter of missing children does not seem straightforward. Have you conducted an investigation? Tsunade nodded. I have found some leads. It seems spies from other villages may be involved. Spies. Chiya pondered, recognizing the possibility. But he suspected the matter was far more complex than it appeared. I will visit the security team's archives tomorrow to investigate further. Await my news. The following day, Chiya arrived at the security team headquarters, greeting several clan members before heading to the archives. As the clan leader, He had the privilege of unrestricted access. Upon reaching the archives, he requested the recent patrol records. He sifted through document after document, searching for pertinent information. However, after an hour had passed, he found nothing, even regarding the missing child. This lack of records caused Chiya to furrow his brow. Strange, there should be records of unusual occurrences in the patrol logs. Why is there no mention of this? Given the significance of the Senju clan, the Uchiha should have been particularly attentive to such matters. Chiya's intuition leaned towards a connection with the incident. He recalled an event in Naruto related to missing children, attributed to the actions of the Root organization, which sought to effectively control tailed beasts for military purposes, a goal ardently pursued by radical factions like Danzo. Chiya rose to leave the archives when hurried footsteps approached. He looked up to see the elder and several younger clan members hastily entering the security headquarters. Remember, the Senju clan matters are under the purview of the Hokage. We are not to intervene. During this afternoon's patrol, avoid the Senju district. The elder's voice, though not loud, was clear in the quiet environment of the security team. Chiya's attention was drawn to the elder. Sensing his gaze, the elder turned, surprise flickering in his eyes. What are you doing here? I was merely reviewing some records. But now that you have arrived, I see no need to waste any more time. Chiya replied calmly, though his eyes held an icy demeanor. I wonder if you have time to report on recent security matters? The lack of respect in Chiya's tone made the elder's brow furrow. Realizing the presence of several Uchiha juniors and Chiya's current status, he relented. Very well. Follow me. Chiya instructed someone to lock the archives before leading the elder away. Our newly appointed clan leader seems quite authoritative, remarked an Uchiha ninja standing nearby, relieved as he spoke to his companion. Indeed, only someone like him is worthy of being our clan leader. Unlike the astonishment displayed by others outside, once Chiya closed the door to the lounge, the atmosphere between them grew serious. Elder, what did you mean earlier regarding the Senju clan and the Hokage lineage? The Grand Elder rubbed his nose, and an awkward smile crept across his face. Chief, I merely wish to remind the younger generation that matters concerning the Senju clan are rather sensitive, and it would be prudent to avoid them during inspections to prevent misunderstandings. A flicker of intrigue passed through Chiya's eyes. What could possibly be so sensitive regarding the Senju clan? The Grand Elder faltered momentarily. Grand Elder, do you possess knowledge that you find inconvenient to disclose? Chiya asked directly. He found no need to dance around the issue with these crafty old foxes. Chief, there is nothing inconvenient. I am simply adhering to the clan's traditions and regulations, advising the younger members to steer clear of unnecessary troubles. Not willing to divulge, Chiya scoffed inwardly, fully aware that the Grand Elder was concealing something. Contemplating the earlier mention of the afternoon inspection, Chiya opted for silence. In that case, perhaps the Grand Elder should rest here comfortably. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's gaze noticeably flickered. Chiya exited the lounge and turned his attention to two Uchiha clansmen waiting at the door. Esteemed Chief, they greeted with respect. Chiya recognized them as the descendants of Uchiha Suk, effectively Meichin's cousins by lineage. The affairs of the security team were intricate, and he decided it would be best for the Grand Elder to rest in the lounge this afternoon. The two exchanged solemn glances. Understood. They comprehended the implications. This was akin to confinement. Chiya glanced back at the Grand Elder, whose expression was somewhat dark, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. Having just assumed the role of Uchiha clan leader, it seemed others were already attempting to undermine him. If necessary, Chiya would not hesitate to take action. He possessed the resolve to cut deep and purge poison. Chiya swiftly departed the security team and headed towards the Senju clan's direction. It seemed that Tsunade anticipated his arrival, as she stood by the window awaiting him. Upon spotting Chiya, she hurried downstairs to meet him. Did you find anything? Chiya shook his head. The Grand Elder's behavior was peculiar, and I am uncertain of its relevance to this matter. Tsunade nodded, refraining from reproaching Chiya. However, something may transpire this afternoon. This afternoon? Tsunade's expression turned serious. Then I shall prepare the necessary arrangements. Chiya chuckled, but it's only 11. The security team 1T commenced their duties until 2. We have time to eat first. Tsunade was about to agree when a familiar voice rang out. Lady Tsunade. Both Chiya and Tsunade turned to see a girl of about 12 or 13 years, wearing a Konoha headband. Her long, smooth red hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering healthily under the light. She had meticulously arranged her hair, which fell neatly over her shoulders. and donned a traditional kimono in a soft pale yellow adorned with deep purple stripes, exuding a vibrant aura. Kushina Uzumaki. Chiya recognized her immediately. Upon seeing Chiya, Kushina also appeared momentarily stunned. I just returned from a mission. Tsunade approached, a smile gracing her lips as she gently ruffled Kushina's hair. This gesture was strikingly similar to how Chiya would affectionately tousle Tsunade's hair at night. Have you eaten yet? Kushina rubbed her stomach sheepishly. Let us go? I'll take you to eat. Tsunade beamed, taking Kushina's hand as they made their way towards the barbecue restaurant. After a few steps, she turned back to Chiya. Come on, let us eat. Kushina regarded Chiya with a puzzled expression. Lady Tsunade, who is this? Tsunade huffed playfully. Oh, just a pompous little brat from the Uchiha clan. He'll be grilling meat for us later. Chapter 39. Meichin, what will you do? A spy? Inside the bustling barbecue restaurant of Konoha, the sizzling fat on the grill filled the air with a tantalizing aroma, obscuring the faces of the three. Another 10 plates, Tsunade declared robustly, slamming her hand on the table, causing the condiments to rattle. Rarely did she forego her ninja attire. And today she wore a light purple kimono that accentuated her snow-like complexion. The neckline hinted at her allure, stirring excitement in those who beheld her. Chiya, smiling, flipped the meat on the grill, his sleeve slipping to reveal the red mark left from last night's clan leader succession ceremony. Tsunade, keen-eyed, noticed and flushed slightly, discreetly kicking his calf under the table. Ouch! Chiya almost burnt the meat in surprise. Be careful. Tsunade blinked, picking up a piece of grilled meat, drenching it in sauce, and offering it to Chiya. Chief. Kushina, who had been sipping miso soup, suddenly choked, her vibrant red hair nearly standing on end. Flustered, she wiped her mouth, her eyes fixated on the intimate exchange between the two. Chiya had taken a bite from the meat offered by Tsunade, even licking the sauce off her fingers. The closeness between Chiya and Tsunade left Kushina wide-eyed, her chopsticks nearly slipping from her grasp. She instinctively turned her head away, her heart racing. Previously, Tsunade had mentioned Chiya, igniting a flicker of curiosity within her. However, witnessing their affectionate interaction left her utterly astonished. Kushina recalled the shy smile that graced Meichin's face whenever Chiya was mentioned. She was her closest friend, and her eyes sparkled with admiration whenever she spoke of him. Yet now, Chiya was behaving intimately with Tsunade. Was she truly awake? The illustrious princess of the Senju clan, renowned throughout the ninja world. How could she be entangled with the newly appointed Uchiha clan leader? Had he been deceiving Meichin all along? Kushina clenched her fists, her breath quickening. The thought of Meichin's trust and admiration for Chiya ignited a surge of indignation within her. Meichin was so innocent. If she were to discover the closeness between Chiya and Tsunade, biting her lip, images of Meichin crying in sorrow flashed through her mind. That scoundrel! She mentally cursed, her impression of Chiya plummeting. Kushina was torn between whether to reveal the truth to Meichin. She understood how much Meichin cared for Chiya, and if she were to expose it recklessly, it might shatter her friend. Yet, to conceal the truth felt like a betrayal to her best friend. Could this merely be a misunderstanding? She attempted to convince herself, but the mutual feeding and expressions shared between Tsunade and Chiya were not indicative of mere pretense. If she weren't present, they might as well have been embracing. Kushina, the meat is about to burn, Chiya casually reminded her, skillfully transferring the grilled pork belly into Tsunade's bowl, then effortlessly downing Tsunade's half-finished cup of sake. The red-haired girl kept her head lowered, her eyes fixated on the grill, mechanically flipping the meat while visions of Meichin's gentle smile flashed through her mind. That soft-hearted girl, what would she say to Meichin? Suddenly, Kushina felt the tender grilled meat turn tasteless in her mouth. Lady Tsunade, I'm full. I'll go train now. Shortly after, Kushina abruptly stood, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. She hastily grabbed her ninja tool pouch and dashed out the door, untouched drinks left behind. Chiya watched her retreating figure, momentarily bewildered. What else with her? Tsunade appeared equally perplexed. I'm not sure. Perhaps she just graduated and wants to improve herself? Chiya shrugged off the concern, moving closer to Tsunade and wrapping his arm around her waist. Regardless of her, a mere child, we shall continue. Before finishing his words, he picked up a piece of grilled meat, slathered in sauce, wrapped it in lettuce, and delivered it to Tsunade's mouth. Observing the sauce trickling from the corner of her lips, Chiya instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Suddenly, he alertly glanced out the window. 3 shadowy figures were darting past from the direction of the orphanage, the leader adorned with a mask. Could it be the Umbu or the root? Chiya furrowed his brow. Tsunade followed his gaze. It must be the Umbu, coming from the Hokage building. Do you suspect it was them? Should we follow? Tsunade's smile faded, her expression turning serious. Regarding the Umbu, perhaps it would be best if we refrained from approaching. Tsunade's brow wrinkled in concern. What do you mean? You don't suspect the Umbu, do you? Chiya's attention shifted back to the grilled meat on the table, picking up a piece and placing it in Tsunade's mouth. There's no evidence. Tsunade's cheeks were puffed out, resembling a hamster munching on nuts. If it truly were them, I must confront the old man about it. The old man refers to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. No need to rush. Let us eat first. They will not abandon their schemes. Tsunade gazed at Chiya in astonishment. It seems you truly know something. Yes, I have a rough idea. However, I cannot disclose it to you just yet. I fear it might spoil your appetite. Tsunade's curiosity intensified. Yet, seeing the seriousness etched on Chiya's face, she refrained from further inquiry. The sizzle of the grilled meat filled the air as Tsunade lowered her gaze, swiftly grasping her chopsticks. She flipped the already cooked edges of the meat, coating it in sauce, and presented it to Chiya with eager anticipation. Here, let me feed you. Chiya did not hesitate, opening his mouth to devour it, mumbling, "This sauce is delightful, but I prefer milk." At the mention of milk, Tsunade's face flushed, and she slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Milk? You, shouting for milk in broad daylight. Are you itching for trouble? Outside, merchants were packing up their stalls. Among them, 5 individuals mingled with the crowd, appearing as ordinary travelers. Yet they were spies from the hidden cloud village, having infiltrated for over half a month. The leading merchant lowered his hat, casting a glance at the dessert shop around the corner. That is a frequent haunt of Kushina Uzumaki, he whispered to his companions. The target typically purchases sweets every Wednesday evening. This evening presents the perfect opportunity. One of them nodded, feigning to arrange goods while scanning the surroundings, evidently searching for an escape route. The Umbu patrols every 15 minutes. We must complete the capture and leave the leaf within 10 minutes. The blind spots in the leaf's barrier have been confirmed. The eastern alley has no jutsu today. A mocking glint appeared in the leader's eyes. Today's mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Whether we can smuggle the last heir of the Uzumaki clan out of the land of fire depends entirely on us. Affirmative. The four surrounding him straightened, then dispersed to make final preparations. Chapter 40. Internal discrepancies. The family's vision is too narrow now. Tsunade crossed her arms. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the map on the table, which marked the locations of families with missing children. The sun outside was gradually setting, casting a dark blue hue across the sky. From 2 o'clock this afternoon until now, not a single lead had emerged. She anxiously rubbed her temples. Could our judgment be flawed? Chiya stood by the window, gazing calmly at the lights flickering to life in the streets, not responding immediately. A member of the Uchiha Guard entered respectfully, delivering his report. Clan leader, no suspicious individuals have been detected at any observation points. Tsunade sighed. Chiya, with a calm demeanor, replied, continue monitoring. Hold for another hour. Understood. Once the guard departed, Tsunade turned to Chiya, her tone tinged with fatigue. Perhaps today will yield no results. Chiya recalled that dozens of children had been abducted by Root members in the past. Thus far, only the first had been taken. The subsequent actions of Root would undoubtedly persist. Chiya's voice was low yet resolute. From today onward, I will ensure the guard conducts round-the-clock patrols. After all, this falls within our responsibilities. Tsunade studied his profile, sensing a hint of crimson. Is that the Sharingan? Tsunade felt compelled to speak, but dismissed the thought. Ultimately, she merely huffed lightly. As night enveloped the sky, the streets of the leaf grew sparse with pedestrians. It seems today must conclude here. Tsunade rose, stretching her stiff shoulders. I will return to the hospital. Inform me immediately if anything arises. Chiya nodded. Very well. After watching Tsunade depart, Chiya returned to the guard headquarters. Gather all members of the guard for a meeting at headquarters. The guard members in the hall tensed at Chiya's solemn demeanor. Yes, clan leader. With that command, they dispersed. Chiya's gaze fell upon the door to the lounge. At that moment, the elder emerged, his expression dark as he regarded Chiya. Clan leader Chiya, I demand a satisfactory explanation for today's events. Chiya's eyes swept over, his pitch-black pupils subtly shifting. The crimson Sharingan manifested, fixating on the elder. Elder, what do you wish for me to do? The elder trembled at the sight of Chiya's Sharingan. feeling a profound sense of pressure that far surpassed that of the other elders. Could it be? A chill ran down the elder's spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Within the village, a child has gone missing, and you chose to conceal it? Do you deem this matter trivial? Chiya's voice was icy. The elder felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, unable to meet Chiya's gaze, instinctively lowering his head. What is happening? Uchiha Chiya possesses such ocular prowess. Seeing the elder subdued, Chiya ceased to engage. Although he had merely activated the three tomo, the overwhelming pressure from his eyes was beyond what an ordinary Sharingan could withstand. Footsteps echoed. All members of the guard had gathered in the plaza outside the hall. The presence of Chiya's Sharingan imbued an intangible sense of pressure, causing their hearts to race. Chiya surveyed the assembly and nodded slightly. Everyone is present. Tell me, what is the duty of our guard? A young Uchiha stepped forward in response to Chiya's inquiry. To maintain the security and stability of the village. Chiya nodded at the reply. Correct, it is to uphold the village's security and stability. Is there a more specific answer? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. More specific? Is this not specific enough? Observing the confusion on their faces, Chiya decided to clarify. It boils down to one word. People. You all chant about protecting Konoha, safeguarding the clan, yet what you truly protect is none other than people. It is widely believed that the Senju clan values love over ninjutsu as strength, while we Uchiha prioritize the power of ninjutsu above all. But is that truly the case? Hearing this, several older Uchihas fell into contemplation. I am here to tell you today it is not. Chiya asserted decisively, his crimson Sharingan swirling slightly. No clan possesses a love as profound as that of the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, the Uchihas before Chiya widened their eyes in astonishment. Laughter erupted from within the ranks. Clan leader Chiya, do not attempt to sway our hearts here. The Uchiha have always pursued strength. Who would desire that pitiful love? If this is what you summon us for, it would be better to grant us a day of respite. What love are we Uchiha supposed to cherish? Where in this world is there so much love? Only the power of ninjutsu is truly substantial. As one Uchiha after another spoke, the others looked at Chiya with confusion. In their recollection, when did the Uchiha begin to value love as the Senju did? The elder, standing not far behind Uchiha Chiya, observed his silhouette with flickering eyes, remaining silent. The oppressive aura of the Sharingan he had just experienced was overwhelming, evoking memories of a former Uchiha. Suddenly, Chiya smiled, and that laughter rendered the entire square silent. Even the evening breeze seemed to freeze. He slowly raised his right hand, the tips of his fingers glistening coldly in the moonlight. Boom. The chilling ocular power from Chiya's Sharingan radiated outward, and the mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl frantically. The three tomos distorted rapidly, transforming into a six-petal crimson flower pattern. The terrifying ocular power forced the nearest Uchiha clansman to stagger back several steps, their eyes wide with astonishment at the design within Chiya's gaze. You claim that formidable power is the only reality? Chiya directed his gaze toward the most vocal opponent among the Uchiha. Then let me ask you, do you acknowledge my ocular power? The suffocating beauty of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan felt as though it were tightening around their throats, instilling a sense of impending doom. A jolt ran through the crowd. Do you understand why the Uchiha situation remains unchanged while the village's circumstances grow increasingly dire? Where does the power you pursue manifest? The war has just concluded. How many Uchiha actually ventured to the battlefield? Were the elders preventing you from participating? Or was it your own fear of death that held you back? The Uchiha clan controls the security force. Once you join, your life will be one of ease. To put it plainly, you have become accustomed to a life of comfort in the village, so why risk your lives on the front lines? Is that how you think? Answer me. The faces of the assembly flushed in anger, wanting to speak, yet unsure how to counter. They abandoned mission commissions, eager to join the security force, all for this comfortable existence. The square fell into silence, save for the rustling leaves in the night wind. Chiya's kaleidoscopic Sharingan emanated an eerie glow in the darkness as he slowly surveyed the crowd, his voice deep and resonant. Power? Have you fallen so low as to consider activating the three tomos the pinnacle of achievement? This comfortable life has gradually dulled the fervor of our Uchiha. He scoffed coldly. Look at yourselves. You can't even fulfill the most basic duty of security, yet you speak of protecting the clan? A young Uchiha could no longer contain his retort. Lord Clan Head, we have always fulfilled our duties with utmost diligence. Is that so? Then why did the Senju clan's child go missing while the security force remained oblivious? Why did the elder specifically instruct avoiding the Senju's patrol areas? All eyes turned toward the elder, whose face turned pale, unable to meet Chiya's gaze. Chiya continued. The decline of the Uchiha clan is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the loss of our original intent. The capacity of our clan has diminished greatly. Look at our so-called rival, the Senju clan, and ask yourselves, do you still deserve to compare yourselves with them? Chiya surveyed the assembly, resolutely declaring, from this day forth, the security force will undergo comprehensive reform. Each area must have designated personnel responsible, and all anomalies must be reported immediately, including those regarding the Senju clan. He turned to the elder. As for the actions of certain individuals concealing information, I shall investigate personally. If there are internal issues, Chiya's Sharingan flashed with a hint of crimson. I will not hesitate to cleanse our ranks. The elder trembled, finally bowing his head. Understood. Lord Clan Head. Chiya nodded, his gaze sweeping over every individual present. Remember, the glory of the Uchiha is not earned through the oppression of the weak, but through the protection of others. Starting tomorrow, all Uchiha members of the security force who finish their duties will undergo 1 hour of training. While the war may have ended, the strife within the ninja world is only beginning. I expect to witness a transformed security force, one ready to step onto the battlefield at any moment. Yes, Lord Clan Head. The crowd responded in unison, their voices imbued with newfound respect and the long-lost fervor. After admonishing the security force members, Chiya strolled along the village's outskirts, his gaze sweeping over every corner. He remained unhurried, fully aware that the transformation of the Uchiha clan would not occur overnight. It required a gradual approach, step by step. As for the unsettling elements within the Uchiha clan, Chiya knew he would need to eliminate them slowly. After about 10 minutes, his attention was drawn to the homes of families with children. The Root organization undoubtedly comprised Konoha's elite. Given Root's emphasis on external espionage activities, their methods for abducting children were typically meticulous and well-planned. Securing the optimal routes for ingress and egress was one aspect. Abduction was another. The act of removal was yet another. Analyzing these steps individually, as long as they continued to act, they would ultimately leave traces. Chiya approached the edge of the forest in the southeastern part of Konoha, close to a vulnerable point in the barrier where villagers seldom passed. Suddenly, he halted. 2 strands of red hair lay on the ground, starkly illuminated in the moonlight. Crouching down, he gently picked up the strands, feeling their resilient texture, the ends slightly curled. It was hair. His expression sharpened, the Sharingan silently activating, the crimson pupils gleaming coldly in the darkness. In his line of sight, there were several faint drag marks on the ground. Chiya stood slowly, directing his gaze deeper into the forest, pondering whether they were preparing to abduct a person rather than a child. He formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones that swiftly sped toward the security force and Tsunade to relay the message. Meanwhile, his original self stealthily infiltrated the woods, following the traces left behind. In the distance, a blonde-haired youth observed the departing Uchiha Chiya, a sense of relief washing over his face. The security force was indeed formidable. They had discovered the hair. If it were this esteemed individual, then there should be no danger. The youth turned to leave, the 2 strands of red hair he had clutched slipping from his grasp and drifting away with the wind. Chapter 41. The Butterfly Effect. The deep thoughts of Uchiha in the depths of the Land of Fire's forest. Kushina Uzumaki's ankles were bloodied and raw, each fall feeling as though 1,000 needles pierced her wounds. She bit her lip fiercely, the metallic taste of iron spreading in her mouth. This was her 3rd deliberate fall today. Move faster. A cloud ninja kicked her. Kushina let out a muffled groan, stumbling to her feet while entangling a strand of her red hair in the thorns of a bush. 7th place. Someone must see this, she thought. The ropes binding her tightened suddenly, and she stumbled as she looked up. The border was within reach, the last rays of the setting sun resembling dying sparks. The moonlight filtering through the trees and casting down upon her. She stared at her blurred shadow on the ground, suddenly recalling the disdainful gazes of those around her on her first day in Konoha. The red-haired outsider, a person from a fallen nation, stay away. She brings misfortune. What sort of hair is this? It's red, like a tomato. How hideous. The mocking voice echoed within her heart, and tears streamed down Kushina's face uncontrollably, momentarily blurring her vision. Her nails dug deep into her palm. A warm tear fell upon the blades of grass, and it dawned on her that she was indeed crying. As an outsider, she felt the villagers' rejection. Why did she still cling to the hope of their salvation? Kushina's spirits sank even lower. Ahead lay the national border. A ninja from the Cloud Village, walking in front, whispered excitedly, "You fool, lower your voice." Another ninja from the Cloud Village, equally elated, tugged at the rope binding Kushina, nearly causing her to stumble again. "Be careful, don't kill her. She is of the Uzumaki clan. She still has her uses," a voice from behind coldly reminded. I know," the ninja retorted dismissively, then turned to glance at Kushina. "Hurry up." At that moment, Kushina had surrendered all hope of rescue from Konoha, her eyes reflecting only numbness. Her entire being felt like a mere shell, her lips moving as she mumbled, "I'm just an outsider. What do I expect in terms of rescue?" At that moment, dark clouds obscured the cunning moon. A shadow darted swiftly towards her. The two cloud ninjas behind Kushina felt a sudden warmth in their throats, followed by a loss of consciousness. As their bodies fell, a pair of pale hands seized their garments and gently laid them on the ground. Swish! A black kunai cut through the darkness like an arrow, precisely piercing the vital neck of the cloud ninja, restraining Kushina. A soft thud drew the attention of the remaining two cloud ninjas. What happened? They both drew their kunai, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. As one of them approached to seize the unsuspecting Kushina, a shadow suddenly emerged from a distant tree, flipping a hand and sending 3 or 4 shurikens flying. Clang, clang. The night was dark, and relying on their combat experience, the two managed to deflect 2 of the shurikens, but one struck the left cloud ninja's chest, causing him to collapse in an instant. Before Kushina stood a youthful figure with black hair. "Who are you?" As the cloud ninja gazed at the youth's face, a flash of crimson light caught his eye, and his words faltered. His body stiffened, expression growing blank as he was ensnared in the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Chinya flicked his wrist, driving a kunai into the ninja's neck. The last of the cloud ninjas fell heavily to the ground. In mere moments, the cloud ninjas were all dealt with. Chinya turned, his crimson Sharingan reverting to black as he beheld the familiar scene before him. Wasn't this the moment in the original story when Minato rescued Kushina? He never expected that as a Uchiha searching for a lost child, he would inadvertently save her. Could this be the butterfly effect he had unleashed? Chinya scrutinized Kushina, gently speaking, "Hey, are you unharmed?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kushina lifted her gaze. At that moment, the clouds drifted past, and the pure moonlight spilled down once more. The despairing emptiness in Kushina's eyes began to flicker with life. "Is it you, Lord Chinya?" she murmured softly. "You can call my name. So it seems you are fine." Chinya stood in the moonlight, swiftly moving behind Kushina. The kunai appeared in his hand, and in a few deft motions, he untied the ropes binding her. "Why did you come to save me? I am merely an outsider." Chinya, hearing her murmurs, replied nonchalantly, "What outsider? Isn't that a Konoha headband upon your forehead? As a member of the security team, it is my duty to protect the village and its people. Whether it be you, or even a cat or dog from Konoha, I cannot allow ninjas from other nations to take them." Hearing Chinya's words and seeing the red hair in his hands filled her heart with warmth. Was this the feeling of being acknowledged? The tension in Kushina's heart eased. However, as she relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Her legs, clad in stockings, buckled, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Chinya quickly reached out, catching her before she fell. A sense of relief washed over Kushina, but discomfort tugged at her chest, prompting her to glance down. "Hey, that arm position." Kushina looked at the strong arm, her pale, delicate face flushing crimson. Let's not get caught up in that. It's getting late. I'll take you back." Before she could finish her thought, a flurry of movement caught her off guard. Chinya, as if manipulating a puppet, swiftly hoisted her onto his back. By the time she realized what was happening, she was staring at the back of his head. "Hold on tight. Wait." Kushina's eyes widened. As Chinya's chakra surged beneath him, he leaped high. Feeling the rush of wind from their swift movement, Kushina finally reacted, daringly wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her small body against him. She felt the warmth radiating from Chinya and the unfamiliar, yet pleasant scent surrounding him. The blush on her face spread to her ears. Under the moonlight, their figures raced through the forest. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chinya's mind. Task triggered. Intercept Kushina Uzumaki. Reward: Uzumaki clan bloodline and sealing techniques. Outside Konoha village, within a secret base of the root organization. Danzo's face bore a sinister expression as he listened to the reports from the root ninjas. The Senju clan had begun to take precautions regarding the missing children, while the Uchiha security team had simultaneously entered a state of alert. Regardless of the time, the shadows of the Uchiha clan's patrols were ever present. Danzo waved a hand. Dismissing the ninja, his gaze shifted to Orochimaru beside him. This accursed Uchiha is truly going to ruin our plans. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, his face a mask of indifference. The security team's pursuit of the missing children is simply their duty. It's not surprising. Danzo snorted in response. It must be that Uchiha Chiya pulling the strings. As the clan leader, he is orchestrating this to consolidate the Uchiha clan's power. I underestimated him. This Chiya, though young, possesses a depth of thought. After speaking, Danzo glanced at the experimental materials surrounding him. In the short term, forget about the village's children, especially the offspring of prominent clans. I will try to procure some materials from other countries for you. Orochimaru nodded, turning to leave, but suddenly halted, a thought striking him. Could it be that Uchiha Chiya has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Danzo's expression shifted dramatically. The Manjiki? It's possible. If that is the case, an uncontrolled Uchiha will undoubtedly become the village's greatest threat in the future. Chapter 42. The task of interception is daunting, and I look forward to the changes in the Uchiha. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene glow over the quiet streets. Chiya carried the already slumbering Kushina on his back, his step steady as he passed through the village entrance. The red-haired girl's cheek rested against his back, her breathing even, clearly exhausted. As they entered the village, he immediately spotted Tsunade leaning against a street lamp, arms crossed, her gaze alert as she awaited his return. In the distance, several members of the Uchiha security team stood watch. Tsunade, why are you still here so late? Chiya whispered. Tsunade didn't respond with words. Instead, she approached gently and took Kushina from his back. The girl furrowed her brows in her sleep, but soon settled quietly in Tsunade's embrace. Is she all right? Tsunade expressed her concerns, her gaze sweeping over the bruises on Kushina's wrist. She placed her hand on it, and soon a green chakra emanated, providing her with a brief healing. Exhausted and a bit startled, but no serious harm, Chiya succinctly replied. Tsunade nodded, observing the wound heal before ceasing her ninjutsu. I will send her home, and I won't be coming over tonight, Tsunade murmured softly to Chiya. He smiled and nodded in response. Rest early, good night. Good night. With that, Tsunade turned and walked towards the Senju clan, her silhouette gradually merging with the night. Members of the guard swiftly approached. Lord Clan Leader, during my absence, have any other families in the village reported missing children? The captain of the guard reported. Everything is normal. No children have gone missing for now. Chiya breathed a sigh of relief. Continue patrolling. From today, the guard must arrange for 24-hour patrols. Our Uchiha clan has suffered minimal casualties in this war, yet many families harbor a sense of unrest towards us. The guard's primary duty is to maintain the village's safety if incidents of missing children persist. Our Uchiha clan will truly find it hard to hold our heads high in Konoha. Chiya's words were rather diplomatic. The truth was that there had been no casualties because the Uchiha had not engaged in battle. Only Chiya had participated, executing a special task personally assigned by the third Hokage, which hardly counted. Understood. The Uchiha captain replied earnestly, clearly absorbing Chiya's words. Also, ensure that the patrolling areas are fairly distributed, mobilizing everyone for a balanced approach. Yes. All right, everyone, return to your duties. You stay here. As Chiya concluded, all but the squad captain dispersed. The captain, unsure of Chiya's intentions, stood silently, awaiting orders. Chiya, however, remained silent, occasionally glancing at the moon, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, with a swish, a shadow descended silently, revealing a masked Umbu ninja before him. Clan leader Chiya, the Hokage summons you. A faint smile flickered on Chiya's lips. As he had anticipated this, he turned to the guard captain beside him, instructing, go to the guard headquarters and fetch the documents from my desk. The captain complied and departed, while Chiya followed the Umbu towards the Hokage's building. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the Uchiha holding the documents coincidentally arrived as well. Lord Clan Leader, here are the documents. Chiya nodded, accepting them and gesturing for him to continue with his tasks. Carry on with your duties. He entered the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood by the window, smoke from his pipe swirling around him, obscuring his expression. Hearing footsteps, he turned. his gaze piercing as it fell upon Chiya. "Sit." Hiruzen gestured to the chair opposite him. Chiya took a seat without hesitation, placing the freshly received documents on the desk. "I've heard about Kushina's situation," Hiruzen remarked, his eyes scanning the documents without lingering, focusing gravely on Chiya. "Did you bring her back?" "Yes, Tsunade has already taken her home," Chiya replied calmly. It's quite unexpected how swiftly the people of Kumogakure retaliated, and their ability to precisely extract Kushina from Konoha indicates that this matter is indeed complex. Chiya hadn't anticipated that Hiruzen would use the word retaliation. After a moment of silence, he continued, "This group has likely been lurking in Konoha for some time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stealthily abducted Kushina." He paused. "The areas Kushina frequented were inadequately protected by the guard, and most of our attention today has been on investigating the missing children in the village." Hiruzen's expression hardened slightly, the pipe rotating between his fingers. He understood Chiya's implication. Kushina's daily routine was highly regular, and her residence was at the very center of Konoha's barrier. Such a location typically did not require routine patrols from the guard. He remained silent for a time, observing Chiya as if assessing the deeper meaning in his words. The room fell into a quiet stillness, the only sound being the soft hiss of the pipe. At last, Hiruzen exhaled a long plume of smoke and spoke slowly. "You can leave the investigation of the missing children to your guard." Chiya understood the implication. Investigating the missing children was within the guard's remit, but dealing with spies from Kumogakure was not their responsibility. He nodded, not surprised by this arrangement. Additionally, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the documents on the table. "What is this?" "The recent reform plan for the Uchiha," Chiya replied, his tone steady yet imbued with undeniable resolve. "The guard cannot be limited to patrolling within the village. All eligible Uchiha members should partake in regular missions, and if conflict arises, they must serve as a force to protect Konoha." Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before unexpectedly smiling. He picked up the documents and flipped through them, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "A commendable idea." Chiya did not show any signs of delight at the praise. He simply continued, "Furthermore, the approval for the expansion of training grounds requires the Hokage's signature." Hiruzen took the document, glanced at it, and without hesitation, signed his name. "I eagerly anticipate the changes within the Uchiha." He returned the document, his tone unusually gentle. Chiya accepted the document and inclined his head slightly. "I will not disappoint you." He turned to leave, gently closing the office door behind him. Hiruzen watched his retreating figure, his gaze inscrutable amidst the swirling smoke. He retrieved a scroll from his drawer, which contained intelligence gathered by the Umbu regarding the spies from Kumogakure and their connections to Uchiha Yamaha, the name of the Uchiha clan's elder. The internal strife within the Uchiha clan was far from tranquil. One could only wonder how he would address this matter. Chapter 43. You have chosen your path to destruction. The Uchiha cannot tolerate such a rogue element. The following day, just as dawn broke and the morning mist had yet to disperse, a palpable tension filled the Uchiha clan grounds. Chiya stood before the elder's residence, flanked by over 20 elite members of the guard, all Uchiha, their expressions solemn and poised for action. "Knock," Chiya instructed calmly. A guard stepped forward and rapped firmly on the door. Moments later, it was cracked open, revealing a servant who, bleary-eyed, inquired, "Who is it at this early hour?" "Is that the clan leader?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened at the sight of the dark mass of people outside, freezing him in fear. "Step aside." Chiya's voice was icy, his tone leaving no room for argument. The servant dared not obstruct him, hastily stepping aside. Chiya strode in, the guard members following closely, their footsteps synchronized, echoing like war drums in the still courtyard. Elder Uchiha Yamaha was roused by the commotion, hastily donning his outer robes as he emerged from his chamber. Upon reaching the corridor, he was met with the imposing sight of Chiya and his clan members standing fiercely in the courtyard. His expression darkened as he bellowed, "Uchiha Chiya, what is the meaning of this? If you have grievances, please convene a clan meeting to address them." Chiya regarded him with a calm demeanor, the chill in the air seemingly dropping several degrees. "Elder, still so brazen?" Under the intensity of Chiya's gaze, Yamaha felt a tremor of unease but quickly suppressed it. Retorting angrily, "You barge into my residence at such an early hour. Do you have no sense of propriety?" Chiya's lips curled into a cold smile. "Propriety? I am the very definition of propriety." With a wave of his hand, the guards behind him promptly stepped forward, bringing several bound members of the Uchiha clan to the forefront. These individuals, clad in tattered clothing and bearing expressions of fear, were the very same guards implicated in a covert investigation conducted by Chiya the previous night, colluding with the elder. Upon seeing them, the elder's pupils dilated, and he exclaimed sharply, "Chiya, you have only been clan leader for a few days, and already you dare to arbitrarily arrest my men? What crime have they committed?" Chiya slowly approached the elder, stating, "It suffices that you acknowledge them as your subordinates. They have confessed that it was you who instructed them to deliberately neglect the patrol areas of the Senju clan, allowing spies from the Cloud Village to escape." The elder's complexion shifted. "Absurd. What evidence do you possess? You intend to slander me based on the testimonies of these few individuals?" Chiya retrieved a scroll from his robes and gently unfurled it. "This is the record of the Cloud Village spies' activities provided by the Umbu last night. Their previous movements coincided precisely with the patrol schedule arranged by your people." Additionally, Chiya produced an account ledger, tossing it contemptuously at the elder's face. "Here are your financial records from recent years, significantly exceeding those of ordinary elders. Much of this wealth is of dubious origin. Will you not offer an explanation, elder?" Observing the elder's changing expression, Chiya continued, "You have conspired with external enemies and lined your own pockets. What more can you say?" The elder, realizing the evidence was irrefutable, ceased his attempts at denial. He cast a glance at the gathered Uchihas before fixing his gaze on Chiya, his expression grave. "You short-sighted fools. My actions are all for the sake of our Uchiha clan. The Senju clan and our Uchiha clan jointly established Konoha. Why should they remain elevated, having held the position of Hokage for 2 generations, while we Uchihas are overlooked? We are not inferior to the Senju. The Hokage position rightfully belongs to us. I am unwilling to accept this. I stand for the Uchiha. It is the Senju clan that obstructs us. As for the spies, I merely sought to teach the Senju a lesson. By allying with other nations, I intended to utilize external forces to weaken the Senju as much as possible. Do you not see how swiftly the Senju have declined in recent years? I have played my part in this. By leaking information about the Senju to enemy nations, I have essentially sent them to their doom. The spies from the Cloud Village target the Senju. How could they pose a threat to the Uchiha?" Chiya coldly interrupted him. "For the Uchiha? No, I see only your own selfish desires. You released spies, endangering the village. You embezzled funds, tarnishing our clan's reputation. You deliberately targeted the Senju, inciting internal discord. Which of your actions serves the Uchiha? Do you wish to see Konoha crumble, returning our Uchiha to the era of the ninja clans?" A glimmer of realization flickered in the elder's eyes. "And what of it? The Uchiha have always emerged victorious from among the ninja clans. Once the Senju are eliminated, the ninja world will belong to us." Chiya gazed at the fervent elder, absorbing his grandiloquent declarations. He took a deep breath and exhaled, murderous intent. "You." The elder glared at Chiya. "Uchiha Chiya, you are a relic of a bygone era. Times have changed. This is no longer the age of clans, but of villages, nations, and the unification of powerful families. Look at the Uzumaki clan. They stand as a nation unto themselves. Even with their unparalleled sealing techniques and strong clan, what has that independence brought them? Their nation was destroyed, their clan slaughtered, leaving only a few orphans scattered throughout the ninja world. Do you wish for the Uchiha to separate from Konoha, becoming a thorn in the side of others, ultimately following in the footsteps of the Uzumaki? This is clearly a path to destruction, and you dare claim it's for the Uchiha?" The elder's face darkened. The surrounding guards shared a complex mix of emotions. The Uzumaki clan was indeed a well-known cautionary tale. The era of the ninja clans had long since passed. Disdain began to creep into the gazes of the Uchihas directed at the elder. "Elder, you who would turn back the hands of time, will ultimately pay for your actions." The elder scoffed. "Uchiha Chiya, do not become too complacent. Do you think that becoming clan leader grants you the liberty to act as you please? The other elders will not remain idle." Unmoved, Chiya waved his hand, and the younger guards advanced to restrain the elder. The elder struggled, attempting to channel his chakra. Chiya furrowed his brow as his onyx pupils gradually transformed, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. "You will regret this. The Uchiha will inevitably meet their end at your hands." Chiya met his gaze, quietly casting a Genjutsu with his Sharingan. The elder's words faltered as he slumped to the ground. "Take them all away and deliver them to the interrogation facility for serious offenders." The interrogation facility for serious offenders served as Konoha's prison. "Understood." Several young Uchihas swiftly moved to escort the elder and his accomplices away. Chiya watched the elder's receding figure, his gaze profound. At that moment, other elders arrived, having heard the news. Upon witnessing the scene, they were all taken aback. The third elder stepped forward, his voice heavy with concern. Chiya, what transpired here? Chiya turned, presenting the evidence to the assembled elders, his tone calm, yet resolute. The elder has colluded with external enemies against the village and embezzled clan resources. I have apprehended him. If any elder doubts this, they may examine the evidence. The elders perused the scrolls and ledgers, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Ultimately, the third elder sighed deeply, shaking his head. I never imagined Yamashita would stoop to such depths. Another elder, upon viewing the documents, broke into a cold sweat. He raised his gaze to Chiya, his eyes now filled with respect and admiration. Clan leader, you have handled this matter with great prudence. The clan cannot tolerate such a harmful element. Chiya nodded. From this day forth, I shall completely reorganize the guard. Any actions that jeopardize the clan or village will not be tolerated. The elders unanimously agreed, expressing their support for Chiya's decisive actions. As the morning light bathed the courtyard, Chiya's silhouette stretched elegantly. Esteemed elders, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I have pressing duties with the guard. He exited the estate, gazing up at the brightening sky, aware that leading the Uchiha to prosperity was a daunting task. Unifying the clan's ideology was merely the first step. Chapter 44, The Susanoo Plan. A public incident. Chiya returned to the guard headquarters, standing at the window on the second floor, surveying the bustling villagers below. This vantage point offered a panoramic view of much of Konoha. Truly, it was a beautiful village. After a moment of silence, Chiya withdrew his gaze. With the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the entire ninja world was vigorously fortifying itself, striving for dominance on future battlefields. It would not be an exaggeration to declare the dawn of an era of internal competition. As the leader of the Uchiha, he bore the weight of many responsibilities. Ultimately, it boiled down to a singular truth: power, power, and more power. System. Open the system panel. Name: Uchiha Chiya. Age: 18. Chakra: 15 cards. Bloodline limit: Sharingan Kaleidoscope. Ice release. Skills: Kaleidoscope techniques. The other side of the yellow spring, cycle of cause and effect. Mastery of illusions: the Great Fireball technique, Body Flicker technique, Shadow Clone technique, and the Three-Body technique. A luminescent screen materialized in his mind as Chiya gazed thoughtfully at his system panel. Logically speaking, a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan should naturally unlock a third power, the divine might of the Uchiha, Susanoo. He could sense Susanoo from within his eyes, yet it was conspicuously absent from his system panel. System, are you there? Chiya mentally called out. Yes, host, came the reply. Where is my Susanoo? Why is it not listed among my skills? Response. Susanoo is a supreme power residing within the Manjiki Sharingan, a final eye technique that manifests a colossal chakra in a form that embodies both offense and defense. Due to the host's limited time with the Manjiki Sharingan, your control over its ocular power is not yet perfected, resulting in difficulties when attempting to utilize it. Hence, the Susanoo skill is not displayed. In order to wield Susanoo, the host must forge their ocular power to a certain level and meet the chakra requirements before it can be properly executed. Upon hearing this, Chiya paused momentarily. He recalled the original narrative involving Uchiha Sasuke after he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. At that time, he had pondered why Sasuke, despite having activated the Manjiki Sharingan, had been nearly defeated by the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, without invoking Susanoo. It seemed that upon awakening the Manjiki, one must undergo a process of mastering ocular control to access Susanoo. It appeared the threshold was rather high. Indeed, many had awakened the Manjiki, yet only a select few could manifest Susanoo. System, how can I check my ocular forging level and the chakra amount required to meet the standard? Your attentive system is at your service. Temporary features have been added. Unlock Susanoo progress. Susanoo unlock progress. Ocular power, forging proficiency 60, chakra quantity requirement, met. Chakra control requirement, 75. The optimal enhancement plan is as follows: ocular power, daily practice and mastery of the Sharingan, minimum requirement, 3 tomo, will correspondingly elevate your proficiency. Chakra control requirement. The system recommends that the host complete tasks. Task rewards will increase chakra and chakra control. Upon viewing the system's interface, Chiya gained a newfound understanding. So, in order to activate Susanoo, he needed to cultivate both ocular power and chakra control. Regarding ocular power, following the system's plan, he would need to frequently employ the Sharingan moving forward. This posed no issue, as he was Uchiha and possessed 15 cards of chakra, making the consumption of the Sharingan negligible. As for chakra control, the available tasks were all intercept missions. Konan, Kushina, this was quite troublesome. Mikoto would also take years to be ready. The only candidate of suitable age was Yakushi Nan. Chiya's gaze flickered slightly. He was uncertain of Yakushi Nan's whereabouts. Should he approach Danzo to request assistance? They were not related, and it would be audacious to ask for one of his elite subordinates. That old man harbored prejudice against the Uchiha and would undoubtedly refuse. If this route proved unfeasible, it seemed he would have to pursue an indirect approach. Chiya then turned his thoughts to Tsunade. Currently, she led the medical organization, and Yakushi Nan was highly skilled in medical arts. The Konoha medical field was indeed in need of such talent. Danzo, you are so devoted to the village. Surely you would not wish to see Konoha medical capabilities lag behind those of other villages? He could propose to Tsunade, confident that the old man would not oppose. Splendid. As for whether Tsunade would agree, that depended on how diligently he toiled tonight. For the sake of Susanoo, he would have to make some sacrifices. If Tsunade ever discovered that his motives were to intercept Yakushi Nan, would she retaliate against him? Chiya dismissed the thought. Being discarded was preferable to lacking strength. After all, it was Susanoo. It was his ultimate power. Returning to his desk, he swiftly penned a few lines. Someone, to the clan leader. A member of the security team hurried over. Deliver this letter to Tsunade. Chiya placed the letter into an envelope and handed it to the Uchiha. Noticing the confusion in the man's eyes, he feigned a sigh. The matters concerning the elder cannot be left unresolved. I must take personal responsibility for this follow-up. Even if I am rebuked by that detestable Senju clan, I shall endure. Go now, and ensure this letter of apology reaches Tsunade in its entirety. This pertains to the future of the Uchiha and Senju. Do you understand? Upon hearing it was about the future of the Uchiha, the young Uchiha's eyes brightened, and he stood straighter, filled with seriousness. Clan leader, I understand. This letter will certainly reach Lady Tsunade intact. Furthermore, clan leader, you have worked hard. With those words, he carefully stowed the letter and vanished with the body flicker technique. Watching the young Uchiha disappear, Chiya shook his head. Ah, youth is indeed a virtue. They believe whatever they are told. Moreover, he even went so far as to express concern for him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at a table with the duo of advisors, Shikamaru Nara and Mito Kamizuki. They discussed the recent incident involving the capture of the orphaned remnants of the Uzumaki clan by the Cloud Village ninja, confirmed by the Umbu. All had been slain at the hands of Uchiha Chiya, dying within the borders. Those who had aided them within the village had received precise answers, pinpointing Uchiha Sanma as the culprit. Hearing the name Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara instinctively furrowed his brow. Had the Uchiha clan truly succumbed to their own decline? To conspire with external forces against their own kin? The third Hokage coughed, not merely the Uchiha, but rather Uchiha Sanma. Shikamaru and Mito, both well-versed in politics, quickly grasped Hiruzen's implication. They swiftly shifted their focus from the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Sanma. I recall Uchiha Sanma. I have seen him a few times. He always appeared meticulous. I never imagined he would resort to such treachery against the village. Mito coughed lightly. One cannot judge a book by its cover. This individual is not to be underestimated. Years ago, there were reports indicating that he was one of the few openly supportive of Uchiha Madara's decisions, a follower of Madara. Shikamaru turned to Mito, supportive of Uchiha Madara? When Madara departed, Sama must have been around 12 or 13. Why did he not leave with him? Mito found himself at a loss for words. Observing Mito's silence, Shikamaru snorted disdainfully. Such claims of allegiance to Uchiha Madara are merely excuses they concoct for themselves. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling around obscuring his expression. What course of action shall we take? They exchanged glances. Shikamaru's expression turned grave. Uchiha Sanma has already engaged in serious acts of betrayal against the village. He cannot be spared. If this matter were to become public, the repercussions would be immense. I recommend a secret execution. After all, this could salvage the village's reputation. Shikamaru pondered Hiruzen's earlier mention of not merely the Uchiha, but Uchiha Sanma. Ultimately, The Uchiha are still part of Konoha. No one desires to see them reach that point. Mito nodded in agreement. A secret execution is the safest course. It would maintain Konoha's image and leave the Uchiha clan indebted to us. Hiruzen, what are the Uchiha's thoughts on this matter? Sarutobi Hisashi turned around, retrieving a scroll from the table and placing it before him. This was the document sent by Uchiha Chiya today, which they were to make public. The expressions of the two men visibly stiffened. What? Public. Chapter 45. Advancing with burdens for the Uchiha. Plotting with Yakushi no Uchiha stood by the window of the security team's headquarters, gazing at the letter from Tsunade that had been delivered by a team member. The letter contained the details of their meeting, which Chiya noted with a slight smile. They were to gather for dinner this afternoon and discuss matters concerning Yakushi no Uchiha. With his silver tongue, Chiya was confident he could persuade Tsunade, whether by day or by night. Success in this plan would merely be a matter of time. Leveraging his charm to intercept no Uchiha. Sensing the gazes of the security personnel upon him, Chiya discreetly tucked away the letter, his expression turning serious. He could not let them know about his rendezvous with Tsunade. A plausible excuse was essential. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Clearing his throat, he drew the attention of the room. Everyone. Chiya's voice was low yet resolute. I have received Princess Tsunade's opinion. She mentioned that the incident involving Uchiha Yamato regarding the Senju clan can be overlooked. However, a formal apology is still required. A murmur of quiet discussion erupted in the room. Apologize to the Uchiha? Although the incident was indeed caused by Elder Yamato, it feels somewhat humiliating to bow to the Senju clan. Are our ordinary clan members even qualified to apologize? Some faces lit up with hope, while others frowned in concern, clearly troubled by the conditions proposed by the Senju clan. The Senju were the Uchiha's most despised adversaries, and now the prospect of apologizing to them sparked a conflict with their innate pride. Raising his hand for silence, Chiya surveyed the faces before him, speaking slowly. I understand that many of you may have reservations. The Senju clan has long been our adversary. Yet, that was a long time ago. Since the establishment of Konoha, we Uchiha have reconciled with the Senju. We are all part of Konoha now. An apology is merely a formality. It is not insurmountable. A young security officer could not contain himself. Chief, are we truly going to bow to the Senju? Chiya shook his head. This is not submission. It is for the sake of the Uchiha. Reconciling with the Senju is meant to demonstrate our responsibility to the village. Do you wish to be perpetually regarded by the villagers as an arrogant clan? Silence fell over the room as the initial resistance in their eyes transformed into contemplation. The chief was right. They must change the current situation. For the future of the Uchiha. Chiya nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening. Excellent. Since you all comprehend my intentions, I will take on the upcoming task myself. I have some familiarity with Princess Tsunade, having worked with her before. As the chief, it is my duty to lead by example and stand at the forefront of our clan. I shall personally apologize to Tsunade this afternoon. The assembly was taken aback by Chiya's decision to approach Tsunade as chief. They believed that with the incident involving Uchiha Yamato, the Senju would harbor deep animosity towards the Uchiha. Such an action was undoubtedly perilous. Moreover, as chief, Chiya should avoid contact with the Senju, who were likely still irate. The room erupted in protest. Chiya sighed, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan manifesting in his eyes, exuding an aura that swept over the entire security team. If a mistake is made, it must be acknowledged. The Uchiha never shies away from responsibility. This matter falls upon me. I shall rectify our clan's image. The room fell silent. The members gazed at Uchiha Chiya, their eyes filled with admiration and emotion. Indeed, the chief embodies the very essence of leadership. To uphold the family's honor to such an extent is truly commendable. Such a chief is rare to find. Chief, you are bearing the weight for the Uchiha. Some of the more sentimental Uchiha were on the verge of tears. Very well, everyone, return to your duties. I must take my leave. Chiya turned to exit. Halfway through, he paused. The matter of the missing children must continue to be investigated. Increase the patrol intensity to 24 hours. Yes, Chief. The security team responded loudly. Their morale surged. Stronger than before. Chiya nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that soon, the Uchiha security team would be entirely under his control. He strode out of the headquarters, traversing several streets to purchase a roast chicken, Tsunade's favorite. Arriving at a secluded izakaya in Konoha, he ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to a private room. Tsunade was already seated. an array of 8 exquisite side dishes, and a flask of sake on the table. You are a tad late, Tsunade remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chiya closed the door and placed the roast chicken on the table before her, his serious demeanor instantly melting away into a relaxed smile. He sat beside Tsunade, casually lifting a cup for a sip of sake, reasoning that he needed to maintain the pretense. Pretense? Tsunade chuckled, pinching his cheek. Chiya quickly grasped her hand. Everything I do is for the future of the Uchiha and the Senju. Enough of that. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Isn't this just a date? Why bring the Uchiha and Senju future into it? Do you really expect us to set aside our animosities and become allies? Unfazed, she began to unwrap the warm roast chicken, offering him a piece. Now, tell me, what is the real reason you invited me out today? Chiya smiled, eating the morsel before responding leisurely. Actually, there is a small matter in which I would like your assistance. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh, what small matter could a Uchiha clan leader not handle? Chiya leaned closer, lowering his voice. I want to request someone from the root. The root? Who? Tsunade asked, surprised. Yakushi Nanoyu, Chiya stated calmly. She is a remarkable talent, skilled in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of her name. What do you need her for? Chiya had prepared his response, maintaining a composed facade as he began to weave a lie. Naturally, it is to benefit you. The medical team is overwhelmed, and you are bearing too much on your own. Yakushi Nanoyu is exceptionally capable. Bringing her on board would alleviate some of your burden. I cannot bear to see you so strained. Tsunade paused, her heart warming at his words. The doubt in her eyes gradually transformed into warmth and affection. With a playful huff, she tried to mask her delight. You do know how to care for people. Seizing the moment, Chiya held her hand. Of course. You are my most important person. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare, yet she still poured sake for him. All right, enough of the mushiness. I will see what I can do, but dealing with Danzo will be challenging. Chiya raised his cup with a grin, with Princess Tsunade taking the lead. What could possibly go wrong? Tsunade burst into laughter, clearly in high spirits, as she added more dishes to his plate. Eat more, you've been looking a bit thin lately. Do not only think of yourself, you should eat too, especially since you seem quite exhausted lately. No need to feed me. I can manage on my own. The two exchanged drinks, and the atmosphere in the private room was warm and joyous. After a few rounds of drinks, Tsunade, slightly tipsy, leaned against Chiya's shoulder and softly remarked, It truly makes me happy that you care for me so much. Chiya embraced her shoulder gently and replied, There will be more things to bring you joy in the future. Tsunade looked up at him, her gaze imbued with depth. No need to wait for the future. Let us make tonight special. If you want my help, you must at least show some sincerity. Chiya felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade was certainly not easily swayed. It seemed he would have to reveal his trump card. At that moment, he felt a subtle ache in his lower back. Certainly. Princess Tsunade, just watch. Tsunade observed Chiya's confidence, her playful eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, you seem quite bold. Of course, I am exceedingly brave. The night deepened, and the izakaya's lights glowed warmly and softly. Chapter 46. A heart-to-heart with Fugaku to avert tragedy the next morning as dawn broke. The window of the izakaya's second floor facing the alley was opened. A figure poked his head out, a flash of crimson light flickering momentarily. Shortly thereafter, he jumped down from the window, landing steadily on the ground. What a name, Princess Tsunade. I might as well call you a juicer. Oh, my aching back. The one who had jumped down was none other than Uchiha Chiya. As he walked, he adjusted his clothing. Not long after, he noticed someone approaching. Lord Clan Leader? Hearing the familiar voice, Chiya looked up and saw his cousin, Uchiha Fugaku, approaching in a neat uniform, clearly on duty. He wore an expression of surprise upon seeing Chiya. No need for titles. Cousin, you are my dearest friend. Chiya's face brightened with a warm smile as he stepped forward and draped an arm around Fugaku's shoulder. Cousin, what do you think about the recent reforms in the Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Fugaku paused, his expression growing serious. I think it's quite good. It makes the proud Uchiha appear a bit more approachable. Observing Fugaku's profile, Chiya could tell he spoke truthfully. It seems the reforms have indeed had an effect. Chiya, what did you do last night? Fugaku turned, his serious demeanor now tinged with curiosity. I was striving for the stable development of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Fugaku's expression stiffened. What does that mean? Without waiting for a response, Chiya spoke first. Cousin, within our clan, there are still some members who harbor prejudices against the Senju clan. This is an objective reality, and you cannot deny it. Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, there are indeed some individuals like that. This is no longer the era of ninja clans. It is an era of villages and alliances among many clans. Am I correct? Fugaku sighed, a mix of sentiment and admiration in his expression. That is indeed true. Just like you said, the once mighty Uzumaki clan ultimately perished. We, the Uchiha, if we were to sever ties with Konoha, other villages would undoubtedly covet our bloodline limit. Our clan's strength is not much different from that of the Uzumaki clan. If the Uzumaki fell, we Uchiha would also not escape a similar fate. The times have indeed changed. Chiya released his hold on Fugaku's shoulder and patted him gently. Hence, cousin, our Uchiha clan must firmly unite under the great tree of Konoha. Konoha has emerged from the support of all clans, and we are no exception. Fugaku's gaze darkened, a hint of worry surfacing. But, cousin, you and I are brothers. Speak plainly. Uchiha Fugaku cast a complex glance at Chiya. I fear that some individuals in Konoha may reject us and engage in underhanded tactics against us. Chiya chuckled. You are correct, cousin. For us Uchiha to enter the core of Konoha is indeed no easy feat. Not only must we prove ourselves to Konoha, but those at the core will also scrutinize us. However, those are ultimately minor issues. Conflicts are, after all, ubiquitous. Conflicts? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. To put it simply, it's about strife. A flicker of understanding crossed Fugaku's eyes. As long as they adhere to the rules, we can maneuver within those parameters. Of course, besides the rules, there are also widely accepted principles and boundaries. Chiya, I still don't quite understand. Fugaku's face bore a rueful smile. Every time he conversed with his cousin, he encountered new terms. Chiya paused for a moment and decided to simplify. Never mind, cousin. I want to elaborate further. The gist is that I wish to unify our Uchiha clan. We must strengthen our internal solidarity while fostering good relations with the Senju and other clans. At the very least ensuring we do not become adversaries. Fugaku lowered his head in thought, contemplating the internal situation of the clan, and sighed. That may not be easy. It is precisely because it is difficult that it must be done. If neither of us takes action, shall we leave the issues to be resolved by future generations of the Uchiha, trusting in the wisdom of our descendants? Nonsense. If we allow the status quo to persist, the Uchiha clan will likely face extinction. Chiya spread his hands and turned to walk ahead. Cousin, have you eaten? Shall we grab some breakfast? At that moment, Chiya and Fugaku had unknowingly arrived at a food street. The enticing aromas of rice, grilled fish, and more wafted through the air. I'm still on duty. You should go eat first. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head firmly. Chiya did not press the matter. His cousin had always been quite principled. Very well. I shall go ahead. With that, Chiya swiftly made his way to a nearby restaurant. Fugaku watched his cousin's retreating figure, his thoughts profoundly complex. How could his cousin possess such insight and political acumen? The wisdom and discernment he demonstrated were beyond what even the elders of their clan could muster. The cautious cousin of yesteryears had now been elevated by the clan to become the new leader of the Uchiha clan. This must surely be a reflection of the people's will. Fugaku felt a surge of determination. Uchiha Chiya was truly someone capable of leading the Uchiha out of their predicament and restoring their former glory. Fugaku took a deep breath and resolutely turned to leave. Boss, I'll have a bowl of rice, a miso soup, and a grilled fish. At that moment, Uchiha Chiya entered a restaurant, found a seat by the window, and called out to the waiter with the menu in hand. In no time, a steaming bowl of miso soup, grilled fish, and rice with soy sauce were served. He leisurely picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in soy sauce, and savored the rare moment of leisure. Just then, a silver-haired figure appeared across from him. Mind if I join you? Chiya looked up to see Hitaki Tsukumo's warm smile. Clad in the standard Konoha Jonin vest, his silver hair glimmered faintly in the morning light, and his eyes gleamed with appreciation and curiosity. Of course not, Chiya replied with a slight smile. You're out early, senior? It's become a habit, Tsukumo responded, accepting the hot tea from the waiter and taking a gentle sip. With the war just concluded and the village's task allocation not fully restored, it's rare to find some peace, so I thought I'd grab breakfast. Chiya nodded, continuing to enjoy his meal. After a moment of quiet eating, Tsukumo suddenly spoke up. I've heard about the recent happenings with the Uchiha. Does the village require my assistance? The Uchiha's matters? Assistance? Chiya was taken aback. Looking up at Hitaki Tsukumo. Are you referring to the situation concerning Uchiha Yamato? Tsukumo instinctively glanced around before nodding. I appreciate your goodwill, Senior, but I desire this matter to be fair and transparent. Although it may not seem appealing on the surface, it can serve as a warning for certain members of the family. Just like the saying, the alarm bell must ring continuously. The moment Chimu Tsukumo heard this phrase, he quickly grasped Chinya's intention. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. You, young man, possess great courage. However, this path is fraught with challenges. I understand. Chinya replied with a smile. But someone must take the first step. After a moment of silence, Tsukumo suddenly extended his hand. If you need assistance, you may seek me out. Chinya was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile spread across his face as he reached out to shake his hand. Thank you in advance, Senior. As Chinya looked at Chimu Tsukumo, he realized that he was indeed a remarkable person. Who would have thought that such a tall and resolute ninja would be blamed by the villagers for abandoning a mission to save his comrades? In the end, even the very comrades he saved turned against him, leading to his unbearable isolation and subsequent suicide. Truly, the unpredictability of life is astounding. However, since he was here, stopping a suicide should be a straightforward task. Task triggered. Prevent Chimu Tsukumo from committing suicide. Reward: high-speed body flicker technique and exceptional swordsmanship. Exclusive to Chimu Tsukumo. Chapter 47. The plan is going smoothly. The impulsive Kushina in the afternoon. The meeting at Konoha Hospital had just concluded. Tsunade meticulously organized the report in her hands. Pausing only after half an hour. Slowly rising, she stretched, her ample and alluring figure subtly revealed beneath the deep blue robe. Her slender waist and curvaceous hips formed a breathtaking silhouette, complemented by her delicate, fair complexion, adorned with a faint, enchanting blush. Every movement exuded captivating charm. Tsunade glanced at the time, a slight smile gracing her lips. It was getting late, time to visit the old man. After a brief tidying up, she departed the hospital with the report in hand, making her way directly to the Hokage Tower. Along the way, numerous villagers greeted her, to which Tsunade responded with a gentle smile, yet her pace remained unbroken. Before long, she arrived at her destination. Upon pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated at his desk, reviewing documents, with smoke from his pipe curling around him. Hearing the noise, he looked up, and upon seeing Tsunade, a warm smile spread across his face. Tsunade, have you finished with the hospital? Yes, I just concluded a meeting. You've worked hard, he remarked, his gaze settling on her face, and he sighed. You are likely aware of the recent events. Uchiha Yamato has colluded with outside villages, even targeting some of your elders. Tsunade's expression remained composed as she nodded. Looking at her, Sarutobi Hiruzen assured her, rest assured, we will provide an explanation to the village regarding this matter. Tsunade did not respond, but merely smiled faintly. She was not particularly concerned about this issue, as last night, aside from playing with Chinya, she had utilized some spare moments in which Chinya had shared in detail all the actions Uchiha Yamato had taken against the Senju clan. The two had cross-referenced events against timelines, revealing that Uchiha Yamato's claims were not as dire as he had suggested, nor did they lead to the downfall of the Senju clan. Many of the plans had, in fact, been anticipated and avoided by members of the Senju clan. However, the collusion with outside villages remained unknown to them. The diminishing numbers of the Senju clan were not attributable to Uchiha Yamato. The primary reason was likely due to losses sustained during the war. Even with the recent secret experiments conducted by the village to study Hashirama's cells, the casualties did not exceed those lost in battle. Noticing Tsunade standing still without moving, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then proactively spoke. Is there anything else? Indeed. There is one more matter. Tsunade approached the desk and handed him the report. This details the recent training progress of the medical team. The overall results are promising, but we still lack personnel. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the report, glanced through it, and nodded in satisfaction. I wish to assign a medical ninja to assist me in training Konoha's medical personnel, Tsunade stated naturally. The workload at the hospital is overwhelming. I cannot manage it alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. This is excellent news. The training of medical ninjas is currently a priority for the village. Do you have a suitable candidate? Most of Konoha's medical ninjas lack experience. I need someone with sufficient capability. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Indeed, but finding an outstanding medical ninja is no easy feat. There is one under Danzo, a medical ninja with commendable skills. Tsunade paused before revealing her name. Her name is Yakushi Nanoyu. Yakushi Nanoyu? Tsunade nodded. Her proficiency in medical ninjutsu is quite high. If she can be transferred, it will greatly benefit Konoha's medical system. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that if someone else were requesting a transfer from the route, he may have hesitated, but Tsunade was different. She was the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the princess of the Land of Fire, and the most pivotal figure in the development of Konoha's medical system. Moreover, with the recent troubles involving Uchiha Yamato, he felt a twinge of guilt towards the Senju clan. Very well, he finally nodded. Since it is for medical purposes, I will speak to Danzo. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile. Thank you, sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. This is all for the village. He picked up a pen from the table and swiftly wrote a transfer order before summoning a ninja hawk to bind the letter to its leg. The hawk took flight, and as Tsunade watched its silhouette disappear into the distance, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed her eyes. I shall take my leave now. Yes, go ahead. By the way, remember that the medical system of Konoha cannot be completed in a day. You must also take care of your rest, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently. Tsunade acknowledged with a hum and turned to leave the Hokage's office with a spring in her step. She knew the old man had taken action, and it was nearly certain to succeed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tsunade arrived outside the headquarters of the security team, where a young Uchiha spotted her. Although he held a certain disdain for the Senju clan, the fact that Tsunade was clearly heading towards the security team compelled him to approach her. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at him. Where is your clan leader? The clan leader is not on duty this afternoon and should be resting at home. Upon hearing this, Tsunade scoffed. When you head back this afternoon, tell him that I will be waiting for him at the izakaya at 7 tonight. The Uchiha was taken aback. He had seen her at the security team yesterday and was aware that Shinya had gone to visit her. Why was she seeking him again today? Could it be related to the normalization of relations with the Senju clan that Shinya had mentioned? Tsunade did not bother to engage in conversation with this Uchiha. Since Shinya was absent, she had no desire to waste time on them. Tsunade held no particularly negative impressions of the Uchiha clan, but she certainly did not possess a favorable view either. Within the Uchiha compound, the setting sun cast a warm orange hue upon the stone-paved streets. In the courtyard of Uchiha Mikoto's home, Shinya sat in a chair, dozing off. The door opened, and Uchiha Mikoto hurriedly approached him. Brother Shinya, wake up. Hearing the gentle call, Shinya finally opened his eyes to find Mikoto's tender face, gazing at him with curiosity. Today, she wore a light purple kimono, her hair tips slightly damp, adding a touch of youthful vibrancy. My new dish is ready. She tugged at Shinya's sleeve, eagerly pulling him inside. Shinya smiled, allowing her to lead him. You're so eager for me to taste it. It seems today's dish is quite special. Mikoto's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. I specifically adjusted the recipe to suit your taste, wanting to let you, Brother Chiya, have a taste. The room was filled with a rich aroma, and the dining table was adorned with exquisite dishes. The miso soup was enhanced with a hint of yuzu peel, the grilled fish was cooked to perfection, and beside it lay a plate of seafood tempura drizzled with a special sauce. Looks delightful, Chiya said as he took a seat at the table. Mikoto immediately scooped a bowl of rice for him and added a piece of fish. Try this first. I've used a new marinating method. She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she watched him. Chiya picked up the fish and placed it in his mouth, the tender meat melting on his tongue, mingling with a subtle sauce flavor. He raised an eyebrow slightly. It's more flavorful than last time. Mikoto's eyes crinkled into a smile. Really? Then try this. She picked up a shrimp tempura, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to Chiya. He opened his mouth naturally, savoring the crispy exterior and sweet shrimp, nodding in approval. The cooking is spot on. Mikoto was so delighted she nearly leaped up. Her face flushed as she hurried to serve him a bowl of soup. I simmered this for a long time. You must try it. Just as Chiya accepted the bowl, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by a voice calling, Mikoto, I brought the newly released red bean pastries. The door swung open abruptly, revealing Kushina Uzumaki, clutching a bag of red bean cakes, her voice trailing off as she caught sight of the scene before her. Chiya held a bowl, and Mikoto was nestled beside him, chopsticks in hand, their proximity so close one could almost feel their breaths intertwining. The air thickened with tension. You too. Kushina's eyes widened, and the bag of pastries fell from her grasp with a thud. Chapter 48. He is nothing but a scoundrel, Mikoto. If I don't comply? Kushina stood frozen, a myriad of thoughts racing through her mind. Observing the intimacy between Chiya and Mikoto, an unsettling discomfort washed over her. How could he be so close to Mikoto when he had been so affectionate with Lady Tsunade? This Uchiha Chiya was clearly no good. He was a scoundrel indeed. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her fiery red hair seemed to ripple with her emotions as she fixated on Chiya's face. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a memory from that fateful night, captured by a ninja from the Cloud Village near the border. Just as she was about to be whisked away from Konoha, Chiya appeared like a deity, vanquishing the enemy and rescuing her. What a foreigner! Isn't that a Konoha headband on your forehead? Every time she recalled his unwavering gaze and decisive actions, she felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. She had finally found her place among the collective. At least in Chiya's eyes, she was his comrade. Hadn't she planned to express her gratitude to him upon their next encounter? Why was she behaving so irrationally today? Kushina attempted to quell her simmering emotions, only to be struck by an epiphany. Wait, why did Chiya's closeness with Mikoto bother her so much? She was taken aback by her own feelings. The fiery red strands of her hair that had been elevated by her agitation now fell gently around her shoulders. Kushina hastily shook her head, trying to dispel her chaotic thoughts. Noticing Kushina frozen at the door, Mikoto quickly straightened up, her cheeks slightly reddened as she approached her. Kushina, you're just in time. I just prepared some new dishes and was having Brother Chiya help me taste them. Just tasting? Upon hearing this explanation, Kushina inexplicably felt relieved, yet soon felt a pang of annoyance. Why was she so concerned? She bent down to pick up the fallen bag of pastries, forcing a casual tone as she spoke. Oh, then I'll join in for a taste. As she took a few steps, she looked around. By the way, isn't Grandpa Keisuke home? Grandpa went out. Upon hearing this, Kushina gritted her teeth internally. No wonder this scoundrel had come to Mikoto's home. It was because Grandpa Keisuke was absent. But wait, Grandpa Keisuke had always been strict with Mikoto. How could he allow her to be alone with this Uchiha Chiya? That had never happened before. While Kushina was lost in her thoughts, Mikoto beamed with joy, taking Kushina's hand and leading her inside. I made enough for 3. Kushina, you must try it. The two leaned together, whispering secrets, and the earlier awkwardness dissipated quickly. Mikoto enthusiastically invited Kushina to sit down, turning to fetch bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. With only Chiya and Kushina remaining at the table, Kushina plopped down directly across from him, her arms crossed, glaring at him with eyes full of discontent and questioning. Chiya, bewildered by her stare, raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did I owe you money? Humph. Kushina's voice trailed off as she shot him a glare, refusing to engage further. Just then, Mikoto returned with the utensils, cheerfully handing them to Kushina. Quick, try this grilled fish. I made a new sauce. Kushina took the utensils, her expression shifting instantly to a radiant smile. Thank you, Mikoto. I will savor it. Chiya, witnessing this transformation, nearly choked on his soup. The speed of her mood swing was astonishing. Did she not take a moment to consider her reactions? Mikoto, completely oblivious to the subtle tension between the two, happily settled beside Chiya, eagerly awaiting Kushina's first bite. How is it? Delicious? Kushina took a bite of the grilled fish, her eyes lighting up. It's truly delicious. Mikoto's culinary skills are improving immensely. Mikoto beamed with joy, serving both of them a piece of tempura. Then give this a try? At the dining table, the three seemed to enjoy the meal harmoniously, yet an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the surface. Chiya occasionally caught Kushina's furtive glares, while Mikoto immersed herself in the joy of sharing food, completely unaware of the silent clash between them. As dinner concluded swiftly, Kushina volunteered to help clean the dishes. Mikoto went to the kitchen to prepare tea, leaving only Chiya and Kushina in the living room. Seizing the opportunity, Kushina leaned closer to Chiya and whispered a warning. I warn you, do not bully Mikoto. Chiya glanced at her, his demeanor exuding a protective instinct akin to that of a wary cat guarding its meal. Are you instructing me on my conduct? Kushina found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to stammer. Just keep your distance from her. Do not harm Mikoto. And certainly, do not harm Lady Tsunade. Who are you to dictate my actions? Kushina's breath quickened with frustration as she observed Chiya's nonchalant demeanor. She stomped her foot angrily and turned towards the kitchen. Mikoto. Approaching Mikoto, who was washing dishes, Kushina spoke softly. Kushina, what's the matter? Mikoto paused her washing, turning back to look at Kushina with a puzzled expression. Do you like that guy? That guy? You mean the Uchiha Chiya outside? Kushina, why would you ask such a thing? Mikoto's face turned crimson as she nervously regarded Kushina. Seeing Mikoto's reaction, Kushina understood her feelings all too well. Mikoto, You're in trouble. You've fallen into a love without a future. Do you realize that? Do you know anything else about Chiya? Anything else? Kushina, what exactly are you trying to say? Kushina opened her mouth hesitantly, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to voice the hurtful words, swallowing them down. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, within the root base, Tens sat in a dimly lit room. Lord Tens, the IWA ninjas within the confines of HIJACK have begun their withdrawal, reported a kneeling ninja. Tens nodded. Provide me with an update on Hanzo of the Salamander. The ninja retrieved a scroll from his robes and unfurled it. According to the intelligence gathered from deep within HIJACK, Hanzo had previously launched attacks against several squads of SANIN and our own Konoha forces before going missing. The village has since sealed this information, and Hanzo's body is under strict control by HIJACK's authorities, with the cause of death still unknown. Within the village, discussions regarding Hanzo have been strictly prohibited. Ten's fingers drummed lightly on the table as his gaze shifted back. Which of our Konoha teams was attacked? One was led by a jonin of the Senju clan, while the other was commanded by Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's team? Tens recalled Orochimaru's earlier remarks and rubbed his temples. Instruct our agents to continue their investigation. Understood. The root ninja swiftly departed. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping echoed through the base, and a ninja hawk descended. The root ninja quickly approached and retrieved a scroll. Upon entering the base, he presented it to Tens. Lord Tens, this is a message from the village. Tens took the scroll, and, upon reading, his expression darkened immediately. The medic, Nan, is returning to the village to join the medical division? Daybreak. You are becoming increasingly meddlesome in my affairs. Tens' face flushed with anger, as if he had swallowed something foul. Nan is my most elite operative from Root, painstakingly trained over the years. You think you can simply reassign my best without consultation? Daybreak, what if I refuse? Tens' demeanor turned grim as he stood, pacing with his cane, the sound echoing throughout the base. After nearly 20 minutes, the tapping ceased, and Tens returned to his seat, calmly addressing the waiting Root ninja. Draft a response. The Root ninja quickly procured paper and ink. Understood. The ninja paused momentarily before gathering himself and swiftly began to write. Notify Nan to return to the village and heed the Hokage's orders. Chapter 49. Was my reassignment orchestrated by Lord Chiya? The ICE users have vanished. The Root organization, truly elite. Their efficiency in handling matters is beyond reproach. Barely half a day had passed since the message was dispatched to the borders, and Nan had already arrived in Konoha. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha as Nan stood at the entrance of the Hokage's building. She tilted her head slightly towards the sky, her gaze lost in thought. Fresh from the clandestine base of Root, she still bore the chill of that environment, and standing in the sunlight felt oddly uncomfortable. Nan, isn't it? Come inside. An umbu emerged from the doorway, addressing her in a low tone. Yes. Nan snapped back to reality, lowering her head as she followed the umbu inside. The Hokage's building was even quieter than the outside. Although she had returned to report to Tens, the specifics of her mission remained undisclosed. As she approached the office of the third Hokage, anxiety began to creep in. Upon reaching the door, the umbu opened it for her. After a brief exchange, he whispered, "You may enter." Nan bowed slightly and cautiously stepped inside. Sit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in writing on a scroll, glanced up at her and gestured to a nearby sofa. She obediently approached but did not sit, choosing instead to stand quietly. After several minutes, once he had finished his writing, he turned his attention to her. Nan. Yes. Nan's expression sharpened, her breath momentarily stilled. From today onward, you will assist Tsunade in managing Konoha Hospital and training medical ninjas. Hiruzen's tone was gentle. If you excel, you may officially leave Root and join the medical division. Those words shone like a beacon of hope in her previously dark world. Bowing her head, unable to conceal the flicker of emotion in her eyes, she solemnly nodded. Yes. Hokage-sama, I will not disappoint your trust. Hiruzen regarded her with a serious expression, nodding affirmatively. Your dossier was sent over yesterday. You have served en route, acquiring vital intelligence from enemy nations, and your contributions during the recent conflicts are noteworthy. The movements of the Kumogakure forces were largely informed by your reports. Not to mention the intelligence on Jinchuriki. During wartime, intelligence work is of paramount importance. Mastery of information grants control over the war's direction. Without it, one is akin to a blind man feeling an elephant. This is your new personal dossier. Hiruzen handed her the prepared documents. Individuals like her, who gather intelligence, cannot operate under the previous identity of Root within the village, as Root exists solely in the shadows. Yes, Hokage-sama. Non accepted it earnestly, clutching it tightly. She understood that this identity might accompany her throughout her life. As for the contents, she was indifferent. In Root, she had merely been a code name. Returning to Konoha, her name would remain, and that was all that mattered. Non, return home and rest early. Remember to report to Konoha Hospital tomorrow. She bowed and exited. Stepping out of the Hokage's building, her stride felt noticeably lighter. The missions assigned by Root were often drenched in blood and conspiracy. Deep down, she had always yearned to heal others like an ordinary medical ninja, rather than take lives. Now, her wish was on the verge of fulfillment. Just then, she noticed someone waving at her from a distance. Upon closer inspection, astonishment flickered in her eyes. It was Uchiha Chiya, the one she had encountered during her mission in Kumogakure. Leaning against a wall at the street corner, he wore a gentle smile, his dark eyes reflecting a warmth she recognized. "Non, over here." Chiya's voice was soft yet clear. Non paused momentarily. She felt a sense of gratitude towards Uchiha Chiya. Had it not been for his earlier suggestion, the orphans of Kumogakure might have faced dire consequences. She hurried toward him. "Lord Chiya." He stood upright, smiling. "No need for formalities. Just call me Chiya." The girl before him had skin as pale as snow, almost translucent in the sunlight. Her slender figure exuded an air of fragility and purity. Her golden hair fell softly around her shoulders, enhancing her gentle demeanor. "Has the third Hokage assigned you to the hospital?" Non nodded, suddenly recalling something. Her delicate fingers pointed at Chiya, her expression one of shock. "Was my reassignment orchestrated by you, Lord Chiya?" Chiya crossed his arms, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "You were never suited for the shadows. Only the light is your rightful path." Though he did not explicitly state it, Non, as an elite of Root, comprehended that her return to the village was indeed linked to Chiya. "Thank you, Lord Chiya." Non's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Quickly, she averted her gaze, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Chiya noted her reaction and smiled. "Come, let me take you somewhere." He turned, gesturing for her to follow. "Where to?" She inhaled deeply, calming her racing heart. "To celebrate your return." Chiya winked playfully. "Let this be a celebration of your rebirth." A warm sensation enveloped Yano Yu's heart as she tightened her grip on the documents. Without a hint of hesitation, she quickly stepped forward to match his pace. The two arrived at a tranquil dango shop, where Chiya adeptly ordered several servings of their signature dango and hot tea. The warm light and sweet aroma within the shop gradually eased Yano Yu's taut nerves. "In the medical class, if you need assistance, you can always seek me out," Chiya said, pushing a skewer of dango toward her. "But rest assured, although Tsunade may be strict, she values those with capability." Yano Yu accepted the dango, softly murmuring, "Thank you." As she took a bite, the sweet and sticky texture melted on her tongue, seemingly dispersing some of the gloom within her heart. "Chiya-kun, why are you helping me?" Chiya regarded her with a casual yet sincere tone. "The life within the Root organization is not suited for you. The path you are on now is the one you should pursue." Yano Yu looked up and met his gaze, suddenly feeling a warmth in her eyes. She quickly averted her gaze and whispered, "I will cherish this opportunity." Chiya smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that for Yano Yu, escaping the shadow of the Root organization was a tremendous stroke of fortune. His role was merely to give her a gentle nudge along her journey toward the light. "Try this." Chiya shared half of the dango the server had brought with Yao Yu. "Thank you, Chiya-kun. You should eat some too." Meanwhile, at a hidden base on the border of the land of Earth, a stern commander directed his gaze toward the 6 captains below him, inquiring coldly, "Have you gathered any information regarding the movements from the Hidden Mist Village?" "No. It seems there has been a transformation in the Hidden Mist Village, restricting entry from outsiders. The I-style ninja who attacked our team has yet to be seen. So there is no news? Continue the investigation. Especially that I-style ninja. He must be captured in the Rain Village." "Yes." The group dispersed. Chapter 50. Training in Ninjutsu. Your presence is grateful after sharing a meal with Yano Yu. The two parted ways. Some matters require a gradual approach. Haste would only yield adverse effects. This is especially true for Yano Yu, who had long navigated the shadows as an intelligence operative, rendering her thoughts more sensitive and fragile than those of others. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk settled in, the Uchiha clan training grounds stood deserted. Charred marks remained on the wooden posts, and a faint trace of fire-style chakra lingered in the air, indicating that the clan's training had recently concluded. Chiya entered the training ground, standing alone on the field. He slightly closed his eyes before abruptly opening them. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotated in the twilight, both enchanting and chilling. My Jinjutsu has become sufficiently proficient. Yet my ninjutsu still requires refinement, he muttered, furrowing his brow. Originally, Chiya Uchiha had intended to continue blending in with the guard unit during the Second Shinobi World War, engaging in low-profile training without venturing outside the village. He had nearly mastered the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha's 3 tomo and was preparing to delve into the fire-style ninjutsu of his clan, aiming to master it one by one. However, the sudden activation of the system disrupted all his plans. Training in fire-style ninjutsu was meant to enhance his strength, while the system's emergence exponentially amplified his power. Now that the war had concluded, it was the prime opportunity to rectify his previous inadequacies in fire-style techniques. He raised his hand and retrieved several scrolls from his ninja tool pouch, deftly unfurling them with a flick of his fingers, revealing a multitude of intricate seals and scripts. Ultimately, his gaze settled on 2 techniques, the Great Fireball Technique and the Great Dragon Fire Technique. To put it plainly, the former is geared toward individual combat, emphasizing immense power and precision, while the latter is designed for area damage and large-scale devastation. Had it been earlier, Chiya Uchiha would not have considered these 2 techniques, as both require substantial chakra expenditure and precise control. Yet now, with his chakra having surged from 1 card to 15 cards, he need not worry about excessive consumption adversely affecting his combat effectiveness. Chiya's 3 tomo Sharingan swiftly scanned the details, imprinting every nuance in his mind: the sequence of hand seals, the flow of chakra, the rhythm of breathing, and the control of flame shapes. I've memorized it. Now, let us see the results. Chiya turned and quickly made his way to the center of the training ground. Before him lay a vast artificial lake, a structure he had specifically marked for construction, recognizing the need for such a facility within the Uchiha clan where many practiced fire-style techniques. In the event of a fire hazard, this lake would serve as a means of remedy. Gazing at the clear surface of the lake, he took a deep breath and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire-style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A blazing inferno erupted from his mouth, condensing into the form of a fiery dragon. The dragon soared straight through the center of the lake, producing a deafening roar and creating massive waves. Chiya narrowed his eyes, his Sharingan meticulously observing the flame's form and subtle changes. After a moment, the lake calmed, leaving behind a thick veil of mist above the water. The chakra output could be more concentrated, he noted, forming the seals again. The searing dragon emerged once more, hurtling toward the center of the artificial lake. This time, the flames were more solid and intense, even exuding a bluish-white hue. Impressive. He then shifted his focus to the scroll for the Great Fire Destruction Technique. Closing his eyes and centering his thoughts, he gradually mobilized his chakra. Fire-style, Great Fire Destruction. Boom. A cataclysmic sea of flames erupted instantaneously. Scorching waves of heat enveloped the artificial lake, illuminating the entire training ground as if it were day. The surface of the lake rippled violently, the heat distorting the very air around it. Even the distant trees trembled under the onslaught of the heat. Yet, excitement sparkled in Chiya's eyes. Indeed, the replicative ability of the Sharingan, paired with precise chakra control, allowed him to swiftly master even advanced fire techniques. He stood poised, watching as the flames gradually extinguished in the air, a smile gracing his lips. This training session had proceeded remarkably smoothly. He recognized that this was due to his enhanced strength, allowing for a seamless execution of techniques. Furthermore, the advancement of his Sharingan provided substantial assistance. All these improvements stemmed from the system's prior rewards. The amplification of chakra correspondingly enhanced chakra control, while the evolution of the Sharingan endowed him with heightened perceptive abilities. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering fire-style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering fire-style, Great Fire Destruction Technique. The system's notification chimed. Chiya focused his thoughts. System, open the system panel. Name, Uchiha Chiya. Age, 18. Chakra, 15 cards. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, Manjiki. Ice release. Skills, Manjiki techniques. Yellow springs, causal reincarnation. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Great Dragon Fire Technique. great fire destruction, proficient in Jinjutsu, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and other techniques. Susanoo unlock progress. Eye power, skill proficiency 66, chakra quantity requirement. Met, chakra control requirement, 75. The panel had expanded. Chiya let out a soft breath. Next, it was time to continue refining and improving. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. As night deepened, the flames in the training ground continued to blaze until the moon hung high in the sky. Only then did Chiya cease his training. Leaning against a great tree to rest, the scarlet of his Sharingan faded, returning to his black pupils. Chiya, a timid voice echoed in the darkness. Qianyi turned to look. The faint moonlight illuminated a girl before him. With her black hair and dark eyes, her gentle and serene face bore a trace of concern. It was none other than Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, why are you still awake at this hour? Qianyi asked with a warm smile, as he laid a scroll flat on the ground. Makoto obediently approached, placing a box in front of him. She then sat down beside Qianyi. Reaching out, he felt the warmth radiating from the box and caught a faint aroma wafting from it. With a crisp sound, he opened the box to reveal a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Brother Qianyi, you've been training for so long. You must be hungry. Please eat. Makoto's voice rang out. Qianyi turned to look at the girl beside him, who was now shyly gazing at him. He opened one hand, pulling her into an embrace. Makoto, you are so kind to your brother. Makoto's heart raced at Qianyi's gesture, instinctively wanting to push him away. However, as Qianyi's scent enveloped her, she slowly relaxed her clenched fists and gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Her cheeks visibly flushed with color. Sensing her reaction, Qianyi paid it no mind, freeing one hand to hold the bowl and the other to grasp chopsticks. He began to eat. Qianyi could tell that this bowl of ramen was not from a shop, but rather handmade by Makoto herself. He couldn't help but marvel at her growing culinary skills. The ramen was exquisite. The broth was rich and silky, infused with a deep umami flavor. Delicious, he exclaimed. Take your time, brother Qianyi. If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time. Makoto's gentle voice chimed in. Makoto, you are truly wonderful. Even at this late hour, you bring me food. Qianyi wiped his mouth and smiled at Makoto. Her face reddened further, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She averted her gaze, clearly bashful. I'm glad you like it, brother Qianyi. Makoto wore a soft smile, radiating tranquility and beauty. Chapter 51. Is it worth it? The remnants of Uchiha Kagami the next morning. At the Konoha hospital, Tsunade sat at her desk, swiftly moving her pen across the documents, her brow slightly furrowed. Reports from the medical team, resource allocations, personnel arrangements. These mundane clerical tasks were beginning to irritate her. She set down her pen and rubbed her temples, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the window. Just then, there was a gentle knock at the office door. Come in, Tsunade called, her demeanor shifting back to her usual assertiveness. The door slowly opened, revealing Yakushi Nanoyu standing at the threshold, her golden hair shimmering softly under the light. She slightly bowed, respectfully stating, Lady Tsunade, I am Yakushi Nanoyu, here on the orders of the Hokage. Tsunade lifted her eyes, scrutinizing her. As a ninja long engaged in espionage, Nanoyu instinctively sensed something unusual in Tsunade's gaze, causing her heart to tighten. She felt she had not wronged Tsunade, so why was her expression so intriguing? Tsunade did not respond immediately. Instead, she deliberately closed the documents. Yakushi Nanu, she began, her tone calm yet tinged with inquiry. It seems Danzo has indeed allowed you to be reassigned here. Nanoyu remained silent for a moment before quietly replying, yes. She nodded, her voice soft yet cautious. What is your medical proficiency? Tsunade continued. I have undergone systematic training in medical ninjutsu, specializing in external injuries, precise chakra control, and commonly used medical techniques. Tsunade nodded slightly, satisfied with her response. However, she quickly shifted the subject. How did you come to know Qianyi? Nanoyu was taken aback, her pupils slightly contracting. Qianyi? Uchiha Qianyi? She hadn't anticipated Tsunade would ask this suddenly, memories flashing through her mind of their brief encounter during a mission in the Land of Clouds. But that was a top-secret route mission and could not be disclosed. She quickly adjusted her expression, shaking her head calmly. We only collaborated on a mission. We are not familiar. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as if she could pierce through Nanoyu's facade. Is that so? Nanoyu's back tightened slightly. Yet her face remained composed. She was unsure why Tsunade had brought up Qianyi, but her instincts told her that the question was not simple. After a few seconds of silence, Tsunade suddenly chuckled lightly, withdrawing her gaze. Never mind, it's not important. She waved her hand, resuming her businesslike demeanor. From today onwards, you will assist me in organizing the training materials for the medical team and participate in rounds for critically ill patients. If you have any issues, report them at any time. Nanoyu secretly sighed in relief and nodded. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade no longer spoke, returning to her papers. As though their previous conversation had never occurred, Nanoyu turned and exited the office, gently closing the door behind her. In the corridor, her fingertips felt slightly chilled. Her heartbeat still not fully settled. What is the relationship between Lady Tsunade and Xianyi? This thought filled her with unease. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a princess of the Land of Fire, holding a high status. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiya is now the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan and Uchiha clan have always been at odds. She vaguely sensed that she had unwittingly stepped into a delicate vortex. The more Nanoyu pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. She suddenly realized a crucial detail. Xianyi knew she had been reassigned to Konoha, but it certainly wasn't Uchiha Chiya who orchestrated it. Until now, the only one capable of persuading the Hokage to bring her back was none other than Lady Tsunade. Since Tsunade had no particular ties to Nanoyu and she had just arrived the day before, encountering Uchiha Chiya was no coincidence. It was clear that the man behind Tsunade was undoubtedly Xianyi. Xianyi-kun? Nanoyu murmured softly, a complex look in her eyes. Previously, he had suggested a ruse to escape, and now he had persuaded Lady Tsunade to bring her back to Konoha. How did Xianyi manage to accomplish this? To enlist Lady Tsunade's aid for the Uchiha clan seemed absurd. Xianyi-kun, you must have made great sacrifices for me, haven't you? Remembering the warm smile he had greeted her with the day before, her once icy heart seemed to flutter irregularly. Xianyi-kun, to go to such lengths for someone like me, who struggles in the shadows, is it truly worth it? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the security team, Xianyi sat in the main seat, with 16 ninjas bowing before him. Clan leader, the middle-aged ninja at the forefront stepped forward and respectfully presented a scroll. We, the 16 of us, have decided to resign from our duties in the security team. Xianyi accepted the scroll, but did not open it immediately. Instead, looking up at them. What is the reason? We. The man took a deep breath, a complex look crossing his eyes. We listened to your last lecture and contemplated it for a long time. The Uchiha should not be confined within the cage of the security team. We wholeheartedly agree. Thus, we aspire to venture forth, undertaking missions for the village like ordinary ninjas, to serve the hidden leaf. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes fervent. After a brief silence, Chiya's lips curled into a slight smile. He recognized these individuals. They were either descendants of Uchiha Kagami or clansmen who had once followed him. Indeed, the ideals of Uchiha Kagami had planted a seed in their hearts. Have you all made your decision? Chiya spoke slowly. The position in the guard is stable. But if you depart, you will face more perilous assignments, potentially even death. We have made our decision. The crowd responded in unison, their voices resolute. Chiya's gaze swept over their faces, and he suddenly chuckled softly. Very well. He picked up a pen and inscribed his name on each scroll before returning them. I grant my approval. The group was taken aback, clearly not expecting the clan leader to be so unequivocal. They had anticipated opposition or even reprimand. Yet Chiya's agreement came as a pleasant surprise. Clan leader, one of them spoke, his voice trembling. You do not oppose this? Why should I oppose? Chiya rose and approached them. The glory of the Uchiha should not be attained through the oppression of villagers, but rather earned through strength and merit. You possess your own aspirations and are willing to step out of your comfort zone to fight for your clan and village. Why should I stand in your way? His tone was calm, yet ignited a fervor within them. However, Chiya's demeanor shifted, his gaze piercing. Since you have chosen this path, do not bring shame upon the Uchiha. Yes. The group straightened their backs, responding in unison. Chiya nodded, retrieving 16 specially crafted kunai from a drawer. A parting gift. Each bore the Uchiha clan emblem. A reminder that wherever you may go, you are a member of the Uchiha. Regardless of your future achievements, the Uchiha will always be your home. They received the kunai in turn, their fingers trembling slightly. One young ninja even felt tears welling in his eyes as he whispered, "Thank you, clan leader." Chiya placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, his tone unusually soft. Go forth. Remember, the Uchiha will always be your support. In that moment, An unprecedented sense of belonging surged within them. They had once thought of the Uchiha as a cold fortress. Yet now, for the first time, they genuinely felt that this place was home. Indeed, as the clan leader had said, a family forms naturally, rather than being forcibly bound together by interests. After watching them depart, Chiya returned to his seat, gazing out at the hidden leaf village with a profound look. The Uchiha clan, centered on family, upheld the traditional authority of the Uchiha, rejecting collaboration with other clans, and even utilizing external forces to sweep away their enemies. The remnants of Uchiha Kagami, however, were centered around the village, imbued with a strong will of fire, focused solely on the village, willing to sacrifice their own clan should the clan and village come into conflict. Chiya withdrew his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. With these two factions departing from the guard, they would be easier to manage in the future. Chapter 52, Roots, Umbu, and the guard on the night 3 days later. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. In the outer regions of the hidden leaf village, two shadows swiftly darted past, one trailing closely behind the other. The figure in front donned a black cloak, cradling a sleeping child within. Hot on their heels was a member of the Uchiha Guard, his three-tomo Sharingan gleaming ominously in the darkness. Halt! The Uchiha ninja barked, launching a kunai with precision. The cloaked figure evaded deftly, the kunai embedding itself into a tree trunk. Seizing the momentum, they leaped onto a rooftop with remarkable speed. The Uchiha ninja pursued relentlessly, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The fireball soared forth, its trajectory cunningly angled. The cloaked figure had no choice but to halt, quickly intertwining their hands to form seals. A wall of earth surged from the ground to defend against the attack. However, due to one arm being occupied with the child, the sealing speed was slightly delayed. The Uchiha ninja seized this moment, closing in with a dagger poised for a strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The cloaked figure reacted with remarkable agility. Within moments, they drew a kunai from their waist, expertly deflecting the attack and countering with a swift kick. The Uchiha ninja grunted, stumbling back a few steps. This person, he thought to himself, astonished. Initially, he had felt at ease while pursuing, yet as the battle progressed, his confusion deepened. This individual moved with simplicity and directness, their speed astonishing. Moreover, they exhibited an intimate familiarity with the hidden leaf. Notably, throughout the chase, they had entirely avoided making eye contact, instinctively evading his gaze. Such behavior was evidently a habit cultivated through extensive training, allowing them to avoid their opponent's eyes almost instinctively in battle. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Two clones flanked the cloaked figure, who snorted disdainfully, suddenly releasing several smoke bombs from their sleeve. Boom! Dense smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the Uchiha ninja's vision. By the time the smoke dissipated, the cloaked figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Adjust your position and pursue the trail of chakra left behind. At the Uchiha clan grounds, Chiya was engrossed in documents when suddenly, a hurried knock echoed on the door. Clan leader. There's an urgent situation. Chiya looked up, his gaze sharpening. Speak. The guard has discovered a child abduction. The assailant is formidable and has fled towards the outskirts of the village. Chiya closed the documents, a chill dawning in his eyes. Lead the way. He swiftly gathered 3 elite Uchiha members and vanished into the night. They tracked the cloaked figure to the outskirts of the forest, where the Uchiha ninja had cornered them, unable to escape. You cannot flee, the Uchiha ninja declared coldly, his dagger aimed at the figure. The cloaked figure remained silent, their hands moving restlessly within their sleeves. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way. Earth-style, earth-trap jutsu. The Uchiha ninja was caught off guard, momentarily immobilized. The cloaked figure seized the opportunity, producing 3 shurikens and hurling them towards vital points. Clang, clang, clang. In that critical moment, a kunai whizzed through the air, striking the shurikens at an impossible angle, causing sparks to fly. Chiya and his 3 companions emerged slowly into view, their crimson Sharingan glowing like a blood moon in the darkness. The cloaked figure's pupils constricted. They clearly recognized Chiya and his companions. Without wasting words, Chiya closed the distance swiftly. With a flick of his wrist, he sent 2 shurikens flying while simultaneously throwing a kunai. The cloaked figure, already on high alert, spun around as the shurikens soared past, narrowly missing their mark. The kunai sailed alongside, appearing to miss its target. Suddenly, 2 sharp clinks rang out behind them. The kunai collided with the shurikens, sending sparks into the air. The trajectory of the shurikens shifted, curving back at an impossible angle to strike at the cloaked figure's back and waist. The cloaked figure hastily turned, but it was too late. The shuriken struck true, blood seeping through their clothing. The cloaked figure felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, realizing with alarm that the shurikens were poisoned. In that moment, Chiya seized the opportunity, appearing before them in an instant. He delivered a heavy kick to their head, causing their hands to instinctively loosen. The child was flung away, while the cloaked figure crashed forcefully against a tree trunk. Gasp! Blood spewed forth as the child was safely caught by Chiya. The cloaked figure struggled to rise, but Chiya was quicker, stepping down on their wrist. "Who sent you?" Blood trickled from the cloaked figure's mouth, and suddenly, they grinned malevolently. They bit down on a concealed poison bag hidden in their mouth, succumbing to the toxin in an instant. Chiya observed coldly, unperturbed by their demise. These individuals, without a doubt, are affiliated with Danzo's faction. Chiya reached out, confirming that the sealing technique had indeed been implanted within them. At that moment, several figures pursued from behind, with the leading Umbu ninja casting a cold gaze over the scene. "Uchiha clan leader, you appeared outside the village at this hour and even took a life?" Chiya remained composed. "Our security team discovered a child abduction, and during the pursuit, the perpetrator took their own life out of guilt. That is all." The Umbu ninja fixed his stare on him, and after a moment, coldly replied, "We will report this matter to Lord Hokage." Chiya responded nonchalantly, "Naturally. Not only will you report, but I shall personally write to Lord Hokage tomorrow to clarify the situation." The Umbu ninja huffed dismissively, gesturing for his subordinates to remove the body. "What do you intend to do?" An Uchiha beside Chiya, noticing the Umbu's actions, exclaimed sharply, "This person was apprehended by our security team. You cannot simply take them away. They are crucial to the child theft incident. Without them, how shall we proceed with our investigation?" The atmosphere grew tense. "I must take this individual back for Umbu investigation." Before he could finish, he felt a sudden flash before his eyes. Uchiha Chiya had approached him, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan fixated on him. The man faltered, confusion clouding his gaze. Chiya's attention shifted to the other Umbu behind him. The three-tomo began to rotate slightly. In that instant of eye contact, they too fell into a jinjutsu. Much like the man prior. "Return." Chiya glanced back at the three clan members. "Shall we not intervene with the Umbu?" One clan member, observing the Umbu standing like statues, asked with concern. "No worries, let them learn a lesson." "But no buts. Our actions tonight stem from a child's abduction. We are pursuing the culprit. This is within the jurisdiction of my security team." Furthermore, the Umbu did not present any documentation for taking this person away, and forcibly detaining someone without proper protocol is, of course, against the rules. Listening to Chiya's explanation, the three clan members felt a sense of relief and admiration for Uchiha Chiya. They had not anticipated such complexities involved. The third Hokage had indeed stated that Umbu must adhere to strict documentation and obtain his personal signature to detain individuals. Without such, each clan has the right to refuse. "Leader, what about the child?" They gazed at the child in Uchiha Chiya's arms, inquiring softly. "First, we will return to the security team, ascertain the child's identity, and then return them home." Chapter 53. Danzo must continue his schemes, standing in the sunlight the following dawn. As the horizon began to lighten, the doors of Konoha Hospital gently swung open. Chiya, cradling the sleeping child, was followed by three Uchiha clan members as they entered the tranquil hospital hall. The faint morning light streamed through the windows, casting elongated shadows on the floor. At that moment, delicate footsteps echoed from the corridor. Nurse Naoyashiro, clad in uniform with her golden hair neatly tucked behind her ears, was engrossed in reviewing a stack of medical records. Her figure appeared exceptionally gentle in the morning light, exuding an air of ethereal purity. "Chiya-kun?" Naoyashiro looked up, her gaze locking onto Chiya instantly. She hurried over, her voice soft yet tinged with joy. "What brings you here?" Chiya smiled faintly, his eyes warm as he regarded her. "Yashiro, the security team has been quite busy recently. How have you been faring here?" Now Yashiro's cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the medical records. Over the past few days, she had contemplated seeking out Chiya to express her gratitude for all he had done, yet feared imposing on him. Now, encountering him unexpectedly in the hospital made her heart race. "I quite like the atmosphere at Konoha Hospital. And who is this?" Her gaze fell upon the child in Chiya's arms, her brow furrowing slightly as her professional instincts detected something amiss. Last night, the security team apprehended a man in black who was stealing children. Although we saved him, the child's condition is concerning, Chiya explained. I would like to ask for your assistance in examining him for injuries or any substances he may have ingested. Now Yashiro's demeanor shifted to seriousness. She gently touched the child's forehead, noting a slight fluctuation in temperature, and immediately responded, "Leave it to me. I will take him for an examination right away." She turned to instruct the medical ninja behind her, then carefully took the child from Chiya's arms, her movements tender. The child furrowed his brow briefly, but soon settled quietly in her embrace. "Chiya-kun, please wait in the resting area. The examination may take some time." Now Yashiro said over her shoulder, a hint of apology in her eyes. Chiya nodded. "Thank you for your efforts." Now Yashiro shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "This is what I ought to do." After saying this, she swiftly made her way to the examination room, her silhouette appearing resolute in the morning light. "Have you contacted their parents?" Chiya's gaze shifted to the Uchiha members standing behind him. "Leader, we have already reached out." Chiya nodded, then turned to another Uchiha clan member. "Inform the security team to compile a report on last night's events. I shall personally report to the Hokage shortly." "Yes, leader." The Uchiha obeyed. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed down the hospital corridor. A middle-aged couple rushed in, visibly anxious. The woman's eyes were red from crying, while the man clenched his fists, clearly having spent a sleepless night. "Fuji." The woman trembled as she called out, scanning the surroundings urgently. Spotting the distinctive attire and emblem of the Uchiha clan, she rushed towards Chiya. Sir, we are Fuji's parents. How is he?" Fuji was the name of the child abducted the previous day. "Do not worry, the child is unharmed, perhaps just a bit frightened. We are here for a thorough examination." Chiya reassured them with a smile, then turned serious as he looked at the couple. "Due to the sudden nature of last night's events and the uncertainty of further incidents, we allowed the child to rest at the security team's facility. I apologize for causing you concern." Upon hearing Chiya's words, the couple was taken aback. The woman's tears flowed freely as she bowed deeply. "I am so relieved the child is safe. We must thank you, sir. Thank you for rescuing my child. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do." The man also bowed deeply, his voice sincere and low. "The Uchiha clan's kindness will be forever remembered by our family." Chiya raised his hand slightly, his tone calm yet warm. "There is no need for such formality. Protecting the villagers is the duty of the security team." His demeanor was neither arrogant nor overly humble, but conveyed a natural sense of responsibility. Surrounding medical staff and villagers waiting for treatment paused to whisper amongst themselves. The Uchiha clan is so responsible, truly worthy of being the foremost clan in Konoha. I heard they pursued the abductor all night to rescue the child. How perilous. I had always thought them proud, but they are so reliable in a critical moment. Chiya absorbed the surrounding murmurs, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was the effect he desired. "Danzo, perhaps you should reconsider your wood-release plans. If you continue to interfere, the Uchiha clan's reputation will undoubtedly soar once more." At that time, who could possibly hinder the progress of the Uchiha clan? Amidst the awe-stricken gazes of the crowd, the Uchiha clansmen following behind Chiya felt their faces flush with an unfamiliar warmth. They had never before encountered such direct praise. The Uchiha Guard had always been known for their solemnity. Despite their prestige, an unspoken distance lingered around them. Now, witnessing the emotions displayed by the surrounding ninjas and civilians, their hearts were stirred. It was clear that their work had finally garnered recognition. This moment deeply moved the youthful and passionate Uchiha, who felt that every effort made to protect Konoha was well worth it. At a distance, near the corner of the hospital, Yakushi Nanoyu gazed complexly at the most radiant figure in the crowd, Chiya. Having just returned from taking a child for an examination, she happened to witness the exchange between Chiya and the parents of Fujin. As an exceptional intelligence ninja, accustomed to the shadows of a secluded world, she perceived Chiya's actions as a beacon of light. "Lady Tsunade." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. The ninjas at the entrance parted to make way, and Tsunade strode forward with confidence. Her white coat accentuated her graceful figure, the slightly open collar revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone. Her golden hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, swaying gently with each step. With her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, her fair arms were exposed. And holding documents in hand, her brow furrowed, each stride radiating a formidable aura. When she inadvertently met Chiya's gaze, she paused momentarily. "Chiya, In response, playfully winked at her. A noticeable blush crept onto Tsunade's exquisitely fair face, blending the allure of maturity with a hint of youthful shyness, elevating her charm to new heights. Clearing her throat to mask her fluster, Tsunade swiftly approached Chiya, attempting to adopt a cool demeanor. "Follow me to the office," she instructed. An hour quietly elapsed, marking the conclusion of their sparring session in water techniques and taijutsu. The outcome was clear. The Uchiha had emerged victorious. Under Chiya's leadership, the Uchiha had decisively overshadowed the Senju clan, an immense triumph. Chiya, cradling the serene and gentle Tsunade, recounted the events of the previous day. "I never expected they would be so relentless." Tsunade's face flushed, wiping the perspiration from her brow, her expression tense. Who could be responsible for this? Danzo, of course. Who else would possess such power? Chiya replied candidly, recognizing that Tsunade needed to be aware of the root's activities for precautionary measures. Although he believed Danzo would not target Tsunade directly, one could never be too cautious. Sometimes, a rabid dog could bite indiscriminately. "Do you remember the wood release experiment organized by the village?" Tsunade nodded. Wasn't that prohibited by the old man? She was well aware. The purpose behind such actions was to safeguard the village and protect the innocent children from harm. Although the third Hokage had forbidden it, the desires of certain individuals were insatiable. With Danzo's wealth and Orochimaru's expertise, the two would inevitably converge. Upon hearing Danzo's name, Tsunade fell silent. Rising, she walked to the window, opening it to let in a gentle breeze that tousled her golden hair. The staleness of the room dissipated swiftly. Grabbing a bottle of water, she rinsed her mouth before slamming it down on the windowsill, splashing water everywhere. That Danzo is truly deranged. Tsunade's voice rang with anger. To target children. What a beast. Chiya shrugged. Danzo's actions were indeed inhumane, particularly against such innocent youths. "I never imagined Orochimaru would fall to such depths so quickly," Tsunade murmured softly. Recognizing her turmoil, Chiya stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Orochimaru has changed. He is no longer the Orochimaru you once knew." Tsunade remained silent, and Chiya understood her strong-willed nature. She was reluctant to reveal any vulnerability. Gently patting her back, he turned to leave. Just as he stepped out, Yakushi Nanoyu brightened upon seeing him, hastening to his side. Chiya-kun. Observing him, she sensed a subtle change in his demeanor since his earlier appearance. However, she could not articulate what was different. "Is that you, Nanoyu? Has Fujin's examination concluded?" With a smile, Nanoyu replied, "The results are in. He is physically fine, just a bit traumatized. A few days of rest will do." That's a relief. It provides his parents with some peace of mind. Nanoyu felt her admiration for Chiya deepen upon hearing his words. "Chiya-kun, you are quite responsible." Noticing her slightly fatigued expression, Chiya remarked, "You look a bit worn out." Nanoyu paused, then chuckled softly. "The medical team's work is busier than expected, but fulfilling." Chiya settled into a chair nearby. "By the way, since you arrived at this hospital, I haven't had a proper conversation with you." His tone was casual, yet carried an undercurrent of sincerity. "You were in the route. It must have been tough, right?" Nanoyu's fingers hesitated momentarily. She hadn't anticipated Chiya to broach this topic. The days spent lurking in darkness, the cold intelligence missions, were memories she preferred to forget. Yet, his gentle and focused gaze seemed to convey, "You can speak. I am here to listen." It was manageable, she replied softly, unconsciously twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Chiya, observing her, suddenly inquired, "I have always been curious. What led you to choose the path of a medical ninja?" Nanoyu fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting to the setting sun outside. "Because rather than taking lives, I wish to save them." Her voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "Even if I can save just one person, it is worth it." Chiya regarded her quietly, a flicker of admiration crossing his dark eyes. "That is remarkable." Nanoyu's ears turned slightly red, her gaze shifting to conceal her quickening heartbeat. "Chiya-kun," she suddenly spoke up. "Yes, I know you are behind all this, and I thank you." She lifted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling under the light, filled with sincerity. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to walk this path." Chiya was momentarily taken aback, then a soft smile graced his lips. "No, the one who should be thanking is me. I am fortunate to have met you." Nanoyu's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. "Lord Clan Leader." At that moment, an Uchiha swiftly approached, shattering the gradually blossoming tension between the two. "The Hokage seeks your presence." Chiya nodded. Have the report materials arrived? They just came in. The Uchiha replied, handing over the documents. Chiya stood, ready to leave, casually flipping through the well-organized report. After taking a few steps, he paused. Realizing he hadn't bid farewell to Nanoyu, he turned back. Apologies, Nanoyu. We must have a proper chat next time. Nanoyu nodded eagerly. Yes, Chiya-kun, your matters are pressing. Chiya's gaze flickered, keenly sensing an undercurrent of unease. The pupils of pharmacist Yanoyu appeared somewhat unfocused, her eyes instinctively narrowing. This condition bore an uncanny resemblance to symptoms of declining vision. Well then, Yanoyu, I shall await your presence at the dumpling shop tomorrow at noon, Chiya noted, turning to face Uchiha beside her. I entrust the matters at the hospital to you. Please, adequately soothe the emotions of Fujin and their parents. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Chiya nodded and departed alone. The warm sunlight streamed through the window of the Hokage's office, painting the entire room in a rich golden hue. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a spacious desk, the smoke from his pipe spiraling lazily in the light. His gaze was calm, yet bore an undeniable sharpness. The door was gently pushed open as Uchiha Chiya entered with composure, her black eyes tranquil as still water. Hokage-sama, she slightly nodded, her tone respectful yet assertive. You've arrived. Chiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, his voice deep and gentle. Please, take a seat. Chiya settled into the guest chair, her hands resting naturally on her knees. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze lingered on her for a moment. What progress has the security team made regarding the incident involving that child last night? It has been confirmed that it was the work of an external force, Chiya replied steadily. Their methods were professional, actions swift, and objectives clear. Evidently part of a meticulous plan. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Do we have any leads pointing to a suspect? Chiya pondered briefly before responding, currently under investigation. But one thing is certain. They are intimately familiar with the patrol routes and vulnerabilities of Konoha's barriers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. The rhythm slow and heavy. Are you suggesting there is internal assistance? Chiya smiled meaningfully. Hokage-sama, some forces have lurked in the shadows for too long, perhaps forgetting which side they ought to stand on. A barely perceptible crease formed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow as he grasped Chiya's implication. The air in the room felt momentarily suspended. After a brief silence, he exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with a hint of probing. Chiya, the report from the Umbu last night mentioned that you employed Jinjutsu on one of their members? This was clearly a warning. Chiya's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile gracing her lips. The situation was urgent. They attempted to take a key witness without permission, and I had no choice but to intervene temporarily. She paused, her tone steady. After all, the duty of the security team is to uphold order within the village, while the actions of certain individuals seem to diverge from established protocols. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Chiya, weighing his thoughts. Recently, the Uchiha had been gaining prominence within the village. He had intended to use the Jinjutsu incident to subtly admonish the Uchiha, hoping they would temper their behavior. Yet Chiya deftly redirected the focus elsewhere. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined back into his chair, the smoke from his pipe obscuring his expression. Chiya, continue your investigation into this matter. His tone was tinged with weariness, yet held deeper significance. But remember, it must remain confidential. The stability of Konoha supersedes all else. Chiya nodded slightly. I understand. The third Hokage tacitly permitted her to investigate the root organization, and for the time being, Chiya would refrain from escalating the situation. They exchanged a knowing glance, and then Chiya placed the report down and stood to take her leave. Watching her exit through the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained alone in the dimming room, the embers of his pipe flickering in the shadows. Danzo, do not let me down. Chapter 55. I have a cat that can do backflips. The wood-style air the following noon at the dumpling shop, pharmacist Yanoyu sat at a window seat. Her hands folded neatly on her lap, her fingertips slightly tensed. Her gaze frequently darted toward the entrance, her heart racing with each swing of the door, only to settle again upon realizing that it was not the anticipated figure. Chiya-kun will come, won't he? She murmured softly, betraying a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Her golden locks cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating the softness of her profile. At that moment, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled again, carried in by the breeze as the door swung open. Yanoyu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes locking onto the dark-haired youth who stepped inside. Chiya, clad in a sharp black uniform, his tousled bangs suggesting a hurried arrival, scanned the shop. Soon, his gaze fell upon Yanoyu, and a hint of an apologetic smile graced his lips. I apologize. There was an unexpected matter at the security team, which delayed my arrival. Chiya took a seat across from her, his tone warm. Yanoyu quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing. It's all right, Chiya-kun, I just arrived as well. She discreetly pushed aside her already cold tea. Would you care for something to drink? Her voice was gentle, laced with uncontained joy. Chiya did not respond immediately, but leaned forward suddenly. This movement caused Yanoyu's breath to catch, their proximity allowing her to discern the patterns within his pupils. Your eyes. Chiya narrowed his gaze slightly. Have you been finding it difficult to see lately? Yanoyu's heart jolted. The side effects of her prolonged reading in dim light. A secret unnoticed even by her colleagues in the medical team had been uncovered by him. She instinctively sought to deny it, yet faltered under his penetrating gaze. Sometimes it can be a bit blurry. Suddenly, a light sound echoed as a wooden box made contact with the table. Yanoyu blinked in surprise, observing Chiya push a dark lacquered box toward her. The Uchiha clan emblem on the lid glinted with a deep red hue under the sunlight. Open it. Yanoyu stared at the box, slowly lifting the lid. Inside lay a pair of tortoiseshell pattern glasses, their simple and elegant frames shimmering softly in the light. I noticed you squinting when reading yesterday at the hospital, so I prepared this for you. Her fingertips brushed the frames, a wave of indescribable warmth flooding her heart. Throughout her life, she had never received such care, nor had anyone shown concern for her well-being. Why not give it a try? Yanoyu took a deep breath, carefully putting on the glasses. In an instant, the distant, blurred scenery transformed into crystal clarity. Even the gentle smile in Chiya's eyes was vividly apparent. Her eyes brimmed with warmth, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. How does it look? Chiya inquired. Very, very clear, she replied softly, her voice trembling. Chiya's eyes brightened, lingering on her face for a moment. The glasses enhanced the inherent beauty of her features, imparting a mature aura that was warm, intelligent, and elegant. Yanoyu, they suit you perfectly. In the clarity of her vision, Chiya's smile radiated warmth. Yanoyu's breath quickened, and she carefully removed the glasses, placing them back in the box. Watching a strand of golden hair fall across her forehead, Chiya slowly reached out, tucking it behind her ear with care. At that moment, Yanoyu could no longer contain her emotions. Memories flooded her mind of all that he had done for her, from the suggestions at the Cloud Village to her transfer back to Konoha, and now this thoughtful attention. She suddenly stood, tears streaming down her cheeks, and threw herself into Chiya's embrace. Chiya-kun, why are you so good to me? Her voice choked, her tears soaking his clothing. Chiya was momentarily taken aback. In his plans, such small gestures of care had yet to be revealed. He anticipated that today, a simple act would elicit such a profound response from her. Fortunately, Chiya was one unafraid to break conventions, not one to shy away from emotion. He gently wrapped his arms around Yanoyu's shoulders, his touch tender. What, Miss Yanoyu, do you believe you are unworthy of such kindness from me? Pharmacist Yanoyu lifted her head, gazing at Chiya with tear-filled eyes. Her heartbeat faltered, her cheeks flushed, yet she could not bear to divert her gaze. Clutching his sleeve as if grasping a lifeline, she realized the profound meaning behind Chiya's words. Every gesture he had made transcended the boundaries of mere colleagues or friends. Yet, she whispered, I am not worthy. Her fingertips curled unconsciously. I come from a dark root, and the future may. Chiya interrupted, do not fear. I will ensure you remain in the sunlight, just as you are now. Looking into Chiya's earnest eyes, Yanoyu could no longer find a reason to refuse. Thank you. Chiya-kun, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Hearing her almost inaudible whisper, Chiya gently cupped her face. Yanoyu, I do not wish for you to be unhappy. As she stared at Chiya, who was so close, her gaze became dreamy, her lips slightly parted. The warm, fragrant air enveloped her, igniting a heat that made her breath quicken, her fair cheeks reddening like a boiling lobster. Chiya leaned down and pressed a soft kiss on her forehead, causing Yanoyu to spring back like a startled rabbit, quickly retreating to the opposite side. Avoiding Chiya's gaze, she felt too shy to look up at him. Amused by her bashful demeanor, Chiya was momentarily taken aback. Before he could speak, she stammered, It's crowded here. Let's wait until there are fewer people. Chiya intended to apologize, but it was clear that the moment had already been set in motion. Seizing the opportunity, he said, I have a cat that can do backflips. I'll take you to see it tonight. Backflips? A cat? Though puzzled by Chiya's sudden proclamation, Yanoyu quickly processed the invitation to his home. Chiya-kun, I understand. I will be there on time. Her voice trailed off so softly that Chiya almost missed it. However, his perceptive eyes caught every nuance. Life. One must have the audacity to be direct. Observing the now quiet and shy Yanoyu, Chiya thought, isn't this just splendid? He turned towards the counter and called out, Waiter, bring the menu. At the secret root base on the border of the Land of Fire, Danzo surveyed the 5 ninjas standing before him. Task failed. What on earth happened? One ninja stepped forward. Sir, according to the information received, they were discovered by the security team on their way back. In the ensuing chase, they alerted the new Uchiha clan leader and ultimately chose to take their own life. Danzo's gaze turned icy. Damn Uchiha Chiya. Damn Uchiha. You have thwarted my grand plans for Konoha. He slammed his cane onto the ground, clearly agitated. Hold off on any actions regarding the Konoha plan for now. Taking a deep breath, he continued, continue the capture of towns surrounding Konoha as planned. Yes. The group swiftly dispersed. Danzo remained, facing Konoha, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. Once the wood-release successor is cultivated, I shall see how the Uchiha dare to be so arrogant. Chapter 56. Chakra Control Requirements Met. The next day, just before dawn, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Chiya stretched lazily, glancing at the sleeping Yanoyu beside him, her fair skin peeking through the covers. Her serene and beautiful face bore the marks of a tumultuous journey. Awake? Chiya murmured quietly, but noticing Yanoyu remained still, he gently pulled the blanket over her. He then turned and carefully exited the room. Outside, his soft humming could be heard. Yanoyu felt her cheeks flush as she caught the sound, lifting the blanket shyly to cover her face. Crack! An egg broke into the pan, filling the kitchen with a savory aroma. Chiya cracked another egg into the pan, and soon, golden fried eggs began to form. He sprinkled a bit of salt on top before serving it. Chiya sliced some warm bread, adding the fried egg and lettuce, finishing it off with a drizzle of ketchup. Is this good enough? He thought, placing the meal on the table and waiting patiently. Before long, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of intercepting Yanoyu. Reward, mastery of medical ninjutsu. Chiya felt a warm surge of chakra within him, accompanied by newfound knowledge of medical ninjutsu. His eyes gleamed with excitement. System, open the character panel. Name, Uchiha Chiya. Age, 18. Chakra, 20 units. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, Kaleidoscope. Ice release, skills, Kaleidoscope techniques. Rebirth at the other shore, cycle of cause and effect. Medical ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball technique, Great Dragon Fire technique, Great Fire Extinguishing technique. Proficient in Jinjutsu, Body Flicker technique, Shadow Clone technique, Transformation technique, etc. Susanoo unlock progress. Eye power, Forging proficiency 78, Chakra quantity requirement. Met. Chakra control requirement. Met. Indeed, the chakra control requirement had been met. Now, only the forging proficiency of his eye power remained. Fortunately, the Second Great War had ended, and aside from that rat Danzo stirring trouble, there was little else to worry about, allowing for some relaxation. Chiya then shifted his focus to medical ninjutsu and chakra. The increase in his chakra was remarkable, which would greatly assist him in prolonged battles. As for the medical ninjutsu, he recalled that whenever he used the kaleidoscope, it was his eyes that suffered first. Could he perhaps heal his eyes while using the kaleidoscope Sharingan? A light bulb went off in his mind. The eyes were so delicate and could hardly withstand strain. Without timely medical treatment, this was indeed a key reason for their deterioration. After using the kaleidoscope last time, Tsunade's attentive care had not completely restored his vision, but had certainly improved it. Suddenly, hearing a commotion outside, Yanoyu hesitated but eventually hobbled out. Upon seeing the bread laid out on the table, her gaze softened. Thank you for your hard work, Chiya-kun. Noticing her awkward gait, Chiya quickly approached her. Reaching out toward her abdomen, he said, Chiya-kun, no. Yanoyu exclaimed. This is during the day. However, when Chiya's hands glowed with green chakra, her blush faded as astonishment filled her eyes. Is that sage art? Chiya-kun, do you know high-level medical ninjutsu? Chiya smiled just a bit. He combined gentle rubbing with healing techniques, and after about 10 minutes, Yanoyu felt something was amiss. Just 5 minutes ago, the pain had vanished. Yet seeing Chiya's serious expression, she chose not to comment. Yanoyu, there's still time before work. Let us handle some important matters first. Important matters? Chiya stood, taking the still-dazed Yano-yu back to the bedroom. At the Hokage building, an Umbu ninja swiftly delivered a secret letter to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing smoke, frowned deeply at the contents of the letter sent by the Fire Lord. The content above addresses a troubling situation in the Land of Fire, where many villages have recently reported missing children. It is hoped that Konoha will dispatch ninjas to investigate. Mito Minyan and Tiketsu Koharu are summoned for this task. With Danzo absent from the village, these two remain as the available partners. Soon, the duo arrives at the Hokage's office. Once the Umbu closes the door, only 3 individuals remain in the room. What's the matter, Hiruzen's? Mito Minyan inquired, observing the troubled expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Take a look at this. Hiruzen gestured towards the intelligence report on the table. Mito approached, seated himself, and began to scrutinize the document, his countenance growing increasingly grave. After he finished, he handed it over to Tiketsu Koharu. Once both had reviewed the contents, Hiruzen cut straight to the point. Who do you think is behind this? The two exchanged glances, their eyes slightly flickering. Perhaps it could be a Wagakure or Kumogakure. If I were to hazard a guess, I would lean towards Kumogakure. They have a penchant for theft, Mito replied thoughtfully. Kumogakure, you say? Mito murmured, choosing not to elaborate further on this angle. This situation bears significant consequences. How should we proceed? He finally voiced after a moment of silence. Perhaps the Umbu should take action? Tiketsu Koharu firmly shook her head in refusal. The Umbu cannot be mobilized. In my opinion, it would be more prudent to delegate this matter to the police force. Hand them over to the Uchiha? Mito was momentarily taken aback. Hiruzen also raised his gaze towards Tiketsu. Given that the major clans of Konoha have suffered heavy casualties following the war, the Uchiha clan stands apart, currently the most powerful and well-staffed faction. To maintain a balance among the clans and stabilize Konoha, the Uchiha must not be allowed to further expand their influence. As a part of Konoha, the Uchiha should contribute to the village as well. Mito nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Hiruzen, it would be most fitting to entrust this matter to the Uchiha, regardless of the outcome. It would bring stability to the village. Hiruzen continued to smoke in silence, absorbing the implications of Mito's words. If this task is executed well, he could satisfy the daimyo. Yet, should it falter, he could still mobilize the Umbu to manage the aftermath, additionally serving as a reminder to the Uchiha clan. In that case, we shall have the Uchiha take the lead, Hiruzen declared decisively, rising from his seat. Inform Uchiha Chiya to come here at once. Chapter 57. A Mutual Exchange. Standing in the light, the door to the Hokage's office was gently knocked upon. Enter. Hiruzen's voice resonated through the sturdy door. Chiya stepped inside, his black eyes calm as still water. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a slanted glow upon the office floor, revealing tiny specks of dust dancing in the beams. The third Hokage sat behind his large desk, the smoke rising from his pipe obscuring his expression. As expected of you, old chain smoker of the third, Chiya remarked. Good day. Hokage-sama. Chiya inclined his head slightly. Chiya, please take a seat. Hiruzen gestured to the chair opposite him, a warm smile gracing his features. How has the work of the police force been progressing lately? Chiya settled himself comfortably. Thanks to your support, everything is proceeding according to plan. That is reassuring to hear. Hiruzen replied, his smile widening as he twirled his pipe between his fingers. I have been observing the recent changes within the Uchiha clan. The efficiency of the police force has significantly improved, and the villagers hold you in high regard. Upholding the will of fire is our duty as the Uchiha, Chiya stated. A slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, though a glint of vigilance flickered in his eyes. Hiruzen's sudden display of concern caused him to instinctively brace himself. Taking a slow drag from his pipe, Hiruzen scrutinized the young man before him through the curling smoke. Chiya, I've heard that you have been frequently visiting the training grounds lately. I imagine you've been training diligently. It is commendable that you have not neglected your practice even after becoming clan leader. Chiya's gaze flickered momentarily. Hiruzen's awareness of his activities indicated that the Umbu's surveillance had never wavered. It is merely some rudimentary training. I hope I have not embarrassed Hokage-sama, he responded casually, all the while calculating the true purpose behind Hiruzen's discourse. The third Hokage suddenly sighed, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Chiya, do you know why I summoned you today? Please, enlighten me, Hokage-sama. Chiya leaned forward, adopting an attentive posture. Hiruzen retrieved a scroll from his drawer and slowly unfurled it. This is an urgent commission from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Recently, in a span of days, 7 small towns along the border have reported the simultaneous disappearance of children, totaling 23 missing. Chiya's eyes scanned the densely packed records on the scroll. The methods employed are quite professional. This does not appear to be the work of ordinary traffickers. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded. The daimyo wishes for Konoha to dispatch elite forces to investigate this matter. After considerable thought, I believe this task is most suited for your Uchiha clan. A flicker of realization crossed Chiya's eyes. It seemed this lengthy conversation was all for this purpose. He feigned contemplation. The police force certainly has sufficient manpower. But are there any difficulties? Hiruzen asked with concern. Chiya raised his gaze, meeting Hiruzen's eyes directly. Hokage-sama, if I may speak frankly, the Uchiha clan has long been confined to the responsibilities of the police force, lacking experience in handling such external missions. If we could have more opportunities for exchange and learning, it would greatly benefit the success of this task. The office fell into a sudden silence. Save for the faint crackling of the pipe, Hiruzen's gaze deepened, clearly weighing the implications of Chiya's words. What you are suggesting is that the Umbu, being the elite assembly of Konoha, comprises ninjas who are all exceptionally skilled and experienced. Uchiha Kagami had the fortune of training within the Umbu, and his prowess significantly improved thereafter. Chiya articulated steadily. At present, the village is in need of capable individuals. If the younger members of the Uchiha could also acquire such opportunities, then should similar commissions arise in the future, we would be well prepared to handle them. Hiruzen's pupils narrowed slightly, surprised by Chiya's audacious request at this critical juncture. Yet upon reflection, it indeed presented the most equitable solution for both parties. Moreover, Chiya had just referenced an old acquaintance. Kagami Hiruzen's expression softened with nostalgia. He was an exceptional ninja. After a brief silence, he broke into a smile. Very well. I shall grant you this request. Upon the successful completion of the mission, 3 slots will be available for the Uchiha to intern in the Umbu. Chiya's heart surged with joy, though he maintained a composed exterior. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan shall dedicate ourselves fully. However, Hiruzen's tone shifted. This mission directly impacts the daimyo's trust in Konoha and must be executed flawlessly. I understand, Chiya nodded earnestly. I will personally lead the team. Hiruzen, satisfied, stroked his beard and pushed the mission scroll towards Chiya. All the detailed information is contained herein. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Chiya accepted the scroll and bowed respectfully. I shall return to prepare. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Chiya gazed up at the azure sky, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This negotiation represents a mutually beneficial exchange. In the conference hall of the Uchiha clan, several elders and elite jonin are seated on either side. The atmosphere is tense. Shinya stands before the main seat, spreading the mission scroll across the table. The situation is as follows. His voice resonates clearly in the quiet hall. The Hokage has agreed that upon completing the mission, 3 of us will be allowed to enter the Umbu. Immediately, low murmurs arise in the hall. The 3rd elder strokes his graying beard, deep in thought. It is unexpected that after Uchiha Kagami, our Uchiha clan could also enter such an important institution in the village. However, the risks are considerable. The 2nd elder furrows his brow. To commit crimes within the Land of Fire without being caught, the adversary is certainly no ordinary foe. Fuyue, seated close to Chinya, asks in a deep voice, how many people do you plan to take? Chinya's gaze sweeps across everyone present. 20 elite members should suffice. I need those skilled in tracking and genjutsu. I will go. Fuyue raises his hand without hesitation. My Sharingan gives me an advantage in tracking. Count me in. My medical ninjutsu should also prove useful. Soon, a list of 20 individuals is finalized. Chinya nods in satisfaction. We will depart tomorrow morning. Tonight, everyone should rest well and prepare ample ninja tools and medical supplies. As the others gradually leave, Fuyue remains behind. Chinya, he whispers. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Why is the 3rd suddenly being so amiable towards us? Chinya chuckles lightly, his 3 tomos spinning slowly in his eyes. Cousin, politics resembles a game of chess. He makes a move, we must respond in kind. Do you truly believe he would generously grant you a spot in the Umbu? There are conditions attached. We must first fulfill the tasks assigned by the Land of Fire. Fuyue's brow furrows. Will the village attempt to sabotage us after we complete the mission? Chinya smiles. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly wouldn't. He stands as a beacon of light. As for the others, Fuyue nods thoughtfully. He suddenly realizes that this cousin, with whom he grew up, has matured into an exceptional strategist. As night deepens, Chinya walks alone on the path back to his residence. The moonlight stretches his shadow long, and he gazes up at the starry sky. Danzo, could this be your doing? Chapter 58. Mikoto's concern. Who is the old man guarding against? Upon returning home, Chinya rubs his temples wearily. The sudden mission has caught him off guard, and he needs to organize his thoughts. Entering the bathroom, warm steam envelopes him immediately. He sheds his clothes and sinks into the bath, the warm water enveloping his body, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax. This mission is likely more complicated than it appears. Chinya muses, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the tub, producing a crisp sound. 7 small towns along the border of the Land of Fire have simultaneously reported missing children, executed with precision and speed, clearly indicative of organized activity. That old coot, Danzo, is certainly the prime suspect, but one cannot dismiss the possibility of spies from other ninja villages taking advantage of the chaos. Chinya understands that his greatest advantage in future actions lies in his knowledge of the storyline. Yet, he is equally wary of placing too much faith in this knowledge. After all, with his arrival, the world has already begun to shift. Chinya exhales deeply, opening his eyes and gazing through the misty steam at the ceiling. 20 elite members should be sufficient to handle most situations, but preparation is paramount. To avoid unnecessary losses, they must focus on their equipment. The equipment issue is relatively easy to resolve. One merely needs to purchase what is necessary. After all, the Uchiha clan has accumulated wealth over the years, if nothing else. They possess ample funds. Just as he contemplates this, a faint sound of footsteps approaches from outside. Chinya furrows his brow. The footsteps are familiar. However, he did not expect anyone to visit at this hour. Chinya, are you back? Mikoto's gentle voice calls from outside. I made some bento, thinking about your mission tomorrow. Before Chinya can respond, the voice draws nearer. His eyelids flutter. Since it is still early, Chinya has not yet gone to bed and has left the door simply closed, not locked. Moreover, as the clan leader, it is rare for anyone to return at this hour unless there is an urgent matter. The door gently swings open. Not hearing a response, Mikoto places down the bento box. Observing the bowls and chopsticks by the wash basin, she approaches to help with the cleaning. When she inadvertently glances towards the bathroom, she freezes in place upon seeing Chinya in the tub. Time seems to stand still in that moment. Mikoto's eyes widen, her cheeks turning a noticeable shade of crimson. Her gaze inadvertently fixates on Chinya's bare upper body, droplets of water glistening on his firm chest, his damp black hair clinging to his neck, appearing particularly alluring amidst the steam. I am sorry, Mikoto exclaims, snapping back to reality, turning abruptly, nearly dropping the dishes in her hands. Her ears are flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know you were bathing, Chinya. Chinya remains calm, raising an eyebrow slightly. Mikoto, what brings you here so late? I heard you have a mission tomorrow, Mikoto stammers, placing the dishes in the basin, anxiously gripping the hem of her clothing. I just thought I'd bring you some food. Her voice diminishes until it is nearly inaudible. Chinya observes the flush of her ears and the tremor in her posture, finding the situation amusing. He casually grabs a towel and wraps it around his waist. Rising from the tub, the splashing sound makes Mikoto shiver. All right, you can turn around now. After a moment, Mikoto cautiously turns back, relieved to see Chinya fully dressed, though she feels a lingering sense of longing. However, when her gaze meets Chinya's smiling eyes, her heart races uncontrollably once more. Chinya, here is the bento. Mikoto hurriedly lowers her head, turning to the living room table, lifting the bento towards Chinya to mask her embarrassment. The bento appears exquisite. Chinya approaches, taking the box from her hands and deliberately leaning in to sniff it. It smells delightful. Mikoto's face reddens further as she gazes down, nervously twisting her clothing. Why yes, it's a new dish I learned. Noticing her timid demeanor, Chinya suddenly reaches out to tousle her hair. Thank you, Mikoto. The affectionate gesture sends a rush of warmth to Mikoto's face, causing her to unconsciously recall the earlier scene. Her breath quickens. She secretly wishes to look up, only to meet Chinya's face, now mere inches away. The lingering steam from his bath envelopes him, rendering him exceptionally gentle in appearance. Chinya. Mikoto's voice quivers. Is this mission dangerous? Chinya pauses for a moment. Why are you so concerned for me? Mikoto does not deny it, merely nodding gently, her eyes filled with worry. I heard from Grandpa that many children are missing this time. The adversary must be formidable. Observing her anxious expression, Chinya adopts a serious demeanor, placing his hands on Mikoto's shoulders and gazing intently into her eyes. Mikoto, rest assured, I will be cautious. Moreover, Fuyue and the others will be with me. Nothing will happen. Mikoto bites her lip, suddenly pulling out a small talisman from her pocket. This is for you. Chinya took the amulet embroidered with the Uchiha clan emblem. Its stitches meticulously crafted, clearly indicating that it had taken a considerable amount of time to create. I made it myself, Mikoto explained softly. I've heard it's quite effective. Chinya cradled the amulet in his palm, feeling the residual warmth it held. He gazed at the gentle girl before him and reached out to lightly stroke her hair. Mikoto, he called softly. When I return, will you prepare a bento for me? Mikoto's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll make one every day. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Chinya couldn't help but chuckle. That one tea be necessary. I wouldn't want to tire you out. The two shared a smile, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere in the bathroom. The evening breeze wafted through the window, carrying a hint of chill. It was then that Mikoto realized it was quite late, and she hurriedly stood up. I must be going. Chinya and I, you should rest early. Chinya nodded. Allow me to escort you. No need. Mikoto waved her hands repeatedly. Grandfather is waiting for me outside. Grandfather? Chinya paused, realizing the old man was likely concerned that he might whisk his granddaughter away. Is that really necessary? Who are you guarding against? Chinya inwardly scoffed. Mikoto quickly walked toward the door, but paused to glance back at him. Chinya and I, please be careful. He nodded solemnly. Yes, I will. Watching her retreating figure, Chinya looked down at the amulet in his hand, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Old man, no matter how tightly you keep her, Mikoto will eventually be mine, and I shall be in your presence every day. He carefully stowed the amulet away and turned toward the living room. Tomorrow he would embark on his journey and needed to conserve his energy. Yet at that moment, his mind was not on mission plans, but rather on Mikoto's eyes, filled with concern yet brimming with warmth. What a foolish girl, he murmured gently, a trace of tenderness flickering in his gaze. The next day, at Konoha Hospital, Chinya stood before Tsunade's office door, lightly knocking. Come in, Tsunade's voice called from within. Chinya entered to find Tsunade bent over her desk, writing furiously, her golden ponytail swaying slightly with her movements. She glanced up, and upon recognizing Chinya, paused momentarily. So early. Is there something you need? Her tone was flat, as if the warmth from before had never existed. Chinya approached her and placed a document on the desk. This is the preliminary report compiled by the security team regarding the missing children in the Land of Fire. I thought you might find it interesting. Tsunade skimmed the document, but did not open it right away. Instead, she leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. I've heard about this. Are you really going to lead the team yourself? Yes, the Hokage specifically appointed me, Chinya replied with a slight smile. So I came to see you before I leave. Tsunade's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, as if trying to discern something. Ultimately, she simply snorted. Be careful not to stumble. Rest assured. I wouldn't want to leave you a widow, Chinya teased, gently pinching her nose. Tsunade swatted his hand away, shooting him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed. Stop being so cheeky. Hurry and get out, don't delay my work. With a smile, Chinya turned to leave. Just then, the office door swung open, and Yakushi Nanoyu entered, carrying a stack of medical records. Tsunade-sama, here are the documents you requested. Her voice trailed off as her eyes fell on Chinya, a flicker of surprise and shyness passing through her. Chinya-kun? He nodded in acknowledgement, winking at her when Tsunade wasn't looking. Good morning, Nanoyu. After exchanging pleasantries, he exited the office. Tsunade paused her writing but did not look up. Nanoyu, place the records on the desk. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Nanoyu hurriedly set the documents down and quickly exited. Upon stepping out, she spotted Chinya waiting for her at a distance. Chinya-kun, she called, jogging up to him. Chinya regarded her warmly. I'm heading out on a mission and may be gone for a while. Nanoyu's expression shifted to concern upon hearing mission. After all, Chinya was the current clan leader of the Uchiha. It was unusual for someone of his stature to be sent out on a mere errand, suggesting the task was anything but simple. Please be careful, Chinya-kun, she urged. I will, he reassured her. It's getting late, I must be off. When I return, let us have a proper discussion about taijutsu. Noticing the mischievous smile on his lips, her face flushed slightly, fully aware of his underlying meaning. Yes. I will cooperate well with you when the time comes. Chinya affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Watching him depart, Nanayu couldn't help but feel elated, her heart racing. Suddenly, the door to the office opened. Tsunade emerged. Nanoyu. Yes. Nanoyu quickly responded. Come in and talk. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Nanoyu followed Tsunade back inside. You and Chinya seem to have a good relationship? Tsunade asked casually, as if merely making small talk. Nanoyu's fingers tightened slightly as she worked to keep her voice steady. Chinya-kun has helped me a great deal. I am very grateful to him. Tsunade scrutinized her for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling. Is that so? Then make sure you work hard and don't waste his assistance. Nanoyu felt a shift in her heart. Tsunade seemed somewhat off today, but she didn't elaborate. Responding softly, Yes, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade did not pursue the matter further, returning to her paperwork as if their conversation had been mere idle chatter. Nanoyu exhaled quietly, discreetly leaving the office. In the corridor, she leaned against the wall, calming her racing heart. She touched the glasses case in her pocket, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Chinya-kun, she whispered, shaking her head as she walked toward the patient rooms. At the Uchiha security headquarters, 20 elite ninjas were prepared for departure. Chinya stood at the front of the group, his gaze sweeping across each resolute face. Before we set off, I want to reiterate. He began, his voice steady and powerful. The objective of this mission is to investigate the missing children case, but there may be other forces at play behind it. Everyone must remain vigilant and follow orders. Yes, clan leader. They replied in unison. Chinya nodded and gestured. Let us move out. The squad marched in formation out of the headquarters, heading toward the village entrance. Villagers along the way paused, their expressions filled with awe and expectation. It's the Uchiha team. Are they going on a mission? I've heard that many villages in the Land of Fire have had children go missing, and the Uchiha clan leader is personally leading the investigation. With them on the case, they're sure to resolve the issue. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chinya felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he desired. How did the villagers know about this? Naturally, it was due to Chinya's deliberate dissemination of information. It was essential for the Uchiha to maintain their presence and garner goodwill. Demonstrating the Uchiha's sense of responsibility was crucial, and it also had the potential to draw out hidden adversaries. The team traversed the bustling streets, gradually approaching the village's exit. Chinya's gaze inadvertently swept over the crowd, and indeed, he caught sight of several furtive figures. Their subtle movements were utterly transparent to Chinya, for he feared not their observation, but rather their ignorance. Move a bit faster, do not disrupt the normal lives of others. He called out to the Uchiha entourage behind him, as more and more villagers turned their eyes in their direction, under the awed gazes of the townsfolk. Chinya and his companions ultimately departed from Konoha. Concealed among the villagers, the stealthy figures scattered almost simultaneously, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, at a clandestine outpost on the outskirts of the rain-hidden village, a report was being made. Captain, after nearly half a month of patrol in the area we previously frequented near the Mist Village, we have yet to spot a single ninja returning from reconnaissance. One of the commanders reported. So, you mean to say that the ice-release bloodline limit ninja you encountered before has still not been located? Rasped a voice. The one-eyed commander cast a scrutinizing glance. It appears we have indeed fallen into a trap. The opponent is likely not a ninja from the Mist Village. Trapped? How do you explain the ice release? The one-eyed captain snorted. What is there to explain? The Mist Village has been embroiled in internal strife in recent years. Not only the ninjas we dispatched, but even their own comrades have been slain. Under such circumstances, how could any ninja possibly appear on the battlefield? Moreover, without chakra to sustain it, the ice release will swiftly turn to water. By the time our forces return to assess the situation, the ice will have melded into the water, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was water release or ice release. If the enemy designed it this way, it would indeed provide a fitting explanation. A chill ran down the spine of the reporting ninja. Could it truly be as Captain Shirley suggested? If that is the case, the one-eyed ninja sneered. It must have been an illusion. According to our intelligence, there are almost no ninjas from the Sand Village on the battlefield. The only ones present are from Konoha, and Konoha possesses a considerable number of ninjas adept in illusions. It seems we have been toyed with by the ninjas of Konoha. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals came to a realization. So it was an illusion. If that were the case, it all made sense. Why would the Mist Village dispatch a bloodline limit ninja to engage in battle at this time? Those despicable ninjas from Konoha. using such illusions to frame the mist village. The ninjas voiced their anger, clearly incensed by Konoha's actions. Relay my orders. We shall immediately head to the borders of the land of fire. They must pay the price for mocking us. Chapter 60. Chiya, the clan leader, under our protection after departing from Konoha village for 10 miles. Chiya observed that they were alone and gestured for the team to halt. His gaze fell upon the Uchiha members burdened with various items. Put down your garments. Yes. Clan leader. The individual untied their load, revealing a series of neatly folded clothes. Everyone, change into civilian attire. Uchiha Fugaku paused, looking at Chiya with confusion. Why is that? As Chiya retrieved a set of ordinary dark clothing, he explained while changing, the Uchiha attire is too conspicuous and may alert unwanted attention. This mission requires us to investigate discreetly, and dressing as ordinary citizens will facilitate our movements. Fugaku understood and quickly stepped forward to take a change of clothes. The Uchiha clan members swiftly engaged in the task, orderly collecting their garments. Shortly thereafter, the previously uniform Uchiha team transformed into a group of ordinary travelers. Once Fugaku completed his change, he approached Chiya with a serious demeanor. There is one more thing. Speak. Clan leader Chiya, you have consistently focused on illusions, while your physical and ninjutsu training remains relatively weaker. Fugaku chose his words carefully. Given the unknown dangers of this mission, it would be prudent for you to position yourself in the middle of the group, allowing us to ensure your safety. As Chiya's cousin, Fugaku was well aware of Chiya's previous training focus. However, he was unaware that the current Chiya was no longer the same as before. Chiya paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to Fugaku with a hint of surprise. Before he could respond, several Uchiha members gathered around. Clan leader, Fugaku is correct. Your safety is paramount. Let us protect you. The group expressed their earnest concern, and Chiya surveyed their faces, warmed by their genuine expressions. Initially, he intended to refuse, but upon reflection, he recognized this as an excellent opportunity to enhance cohesion within the clan. Very well. He ultimately nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Then I shall trouble you all. Upon hearing their leader's consent, joy illuminated the faces of the clan members. The team reassembled and set off, with Chiya shielded in their midst. Once they distanced themselves from the village, he no longer felt the need for concealment. The three-tomo Sharingan activated, its crimson hue appearing particularly striking under the sunlight. This was a perfect opportunity to refine his ocular prowess. Unlocking Tsunade was indeed the path of true mastery. After all, achieving greatness was the ultimate romantic endeavor for a man. To the clan members, this scene appeared as if their leader remained ever vigilant to safeguard them. The clan leader has kept his Sharingan activated. He is expending his chakra to keep watch over us. They murmured, their gazes filled with admiration towards Chiya. Listening to the whispers around him, Chiya felt a sense of helplessness. Such esteemed regard indeed had its perks. Would they believe even the slightest of his actions was a means of their protection? The team proceeded along the main road, swiftly arriving at their first destination, Aoki Town. This was a quintessential town of the Land of Fire, with wooden structures arranged harmoniously, though the streets appeared somewhat desolate with few pedestrians. Chiya signaled for the team to halt, donning a pair of sunglasses to conceal his crimson Sharingan, and retrieve the mission scroll to double-check. According to the intelligence, Aoki Town was the first place to report missing children. He spoke softly, we shall split up, 2 by 2, to gather information. Remember, do not reveal your Uchiha identity. Simply present yourselves as Konoha ninjas. Understood. The group replied in unison, dispersing quickly. Chiya partnered with Fugaku, and they strolled along the main street. Most of the shops lining the street were closed, and even the few passers-by seemed hurried. Something feels off, Fugaku whispered. At this hour, the town should not be so quiet. Chiya nodded slightly, scanning the surroundings with his Sharingan. Let us investigate over there. They approached a tea shop that was still in operation. The proprietor, a wrinkled old man, managed a strained smile upon seeing customers. Welcome, esteemed guests. What would you like to drink? Chiya and Fugaku settled at the counter. 2 cups of tea, please. Chiya replied kindly, discreetly revealing the Konoha headband beneath the counter to the old man. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly glanced around, lowering his voice. You are ninjas from Konoha? Indeed, Chiya confirmed, tucking away the headband. We have been dispatched to investigate the case of the missing children and hope you can provide us with some leads. The old man's expression shifted to one of agitation. tears glistening in his cloudy eyes. At last you have come. We have lost 5 children from our town, all vanished in the dead of night. The doors and windows were intact, as if they had vanished into thin air. Chiya nodded, acknowledging the professionalism of the technique. Are there any witnesses? Or any suspicious individuals? Fugaku inquired. The old man shook his head. No. However, he hesitated. A few outsiders visited the town a few days before the children went missing. They claimed to be herbal merchants, but they didn't appear to be upstanding people. Herbal merchants? A glint flashed in Chiya's eyes. What were their distinguishing features? They all wore gray cloaks and hoods, obscuring their faces, the old man recalled. But one of them was missing an arm, which was quite noticeable. Chiya committed this detail to memory. Just then, a commotion erupted in the street. The two swiftly rose to their feet, spotting a Uchiha ninja hastily approaching them. His expression grave. A situation has been discovered in the west. Chiya and Fugaku immediately followed him to an abandoned warehouse on the western side of the town. Other Uchiha had already gathered there, their expressions tense with vigilance. What is going on? Chiya asked in a low voice. A Uchiha stepped forward to report. Clan leader. While gathering information nearby, we detected a bloody scent emanating from the warehouse. Upon breaking in, we found this. He stepped aside to reveal a corner of the warehouse. In the dim light, several pieces of children's clothing lay scattered around, stained with dried blood. The Tomo in Chiya's Sharingan spun slightly, revealing an unusual chakra presence nearby. Seal off the area, he ordered sternly. Fugaku, take a team to search the entire warehouse. Leave no clue behind. The rest of you, spread out and remain on guard to prevent ambush. Yes. The group quickly sprang into action. Chiya crouched down, noting the chakra's distinct signature, which seemed to differ in duration from the previous traces. Could there be 2 different groups? Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the explosive sounds of ninjutsu. Enemy attack. The Uchiha outside shouted as a dozen cloaked ninjas appeared in the distance, brandishing weapons. One of them, missing an arm, matched the description given by the tea shop elder. Without waiting for Chiya to speak, their leader launched an assault. Protect the clan leader, Fugaku shouted, and several Uchiha quickly gathered around Chiya. There's no need. Chiya commanded. Everyone, give it your all to confront the enemy. Leave none of them standing except their leader. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands formed seals. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A blazing dragon of fire roared forth, striking 2 enemies directly. Their horrified screams echoed as they were reduced to charred remains. The overwhelming might of his jutsu left the surrounding Uchiha in astonished silence. The clan leader's fire jutsu is astonishingly powerful. Ignoring their astonishment, Chiya swiftly dashed into the ranks of the enemies. His Sharingan accurately predicted each enemy's movements, targeting vital points with every strike, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more foes fell. Finally, Fugaku and others snapped out of their daze and joined the fray. The Uchiha's combat prowess utterly dominated the opposition, and within 5 minutes, the battle concluded with ease. Chiya pinned the enemy leader down, coldly demanding, "Speak. Who are you?" The enemy grinned wickedly, blood spilling from his mouth as a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. The Tomo in Chiya's Sharingan spun once more, casting a jinjutsu that rendered the man's eyes unfocused and lost in confusion. "Who are you?" "We are special ninjas from Awagakure." "Special ninjas from Awagakure?" Chiya blinked, realizing they were spies lurking in the land of fire. "Did you abduct the missing children?" "No." Chiya's brow furrowed. "What is your objective?" "We detected signs of leaf ninja activity in the area, so we came to investigate and relay information to the vanguard at the border." "Signs of leaf ninja activity?" The children's disappearance threads back to that old wretch Danzo. Chiya's expression darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. "Damn it. We inadvertently assisted Danzo in eliminating a group of enemies." He plunged a kunai into the spy's neck, blood gushing forth until he drew his last breath. "Clean the battlefield, leaving no survivors," Chiya commanded, casting one last glance at the Awagakure ninja. "Awagakure, Danzo, I have a grand gift prepared for you. Soon, it will be your time to contribute to Konoha." Chapter 61. Out in the world, identity is self-assigned. Ambush at the roots. Chiya stood before the abandoned warehouse, his gaze sweeping over the field of corpses, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He turned to the gathered Uchiha and said, "Ensure every trace of this scene is meticulously cleansed. Leave no evidence behind." The clan members advanced to handle the site. Meanwhile, Chiya stepped aside, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, 5 shadow clones appeared beside him. He instructed in a low voice, "You will each investigate the nearby towns discreetly for any additional clues." The shadow clones nodded and promptly vanished. Once everything was in order, Chiya summoned all the clan members to sit together. He surveyed the group and began to speak slowly. "This task is more intricate than we initially anticipated. Based on this situation, it appears the ninjas originally responsible for the abductions were discovered by Iwagakure's men. And we have now encountered the Iwagakure ninjas." Fugaku furrowed his brow and asked, "If they are not foreign ninjas, who else would commit such acts?" This question echoed the concerns of the clan. This matter involves spies, but it seems that they are not responsible for the abductions. If it's not outsiders, could it be someone from within our village? Indeed, some villagers are involved. From within the village. The crowd was taken aback. Who could be so heartless as to steal children? A young Uchiha could not contain himself. Danzo. Chiya cast a sharp glance at the assembly. The mention of that name ignited a wave of astonishment. Danzo. Isn't he the Hokage's advisor? How could he be involved? Clan leader. This is no time for jest. Danzo is part of the Hokage's faction. How could he do such things? The faces of the crowd were filled with disbelief. Realizing that the nefarious plot stemmed from within their own ranks, orchestrated by Danzo. What shall we do next? Fugaku turned his gaze to Chiya. A subtle smile graced Chiya's lips as he revealed, "Although this assignment tasked us with investigating the matter, now that it involves Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, we cannot proceed with our investigations in a straightforward manner. We must act with caution." Acting with caution? Are we to turn a blind eye and allow Danzo to escape? Wouldn't that mean we fail the mission? The crowd was puzzled. Yet, Chiya remained calm. If we turn Danzo over to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it would tarnish the village's reputation. Therefore, we must take an alternative approach, one that punishes Danzo while ensuring this matter is resolved seamlessly. The group nodded in agreement, sensing that their leader had devised a plan. "I have a scheme that requires everyone's cooperation." The members straightened, their eyes glimmering with anticipation as they focused on Chiya. As expected of our clan leader, he has already thought of a solution. "First, we need to create a false front." Chiya lowered his voice. "Let Tawanzo believe that ninjas from Iwagakure are lurking here. Have we not already eliminated all the inhabitants of Iwagakure?" Fayek paused momentarily. "When one is away from home, one's identity is self-assigned. Are we not, in essence, ninjas of Iwagakure ourselves?" A cunning glimmer flickered in Chiya's eyes. "Additionally, we must arrange some common tools and traces used by Iwagakure ninjas, such as remnants of Earth-style ninjutsu." One of the Uchiha's eyes lit up. "Clan leader, leave this to me. I can perform various Earth-style techniques from Iwagakure." Chiya nodded in approval. "Indeed, every Uchiha is a talent." "Excellent. The others shall disperse, leaving evidence of Iwagakure ninja activity nearby, but do exercise caution." The group acknowledged the command and swiftly set off. Chiya then called Fayek aside. "I will divide the team into 2 squads. One squad will be led by you, tasked with searching for Iwagakure ninjas at the borders of the Land of Fire." Chiya stated solemnly. "Remember, do not initiate conflict. Simply ascertain their location and movements." Fayek responded with a grave nod. "Understood. The other squad will be led by me, remaining here to await the arrival of root ninjas." Chiya's gaze was profound. There were indications of Iwagakure ninja activity here previously. Tawanzo will not easily abandon his investigation. He will certainly send someone to check. What if he does not come? Fayek expressed his concern. "Clan leader, could we be in grave danger facing root ninjas?" Chiya chuckled lightly. "Do not worry, I have my plans." Seeing Chiya's confidence, Fayek ceased further discussion and turned to arrange the squad divisions. Soon, the team was split into 2 groups. Fayek led 10 elite Uchiha quietly away towards the borders. Meanwhile, Chiya and the remaining clan members concealed themselves around the village, setting traps and waiting patiently for their prey. The night was deep, with dark clouds obscuring the moonlight. 3 days passed in silence. Chiya stood atop a high tree branch, his crimson Sharingan gleaming coldly in the darkness. He gazed down at the valley below. There, a dozen root ninjas stealthily traversed, their gray-black cloaks almost blending into the night. "Everyone, prepare for transformation techniques," Chiya commanded softly. The Uchiha ninjas beside him swiftly formed seals, their chakra swirling as their forms began to twist and morph. In the blink of an eye, all 10 elite Uchiha had transformed to resemble the earlier Iwagakure ninjas. Chiya also completed his transformation, now garbed in the standard Iwagakure vest. With a rugged visage and an Iwagakure headband adorning his forehead, he touched the explosive tags he had prepared, a cold smile curling at his lips. Having brought an array of equipment, he had not expected to use them so soon. Remember, from this moment forth, we are the investigative unit of Iwagakure, Chiya instructed solemnly. During combat, try to utilize Earth style and explosive tags. The Sharingan and fire style techniques must remain concealed. The group nodded in agreement, excitement gleaming in their eyes. With so many explosive tags, they hardly needed to rely on Earth style. They could simply detonate with abandon. As the root ninjas advanced to the center of the valley, the leading ninja crouched down, examining the traces on the ground. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he whispered, "It's Earth style. Could it be Iwagakure ninjas?" Another root ninja hastily approached, picking up a residual chakra stone from the ground. The leading root ninja rose, his expression darkening. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must immediately report to Lord Tawanzo." "Yes." Just as they prepared to depart, Chiya abruptly waved his hand. "Earth style, rock pillar spear." One Uchiha stood in the shadows, forming seals, and dozens of sharp rock pillars erupted from the ground, instantly impaling 3 root ninjas. An ambush? Could it be the people of Iwagakure? The leading root ninja shouted sharply. "Wind style, vacuum wave." A root ninja quickly formed seals to counterattack. "Earth style, earth flow wall." A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the wind blades entirely. Meanwhile, a multitude of shurikens rained down from above. The violent explosions echoed successively. In the blink of an eye, the root ninjas suffered heavy casualties. The root ninjas, taken aback, turned on their heels and fled in haste. A fierce glint sparkled in Chiya's eyes. "Pursue. We must locate their stronghold. Tawanzo, I, Uchiha Chiya, have come bearing gifts for you." Chapter 62. Damn Iwagakure. So many elites have returned, and only the 2 of you? The dense darkness pressed upon the forest like a tangible weight. Chiya concealed himself in the shadows. Swiftly traversing the twisted branches of ancient trees, the 3 Tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning. 10 elite Uchiha followed closely behind, their breaths nearly merging with the night wind. Below on the path, 2 root ninjas stumbled as they fled. One had an unnaturally twisted right arm, blood leaving a sporadic trail on the fallen leaves. The other turned back to glance every few steps, his bloodshot eyes filled with panic. These Iwagakure people have truly lost their minds. Are they attempting to incite war? The one with the severed arm gasped. "We must hurry and report this information to Lord Tawanzo." The other, scanning the eerily quiet forest, did not detect anything unusual and spoke in a hushed tone. "Yes." Their speed suddenly increased once more. At that moment, a Uchiha silently landed beside Chiya, gently slicing his finger across his neck. Chiya shook his head, his scarlet pupils flickering in the shadows. He gestured, "Let them go." Chiya recalled that these root members were not like the ninjas outside. It was nearly impossible to extract information about Tawanzo from them. To discover Tawanzo's stronghold, they could only allow them to escape. Roughly half an hour later, the 2 entered a concealed stronghold and subsequently vanished from sight. In the distance, the Uchiha exchanged glances, clearly awaiting orders from Chiya. He signaled and casually stepped out, deliberately making noise, causing the 8 guarding root ninjas to look over. They found themselves directly meeting the crimson eyes of the Sharingan. They were immediately ensnared in a Jinjutsu. With his current ocular prowess, the Jinjutsu he cast would ensure that even if they awakened later, they would not remember Chiya's presence, nor how they had fallen under the illusion. Moreover, Chiya was still disguised as an Iwagakure ninja. Chiya turned back, waving to them. The 8 Uchiha quickly moved forward, transforming into their likenesses. After confirming the area was secure, Chiya spoke slowly. "First, set up the traps. When the time is right, detonate. Move out." As his words fell, the group excitedly grabbed their equipment and quickly began setting up around them. Meanwhile, within the stronghold, useless, the staff shattered the bluestone slab. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it as Tawanzo's rage threatened to materialize. "So many elites, and only the 2 of you returned?" The 2 root ninjas kneeling on the ground appeared disheveled and silent. "You just said you encountered an elite squad from Iwagakure? Were they spies or combat units?" "Lord Tawanzo, we do not know." Tawanzo stared at the disheveled duo, his brow furrowing in concern. He sensed something amiss. This Iwagakure combat unit was not small in number. He had previously dispatched people to monitor them and could have detected their movements. Yet how could they suddenly enter the land of fire? If they were a spy unit, why did they possess such formidable combat strength? As he gazed at the two before him, Tawanzo's irritation grew. If only Yakushi no Nai were here. Pharmacist Yayo had personally nurtured her into a formidable spy. With her presence, the situation would undoubtedly be laid bare. Damned Hizashi, always leveraging the Hokage title to suppress me. Just because he spoke first that time? Why should I not have the chance to become Hokage? If I were Hokage, not only would I command a Wagakure, but even Tsunade would have to submit. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. The entire structure trembled, the beams groaning under the strain. The thunderous explosion above drowned out the latter part of his sentence. What on earth is happening? A surge of alarm coursed through Danzo. This was his root base, known to only a select few. He swiftly glanced at the two root subordinates in the distance, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Could it be that they led the attackers here? The ground above rumbled ominously, then shattered like fragile eggshells, sending debris cascading down. In the blink of an eye, the sky outside was revealed. Countless kunai embedded with explosive tags surged in like a swarm. The explosions were relentless, and the ceiling collapsed with a deafening roar. Danzo, unable to form seals in time, was hurled away by the shockwave. As he crashed through the wooden window and tumbled into the courtyard, he beheld an unforgettable sight. His meticulously maintained root base was being mercilessly shattered by earth spikes, as if they were mere toys. Damn Awagakure, covered in dirt and debris. Danzo's root ninjas hurried to his side, standing guard and eyeing their surroundings warily. Danzo looked up at the figures standing amidst the rubble. You seek death. No sooner had he uttered the words than he was met with a barrage of explosive-tagged kunai. His pupils contracted. The coordination of these rock ninjas was terrifyingly precise. Each wave of attack exploiting the gaps in defense. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Danzo swiftly dodged the explosion, unleashing a violent gale that tore through 3 IWA ninjas. Yet, there was no splatter of blood. They were mere shadow clones. The hair on the back of Danzo's neck stood on end, honed instincts from years of survival training prompting him to lean away. A kunai grazed past his ear, carving a deep gash across his face. The IWA ninja had changed direction midair. Danzo quickly parried, his cane clashing against the kunai, sparks flying. The assailant was none other than Awagakure's Chiya. Chiya shifted tactics swiftly, his other hand directing a short blade toward the bandaged eye. Upon witnessing this, Danzo's composure faltered. He retreated rapidly, narrowly evading the attack. Yet the bandage on his head was cut open. A glimmer of crimson flashed through the torn fabric. Chiya's gaze sharpened. Is that a Sharingan? As the thought crossed his mind, he hurled an explosive tag at Danzo. The force of the explosion violently separated them. As Chiya retreated, he signaled the others to fall back. The root base was in ruins, and half of the ninjas within had perished. Danzo crashed heavily against a burning beam, blood pouring from his thigh, a casualty of the explosion. He watched helplessly as the IWA and ninjas methodically withdrew. Chase them. Danzo's voice roared like a demon's howl. The root ninjas beside him braced themselves and charged toward Chiya and his team. However, Chiya and his comrades had no intention of lingering. As they departed, Chiya glanced back at the distant figure of Danzo, his furious demeanor unmistakable. Leader, should we eliminate him? Uchiha approached Chiya, looking toward the border. Chiya shook his head gently. Let them tear each other apart. Our goal lies at the border. 10 shadows melded into the night, flames roaring behind them. While Danzo's distorted visage illuminated the darkness, faint echoes of his enraged shouts lingering. Damn Awagakure. Chapter 63. The Harvest. The malicious Uchiha deserved damnation. In the dark forest, Chiya led the Awagakure team swiftly through the underbrush, pursued relentlessly by root ninjas. Faster! One of the root ninjas shouted. Don't let them escape. Chiya could faintly hear the voices behind him. A smirk graced his lips as he deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring the pursuers could always catch a glimpse of their figures. He had calculated every step. With less than 5 miles to the border, the Awagakure team, as informed by Fugaku, was just ahead. Suddenly, a familiar chakra signature surged from the thicket. Chiya's eyes flickered as he turned to see several figures emerge. These were the Uchiha who had separated from them. Leading them was Fugaku, who spoke in hushed tones, quickly approaching Chiya. Their vanguard had successfully drawn the enemy in, waiting just a mile ahead in the valley. Chiya nodded. Excellent. He gestured, and 10 elite Uchiha immediately understood, dispersing into the shadows. Raising his hand, he formed seals, and 10 clones of Chiya appeared, leading Fugaku onward. The pursuing root ninjas remained oblivious to the ruse. Lord Danzo's orders are to capture them alive. The root leader gritted his teeth. We cannot allow them to escape the land of fire. Hurry, they are increasing their speed. A root ninja's face flashed with urgency as he watched the figures ahead begin to fade from view. Are we losing them? As the IWA ninjas disappeared into the distance, the root team leader's expression soured. Those detestable IWA ninjas are mocking us. Captain, look over there. A root ninja exclaimed, noticing something unusual. The team followed his gaze and spotted flickering lights in the distance. IWA ninjas. No wonder they are so fearless. They have reached their stronghold. What should we do? Captain, what do you mean, what should we do? We are on our own territory. Kill. Charge in. In the border valley, the pale moon cast a ghostly light. The Iwagakure team was regrouping. The one-eyed captain was surveying the surroundings. After detecting signs of Konoha ninja activity the previous day, he had brought his men here. Little did he anticipate the speed at which the ninjas could flee. His team was not composed of skilled tracking fighters, leaving him frustrated yet somewhat disdainful of the Konoha ninjas. How cowardly of them. As the one-eyed captain gazed at the tranquil forest, a frown suddenly creased his brow. His sharp gaze swept over the trees. There was movement. In the next moment, several disheveled IWA ninjas burst forth from the thicket, clearly bearing battle scars. Captain, it's Konoha ninjas. They are charging this way. The captain's pupils constricted as he looked ahead. Before he could think further, dozens of black-clad ninjas surged out of the forest. The Konoha forehead protectors gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Scum from Iwagakure. The root leader's fury ignited at the sight of the large contingent of IWA ninjas. You dare invade the land of fire? Not a single one of you shall live today. The one-eyed captain's expression changed drastically. They had indeed contemplated an incursion, intending to create some trouble for Konoha, but had not yet executed any specific plans. How audacious of these cowardly Konoha ninjas to strike first. Could there be an ambush? As he observed the steady stream of black figures rushing toward them, he became convinced. These Konoha ninjas were truly despicable. Konoha, do you think you have us at your mercy? We IWA ninjas fear nothing. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The one-eyed captain roared, retreating while forming seals. Earth release. Crumbling earth technique. Several sturdy earth-style shields emerged from the ground, blocking the path ahead. The sound of ninjutsu being unleashed was thunderous. In the distance, a series of fiery flashes illuminated the sky. The ninjas from Iwagakure were evidently alarmed and rushed towards this direction. The two factions clashed fiercely, numbering over 100. Various ninjutsu techniques erupted, accompanied by screams, explosions, and roars that echoed throughout the battlefield. Chiya, along with the Uchiha clan, had stealthily retreated to the shadows at the edge of the battlefield. Shall we intervene? Fugaku inquired softly, gazing at the chaos. Chiya shook his head. The scene of carnage reflected in his three-tomo Sharingan. No rush. Let them tear each other apart for now. At the center of the battlefield, earth and fire collided, producing deafening explosions. Earth-style mud wall. A lone ninja struck the ground with both palms, causing a massive earthen wall to rise and crush several root ninjas into pulp. Wind-style vacuum wave. The root ninjas retaliated fiercely, unleashing sharp wind blades that severed 3 Iwagakure ninjas in half. Trained for slaughter. The root assassins found themselves at a disadvantage against the tactical prowess of the Uchiha. Yet, against these ordinary Iwagakure ninjas, their combat effectiveness soared. Soon, the valley was stained crimson with blood. Chiya observed the scene with a cold gaze when he noticed Danzo's figure finally appearing at the edge of the battlefield. The old fox wore an extremely grim expression. Seeing this, a smile crept upon Chiya's lips. Danzo, I trust you appreciate the gift I have sent your way. That advisor has actually made a move. One of the Uchiha exclaimed in astonishment. He is a wind-style user. This Hokage advisor possesses formidable strength. Chiya's eyes flickered. Danzo still retains some power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated so many talents within the root. Chiya, it seems this battle is nearing its conclusion, Fugaku suggested, observing Danzo's personal involvement tipping the scales in favor of the root. Indeed, it is time. Chiya's lips curled into a smirk as he waved his hand. The Uchiha clan members swiftly formed hand seals, transforming back into their clan's appearance, donning traditional Uchiha attire adorned with their emblem. The united Uchiha, resplendent in their uniformity, became a striking sight. Esteemed clansmen, It is time for us to reap the fruits of our labor, Chiya declared, a smile gracing his face. One rule: utilize explosive tags whenever possible, employ fire-style techniques, and strive for surprise attacks. You are the elite of our clan, the future hope of the Uchiha. While it is necessary to make your presence known, your safety must come first. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha members' expressions turned serious. Understood, Chiya nodded, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Charge. As soon as his command fell, he surged forward. Danzo, the battle is now entrusted to us, Uchiha. Hearing the familiar voice, Danzo turned, his face contorting in disbelief upon seeing Chiya and the Uchiha clan had arrived. He could hardly believe their timing was mere coincidence. Danzo's gaze fell upon one of the Uchiha's feet, clearly caked in mud. They had clearly been watching for some time. Uchiha, how fortunate. Danzo forced a smile through gritted teeth. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Danzo. We Uchiha have always been well. Chiya replied with a laugh. Swiftly moving to a low area, taking a deep breath before forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire destruction. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Chiya's mouth, rapidly spreading from the low ground to the heights, generating a powerful firestorm that engulfed the surroundings in an inferno. The ninjas from Awagakure found themselves enveloped in flames. Due to the extensive reach of the fire, evasion was nearly impossible, and even the battling root ninjas suffered burns, albeit less severe. The advancing blaze swiftly consumed a row of Awagakure ninjas. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. One after another. The Uchiha beside Chiya unleashed ninjutsu and hurled kunai affixed with explosive tags towards the battlefield center. Casualties among Awagakure's forces mounted rapidly, yet the root ninjas were also affected, sustaining injuries to varying degrees. These are the elite of my root, Danzo seethed, realizing Chiya's actions had been deliberate. The wicked Uchiha, they truly deserve to die. As he watched the Awagakure ninjas fall, Chiya continued to wield his fire-style techniques, pushing Danzo over the edge. Uchiha Chiya, cease this at once. Unfazed, Chiya retorted. A mere Hokage advisor wishes to command the Uchiha? Even as Hokage, you shall stand aside and watch. With precision, Chiya hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag into the fray, causing a series of detonations. Danzo stood rooted, watching Chiya and the Uchiha clan act without restraint. His fingernails dug into his palm, his body trembling slightly. Though he could not fully comprehend Danzo's feelings, his expression betrayed his fury. It was evident that his thoughts were laced with expletives. Before long, the battle concluded. Chiya led the Uchiha clan to a concealed location to regroup. Danzo soon confronted them, his gaze filled with scrutiny and coldness. Chiya, why did you not intervene sooner? Were you content to watch us fall into peril? Chiya smiled faintly, his tone calm. Lord Danzo, it was not our intention. Acting recklessly without confirming the identity of our foes would only lead to unnecessary losses. It was only upon witnessing your involvement that I confirmed the identities of both sides and chose to assist you decisively. Otherwise, how could you and your root have survived with so many elites intact? Danzo paused, momentarily taken aback. Chiya's sharp tongue and cunning wit were characteristic of the treacherous Uchiha. Had you intervened, my root would have resolved this matter more swiftly, minimizing our casualties. Now, we have incurred greater losses and are expected to be thankful to you? Danzo's gaze sharpened, understanding Chiya's underlying message. Though he found Chiya's response distasteful, he begrudgingly acknowledged its validity. Even if the matter escalated to Hiruzen, this argument would hold weight, likely leading to an amicable resolution. Danzo was all too familiar with Hiruzen's tendency to smooth over conflicts. Inwardly, Danzo made a mental note regarding the Uchiha. He refrained from pursuing the matter further and turned to gather the root ninjas. In a moment, the Uchiha and root ninjas formed distinctly separate factions, clearly delineated. Observing the Uchiha, who had rested sufficiently, Chiya instructed them to begin clearing the battlefield. Danzo, feigning a smile, remarked, you Uchiha are quite adept at claiming credit. Chiya responded with a calm smile. Lord Danzo, you jest. These are merely the tangible proofs of our Uchiha's victory over Awagakure. The use of fire style is unmistakably our handiwork. Moreover, we did not come here to seize glory. Our primary purpose was to investigate certain matters. It is indeed a coincidence to encounter you here, Lord Danzo. However, I wonder if you have any connections to that particular incident. Danzo's expression shifted slightly. That incident? Are you referring to the missing children? Chiya noted Danzo's silence with a smirk. Lord Danzo, As the Hokage advisor, you surely must be aware of our purpose here. After a brief pause, he continued, our mission is to investigate the matter of the missing children. I have just received news and traced the direction to this place. I did not expect to encounter Lord Danzo. I hope he can provide us with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a pang of unease. Although he was unsure why Chiya suspected him, he dared not admit it. The experiment had already been ordered to cease by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, not only had he failed to stop it, but he had also used children as subjects. If this matter were to come to light, it would undoubtedly cost him his power. Anger washed over Danzo as he shouted at Chiya. Humph, you Uchiha are slanderous. Unlike your kind, I do not engage in underhanded schemes. Chiya let out a chuckle. Underhanded schemes? Is that not a reflection of you? Danzo, are you introducing yourself? He observed the growing malice in Danzo's eyes, which was almost impossible to conceal. We merely wish for the truth to be revealed. If you are truly innocent, why the agitation? Am I agitated? Danzo's face turned a shade of deep anger as he gritted his teeth, the sounds escaping his clenched jaw almost comical. Chiya regarded Danzo, who resembled a rabid dog ready to explode, and chose to ignore him. He turned to one of the Uchiha and instructed, draft a letter stating that we encountered Lord Danzo conversing with the ninjas of IWA. The Uchiha nodded and promptly set to work. Danzo raised an eyebrow at Chiya's actions. Chiya, do not overstep your bounds. Lord Danzo, we are merely following orders. What we write is based on what we personally witnessed. I hope you can understand. Danzo calmed himself, casting a cold glare at Chiya. Humph, you Uchiha are truly calculating. Chiya did not even glance at Danzo. It is merely a bit of barking. Chiya understood that Danzo was no fool, and moreover, the secret he had inadvertently discovered last time, the Sharingan hidden beneath the bandages, was no ordinary eye. He adhered to the principle of not engaging in battles without certainty. There was ample time. They would play their game gradually. Danzo would inevitably lose his composure and reveal his eye. Is it time? How is the tally coming along? Chiya inquired of the Uchiha, who was counting the casualties. The exact casualties of the IWA ninjas have been tallied, but the distribution. Chiya nodded and took the report handed to him, glancing at the fallen ninjas from IWA. The numbers were close enough, leaving a few for the Foundation. He felt quite satisfied. They had achieved significant gains, eliminating IWA ninjas, undermining the Foundation's influence, and most importantly, severely irritating Danzo. This forced Danzo to fulfill his responsibility of protecting the village, while the Foundation's contributions were directly diminished. The accolades from this battle primarily fell to the Uchiha clan, who reaped the rewards. Victory. A resounding victory for the Uchiha. Since there are no issues, let us present this to our Hokage advisor. Chiya declared, prompting another report to be drafted and delivered to Danzo. Danzo surveyed the casualty report in his hands, noting that the majority of the credit belonged to the Uchiha. His fingers tightened around the paper, and he raised his gaze to meet Chiya's smiling face. His eyes filled with icy disdain. Well written. Chiya was somewhat taken aback. Danzo had regained his composure rather swiftly after nearly losing his temper moments ago. What a surprise. Chiya felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to witness Danzo's explosive reaction. It seemed that would not come to pass. Lord Danzo, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Chiya stated, seeing no amusement left in the situation. He issued orders for the Uchiha to depart. This was not a request, but a directive. As he watched the Uchiha vanish into the forest, Danzo fiercely cast the report to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze filled with venom. Uchiha, I stand opposed to you. Chapter 65. Journey to the village hidden in the rain. Power shifts within the Foundation. Chiya led the Uchiha away from the battlefield, heading towards the village hidden in the rain along the border. The night was as dark as ink, with moonlight casting long shadows on their faces. After a brief period of travel, Chiya instructed the group to halt. Change your clothes. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha complied without question, turning their Uchiha insignia garments inside out. Donning the plain attire beneath that bore no clan emblem, they reverted to their previous appearance as ordinary merchants. Have the intelligence reports been dispatched? Chiya inquired of the Uchiha who had been responsible for the earlier statistics. Not yet. Lord Clan Leader, shall we send them now? Chiya nodded in affirmation. For this mission, we must clearly outline the matters concerning Danzo and await instructions from the village. Prepare to send it. Upon Chiya's confirmation, the Uchiha diligently took out a notebook and began to write. After completing the report, he handed it to Chiya. Chiya reviewed the content. It detailed their encounter with IWA spies, the use of Jinjutsu to extract information, suspicions regarding Konoha ninjas, and their discovery of the connection between IWA and the Foundation, as well as their assistance in eliminating IWA ninjas. Chiya nodded slightly. Remove our suspicions and retain only the objective facts. Rewrite it, and then we can send it. Understood. Lord Clan Leader. After the Uchiha removed their suspicions from the report and finished rewriting it, they retrieved the sealing scroll to contact the village. Summoning technique. With a puff, a ninja hawk appeared. The Uchiha placed the intelligence into the tube. The hawk let out a cry and took flight. Chiya knew that the third Hokage was quite astute regarding political matters. He understood the implications of mentioning Danzo and the IWA ninjas without needing explicit details. Some matters did not require excessive clarification. Chiya lifted his gaze towards the horizon. It is relatively safe here. You all wait for my return. Lord Clan Leader, where are you going? Fujitaka stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Having left the village, I have a personal matter to attend to outside the Land of Fire. A personal matter? Fujitaka's expression deepened with worry. What personal matters could arise at this border? He could not fathom. I must accompany the clan leader. At that moment, the Uchiha who had previously been tallying casualties stepped forward, determination etched on his face. Yes, we must protect the clan leader. Lord Clan Leader, allow us to accompany you. With one taking the lead, the others who had been uncertain now expressed their understanding and fervently voiced their desire to follow. Chiya had not anticipated their concern for him. Witnessing their sincerity and resolve brought a smile to his face. The Uchiha truly were simple-hearted individuals. Very well, if you are coming, you must adhere to my orders. Rest assured, clan leader. They replied, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Since news from the village would not arrive immediately, off they went, setting forth towards the Land of Rain. The ninja hawk soared swiftly across the skies of the Land of Fire, reaching Konoha in less than 3 hours. The Umbu swiftly delivered the intelligence brought by the hawk to the Hokage's office. The smoke rising from Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe swirled languidly in the air. Sighing, he cast the intelligence report onto the table, a flicker of disappointment and fatigue crossing his eyes. The letter meticulously chronicled Chinya's observations. Though it did not explicitly name Danzo as the perpetrator, every line implied as much. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen was well aware of the underlying meaning in Chinya's roundabout words. Chinya, truly remarkable. He felt a surge of admiration for Chinya's subtle yet perceptive nature. Summon advisors Karui and Mito. Hiruzen instructed the Umbu stationed outside. Yes, the Umbu departed swiftly. Moments later, Mito and Karui entered the office. Upon seeing the troubled expression on Hiruzen's face, they were taken aback. Has another conflict arisen, Hiruzen? What has transpired? Mito asked, breaking the silence after the Umbu had exited. Hiruzen gestured toward the letter on the table, his tone laden with gravity. Please, take a look at this intelligence just received from the Uchiha. Mito and Karui picked up the letter, reading it intently. As the content unfolded, their expressions grew increasingly somber. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen let the smoke from his pipe envelop his face. Danzo's actions have openly defied my orders. He has resorted to abducting children, likely for his wood-release experiments. The mention of the wood-release experiment shocked both advisors. Is he truly audacious enough to do such a thing? Karui's face was etched with disbelief and anger. This is utterly unacceptable. Mito frowned, his voice icy. Hiruzen leaned back, the smoke curling around him, and spoke slowly. Danzo's behavior has brazenly contravened my directives. Not only has he persisted with the prohibited wood-release experiments, but he has also resorted to kidnapping children as test subjects. Such actions severely compromise Konoha's reputation and the welfare of its citizens. I believe we must revoke Danzo's authority. Karui and Mito exchanged glances. Then, after a moment of silence, Karui spoke. Hiruzen, while Danzo has indeed erred, we cannot overlook his contributions to the village. The rude organization he has nurtured has played a crucial role in numerous missions during this war. We cannot dismiss all of his merits due to a single transgression. Karui added in agreement. Indeed, Hiruzen, although Danzo's methods may be extreme, his loyalty to the village is undeniable. We could offer him a chance for redemption. Hiruzen's gaze swept across their faces, and he sighed. I understand your perspective. Danzo's contributions over the years are indeed significant, but this incident is far too grave. I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Otherwise, who will heed my orders in the future? Mito pondered for a moment before speaking. Hiruzen, We are not seeking to shield Danzo. However, we must also consider the overall interests of the village, setting aside the need to balance the swiftly rising Uchiha clan. If we were to replace Danzo now, the root organization could experience a temporary lapse. In recent years, the root has dispatched countless ninjas to infiltrate other villages. Even though the war has just concluded, no one can predict what the future holds. Without Danzo at the helm, the root might struggle to maintain rapid communication, resulting in the loss of vital intelligence. It would be prudent to summon him and demand an explanation. If he genuinely recognizes his mistakes, we can extend an opportunity for him to amend his ways. Seeing Hiruzen's demeanor soften, Karui added, "Yes, Hiruzen. We could have Mito temporarily oversee the root, monitoring Danzo's actions. This way, we ensure the stability of the root while preventing Danzo from repeating his errors." Hiruzen remained silent for a long moment, fully aware that Mito and Karui's concerns were not without merit. The root organization is indeed a vital asset for Konoha and should not be easily destabilized, especially in this sensitive post-war period. Yet, he understood that Danzo's actions had crossed his threshold of tolerance. "Very well," Hiruzen finally said. "Call Danzo in and have him clarify the situation. If he genuinely seeks to atone, we may consider granting him a chance. However, should he remain obstinate, we must proceed with decisive measures." Mito and Karui exchanged a relieved glance, knowing that Hiruzen's decision was not made lightly. To safeguard the village's interests, they had to do their utmost to persuade him. "Rest assured, Hiruzen, we will have a thorough discussion with Danzo to ensure he comprehends his errors," Mito assured. Karui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Hiruzen, we will strive to guide Danzo back onto the right path, enabling him to fulfill his role." Hiruzen nodded, yet deep down, he understood that the matter was far from straightforward. He knew Danzo's character all too well. Persuading him to genuinely repent would be no easy feat nevertheless. He recognized that the stability of the village was paramount. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved, it would undoubtedly be the ideal outcome. "I hope Danzo can come to understand his mistakes," Hiruzen murmured, his gaze drifting through the window towards the distant sky, his heart heavy with concern. Chapter 66. Farewell to the Three Little Ones, Becoming Madara's Heir. In the land of rain, a persistent drizzle enveloped the land like a thin veil. Chiya stealthily led the Uchiha clan across the border into a small town within the land of rain. The streets of the town were eerily deserted, with only a few figures hastening by, each radiating an air of oppression. "The disparity between here and the land of fire is stark," Fujitaka remarked softly, surveying the dilapidated houses and muddy streets. The land of rain had long suffered from conflict, leaving its citizens in dire straits. Chiya nodded in agreement. "This war has lasted over 4 years, with ninjas from various nations engaged in battles within the Rain Village. Countless ninjas have perished, and the suffering of the Rain's populace is even greater. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly thrive?" As they traversed the town, Chiya guided his group toward the location where Yahiko and the others had previously been. However, shortly after departing the town, Chiya's Sharingan activated, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "An ambush," he shouted, prompting the group to quickly form a defensive formation. Dozens of Rain Village ninjas surged from the surrounding woods, weapons gleaming ominously, their murderous intent palpable. "How dare you trespass in the land of rain? You seek death." One of the Rain ninjas barked, launching the first attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chiya swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing a searing fireball that claimed the lives of the 3 foremost Rain ninjas in an instant. Simultaneously, Chiya's 3 Tomo Sharingan glimmered with an eerie light. The Tomo rotated slightly, ensnaring 4 Rain ninjas in a Jinjutsu, rendering their movements sluggish. Chiya deftly threw shuriken, striking true to their vital points, sending them crashing to the ground. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. The Uchiha clan members, undaunted, unleashed their signature ninjutsu, engaging in fierce combat with the Rain ninjas. The searing flames quickly overwhelmed the ninjutsu of the Rain ninjas. Chiya's gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the leading ninja, who was currently forming hand signs with his hands crossed. The Tomo in Chiya's Sharingan spun gently as he replicated the hand seals. In an instant, he too began forming signs. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water dragon bullet technique. At nearly the same moment, both individuals executed the water release technique. Chiya, along with the leading ninja from the Rain Village, found themselves enveloped in swirling spheres of water. The water coalesced into a dragon, surging rapidly toward the adversary. Chinya's water dragon formed swiftly and with ferocious speed, instantly shattering the opposing water dragon, transforming into a great wave that knocked both him and the nearby ninja to the ground. Without a backward glance, Chinya swiftly raised his hand, casting a kunai imbued with an explosive tag, which, under the precise insight of his Sharingan, landed in their midst. The ensuing explosion echoed, scattering severed limbs everywhere. Under the relentless assault of the Uchiha clan, the initial wave of Rain Village ninjas was swiftly annihilated. Humph, merely insignificant characters, Fuyua huffed, his breath slightly labored, a newfound confidence gracing his features. No sooner had he spoken than a second wave of Rain Village ninjas emerged, launching an attack. Damn, how are there so many of these Rain Village scoundrels? Fuyua furrowed his brow. Chinya felt a stirring in his heart, sensing something was amiss. The shadow of Danzo flashed through his mind. Was this old dog trying to trip him up? It shouldn't be. He wouldn't have recovered so quickly. He ought to still be dealing with the root issues. Who else could it be besides that old codger? Chinya quickly surveyed his surroundings, cautioning, "Everyone, be on your guard." The group promptly adjusted their formation, readying themselves for battle once more. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Chinya did not hold back. Chakra surged in his throat as he unleashed a torrent of flames that spread like the sea, engulfing a significant portion of the Rain ninjas. Cries of agony rang out. The sheer scale of this fire technique sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Chinya's illusion techniques were once again deployed, effortlessly repelling the second wave of nearly 20 Rain Village ninjas in a matter of moments. With the battle concluded, Chinya did not lower his guard. Clan leader. There seems to be no abnormalities around. One of the Uchiha ninjas reported, his Sharingan scanning the area. No, things are not that simple, Chinya replied, shaking his head in silence. The appearance of these two waves of Rain ninjas was far too abrupt. Upon entering the land of Rain, he had utilized illusion techniques to conceal his presence, which ordinary ninjas could not perceive. His Sharingan spun continuously, seemingly searching for something. Let us head west, Chinya commanded. Leading the way as they navigated through the terrain, they encountered no further Rain ninjas. Was he perhaps being overly cautious? Someone is ahead. Chinya's gaze sharpened. His Sharingan detected an anomaly. At that moment, laughter echoed from the nearby woods. Uchiha Chinya, what brings you here? A familiar voice called out. Emerging from the shadows was a tall figure with distinctive white hair, clad in traditional wooden clogs. It's Lord Jiraiya. A young Uchiha lowered his kunai upon recognizing the visitor. The group was taken aback. Encountering the legendary Jiraiya in such a place was unexpected. I came on a mission and thought I would check in on you, Jiraiya said, glancing at Chinya with a look of mild surprise on his resolute face. Are Conan and the others here? They're just ahead, dining in a wooden hut. If you hurry, you should catch them. Chinya nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to the Uchiha clan members. Wait for me here, he instructed before vanishing in an instant. Upon arriving at the wooden hut, he could hear the voices of the three within. The grilled fish tastes excellent today, Conan. You've been training hard lately. Eat more? Jiraiya-sensei has been gone for quite some time. We should save some food for him. Listening to their cheerful banter, a smile graced Chinya's face. It seemed that after the war, they were living quite well. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a red-haired boy. Chinya and I? It was Nagato, who rushed out of the hut, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing Chinya. Conan followed suit, her expression brightening as she dashed outside. Without hesitation, she leaped into Chinya's embrace. Chinya and I, you came to see us. Hearing her tearful yet joyful voice, he replied, yes. I had a mission, but thought I would stop by to see you all. The three appeared almost unchanged, but they had certainly grown stronger compared to their previous frail selves. You three are doing well. Yahiko stood, scratching his head with a goofy smile. Nagato remained silent. Yet the subtle curve of his lips betrayed his joy. The atmosphere was warm and inviting. Well, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Chinya inquired. Chinya and I. Conan grasped his hand, pulling him toward the hut. In the distance, raindrops cascaded from the forest. A white-haired figure silently emerged from the ground, gazing toward the hut. After a long moment, he murmured to himself, is this Uchiha Chinya truly worthy of becoming Madara-sama's successor? Chapter 67. The Trio's Collaboration. Jiraiya's thoughts in a dense forest near the border town of the Land of Rain. Chinya led Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan to an area frequented by wild boars. His crimson Sharingan scanned the surroundings before addressing the three. There are plenty of wild boars here, perfect for honing your teamwork skills. Remember, although they may appear clumsy, their strength and speed are formidable. Their tusks are incredibly sharp. Should you be gored, the consequences could be dire. So, exercise caution and do not underestimate them. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's expressions turned serious. Chinya's visit brought them joy, and they exchanged glances, all determined to showcase their growth before him. Yahiko inhaled deeply and spoke first. Chinya and I, don't worry. We will cooperate diligently to catch a wild boar. Chinya smiled gently and nodded. Excellent. Then proceed according to the teamwork principles you've learned. Remember, safety first. Do not overexert yourselves. The trio's faces hardened with resolve as they responded in unison, yes. Konan took the initiative, pulling out an origami crane from her pocket and slowly infusing it with chakra. The crane sprang to life, flapping its wings and soaring into the distance. Chinya watched in astonishment from the side. The origami crane would emit sounds to attract the wild boar, while providing the trio ample time to observe the boar's movements and gather intelligence. This method is quite clever, he thought. Nagato, standing nearby, quickly formed hand seals, exhaling a gentle breeze toward the origami crane. This gust not only accelerated the crane's flight, but also, using wind release to assist Konan, amplified the noise, making it easier to lure the wild boar while distracting it to create an opportunity for Yahiko. Chinya's gaze shifted to Yahiko, who held several shuriken tightly, his focus unwavering. It seemed he intended to utilize taijutsu and shuriken for the attack. Watching the trio in action, Chinya felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was evident they had been diligently training, and their progress was remarkable. Before long, the growls of wild boars echoed from afar, growing increasingly close. The origami crane entered view, followed by a massive wild boar. Konan's crane had successfully captured the boar's attention, drawing it closer. As the boar charged, Nagato began forming seals. A powerful gust of wind rushed forward, causing the boar to squint against the force. The action paused momentarily, evidently hindered. Mayahiko seized the opportunity and swiftly hurled a shuriken, striking the wild boar precisely in the leg. Despite the injury, the wild boar did not relent. Instead, it became even more enraged, letting out a more ferocious roar. Wind release, gale palm. Water release, water chaos waves. The two swiftly positioned themselves together, unleashing the ninjutsu they had recently mastered against the wild boar. Utilizing wind release, Konan promptly threw the shuriken from her waist, enhanced by the wind. The shuriken's power increased significantly. The wild boar's anguished cries soon followed. The massive creature, caught in the trio's coordinated assault, was left defenseless. Just as they were on the verge of subduing the wild boar, Mayahiko grew complacent. Seeing the boar's weakened state filled him with a sense of pride. Let us tie it up. Nagato and Konan halted their attacks upon witnessing this. Mayahiko quickly approached the wild boar, intending to bind it. However, at that moment, the wild boar suddenly sprang to life. Its earlier demeanor had been a ruse. Upon seeing Mayahiko near, the boar lifted its head, revealing its tusks, and charged directly at him. Panic ensued among the trio, with Konan exclaiming, "Mayahiko, watch out." Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to cast ninjutsu. Yet, it was evidently too late. Chiya dashed forward, employing body flicker technique to position himself before Mayahiko. With a firm hand, he pushed Mayahiko aside and exclaimed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, accurately striking the wild boar. The creature let out a harrowing scream as it was engulfed in flames. Collapsing to the ground, motionless, Chiya turned to Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan, solemnly stating, "Remember, never let your guard down. Unforeseen circumstances can arise at any moment. Always remain vigilant. Wild boars are perilous creatures. They can feign weakness, waiting for prey to approach before launching a lethal strike. Humans are no different. You are young, having yet to experience the darkness of the world. In the future, regardless of who you encounter, never take them lightly." The trio bowed their heads in shame. Yet they wholeheartedly acknowledged Chiya's words. Mayahiko confessed, "Brother Chiya, we were wrong. We will not make such mistakes again." Chiya refrained from saying more, simply smiling as he hoisted the wild boar. "Let us return." Upon reaching the riverbank near their wooden hut, Chiya began to butcher the wild boar alongside the three. Regardless, You three work together to hunt this boar, so take a rest. I will handle the rest. Yes, Brother Chiya. Chiya skillfully sliced the boar's meat into chunks, skewering them with branches in preparation for roasting. The trio gathered nearby, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation as they watched Chiya's movements. As he cooked, the meat sizzled over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Before long, the roasted meat was ready. Chiya distributed the cooked boar to the three. Give it a try. This is your spoils. They eagerly accepted the roasted meat, taking hearty bites. Instantly, their mouths overflowed with juice, the delectable flavor overwhelming their senses. It's delicious. Chiya observed their satisfied expressions, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Brother Chiya, you should eat too. Konan, noticing Chiya had no meat, offered him her portion. You're still growing, so you should eat more. Chiya affectionately ruffled her hair, refusing the offer and instead giving her his own piece of roasted meat. Brother Chiya, you're so kind. Konan gazed at him, her youthful innocence shining through, her smile radiating pure delight. Remember today's events, Konan. In the face of danger, always remain calm and composed. Trust in your teammates. Cooperation is essential to overcoming challenges. Your performance today was commendable, but you must continue to strive and enhance your abilities to one day transform the Rain Village. The trio responded in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. Yes, Brother Chiya, we will work hard. We will surely change the Rain Village. Chiya smiled, stepping out of the wooden hut and gazing up at the sky, where scattered stars adorned the night. This place was a rare sight of clear skies, even if it was nighttime. This place seldom sees rain. It is quite beautiful. In the distance, Jiraiya, seated on a rock, suddenly spoke, glancing at Chiya with a smile. Chiya turned to him. Lord Jiraiya, how long do you plan to teach them? Chapter 68. Bearing the Burden, the Resilient Will of the Shinobi. The current situation in the Rain Village is dire. With the leader Hanzo confirmed dead, the village lacks a central figure, leaving the populace in distress and various factions in conflict. I believe in the potential of Mayahiko, Konan, and Nagato to change the Rain Village. However, they are still young and require more training and protection, so I may need some time. Hearing this, Chiya nodded. Jiraiya appeared to have no intention of leaving anytime soon. In the original narrative, Jiraiya taught for 3 years. It seems that due to the butterfly effect, it may not take that long after all. With Jiraiya's guidance, the trio's strength will quickly solidify. Jiraiya regarded Chiya, an expression of complexity in his gaze. The great sage Toad once provided me with insights, urging me to pay attention to certain individuals, especially Nagato. Jiraiya paused, seemingly deliberating his words. However, he refrained from mentioning that Uchiha Chiya was also among those prophesied. Instead, he spoke of Nagato. After all, Nagato possesses an extraordinarily unique eye, the Rinnegan. If I am not mistaken, that eye was once owned by the Sage of Six Paths, revered as the progenitor of the ninja world. The individual possessing such eyes may wield tremendous influence over the future of the shinobi realm. Tremendous influence? Indeed, a single individual, whose eyes are not their own, nearly annihilated Konoha, the subsequent wielder of the Rinnegan, had it not been for being mortally wounded by the Black-Hearted One, would have achieved his goals. Chiya observed Jiraiya, noting that he had evidently received hints from the great sage Toad. As a prophet, the words of the great sage often carry profound significance. Jiraiya firmly believed in this notion. Chiya offered a slight smile, his tone somewhat indifferent. As for the future, no one can say for certain. Although Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, it is merely a fraction of his potential. Whether he can truly alter the Rain Village or even impact the entire shinobi world depends on his own choices and efforts. Jiraiya regarded Chiya thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of his perspective. Indeed, while the Rinnegan is powerful, its bearer does not automatically become a great ninja. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed Jiraiya's mind. Uchiha Chiya, how is it that he can maintain such composure? After all, it is the Rinnegan. Does he already know that Nagato's eyes are the Rinnegan? Mayahiko, Konan, and Nagato are still just children. With Lord Jiraiya by their side, providing the correct guidance and support, they will navigate their growth with fewer missteps. Their futures are undoubtedly bright. Jiraiya, after hearing this, gazed intently at Chiya. I will do my utmost to assist them. At that moment, a cry echoed from the sky. Chiya looked up to see a ninja hawk soaring above, which soon dove down. Chief. Moments later, a member of the Uchiha clan arrived, delivering a piece of intelligence to Chiya. He opened it directly. The report was written by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The content revolves around the case of child abduction, which is entirely attributed to the ninjas of Iwagakure. A subtle smile graced Chiya's lips. He was not surprised by the village's decision. After all, this was a commission from the Land of Fire, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly not consider handing over Danzo. To surrender Danzo would be a slap in the face to Konoha. Thus, there was only one choice left, Iwagakure, which would inevitably bear the brunt of this situation. It was quite peculiar to witness someone else taking the blame for the Hokage upon arriving in this world. "Are you leaving?" Jiraiya inquired, gazing at Chiya. "Yes. It's about time." Chiya chuckled lightly. He glanced back at the direction of the wooden house, turning away without any lingering attachment. "Let us go." Uchiha commanded softly to the gathering Uchiha clan members in the distance. As his words fell, the Uchiha swiftly followed Chiya, disappearing from view. Jiraiya stood rooted, observing their departing figures, arms crossed. Was the prophecy of the great toad sage truly about Uchiha Chiya? Jiraiya murmured softly. After standing still for a while, he finally turned back to the wooden house. "Jiraiya-sensei." The trio greeted, bowing deeply. "Ha ha." Jiraiya laughed heartily at their serious demeanor. "No need for such formality. Let us be a little more relaxed." Upon hearing this, Yahiko was the first to break into a smile, pushing a skewer of grilled meat towards Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sensei, Chiya and I's cooking is excellent. You must try it." Faced with the eager gaze of the trio, Jiraiya did not feign modesty. He directly picked up a piece and tossed it into his mouth. His eyes brightened immediately. "This is truly delicious. You all should eat. Konan, especially you, being a girl. You need to eat more," Jiraiya remarked, handing a piece of grilled meat to Konan. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." Konan beamed with joy, though her gaze occasionally drifted towards the door. Noticing the grilled meat on the table, Jiraiya turned to the two boys. "We must finish all the grilled meat today. Nagato, Yahiko, you two must put in the effort. After we finish, I'll take you fishing tomorrow." "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei." Upon hearing this, the two ceased their chatter and focused on the grilled meat. After the meal, Konan approached Jiraiya. "Is something the matter, Konan?" Jiraiya asked, slightly taken aback. "Has Chiya and I left?" she inquired, her expression betraying her disappointment. Uchiha Chiya had completed his mission and had likely come here secretly. Just moments ago, the village had sent word for him to return. Although Konan had anticipated this answer, a shadow of gloom crossed her eyes. "Konan, focus on your training. You will meet again in the future. I hope that by then, you can be closer to him." A glimmer of determination rekindled in Konan's eyes. "I will strive to improve, Jiraiya-sensei." With that, she bowed to Jiraiya and swiftly exited the wooden house. Hearing the sound of shuriken striking the wooden post outside, Jiraiya smiled, knowing she had gone to train, and he paid it no mind. Jiraiya tidied up the table and took out a pristine notebook, leaning back with a sigh. Inspiration for his novel always seemed elusive. Listening to the sounds outside, he gazed at the door, recalling Nagato's impactful words. "I simply want to protect them, no matter the pain I may endure." A serious expression settled on Jiraiya's face. As inspiration surged, he was about to write when he suddenly remembered Chiya's parting words, halting his pen. With Lord Jiraiya's companionship, providing them with proper guidance and support, they will navigate their growth with fewer detours, and their future will be boundless. Correct guidance and support? Inspiration flowed forth as he began to write. The Chronicles of Resilience by Jiraiya. He wrote fervently, his gaze focused as he started crafting the protagonist's name, Naruto. The next day, Uchiha Chiya led the Uchiha clan back to Konoha. Upon entering the village, villagers along the streets paused to gaze at the Uchiha, their eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and respect. Unlike before, when Chiya had been the clan leader, no one regarded the Uchiha with fear or disdain now. "Lord Chiya, you have returned." A middle-aged villager greeted Chiya with a smile, accompanied by his child, their faces glowing with happiness. Not long ago, the villager had his goods forcibly taken by a drunken man, but thanks to the Uchiha patrolling ninjas, the incident was swiftly resolved. The offender was subdued and taken away, and the losses were even compensated. More villagers began to understand the Uchiha's actions. "Lord Chiya, you have endured much during your absence." Another villager remarked as they walked alongside the Uchiha, praises echoing from either side. Previously, when Chiya had left the village, discussions had already begun regarding the mission of the Uchiha, which involved capturing the child abductors, an issue that directly impacted their personal interests. With a large clan, no one could predict when their own child might be taken. The Uchiha's decisive actions were evident to all. Their return was clearly triumphant, having apprehended the mastermind behind the abductions, bringing joy to the villagers. Hearing the cheers around him, the Uchiha following Chiya stood tall, pride swelling within them. Their gazes were complex as they looked at the front-running Uchiha Chiya. It was under his leadership that the Uchiha experienced such a remarkable transformation. Not only had their clan's reputation soared within the village, but the members of the police force also felt a renewed sense of honor and achievement. They were the elite of the Uchiha. Prior to joining the police force, they were full of vigor. However, once they truly engaged in the work, they realized the stark difference from their expectations. Each day, they dealt with mundane village matters, from apprehending unruly drunks to countless trivial tasks. Their strict enforcement of the law often led to misunderstandings with villagers. With their pride at stake, the Uchiha rarely explained themselves. Over time, their reputation in the village waned. And due to the nature of their tasks, their own strength had diminished. Reality had numbed them, diverging sharply from their initial aspirations. You all go report to the Konoha police headquarters. You can rest this afternoon. You've worked hard. Chiya suddenly turned to issue his orders. Yes, clan leader. The Uchiha responded with solemn faces. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chiya's figure swiftly darted towards the dango shop. Just moments ago, he had keenly spotted a familiar silhouette entering the establishment. Upon entering the dango shop and pushing the door open, his gaze swept the room and quickly found her. With dazzling golden hair and an alluring fragrance, she sat there, her exquisite face devoid of expression, emanating an aura of coolness. Today, Tsunade was clad in a deep blue kimono, adorned with golden embroidery. She appeared both elegant and noble. The wide sleeves of her kimono gently swayed with her movements as she savored the dumplings, adding a touch of gracefulness. Her figure was striking, with beautiful curves that could not be concealed even by the loose-fitting kimono. It was truly breathtaking. Tsunade, is that you? Tsunade set down her bamboo skewer and swallowed the last dumpling in her hand, seemingly unable to withstand Chiya's intense gaze. Her face flushed slightly as she turned to acknowledge him. Yes, I'm back. Everything went smoothly, thanks to your necklace. Upon finishing her words, Chiya produced a delicate necklace from his bosom and personally fastened it around Tsunade's neck. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. How did you? She gestured at the necklace. Her eyes filled with confusion. After Chiya secured the necklace, he took hold of her soft, jade-like hand beneath the table. I happened to come across it during my trip out of the village. It looked lovely, so I bought a few. Upon arriving in the land of rain, he had stumbled upon a shop and, finding the necklace appealing, purchased several to bring back. Is that so? Tsunade murmured, lowering her gaze to the necklace before her eyes shifted back to Chiya, now reflecting a hint of emotion. Sometimes, maintaining the little romantic gestures and freshness in a relationship is essential. Gifting small tokens is the most effective and simple way to do so. A relationship requires the efforts of both individuals. If one continuously gives while the other remains indifferent, even the most passionate feelings will eventually cool. Previously, Chiya had received Tsunade's most treasured gift, not the one from the tavern, but rather the necklace representing luck when he departed the village. When Chiya undertook a challenging mission outside the village, she had entrusted that lucky necklace to Orochimaru for safekeeping, knowing well her intentions were to wish for his safety. Tsunade herself was unaware of the immense benefits that the lucky necklace conferred. She caressed the exquisite necklace around her neck, raising her gaze to meet Chiya's, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Tsunade. Observing the shift in her expression, Chiya hurriedly interjected. Tsunade, it's daytime. What are you planning to do? Before he could react further, Tsunade leaned in and pressed her lips against his forehead. The warm sensation lingered momentarily. Thank you, Chiya. She looked at him. Her breath slightly hurried and her cheeks flushed. Seizing the moment, Chiya playfully wrapped his arm around her shoulder. No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, let's practice together sometime. I know a few advanced techniques that might be quite a challenge to learn. Interested? Tsunade's expression stiffened, her earlier warmth dissipating as she huffed and stood up. Don't even think about it. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back, eyeing Chiya skeptically. Wait, where did you learn all those techniques? A shiver ran down Chiya's spine. Just read a lot and researched. After a long pause, Tsunade finally withdrew her gaze, shooting him a playful yet fierce look. Come to the tavern tonight, and you'll see how I handle you. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Tsunade halted in her tracks, glancing back at Chiya, confusion evident in her eyes. Tonight, wear this outfit. Tsunade shot him a glare before disappearing in her wooden sandals. Watching her vanish, Chiya exhaled in relief. He had numerous martial arts mentors in his past life. Tsunade, you really ought to learn martial arts. It's beneficial to acquire new skills. Tsunade, why can't you understand the essence of life? It appeared he would need to guide her slowly in the future. Oh well. I suppose I should start with the more docile Noyoki. Chiya patted his stomach, realizing he hadn't had any dumplings. Boss, I'll have a few 3-colored dumplings. With the dumplings in hand, he returned to the Konoha guard headquarters. Brother Chiya, a voice full of delight rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Chiya turned to see a charming girl with a radiant smile, her long black hair unmistakably Uchiha. Who else could it be but Uchiha Mikoto? Mikoto, what brings you to the guard? Chiya asked, momentarily taken aback by her attire. Mikoto's face flushed. Grasping Chiya's arm, she pulled him aside. Brother Chiya, didn't you say you wanted me to be your secretary? Chiya suddenly recalled his earlier words. I had completely forgotten. He took a moment to reassess Mikoto's appearance, noting that her uniform suited her well. So I talked to Grandpa about it, though he initially opposed my coming here. Chiya chuckled at her response. From now on, stay by my side. Mikoto's eyes sparkled as she beamed at him. Yes, clan leader. Her soft, playful tone filled Chiya with joy. As noon approached, Mikoto exclaimed, Brother Chiya, I brought you lunch. Lunch. How did she know he was coming back today? No, she didn't know. It must be something else. She might not know when he would return, but she prepared lunch every day, hoping he would be able to enjoy it when he got back. Chiya's peculiar gaze made Mikoto shyly lower her head, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Chiya glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then gently ruffled her hair. Mikoto, you are just too adorable. Oh no, Brother Chiya, if you keep ruffling my hair, I want to grow taller. Her playful protest only made Chiya smile wider. Let us eat, shall we? Mikoto retrieved the lunchbox from a nearby table, taking the 3-colored dumplings from Chiya's hand. You can have the dumplings after we finish eating. Mikoto spoke softly. Chiya accepted the lunchbox, its weight brimming with Mikoto's care and affection. Mikoto, do you wait for me every day? Chiya asked knowingly. Mikoto's cheeks turned a shade of crimson as she looked down and whispered, Yes. I want you to have home-cooked meals as soon as you return. A warm current surged through Chiya's heart as he gently held her hand. Thank you, Mikoto. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. Brother Chiya, you're always so polite. Mikoto felt all her previous fatigue vanish, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do we even need to say thank you between us? Chiya smiled slightly. Indeed, we need not say thank you, but your kindness must be cherished. They exchanged smiles as Chiya led Mikoto to a nearby bench to enjoy this cozy lunch together. He opened the lunchbox, and a delightful aroma wafted out as Mikoto attentively served him. Brother Chiya, try this one. Chiya, in turn, fed her, their interactions brimming with sweetness and warmth. Brother Chiya, this is your favorite fish. Mikoto picked up a piece of fish and brought it to Chiya's lips. Chiya smiled, opened his mouth, and savored the fish, praising Mikoto. Your cooking skills have improved tremendously. Mikoto's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she gently leaned against Chiya, both relishing this tender lunchtime together. They fed each other, and each touch sent Mikoto's heart racing, her cheeks perpetually adorned with a rosy hue. Observing her shy demeanor, Chiya couldn't help but marvel at what a gentle and lovely girl she was. After their lunch concluded, Chiya guided Mikoto as she familiarized herself with her duties as a secretary, meticulously ensuring her work was engaging and manageable. However, Mikoto discerned Chiya's underlying intentions. Brother Chiya, I have come here to assist you. Please do not worry about me. I possess the capability and will diligently fulfill my duties. Observing Mikoto's earnest demeanor, Chiya realized he had been overly concerned. Since Mikoto had expressed her willingness, he decided to rely on her assistance. Afterward, he led Uchiha Mikoto into the archives room to discuss some relevant tasks for the secretary. Brother Chiya, how should I handle this document? Mikoto inquired, holding a file with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Chiya took the document and examined it closely. It pertained to the training schedule of the security team for the upcoming month. You merely need to arrange the time and location as specified, then notify the relevant personnel. He instructed. Understood, Mikoto nodded, diligently recording Chiya's instructions. He observed her serious expression, knowing that she genuinely wished to assist him. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. Uchiha Chiya clan leader. The Hokage requests your presence. Chiya acknowledged with a nod. I understand, I will be there shortly. As soon as he spoke, The umbu vanished. After organizing the afternoon's assignments for the security team, he prepared to depart, bidding farewell to everyone, especially Mikoto, as this was his first time assigning her work. Mikoto, I need to visit the Hokage Tower. Please wait for my return. Brother Chinya, go ahead. I will manage things here, she replied with a smile. Chinya nodded appreciatively and proceeded to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi, T-Sun Kobayashi, and Danzo already gathered there. All four of Konoha are present, he thought, noting the gathering of distinguished figures. As Chinya entered, Danzo's eyes flickered with displeasure, but he quickly masked it. Sarutobi greeted him warmly. Chinya, you have arrived. We have matters to discuss with you. Yes, Lord Hokage, please proceed, Chinya responded respectfully, though a sense of caution lingered within him, aware that this meeting might not be straightforward. What issues could prompt the assembly of Konoha's elite? The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense as Sarutobi broke the silence. Chinya, recently there have been some unusual occurrences in the village, and we require your insights. Sitting up straight, Chinya asked, What is the matter, Lord Hokage? Sarutobi pondered for a moment before speaking. Lately, there have been signs of external forces operating in the shadows, potentially threatening the village's security. Chinya furrowed his brow. What does this imply? Are spies from outside villages infiltrating Konoha? Isn't this typically handled by the umbu or root operatives? Lord Hokage, what do you require of me? Sarutobi regarded Chinya with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. We need you to lead the Uchiha clan in strengthening the village's defenses while discreetly investigating these external forces. Chinya nodded resolutely. I understand, Lord Hokage. I shall take immediate action to ensure the village's safety. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Chinya. I trust you will manage this matter well. After the meeting concluded, Chinya exited the Hokage's office, feeling a sense of unease. From the expressions of the four present, it was evident that this mission was of great significance and not merely a ruse. However, activating Konoha's elite for something as common as espionage seemed improbable. Upon returning to the security team, Chinya found Mikoto still busy. He approached her softly. Mikoto. She looked up, her face lighting up with a smile. Brother Chinya, you're back. Chinya smiled gently. Mikoto, you have worked hard today. You should rest early. Mikoto shook her head determinedly. Brother Chinya, I'm not tired. I wish to complete this work with you. Chinya, seeing the determination in her eyes, could not refuse. Very well, Mikoto. Let us work together. He smiled and gestured towards the archives room. Mikoto, please fetch the documents regarding the village's occurrences over the past couple of months. Certainly. Mikoto's face brightened with joy as she hurried into the archives in search of the files. Within 3 minutes, she returned, cradling a stack of documents. Brother Chinya, everything is here. Do you need assistance in categorizing them? Yes. They continued their tasks until nightfall. As Chinya closed the final document in the room, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a faint smirk. It seems this is all due to her. What spies? Merely a guise to keep an eye on the Uchiha. Chapter 71. Time Management and Tsunade's News. Brother Chinya. Mikoto entered, carrying a cup of tea. Mikoto, why are you still here? Chinya glanced outside, noticing the darkness that had settled in. Hadn't he told Mikoto she could leave once it was late? I am your secretary. Brother Chinya, how could I leave while you remain at the security team? Mikoto's gaze faltered, her speech becoming hesitant. Understanding her sentiment, Chinya decided against having tea. Let us go, he said, standing and gently patting her head. Mikoto placed the warm tea aside and obediently followed him out of the security team. A gentle breeze caressed them as they walked, playfully lifting Mikoto's long hair. The faint fragrance enveloping Chinya in a refreshing embrace, so different from the scents associated with Tsunade or Yakushi no Nai. As they strolled down the street, their shadows cast long by the lamplight, Mikoto appeared somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with energy, occasionally glancing at Chinya. With him by her side, she felt content. Silently, they arrived at the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon reaching Mikoto's doorstep, Chinya paused to retrieve a delicate necklace he had meticulously chosen for her. Mikoto, this is a necklace for you. For me? Mikoto stood in astonishment as Chinya adorned her with the necklace. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. Brother Chinya, this necklace is beautiful. I'm glad you like it, Mikoto. You've worked so hard. This is a reward for you. Chinya replied with a cheerful smile. Moved. Mikoto suddenly embraced him tightly, resting her head on his chest. After a moment, she said softly, Brother Chinya, as long as you are by my side, I am truly happy. Chinya gently patted her shoulder, about to speak when they were interrupted by a soft cough from inside the house. Both Chinya and Mikoto froze, realizing they were not alone. Reluctantly, they parted, and Mikoto's face turned crimson, while Chinya felt a twinge of embarrassment. That old man. Brother Chinya, it's getting late. I should go inside now, Mikoto said, flustered. Yes, rest well, he replied. Brother Chinya, you too, she said, nodding as he watched her walk towards the door, glancing back several times until she disappeared inside. Chinya chuckled softly at the sound of a cold snort from within the house. That old man, doesn't he forget to warn me? Without lingering, he turned and departed. That evening, he had a prior engagement with Tsunade, which he certainly did not forget. However, the hour was still early, and there was no need to rush. There was another person he had yet to visit since his return. She must have been aware of his arrival. The residence of the pharmacist Nan was not far, and Chiya soon arrived at her doorstep. He gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened, and Nan gazed at Chiya, her eyes widening in surprise. Chiya-kun, what brings you here? Her voice carried a hint of delight. Chiya smiled slightly, retrieving a necklace from his pocket and presenting it to her. This was a gift for you. As Nan accepted the necklace, a glimmer of emotion flickered in her eyes. Chiya-kun, this is too precious. As long as you like it. Chiya softly grasped her hand, and the atmosphere between them grew delicate. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his palm as he held Nan's hand. When had the usually passive and demure Nan become so bold? Her flushed cheeks were even more enticing. Chiya's breath quickened. He glanced at the clock hanging in the living room. It was only 6 o'clock. There's still time. With a click, the door closed and was subsequently locked. Chiya placed his hand on her soft shoulder, activating the body flicker technique, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the living room. The door to the bedroom slammed shut behind them. Time passed slowly, and by 8 o'clock, Chiya reluctantly exited the bedroom. Nan, once I finish my business in a few days, I will come to see you again. I have matters to attend to tonight. Be careful on your way, Nan said, leaning against the sofa, her delicate skin veiled by sheer fabric. At that moment, she resembled a gentle kitten, her face flushed with satisfaction and happiness. Chiya pressed a kiss to Nan's smooth forehead before heading towards the izakaya. It had been quite a while, and he knew Tsunade would undoubtedly be waiting for him. Furthermore, she was adorned in an exquisite kimono tonight, and he could not afford to disappoint her. Inside the izakaya, the lighting was dim, and the aroma of alcohol permeated the air. Tsunade sat alone in a private booth, 2 glasses of sake placed on the table, evidently having waited for some time. As the booth door slid open, Chiya finally appeared. Tsunade gestured towards the lock, and Chiya understood, securely closing the booth door. Before he could take a seat, Tsunade pulled him beside her. Her gaze bore an assertive intensity, fixated on his lips as she leaned in closer. Tsunade's exquisite face drew nearer, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, trembling slightly. They were nearly touching. Tsunade sniffed the air, her brows furrowing slightly. What is that smell? Suddenly, she pushed Chiya away to the opposite end of the booth. Chiya was taken aback. He had anticipated a passionate encounter. Why had she pushed him away? He looked across at Tsunade, who had turned her head away, her demeanor resembling that of a proud little swan. Was she upset? Chiya glanced at the food and drinks on the table, reaching for the glass in front of Tsunade. Tsunade, what's wrong? He offered the glass to her. And while she accepted it, she ignored him. What was going on? Had he offended her in some way? Cheers. Chiya raised his glass and gently clinked it against hers. He kept his gaze on Tsunade, finally noticing a change in her expression. She turned to him, her eyes fierce yet silent, before taking a small sip from her glass. Humph, she huffed, looking at Chiya. Did the old man seek you out today? The old man referred to the 3rd Hokage. Yes, Chiya replied with a smile, offering her a piece of food. Tsunade shot him an incredulous look, yet she obediently opened her mouth to receive it. Chewing with her cheeks full, she fixed her fierce gaze on him. After swallowing, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Do you know why he sought you out? Chiya felt a stirring in his heart and shook his head. My grandmother is aging, and recently the seal has weakened, causing frequent chakra leaks. As she spoke, Tsunade's gaze dimmed. My grandmother is struggling with her energy. It won't be long before the bijou transfer plan is initiated. Chapter 72. Boss, bring me a table of oysters. Kushina, do you have someone you like? Tsunade set down her glass, a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes. The transfer of the bijou would inevitably lead to the death of the Jinchuriki. The day the bijou was successfully transferred would also be the day Tsunade's grandmother Uzumaki Mido, would pass away. Chiya observed Tsunade and moved to sit beside her, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Tsunade looked at him with mixed emotions, hesitated for a moment, and then leaned into his embrace. Chiya felt the warmth of her tears soaking his shirt. This seemingly strong woman had her own vulnerabilities hidden beneath the surface. Suddenly, Tsunade pulled his hand from her chest, her soft voice reproaching him. "Behave yourself." Chiya's fingers intertwined with hers. "If you merely wish to keep the bijou temporarily subdued, I can assist you." The leakage of the bijou's chakra was naturally due to Uzumaki Mido's advancing age. The Nine-Tails sensed an opportunity. If it were merely a matter of controlling the Nine-Tails, Chiya's current ocular prowess would suffice. Tsunade pushed Chiya away, gazing at him earnestly. "Are you willing to help?" In terms of dealing with the bijou, Konoha had two significant assets. The Uchiha Sharingan and Senju Hashirama's would release. Tsunade had invited Chiya for drinks, secretly hoping he would assist her grandmother. Aging is a natural part of life, and who would refuse the chance to prolong the life of their beloved grandmother? "That depends on your sincerity, Lady Tsunade." Chiya's gaze fell upon her alluring attire. With a slight smile, he leaned closer to her ear. "Tsunade, you look stunning tonight." Tsunade's cheeks flushed, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. "You always know how to flatter." Chiya's tone grew deeper. "Lady Tsunade, the night is so beautiful. Why not exchange knowledge and learn new taijutsu for the sake of Konoha's development?" Tsunade's expression faltered slightly. "Just this once, if there's a next time. Don't blame me for being rude." Chiya's heart soared at her words, ignoring her mock threat. "Once is merely the beginning of many more to come. It is our duty to develop new taijutsu." However, before coming here, he had undergone substantial training. "I need to replenish my energy first." Chiya stood up. Tsunade watched him, momentarily taken aback by his sudden movement. "That won't be enough. I'll get more." After explaining, he headed outside. "Boss, bring me a table of oysters." At that moment, in the heart of the Konoha barrier, resided Uzumaki Mido. In front of her bed, Uzumaki Kushina was nestled in Mido's arms. Mido stroked Kushina's hair, her expression warm and gentle. "We seek to discover love and encase it within this vessel. In doing so, even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, we can still attain happiness." Kushina looked up, gazing vacantly at Mido. "Love? Indeed." Mido sighed, turning her eyes toward the window. "It is something that cannot be obtained even through endless waiting." Observing the growing confusion on Kushina's face, Mido gently tapped her shoulder. "Kushina, come with me." With one hand resting on her cane and the other guiding Kushina, Mido led her out of the room. Outside, the Umbu ninjas noticed their exit and hurried forward. "Lady Mido, please remember to rest." A nearby medical ninja also approached with concern. Mido nodded. "I have something I wish for this child to see," leading Kushina forward. The Umbu and medical ninjas exchanged glances before following at a distance, careful not to intrude. "We, the Uzumaki clan, take pride in our swirling ceiling powers," Mido began, clearing her throat. "We utilize this strength, yet we are also exploited by others. In this current era of Uzumaki tides, one might indeed find themselves at the center of this vortex, unable to escape. The Jinchuriki exists due to the village's demand for the power of tailed beasts. However, particularly for the Uzumaki clan, the Jinchuriki is chosen for their unique constitution. Especially Kushina, whose nation was destroyed, came to Konoha and was selected as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, losing all autonomy and choice. Like the tailed beasts, they are but pawns in someone else's game. "Kushina." Mido suddenly halted, looking at her intently. "However, if we strive to ascend willingly, we will surely find love." Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the bottom of the spiral staircase. Mido paused, her gaze fixed on the central whirlpool emblem. In her murky eyes, a complex emotion stirred. The Uzumaki clan has now scattered, losing everything. Mido turned back, gently stroking Kushina's hair. "Yet we harmonize with the swirling currents of nature." Kushina, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Like herself, she is at least a member of the Uzumaki clan. She still lives. Despite the turmoil the Uzumaki clan has endured, many of its members continue to exist throughout the ninja world, allowing the clan to persist in another form. After Mido spoke, she looked up through the high window, gazing into the distance. In Mido's eyes, the Senju clan's core members are dwindling. She believes that in a few short years, the Senju will truly vanish from Konoha. The deeper reasons behind this are manifold, beyond the Senju fighting on the front lines of Konoha's battles. A significant factor lies in the previous integration plan promoted by the Senju clan. While few remain, the bloodline descendants of the Senju exist in Konoha in different forms. What I wish to show you is right above, Mito exclaimed. Looking up, Kushina was momentarily stunned. The spiral-shaped staircase? The spiral is a delicate painting. Yet the helix is three-dimensional. Mito led Kushina toward the staircase. With each few steps, they glimpsed the village through the windows. Though it appeared to be a rotating phenomenon, the scenery continually transformed with the ascent of the staircase. Kushina nodded earnestly, understanding this time. A newfound determination sparkled in her eyes. The whirlpool's rotation pulls one into its center, drowning them within, whereas the spiral staircase offers a different view with each step taken. She did not wish to be ensnared in the whirlpool. She aimed to ascend the spiral instead. She resolved to strive for change, to carve out her future, and to grow stronger. Should Chiya hear this, she would undoubtedly interpret it with clarity, for it embodies the essence of agency within the ninja world. Here we are. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the pinnacle. What resides here serves as a vessel for my love. A vessel? Following Mito's gaze, Kushina's eyes widened. This love is none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Mito gazed at the face of Hashirama carved into Hokage rock for a long moment before turning back with a smile. Kushina, do you have someone you cherish? Kushina's heart skipped a beat. Someone she likes? The image of Uchiha Chiya flashed in her mind. Chapter 73. Let us give Uchiha a try. I believe in Chiya. The following morning, Tsunade, clad in a sharp ninja outfit, arrived at the Hokage's office. I informed him about Grandma's situation yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade, feeling a headache coming on. Who? Told who? Uchiha Chiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up. You informed Uchiha Chiya about Lord Mito's situation? His lips twitched, showing signs of agitation. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is a village secret. How could you disclose this to someone from the Uchiha? What's the matter, old man? You seem rather displeased. Tsunade observed Hiruzen's stern expression, her fair face remaining calm. Uchiha is a member of the village. Isn't that what you told me a while back? She countered with Hiruzen's own words, leaving him speechless and fuming. Moreover, Chiya has already agreed to assist me, Tsunade continued, her gaze evasive. Recalling last night, she had sat in a youthful posture. I've already compensated him. How could I simply retract that? Furthermore, regarding Grandma's situation, only the Uchiha have the capability at present. She watched Hiruzen fall silent. Rest assured, old man, I have faith in Uchiha Chiya. He values the village greatly. The concerns you harbor will not materialize. Upon hearing Tsunade's unwavering conviction, Hiruzen paused for a moment before sitting back down. Tsunade, you are being reckless. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and sighed. In his eyes, Tsunade's intention was merely to extend her grandmother's life. She aimed to utilize the Sharingan's Genjutsu to control the Nine Tails, temporarily preventing it from encroaching upon and disturbing Lord Mito. With Mito's spirit not depleting as it once had, her physical condition would naturally improve. However, that aside, both he and the Hokage lineage were reluctant to employ Uchiha for such tasks. Now, with Tsunade's actions, the situation had escalated. If he were to obstruct the Uchiha clan at this juncture, it would clearly signal to the entire village that he does not trust them. The Uchiha status is rather unique compared to other clans in the village. They can even be directly compared to the Senju clan. Publicly declaring distrust in the Uchiha would prompt other clans to ponder the implications. Should the Uchiha become a cautionary tale, would not other clans also fall into distrust? In this atmosphere of mistrust, how could the clans unite to protect the village? Planting the seeds of suspicion would ultimately lead to Konoha's fragmentation. This is not the outcome the third Hokage desires. The third Hokage has always treated matters concerning the Uchiha with utmost seriousness. The Senju clan now appears to be disbanding. Presently, the Uchiha stands as the last visible pillar of strength. If the Uchiha clan were to lose the village's trust, what would the other clans think? As long as the Uchiha remain in the village, there is a semblance of stability. As long as they do not openly oppose or betray the village, there remains room for negotiation. Although the village currently harbors distrust towards the Uchiha, their maneuvers remain covert, not meant for public scrutiny. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. I shall contemplate this further. Upon hearing the old man's concession, Tsunade ceased her protests. With a huff, she turned and exited the Hokage's office. Tsunade departed with a certain grace, while Sarutobi's furrowed brow seemed as if it could crush a fly. Her disturbance had rendered the contents of the scroll utterly unreadable. The foremost priority now was the village's stability and peace. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki represented one of the most precarious factors, while the Uchiha had also been a source of instability in the past. The convergence of these two volatile elements weighed heavily on Sarutobi's mind, deepening the creases on his forehead. After a brief moment, he thumped the table. Summon Mitarashi Anko and Mito Gaidon. With Danzo currently suspended from duty, the root organization was temporarily under Mito Gaidon's purview. Sarutobi was aware of Danzo's friction with Uchiha Chiya. Thus, he was unlikely to make sound judgments regarding Uchiha matters. It was unnecessary to call upon Danzo this time. Yes, Lord Hokage. An Umbu ninja swiftly exited. Shortly after, the advisory duo arrived. Their gazes fell upon Sarutobi, who appeared somber. Exchanging glances, Mito Gaidon inquired, "What troubles you?" "Hiruzen?" Sarutobi inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself before continuing. She informed Uchiha Chiya about Mito's condition, seeking his assistance. At once, Mitarashi Anko's expression shifted. "Isn't that reckless?" Mito Gaidon, however, looked taken aback. Previously, they had sought to conceal this matter from the Uchiha, yet Tsunade had chosen to lay everything bare. He had contemplated whether the Uchiha might harbor resentment upon learning of this situation. Now, it appeared that trust had been extended excessively. "Hiruzen, did you acquiesce to this?" Anko turned to Mito Gaidon, puzzled. "What is happening? Why does an ask such a question?" Sarutobi cast a surprised glance at Mito Gaidon. "Now that we have reached this juncture, I have resolved to take a chance." Their eyes widened in disbelief. Mito Gaidon quickly grasped the implications. Should this endeavor succeed, the Uchiha would be but a step away from the center of power. "Bring him in." Lord Hokage. An Umbu ninja hastily entered the office. "Summon Captain Hatake Kakashi." The two advisors exchanged glances, their expressions serious. As the captain of the Umbu, Kakashi was uniquely positioned to ensure the smooth execution of this plan. The reputation of Konoha's White Fang resonated throughout the shinobi world, making him a fitting choice to counterbalance the Uchiha. The two advisors pondered this in silence. The third Hokage and the two advisors were soon joined by the white-haired, resolute Hatake Kakashi, who entered the room. Sarutobi gestured toward the sofa. Kakashi nodded and promptly took a seat, his posture straight and his gaze serious as he regarded the three men. This situation is rather complex. After a moment's reflection, Sarutobi turned his attention to Kakashi. Mito's health has deteriorated in recent years, and the Nine-Tails chakra has been inadvertently leaking due to her condition. Upon hearing the mention of Mito, Kakashi's expression turned grave. He was well aware of Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the village's most vital secret as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "What would you have me do, Lord Hokage?" Kakashi asked, bypassing pleasantries. Sarutobi took a drag from his cigarette before exhaling slowly. "Tsunade has contacted Uchiha Chiya, seeking to use the Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails, ensuring it remains docile. This would afford Mito some time to stabilize." He continued, however, "The new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is rather young and may encounter issues." Kakashi nodded, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Having heard all this, he wondered what his role would be, as Sarutobi had yet to specify. Sensing his uncertainty, Sarutobi cleared his throat. "Your task is to lead the Umbu in surveilling Uchiha Chiya. Should he exhibit any treacherous behavior, you are to eliminate him on the spot. We cannot allow the Nine-Tails to endanger the village. That is our bottom line." Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. Uchiha Chiya was a hero of the battlefield. How could he possibly act treacherously? He sprang to his feet. "Lord Hokage, I have faith in Chiya. He would never do such a thing." Observing his reaction, Sarutobi and the two advisors felt a weight settle in their hearts. Chapter 74, Hatake Kakashi and the Uchiha Relationship. I am Hokage. Now is not the time for emotional decisions. Mito Gaidon's gaze swept over, his tone somewhat brusque and distant. "Does your trust in him bear any fruit?" Kakashi's unwavering faith in Uchiha Chiya caught the three off guard. Where did such profound trust originate? Had the Uchiha successfully garnered Kakashi's allegiance? As the captain of the Umbu, how could he place such trust in an Uchiha? If Uchiha Chiya could effectively utilize the Sharingan to hypnotize the Nine-Tails, there would be no need for concern. Yet, should he manipulate the Nine-Tails to wreak havoc upon the village, how could they contain the fallout? Could the Umbu handle a rampaging Nine-Tails? Furthermore, when did the Uchiha clan become subject to rational analysis? If the situation escalated to that point, how much damage would the village sustain? Could you bear that burden, Kakashi? Kakashi was taken aback. He was not particularly skilled in politics. While he felt Mito-gate-un was overreacting, he recognized that Uchiha Chiya had employed the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha on the battlefield. He had demonstrated a willingness to sacrifice for his comrades. How could he then turn against the village? Kakashi held considerable admiration for Uchiha Chiya. While others may be unaware of the Uchiha's forbidden techniques, Kakashi, as the Umbu captain, had acquired ample information regarding the Uchiha. Such power, surpassing the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, brought immense strength but also led to darkness. The more one utilized it, the closer one edged toward that darkness, ultimately being consumed by it. Yet, as he recalled the Uchiha's illustrious past, he could not ignore the shadows that had lingered. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words to defend Chiya. The Uchiha clan was largely known for their extremism, especially after awakening the Sharingan. However, Uchiha Chiya was one of the few he had encountered who did not exhibit such tendencies. Nevertheless, given the current state of Konoha, freshly emerged from war, their cautiousness regarding Uchiha Chiya and the Uchiha clan as a whole was understandable. Understood. When shall we commence our actions? Sarutobi's gaze remained tranquil, his expression gentle, as though the preceding events bore no weight upon him. In addressing Mito's situation, they could only exercise utmost caution. Kakashi, we recognize your sentiments. The Uchiha are indeed part of our Konoha. However, at times, we must implement defensive measures and consider all variables. As he observed Kakashi Hatake quietly seat himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, 3 days hence, 10 miles from the village, specific tasks will be assigned. Beyond surveilling Uchiha Chiya, a paramount concern is to ensure that no one approaches. Kakashi nodded gravely. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The precise location will be disclosed 3 days from now. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Was the specific location not arranged by the Umbu? He dismissed the thought. Kakashi, the work of the Umbu is intricate. You should return for now. Kakashi nodded and swiftly departed the Hokage's office without hesitation. This Kakashi is becoming increasingly unreasonable, remarked Tsurugi Koharu, retracting her gaze from the doorway and addressing the two with a cold demeanor. Will Kakashi align himself with Uchiha? Mito Minyan, his expression grave, ventured a cautious inquiry. No, Kakashi has only met Uchiha Chiya a handful of times. Although they are acquainted, their interactions have been limited, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. He then approached the desk and opened a drawer, presenting the scroll within to the two. As they gazed at the information contained within, astonishment flickered across their faces. The scroll detailed nearly every encounter between Kakashi and Uchiha Chiya, including their dialogues. From the content, it appeared that Kakashi and Uchiha Chiya indeed lacked a profound connection. Suddenly struck by a thought, they froze in unison. Why was this documentation so meticulous? They exchanged glances, realizing that Hiruzen was evidently invested in their affairs. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Mito Minyan. In these 3 days, I have a task for the route. A task? Mito Minyan pondered over Kakashi's earlier statements. It seemed the Umbu was the only group unaware of the specific location. Was it to select 3 suitable sites outside the village within 3 days? All arrangements for the barrier would be entrusted to Root. Upon hearing this task, Mito Minyan's heart sank. It truly was this matter. Understood, he affirmed, departing the Hokage's office with haste towards the Root's stronghold. Upon entering its depths, he opened a door to find a familiar figure awaiting him. The individual, adorned with bandages and leaning on a cane, was none other than the suspended Danzo Shimura. What brings you here today? Danzo inquired, his gaze fixed on Mito. It's about Lord Mito, Mito replied. Mito. Danzo's eyes widened in surprise. Is it time for the new Jinchuriki to be handed over? Mito shook his head. It involves Uchiha Chiya using his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, thereby mitigating the damage the Nine Tails inflicts upon Lord Mito. Danzo's complexion darkened at the mention of Uchiha Chiya. Are you suggesting that Uchiha Chiya come into contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Have you lost your mind? Or has Hiruzen gone mad? Anger radiated from Danzo. Please, try to remain calm. Mito Minyan understood that Hiruzen had already made a decision regarding this matter. The Uchiha clan was poised to take a historic step. Allowing the Uchiha to engage with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was unprecedented in the history of Konoha, save for that one rogue ninja from yesteryears. That wretched Uchiha. This cannot stand. I must confront Hiruzen. With that, Danzo strode towards the exit, his cane striking the ground with an audible thud. As the sounds receded, Mito Minyin shook his head. This matter had become a foregone conclusion. Danzo's interference would likely bear little fruit. Bang! The Hokage's office door was flung open. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Hiruzen, how could you permit the Uchiha to act with such impunity? Danzo's voice was laced with fury. Hiruzen met his gaze, but remained silent. Once the Umbu members secured the door, Danzo hastened to confront Hiruzen, his eyes piercing with inquiry. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten the lessons imparted by our sensei regarding the Uchiha? The sensei, of course, refers to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the man who understood the Uchiha best. The Uchiha are also a part of this village. Hiruzen spoke with an unhurried cadence. Danzo's expression darkened. We are all comrades, yet you feign ignorance. Cancel Uchiha Chiya's engagement with the Jinchuriki immediately. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Hiruzen stood abruptly. Danzo faltered in his speech. You are suspended. It would be wise to rest at home for the time being. As for the village's affairs, you needn't concern yourself with them for now. Danzo's face flushed with anger as he trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. Hiruzen cast a dispassionate glance at him. Danzo, do not forget, I am the Hokage. Chapter 75. A promise the Hokage's advisor position. I shall nurture your granddaughter. That afternoon, at 2:30, Chiya stood before the Hokage's office door. He gently tapped on the door, and from within, Hiruzen's deep voice resonated, enter. Upon pushing the door open, Chiya found Hiruzen standing by the window, his back turned to him. Smoke curling lazily from his pipe, enveloping him in a hazy aura. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy. Lord Hokage, Chiya inclined his head slightly. Hiruzen turned. Weariness and complexity etched across his features. He gestured towards the chair opposite him. Please, take a seat, Chiya. As Chiya settled, he regarded Hiruzen with calm eyes. Awaiting his discourse. Regarding Lord Mito, Tsunade has likely informed you. Hiruzen's voice was somewhat hoarse, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in his eyes. She has sacrificed so much for the village over the years, yet now. Chiya nodded. Indeed, Lady Tsunade mentioned Lord Mito's condition. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, slowly articulating, Chiya, I have summoned you to request that you employ the power of your Sharingan to temporarily suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, allowing Lord Mito some respite and granting the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki a brief period to acclimate. His tone was earnest, even imbued with a hint of plea. Chiya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was his first encounter with Hiruzen exhibiting such humility. Whether genuine or not remained to be seen. As a seasoned politician of Konoha, Chiya leaned towards believing there was an element of authenticity in Hiruzen's demeanor. Lord Hokage, I comprehend your intent, Chiya replied evenly. However, the power of the Nine-Tails is formidable. I can only strive to do my utmost. Hiruzen nodded. I am acutely aware of that. However, within the village, you are the only one capable of achieving this. He paused, fixing Chiya with a direct gaze. You are a Jinjutsu prodigy of the Uchiha, possessing unique insights into illusions since childhood. In terms of Jinjutsu, I believe you rank among the finest in all of Konoha. Should you succeed, the village may consider appointing a member of the Uchiha clan to the advisory position. A glimmer of amusement danced in Chiya's eyes at the mention of an advisory role. An advisor? That is indeed an intriguing proposition. Although he recognized this was merely Hiruzen's expedient strategy, it undeniably presented an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to inch closer to the corridors of power. Lord Hokage, the position of advisor is not something one can simply bestow, Chiya remarked with a subtle smile. Are you certain others will acquiesce? Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before responding. I will manage these affairs. As long as you succeed. Chiya scrutinized Hiruzen, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. This was a course of action he had already contemplated. Control the Nine-Tails, keeping it within the confines of Watergate's body, delaying its entry into Kushina's form. This serves as a veiled protection for Kushina. Nowadays, Sarutobi Hiruzen has actively proposed allowing Uchiha into the upper echelons, clearly indicating he possesses sufficient leverage. Very well. I shall comply, Chiya declared, rising with conviction. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Hiruzen's face. Thank you, Chiya. He nodded slightly and turned to depart. As he reached the door, his gaze subtly shifted, sweeping across the shadows in the corner of the room, his lips curling into an elusive smile before he exited. Within the office, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows Chiya had just scanned, Shimura Danzo. His countenance was grim, his gaze frigid. Hiruzen, have you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? Danzo's voice was low, tinged with suppressed fury. Hiruzen sighed. Danzo, this is currently our best course of action. Danzo scoffed. The best course? Allowing Uchiha into the upper ranks? You are nurturing a tiger for future troubles. Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo, the Uchiha are also a part of the village. If they genuinely regard Konoha as their home, what harm is there in granting them a place at the center of power? Continuously excluding them will only exacerbate tensions. Danzo fixed his gaze upon Hiruzen, sarcasm lacing his tone. Have you forgotten the warnings of our teacher? Forgotten the internal strife of the Uchiha 30 years ago? The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Their Sharingan will only bring calamity. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Danzo, times are changing. The Uchiha are now stable, as evidenced by their leader Chiya's capabilities. He is not the type of person you envision. Danzo fell silent for a moment, recalling their teacher's research on the Uchiha Sharingan. To expect the Uchiha to remain docile? They are a clan born of inherent evil. When love is attained, they may become extreme upon its loss. Danzo could not agree that the Uchiha would settle down. An extreme Uchiha, once empowered, how could they possibly remain tranquil? Their reputation is on the rise, and now with an opportunity to ascend. Do you truly believe they will be content? Hiruzen inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke slowly. I shall use the umbu to keep them in check. Other clans are observing. As long as we maintain balance, the village shall not descend into chaos. Observing Hiruzen's resolute demeanor, Danzo refrained from further argument. Hiruzen, I hope your decision proves to be the right one. With that, he turned to leave, his cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. Hiruzen watched Danzo's retreating figure, fatigue and concern flickering in his eyes. Was he not aware of the latent threat posed by the Uchiha? Yet, what Konoha needed now was stability, not infighting. Perhaps. I truly am growing old, he murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the Hokage rock outside, lost in contemplation. Chiya exited the Hokage building, a faint smile gracing his lips as he strolled through the streets of Konoha. The position of advisor? While it was an enticing bait, he was not naive enough to believe Hiruzen would easily fulfill such promises. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from seizing the opportunity. Leader, a melodious voice called out. Chiya turned to see Mikoto approaching with a joyful expression. Mikoto, what brings you here? He inquired with a subtle smile. When there are people, I am the leader. When alone, I am simply Chiya. Mikoto had grown increasingly astute. She met Chiya's gaze, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. I heard you visited the Hokage's office. So I thought I would wait for you, Mikoto explained. Chiya ruffled her hair. Come, walk with me. The two walked side by side along the street, the setting sun casting long shadows as its golden light enveloped them. Did the Hokage summon you for something specific? Mikoto asked cautiously. Some matters regarding the village, Chiya replied. By the way, what do you think of the Uchiha clan standing within the village? Mikoto paused, contemplating seriously. Though it has improved significantly, there still seems to be some lingering estrangement. Chiya nodded. Indeed, estrangement. However, perhaps a change is imminent. Mikoto blinked, seemingly puzzled by his meaning. Yet she refrained from pressing further. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Chiya looked up to see a crowd of villagers gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Let's go take a look, he suggested, leading Mikoto closer. Among the throng, an Uchiha security team member was mediating the disagreement. It turned out that two villagers were in conflict over their stalls. Everyone, please remain calm. According to village regulations, stalls are to be used on a rotational basis. The security team member patiently explained. Chiya observed quietly from the sidelines. The Uchiha security team had indeed improved their reputation among the villagers. Yet this was still far from sufficient. Should we intervene, Chiya? Mikoto whispered. Chiya shook his head. No need. Let them resolve it themselves. Soon, the dispute was settled, and the onlookers dispersed. The security team member wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see Chiya, instantly tensing and bowing respectfully. Leader. Chiya smiled. Well done. The Uchiha's face lit up with joy. Thank you, leader. After departing, Mikoto remarked softly, everyone is working hard now. Chiya nodded. Indeed, everyone is striving. Thus, we must not falter. His gaze shifted to the Hokage rock in the distance, a hint of profundity in his eyes. By the way, Chiya, Grandpa said that after seeing you today, you should come home. Chiya's interest was piqued. What could that old fellow want with him? Was it to ask him to care for Mikoto in his twilight years? Rest assured, I shall care for your granddaughter. Chiya shook his head to dispel the errant thoughts. All right, Mikoto, I shall head there now. Chapter 76. The Uchiha consumed by ambition. Izanagi and Izanami Chiya followed Mikoto through the streets of the Uchiha district. The sunset cast a warm golden hue upon the ancient residences, gently swaying the cherry blossom trees lining the path. Petals drifted down like snow, infusing the air with a delicate fragrance. Mikoto's home was both quaint and elegant. The cherry blossom tree in the courtyard was in full bloom, its pale pink petals carpeting the pathway like a soft tapestry. The stone lanterns in front of the residence emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the blossoms in a breathtaking display. As Chiya stepped into the courtyard, he noticed Uchiha Sasuke standing on the steps of the residence, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating as he regarded them. His white hair stood out in the sunset, and the wrinkles on his face told tales of time, yet his eyes remained sharp. "Grandpa!" Mikoto exclaimed with delight, hastening forward. Sasuke's expression softened, transforming from sharpness to warmth. "Mikoto's back. Did you bring the pancakes?" Mikoto nodded dutifully, lifting the pancakes she held. "Uchiha hand-grilled," she announced. Sasuke chuckled, his gaze shifting to Chiya. "You've arrived?" His voice low and calm. Chiya was already accustomed to the old man's changing demeanor, bowing slightly. "Elder Sasuke, my apologies for intruding." Sasuke waved a hand dismissively, gesturing for Mikoto. "Go prepare some tea. Chiya and I have matters to discuss." Mikoto blinked, glancing between her grandpa and Chiya. "All right, grandpa." After speaking, she turned and walked into the room. Sanjia turned towards the living room, with Chinya closely following. They traversed the corridor, the wooden floor beneath their feet creaking softly, while the surrounding silence was punctuated only by the gentle rustle of the wind through the cherry blossom trees. In the living room, Sanjia seated himself at the main position and gestured to the seat opposite him. "Please sit." Chinya nodded and took a seat, his gaze calmly directed at Sanjia. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. Sanjia did not speak immediately, instead quietly observing Chinya, as if scrutinizing something. After a moment, he finally spoke. "During this period, you have performed admirably, both within the Uchiha clan and the security team." Chinya was slightly taken aback, not expecting such direct praise from Sanjia. "Such commendation is rare. It is my duty. The glory of the Uchiha must be integrated into the core of the village." Sanjia let out a soft hum, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. "Your actions have indeed elevated the Uchihas standing within the village. The younger generation of our clan now looks to you as a role model." Chinya smiled humbly. "The future of the Uchiha requires transformation. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities." The sound of footsteps approached. "Grandpa, Brother Chinya, the tea is ready." Mei-chin, noticing her grandfather's stern expression, hesitated to say more. She gently placed 2 cups of tea before them and quietly offered Chinya an encouraging glance before departing. Sanjia lifted his cup and took a sip, his gaze becoming more profound. "Chinya, do you know why I have always held back from you?" Chinya shook his head. "Please enlighten me, elder." Sanjia set down his cup, his voice low. "Your ideas are overly idealistic. I have harbored doubts about this. The Uchiha's past is rife with lessons steeped in blood and tears." His expression suddenly became complex. "Not to mention the era of the shinobi warring states. Even 30 years ago, the Uchiha experienced an internal strife that nearly led to our clan's annihilation." Chinya furrowed his brow, vaguely aware of this history. However, it was a topic rarely discussed within the clan. Since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, the position of clan leader had been left vacant. Initially, the years passed peacefully, but as the strength of the Uchiha grew, ambitions began to fester, leading to escalating conflicts within the clan that spiraled out of control. Some individuals, driven by the desire to awaken their Sharingan and gain power, resorted to slaughtering their kin in a bid for supremacy. As long as the Uchiha possessed that technique, they shall not fail. This belief had pervaded from the shinobi era to the establishment of the village. Technique? Not failing. Chinya felt a dawning realization. With ambition as their sustenance, the arrogant Uchiha could no longer halt the bloodshed. The madness of the Sharingan consumed their reason, leading to the reckless misuse of Izanagi to alter reality. Chinya understood. Indeed, it is Izanagi. Sanjia's voice carried a heavy sigh, as if recalling that bloody period. In the end, it was Uchiha Izumi who emerged to save his comrades, using Izanami to confront his errors and accept fate, thus halting the internal conflict. Subsequently, the clan designated Izanagi and Izanami as forbidden techniques, restricting their practice to ensure the Uchiha stability to the present day. Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi. This name was familiar to him, a legendary figure in Uchiha history and the originator of the Izanami forbidden technique. Sanjia fixed his serious gaze on Chinya. You are now the leader of the Uchiha, and your kin have high hopes for you. However, power and strength are double-edged swords. A single misstep could lead to a tragic repetition of the past. Chinya nodded solemnly. I understand. I will tread carefully regarding the future of the Uchiha. Sanjia studied him for a long moment before suddenly producing an ancient scroll from within his robe, presenting it to Chinya. This is a relic left by Izumi. I now entrust it to you. Chinya accepted the scroll and slowly unfurled it. His gaze swept over its contents, sending a jolt through him. The scroll contained the illusions, fire techniques, and forbidden arts mastered by Uchiha Izumi, Izanagi, and Izanami. He looked up at Sanjia. Sanjia spoke matter-of-factly. Before his passing, Izumi stated that these techniques should only be entrusted to those capable of wielding them. Chinya, I hope you utilize this power wisely. Do not betray her expectations. Chinya took a deep breath and solemnly secured the scroll. I shall heed the elder's counsel. The tension in Sanjia's expression softened as he lifted his teacup. The tea is getting cold. Chinya understood and also raised his cup, taking a sip. The tea was fragrant and refreshing, leaving a lingering aftertaste that seemed to cleanse the soul. At that moment, Meichin entered, carrying a platter of snacks. Her face lit up with a sweet smile. Grandpa. Brother Chinya. Sanjia glanced at her, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. Yes, set it down. Meichin obediently placed the snacks on the table, her gaze flitting between the two, as if attempting to glean something from their expressions. Chinya smiled at her reassuringly, indicating that she need not worry. Sanjia rose to his feet. You youngsters chat. I shall not intrude. With that, he leaned on his cane and slowly exited the living room. It was only after Sanjia's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor that Meichin let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. You scared me. Why was Grandpa so serious today? Chinya chuckled as he tucked the scroll away. Elder Sanjia is merely concerned about the future of the Uchiha. Meichin blinked, her curiosity piqued. Brother Chinya, what did Grandpa say to you? Chinya ruffled her hair and smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Meichin pouted but soon broke into a grin. All right, I won't ask. But, Brother Chinya, are you staying for dinner tonight? I bought your favorite dishes this morning. Chinya looked at her expectant expression and nodded. Sure, I'm feeling hungry anyway. Meichin's face lit up with joy as she took Chinya's hand. Then let's head to the kitchen now. I'll show you the new dishes I've learned. The evening sun's rays poured through the window, casting their shadows together. By the way, Meichin, have you ever heard of Uchiha Izumi? Meichin halted, looking at Chinya with a puzzled expression. Brother Chinya, that's Grandma's name. Grandma? Chinya glanced back at the corridor where Sanjia had vanished. Well. No wonder Sanjia is so unattractive. He has such a beautiful granddaughter. It seems the charm is inherited from her grandmother. However, speaking of which, to have won over the Uchiha prodigy Izumi back in the day, Sanjia is quite impressive. Chapter 77, The Kaleidoscope and the Nine Tails. Susanoo 2.5 days swiftly passed. Chinya immersed himself in rigorous training within the Uchiha clan's secret chamber, finally mastering the forbidden techniques and fire release left behind by Uchiha Izumi. He opened his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan flickering with an eerie glow in the darkness. System. Open the panel. Name, Uchiha Chiya. Age, 18. Chakra, 20 cards. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, kaleidoscope. Ice release. Skills, kaleidoscope techniques. The other side of the abyss. Cycle of cause and effect. Forbidden techniques. Izanagi, Izanami. Medical ninjutsu proficiency. Fire release proficiency. Illusion techniques proficiency. Body flicker technique. Shadow clone technique. Transformation technique, etc. Susanoo unlock progress. Eye power. Forging proficiency 95. Chakra quantity requirements. Met. Chakra control requirements. Met. The successful training of the forbidden techniques and the proficiency in fire release were now marked as accomplished in the system. The designation of proficiency was a standardized terminology within the system. The proficiency in fire release indicated that his training had reached a significant level, and the quantity was sufficient to warrant this classification. With a Sharingan potency of 95, if I assist Mito in mastering the Nine Tails today, I should undoubtedly reach a full 100. Chiya murmured softly, then tucked away the scroll beside him and rose to exit the secret chamber. Just as he stepped out the door, an ANBU ninja appeared before him in an instant. Uchiha Chiya, The Hokage requests your immediate presence outside the village, without any accompanying security team members. Chiya nodded slightly, acknowledging the order. Understood. The ANBU ninja vanished in a flash. Chiya's expression darkened. Indeed, the third Hokage had anticipated this. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Uchiha Fugaku. Once I depart, increase patrols within the village, particularly in crucial areas. We cannot afford any mistakes. Fugaku's expression stiffened. Leader, is there something amiss? Chiya replied calmly, just as a precaution. The village's safety is equally paramount. Fugaku nodded seriously. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. Having issued his instructions, Chiya left the clan grounds alone. Upon exiting the village, another ENBU ninja approached him. Chiya, follow me. Chiya complied, and the two swiftly made their way westward. 10 miles beyond the village, amidst a concealed grove, a temporary small courtyard stood quietly. The surrounding trees were dense, appearing ordinary yet harboring hidden dangers. As Chiya stepped into the grove, he sensed several concealed chakra signatures locking onto him. Unfazed, he continued onward. Soon, a massive barrier came into view, a pale blue light enveloping the small courtyard, with flowing runes emanating powerful chakra fluctuations. Outside the barrier, Yinbyu and Root ninjas stood alert, their gazes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Chiya was led to the entrance of the barrier, where Kakashi Hitaki awaited him, clad in ANBU attire. His white hair fluttered in the breeze, his gaze steady and sharp. Chiya, Kakashi nodded slightly, his tone calm. Captain Kakashi, Chiya returned the gesture, their eyes meeting as Kakashi offered him a reassuring glance. He then stepped aside, allowing Chiya to enter. Go in, Lord Mito is already waiting for you. Chiya stepped into the barrier as the light behind him began to close. He felt the chakra fluctuations inside the barrier were starkly different from those outside, indicating a complete isolation had been established. Outside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tika Hankawa, and Mito Kazama donned their combat attire, their expressions grave. The third Hokage, pipe in hand, gazed deeply toward the barrier's direction. I hope all goes well, Tika murmured. Mito adjusted his glasses. With Kakashi here, there should be no issues. Sarutobi remained silent, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Inside the barrier, Chiya pushed open the door to the small courtyard, a faint medicinal aroma wafting toward him. The room was simply furnished, with Mito sitting on the bed, her expression kind yet revealing traces of fatigue. Ah, you've arrived, my child, she said with a gentle smile. Chiya bowed slightly. My apologies for the intrusion, Lady Mito. She waved her hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Feel free to be at ease. Her demeanor surprised Chiya. The wife of the first Hokage seemed to harbor no animosity towards him, and Uchiha, instead exuding a semblance of elder affection. Kakashi stood nearby, his gaze watchful yet respectful. At that moment, an ANBU ninja entered, whispering, all preparations are complete. We may begin. Chiya nodded and turned to Mito. Lady Mito, I shall commence. Mito smiled warmly. Proceed with confidence, my child. If you falter, I shall assist you. Chiya took a deep breath, placing his hand gently on Mito's forehead, slowly closing his eyes. His chakra flowed from his palm into Mito's body, and his consciousness descended into her mental realm. In the dark space, Chiya opened his eyes to find himself before a massive cage, constructed of golden chains. Several of these chains had already snapped, and crimson chakra was beginning to leak out. Within the cage, it seemed that Chiya's sudden intrusion had startled the occupant. A pair of crimson beastly eyes suddenly opened, and a torrent of furious chakra surged forth. A mere Uchiha brat? The Nine-Tails' voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire space. Chiya remained unflinching, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed upon the Nine-Tails. Be quiet, Nine-Tails. Do you think you can command me? Who do you think you are? The Nine-Tails roared, slamming its colossal paw against the cage, causing the golden light to flicker as the entire space trembled. The Tomo in Chiya's eyes spun rapidly, and an illusion technique was instantaneously unleashed. The Nine-Tails' movements hesitated momentarily, but soon broke free. You think your trifling three-tomo can control me? Chiya smirked slightly. Is that so? In the next moment, his eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The three-tomo fused into a single pattern resembling a six-petaled crimson flower. His Manjiki Sharingan was activated. The Nine-Tails' pupils constricted, clearly recognizing the power of Chiya's eyes. Now be quiet. Chiya's voice was frigid. The full force of his Manjiki Sharingan erupted. The Nine-Tails' furious roars ceased abruptly. its immense form forcibly subdued, gradually lowering itself. At some point, its eyes had transformed into the six-petaled crimson flower pattern. Lady Mito, you may proceed to reinforce the cage. Outside, Mito's brow relaxed, and she began forming hand seals. At that moment, the remaining golden chains on the nine tails began to shatter. Strands of golden chains flew from its body, re-entering Mito, forming new layers of chakra chains that ensnared the beast more securely than before. Observing the nine tails nearly bound like a dumpling, Chiya's eyes shifted, and the crimson mangeki faded back to the three-tomo state. The nine tails awoke from the illusion. Its gaze filled with malice as it glared at Chiya. What a pair of detestable eyes! It snarled, baring its teeth. Though its tone was no longer as arrogant as before, Chiya replied coolly, for the next few years, you will remain docile and refrain from causing trouble for Lady Mito. The nine tails scoffed. Do you think this will forever confine me? At least for now, you cannot stir up any storms. Its gaze locked onto Chiya's eyes. A sinister grin spread across its face. Uchiha, one day, you will pay for your actions today. Chiya remained unperturbed. Perhaps, but that day will not be one you anticipate. Outside, the nine tails chakra, which had been spilling forth, gradually receded. In the distance, Kakashi observed the scene, his taut nerves loosening slightly. Beyond the barrier, Sarutobi sensed the chakra fluctuations. Surprise flickering in his eyes. It has truly succeeded. Tika and Mito exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Within the room, Chiya slowly opened his eyes. Withdrawing his hand. It is done, he murmured. Mito exhaled a sigh of relief, the weariness on her face diminishing significantly. Thank you, my child. Kakashi stepped forward. Lady Mito, how do you feel? Mito smiled faintly. Much better. The nine tails is temporarily subdued. Chiya turned to Kakashi. The task is complete. May I take my leave? Kakashi nodded. I will escort you out. The two exited the room, and the ANBU ninjas outside swiftly parted to create a path. In the distance, Sarutobi and the others approached. Chiya, well done. The third Hokage commended, his tone filled with approval. It was my duty, Chiya replied modestly. Tika hesitated, ultimately nodding in agreement. Mito adjusted her glasses. The power of Uchiha indeed lives up to its reputation. Shinya remained silent, merely casting a glance at the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, regarding the previous promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly. Rest assured, I will arrange the advisor position promptly. Shinya nodded. Then I shall return to the village. With that, he turned and departed, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun. Kakashi Hitaki watched his retreating figure, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. On the journey back to the village, a notification echoed in Shinya's mind. Congratulations, host's ocular prowess mastery has reached 100. Congratulations, host has unlocked Susanoo. Chapter 78, The Selection of Hokage's Advisor. I trust Mikoto. When Shinya returned to the headquarters of the Guard Corps, dusk was approaching. The warm glow of the sunset streamed through the window, casting a gentle hue upon the floor of his office. Upon entering, Fugaku swiftly approached him. Welcome back, clan leader, he said with respect, a hint of concern in his eyes. Shinya nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of helplessness at Fugaku's formal demeanor. He had previously suggested a more casual approach. Yet his cousin remained steadfastly proper. However, such a disposition could indeed make him a suitable advisor to the Hokage. Has there been any unusual activity in the village during my absence? Fugaku shook his head. Everything is normal. The Guard Corps has intensified patrols as per your instructions and reported no issues. A satisfied smile graced Shinya's lips. Thank you for your hard work. At that moment, the office door gently swung open, and Mikoto entered, carrying a cup of hot tea. A gentle smile adorned her face, yet a trace of worry lingered in her brow. Shinya, have some tea, she said softly, handing him the cup. Upon receiving the cup, Shinya felt the perfect warmth of the tea, a testament to her careful preparation. He took a sip, the fragrant aroma soothing his fatigue. Thank you, he spoke softly, his gaze resting on Mikoto's face. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head. I was worried when I saw you leave in such a hurry, she confessed. Shinya's heart warmed at her concern, and he gently ruffled her hair. I merely had to attend to some matters, which are now resolved. Fugaku, sensing the moment, tactfully stepped back. Clan leader, if there are no further instructions, I shall go arrange the evening patrol. Go ahead, Shinya nodded. Once Fugaku departed, the office was left with just Shinya and Mikoto. The sunset's glow illuminated Mikoto, enhancing her beauty. The air was infused with a subtle blend of tea and cherry blossoms. Setting the cup down, Chinya suddenly pulled Mikoto into his embrace. Taken by surprise, she gasped softly, landing on his lap. Her face flushed deeply. Her hands resting on his chest, voice barely above a whisper. Chinya, this is the office. He chuckled lightly, leaning down to whisper in her ear. There's no one here, so what is there to fear? Mikoto's ears turned crimson, yet she made no attempt to escape, instead burying her face lower. Feeling a surge of tenderness, Chinya gently lifted her chin and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. I apologize for making you worry. Mikoto's eyelashes fluttered, a sweet smile dancing in her eyes. As long as you return safely, I am willing to endure anything. They exchanged warm smiles. The atmosphere in the office serene and cozy. After a moment, Chinya released Mikoto and stood up. Let us go, it's getting late. The guard corps has no tasks today, so I will take you to the training ground. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Yes, the Uchiha training ground lay on the village's outskirts, surrounded by lush trees and tranquil surroundings. The sun's fading light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Chinya stood in the center of the field, addressing Mikoto. Today, I will teach you several new fire jutsu and illusion techniques. Pay close attention. Mikoto nodded solemnly. Yes. With swift hand seals, Chinya chanted, Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A blazing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, spiraling through the air before crashing into a distant target, reducing it to ashes. Mikoto watched in awe, her eyes filled with admiration. Incredible. Chinya smiled slightly. The key to this technique lies in the transformation of chakra and precise control. Now give it a try. Mikoto took a deep breath, attempting to replicate his hand seals. But her fire dragon dissipated before it could fully form. She lowered her head, feeling dejected. I can't do it. Chinya approached her, gently grasping her hand. Don't rush, I will guide you. Standing behind her, he placed his hands over hers, leading her to perform the hand seals again. Mikoto's cheeks flushed anew. Yet her focus returned to Chinya's voice. Feel the flow of chakra. Envision the form of the flame. Mikoto closed her eyes, adjusting her breath as per his guidance. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes and began to form the seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. This time, a smaller fire dragon emerged from her mouth. Although its power paled in comparison to Chinya's, its form was nearly complete. The fire dragon struck the target, leaving a charred mark. I did it. Mikoto spun around in excitement, nearly colliding with Chinya's chest. Realizing their proximity, she became flustered, speechless. Chinya chuckled, ruffling her hair. Well done. Next, we will practice illusion techniques. Just as he prepared to continue, his gaze sharpened, turning towards the edge of the training ground where the trees stood. Who is there? He asked coldly. Silence enveloped the forest with no response. Mikoto looked at Chinya, puzzled. What's wrong? Without answering, Chinya vanished in an instant. The next moment, a startled cry echoed from the woods, followed by sounds of struggle. Let go of me. A sharp female voice shouted angrily. Mikoto rushed over to find Chinya grasping the collar of a red-haired girl, pulling her from the thicket. The girl struggled, her black stockings dusted with dirt. Her face filled with irritation. Kushina? Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. Uzumaki Kushina brushed off the dust and shot a glare at Chinya. Why are you being so rough? Chinya raised an eyebrow. Hiding sneakily in the woods, what were you up to? Kushina huffed, turning her head. I wasn't hiding. I just happened to pass by. I wanted to train. Mikoto stepped forward, grasping Kushina's hand with concern. Are you hurt? Kushina shook her head, yet her gaze inadvertently flickered toward Chinya, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Chinya noticed her gaze and looked into the distance. He had long observed that Kushina often appeared near his training ground. However, recently, she had been surrounded by numerous monitoring umbu. Today, none were present. It seemed that Uzumaki Mido had reinforced the seal with his assistance. The village was also aware that no issues would arise in the short term. Now, Kushina's movements were no longer so restricted. Since you're here, let us train together. Chinya said casually. Kushina paused, seemingly taken aback by the invitation. After a moment of hesitation, she pouted, yet ultimately nodded obediently. All right then. Mikoto beamed with joy. Kushina, Chinya is very skilled. Let us learn together. I will listen to Mikoto. Under the setting sun, the three figures intertwined upon the training ground. Chinya patiently guided the two. As Mikoto continued her training in fire release, while Kushina primarily focused on physical techniques. Kushina studied with exceptional diligence, occasionally casting glances at Chinya, her eyes betraying a softness she was unaware of. By the time the training concluded, dusk had fallen. Chinya addressed the two. That will be all for today. Make sure to rest well. Mikoto nodded obediently. You should also get some rest, brother Chinya. Kushina, however, scoffed lightly and turned to leave. Suddenly, Chinya called after her. Kushina, what? She replied, turning back with a stubborn tone. Chinya smiled gently. If you wish to watch me train next time, just come directly. There's no need to hide. Kushina's face flushed instantly, and she stammered, Who wants to watch you? With that, she darted away, not looking back. Mikoto watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle. Kushina is still so adorable. Chinya shook his head in amusement, taking Mikoto's hand. Let us go. I'll walk you home. Under the night sky, their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl peeked out from behind a tree, gazing in their direction, her eyes shimmering with envy. The following afternoon, Chinya brought Mikoto back to the Uchiha training grounds. Training is invariably accompanied by hardship and relentless effort. Mikoto possessed considerable talent and progressed swiftly in her ninjutsu studies. Having practiced the Great Dragon Fire technique yesterday, she was set to master it today. In the unforgiving world of ninjas, the importance of personal strength is self-evident. A gentle breeze caressed, bringing a hint of coolness as Chinya looked up at the sky, exhaling deeply. Brother Chinya, wait a moment. I need to change. Without turning, Chinya waved his hand at Mikoto. Go ahead. About 5 minutes later, she emerged, having removed her guard's outer jacket, now clad in a ninja training outfit. Standing gracefully before Chinya, her black hair danced in the wind, a gentle smile gracing her face. Brother Chinya, shall we begin? Just as Chinya was about to nod, he caught a glimpse into the depths of the forest. Wait a moment. Mikoto, following Chinya's gaze, was momentarily taken aback. Is that Kushina coming? She murmured. Indeed. A red-haired girl peeked from behind a tree, her gaze fixed ahead. She caught sight of Chinya and Mikoto staring at her, and her expression froze, her flawless complexion visibly reddening. Kushina, Mikoto called affectionately, rushing over to her and leading her to Chinya. Didn't I tell you to come directly to the training grounds next time, without hiding? Caught in the act, Kushina felt her face heat up, struggling to find her words. All right, let us proceed with yesterday's training plan. Yes, Kushina replied, though she seemed somewhat distracted. With her head lowered, her red hair cascaded over her shoulders, her footsteps slow, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Is something weighing on this young lady's mind? Chinya pondered. Kushina, did you not rest well last night? Mikoto, noticing Kushina's unusual demeanor, asked softly. Kushina raised her head, her gaze flickering momentarily before she turned away. And no, it's nothing. Just a bit tired. Mikoto, concerned, grasped her hand. Shall we take a break? We can start training later. No need. Kushina suddenly raised her voice, only to realize her outburst and softened her tone. I'm fine. Let us begin training. Chinya observed her thoughtfully, but refrained from probing further. All right. We'll start by reviewing yesterday's fire release and physical techniques. Then we'll learn new content. Once training commenced, Mikoto was as diligent as ever, striving for perfection in every movement. Her progress was rapid, and her fire release grew significantly stronger than the day before. Chinya stood beside her, offering occasional guidance. Well done, Mikoto. If you can refine your chakra control a bit more, it will be even more impeccable. Mikoto's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, I will keep striving. Meanwhile, Kushina frequently faltered, her movements stiff and her chakra control unstable. Chinya frowned and gestured for her to halt. Come here. Kushina hesitated, glancing back at Mikoto. Mikoto smiled encouragingly at her. Following Chinya to a corner of the training ground, Kushina's expression turned somber. What is the matter? She inquired. Today, Lord Hokage informed Lord Mido that traces of our clan have been discovered in the eastern coastal region of the Land of Fire. Traces of our clan? The Uzumaki clan. Chinya, seeing the concern on Kushina's face, offered reassurance. Do not worry. If they are alive, the people of Konoha will bring them back. Kushina merely mumbled an acknowledgement, her spirits still low. Chinya turned his gaze to Mikoto. Kushina, this ninja world is vast and harsh. Only by strengthening your own abilities can you protect others. Kushina would not want her clan to arrive in Konoha only to remain in despair, would she? She bit her lip, having witnessed the devastation of her homeland firsthand. She understood the pain of losing both country and family. Hearing news of her clan was overwhelming. I will strive. Her gaze involuntarily flickered to Mikoto before she quickly averted it. Do not merely speak. Take action. Train alongside Mikoto and compete earnestly. Huh? Compete with Sister Mikoto? Kushina's mouth fell open in surprise. I know you share a close bond with Mikoto, which is precisely why you should challenge one another. Only through competition can your potential be fully realized. Mikoto, hailing from the Uchiha clan, naturally possesses advantages in ninjutsu and jinjutsu due to her Sharingan. Conversely, you, as an Uzumaki, possess a unique and vigorous chakra, remarkable vitality, and a talent for sealing techniques. Chinya gently patted Kushina's shoulder, his tone kind. Stay focused during training. If you tire, take a moment to rest. Kushina lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Understood. Returning to the training ground with Kushina, her demeanor appeared significantly more concentrated. An afternoon of training concluded amid a subtle atmosphere. Mikoto wiped the sweat from her brow and donned her outer jacket. With a smile, she addressed Kushina. Kushina, it's still early. Shall we go to the market to buy some groceries? Kushina paused for a moment before nodding. That sounds great. Chinya approached and inquired. Do you need me to accompany you? Mikoto's eyes lit up. Of course. If you come along, Brother Chinya, we can buy more ingredients. Kushina opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, nodding instead. The three departed the training grounds, heading toward the village market. Along the way, Mikoto enthusiastically discussed the ingredients they intended to purchase, while Kushina quietly followed, her gaze occasionally drifting to Chinya before quickly averting. The market was alive with chatter, stalls overflowing with a myriad of goods. Mikoto adeptly navigated, selecting fresh vegetables while skillfully haggling with the vendors. Kushina stood by, wide-eyed in astonishment. She tugged at Mikoto's sleeve and asked softly, Sister Mikoto, how are you so good at bargaining? Mikoto blinked and smiled. I learned this from the market Andes. They say that managing a household requires careful budgeting to live well. In her eyes, Joshinai reflected a glimmer of envy as she whispered softly. Sister Mikoto is truly remarkable. Chienyi stood behind them, watching Mikoto's busy figure with a slight smile. Her gentleness and competence always instilled a sense of reassurance. After purchasing vegetables, the trio approached the fish stall, only to discover that all the fish had been sold out for the day. Mikoto expressed her disappointment, saying, What a pity, I was hoping to make a fish soup. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind, Chienyi? Turning around, Chienyi saw Hitaki Tsukumo approaching them, dressed casually and carrying several bags of fresh ingredients. Captain Tsukumo, Chienyi greeted him with a smile. Tsukumo nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over Mikoto and Joshinai as he warmly said, Hello. Mikoto and Joshinai quickly bowed in response. Captain Tsukumo, I happen to have some matters I wish to consult you about. May I speak with you privately? Chapter 80, The Bloodline Collection? The Heir of the Will of Fire. Chienyi followed Hitaki Tsukumo to a secluded corner where the surroundings were devoid of people, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. A fleeting crimson glow flickered in Chienyi's eyes as he turned to Tsukumo. Captain Tsukumo, I have heard that traces of the Uzumaki clan have been discovered in the eastern waters of the Land of Fire. Do you possess any information regarding this? Tsukumo furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The influence of the Uzumaki clan still lingers in Konoha. After all, the Senju clan had a close relationship with the Uzumaki clan, which holds special significance for Konoha. He paused. I have not received any missions concerning this matter. The Umbu has been focusing its efforts on domestic defense and matters related to Lord Mido. A flicker of confusion crossed Chienya's eyes. Not even the Umbu has received a mission? Could it be that the root has taken action? Tsukumo pondered for a moment before nodding. It is possible. There have indeed been some unusual movements within Root recently, but I am unaware of the specific details of their mission. He paused again, his gaze turning serious as he looked at Chienyi. If it is indeed the Root's doing, the situation might not be so simple. A weight settled in Chienya's heart. The Root operated covertly and with ruthless methods. If they had truly targeted the Uzumaki clan, the fate of those clansmen would likely be dire. After all, Orochimaru was still within the Root, and Mido Menyen was currently its leader. Chienyi was well aware that he was merely a puppet. The Root was predominantly comprised of Danzo's loyal followers. Given his nature, he would never allow so many Uzumaki clansmen to return safely to Konoha. At the very least, they could serve as subjects for research experiments. In such a scenario, they would either go missing or encounter misfortune along the way. He needed to act swiftly. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Rescue the orphans of the Uzumaki clan. Mission reward. A random bloodline limit, perfectly fused. Upon hearing the system trigger the mission, Qianyi was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why is it bloodline limit again? I can already activate Susanoo. What use is an ordinary bloodline limit to me? Qianyi silently mused. System. Host, the system is here. Ordinary bloodline limits are of no use to me. Can the reward be exchanged? Not possible. Once the host gathers a certain number of bloodline limits and fuses them, they can revert to the original state. Revert to the original state? What does that mean? Revert to the original. Break through the limitations of the bloodline limit and attain the bloodline collection. Qianyi felt his heartbeat quicken. Bloodline collection? This was a power surpassing both bloodline limits and bloodline elimination, formed through the fusion of 7 nature transformations. So, the bloodline limit rewarded by the system held such significance. It seemed imperative to obtain it in the future. This was the key to directly accessing the bloodline collection. Thank you for the information, Qianyi said earnestly. Hatake Tsukumo nodded slightly, and then inquired, why are you so concerned about the Uzumaki clan? Qianyi smiled faintly. The Uzumaki clan has deep roots with Konoha, and moreover, Joshinai is now an important member of the village. If we can locate her clansmen, it would be beneficial for the village. Tsukumo scrutinized Qianyi intently, seemingly attempting to glean more information from his expression. Yet, Qianyi's demeanor remained calm, revealing no cracks. Finally, Tsukumo merely remarked, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Certainly, Qianyi affirmed with a nod. After bidding farewell to Tsukumo, Qianyi promptly returned to the Uchiha clan compound. He escorted the 2 women home, seizing the opportunity while Mikoto and Joshinai prepared dinner. As for Joshinai, he hurried straight to the headquarters of the security force. Fugaku was engrossed in paperwork when he noticed Qianyi rushing in and immediately stood up. Clan leader, is there an urgent task? Qianyi replied solemnly. Gather those clansmen who previously left the security force. I have important matters to discuss with them. Fugaku was taken aback. The clansmen who left the security force? That might. Go do it immediately. Qianyi interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Fugaku ceased his inquiries and swiftly arranged for personnel to summon the clansmen. Half an hour later, the Uchiha elites gathered in the security force's conference room. They had once been the backbone of the security force but chose to depart under the influence of the will of fire. Now, summoned unexpectedly, they wore expressions of confusion. Qianyi stood before them, his gaze sharp as he surveyed each individual. Everyone, I have called you here today to assign a secret mission that requires your execution. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain since they had already distanced themselves from the security force. One person stepped forward and asked, Clan leader, what is the nature of this mission? Qianyi stated directly, traces of the Uzumaki clan have been discovered in the eastern waters of the Land of Fire, and I need you to bring them back safely. The Uzumaki clan. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Haven't they already? Indeed, although their nation has perished, there are still survivors, Qianyi interjected. The root may have already taken action. We must locate them before they do. A clansman furrowed his brow. Clan leader. If we execute a mission without permission from the village, we may attract trouble. Qianyi scoffed. What do you mean by executing a mission without permission? Aren't you allowed to accept commission tasks? How can accepting a task be considered leaving the village without authorization? Furthermore, you are no longer part of the security force and are not bound by any restrictions against leaving the village. The group fell silent, visibly contemplating. Seizing the moment, Qianyi pressed on. The Uzumaki clan once contributed significantly to the peace and stability of Konoha. For instance, the ordinary sealing techniques we commonly encounter were provided to us free of charge by the Uzumaki clan. If Konoha neglects the Uzumaki clan today, it may find itself in peril in the future. Who would speak up for Konoha then? Qianyi elevated the stakes to the level of the village, causing the faces of the crowd to light up with realization. These individuals were already heirs of the will of fire, and upon hearing Qianyi's words, their expressions solidified with determination. Clan leader, we will strive to achieve a successful rescue. For the village, for our clan. They believed wholeheartedly in Qianyi's words. During their previous resignation from the security force, he had shown great appreciation for their resolve. Moreover, this mission might carry even greater significance. Everything is for Konoha. Remember, act swiftly but remain discreet. Also, while the root may act with extreme measures, they are still ninjas of Konoha. Should you encounter any members of the root, Do your utmost to avoid conflict. Our goal is to rescue, not to confront them. Qian Yi employed the principles of the will of fire. Knowing precisely how to resonate with this group, they were moved in their hearts. Even when facing the ruthless route, they refrained from resorting to violence. Was this not the essence of the will of fire? Understood, they replied solemnly. Qian Yi waved his hand. Go ahead, I await your good news. The clan members departed swiftly, and the conference room soon returned to silence. Fuyue stood aside, hesitating to speak. Chiya glanced at him, urging him to voice his thoughts. Isn't this too risky, clan leader? What if Lord Hokage finds out? Fuyue murmured. Chiya interrupted him, his gaze profound. The future of the Uchiha cannot rely solely on adherence to rules. Sometimes, we must adapt. Fuyue remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. However, the seriousness with which you spoke of the will of fire earlier has left me somewhat apprehensive. Those notions are merely products of their ideology, Chiya reassured, patting his shoulder. Our goal this time is to bring the Uzumaki clan to Konoha. If we can persuade them to willingly assist us with our tasks, a few flattering words won't hurt. Flattering words? So it's all a facade. A flicker of realization crossed Fuyue's eyes. Go arrange for the village patrols to proceed as usual, ensuring that nothing seems amiss. Yes. After Fuyue departed, Chiya stood alone by the window, gazing at the distant Hokage rock. His decision to rescue members of the Uzumaki clan was not solely to gain Kushina's favor. The deeper motive was to divert the Hokage's attention from the Uchiha. As long as the Uzumaki could safely reach Konoha, the Hokage's focus would be dispersed. Now it depends on you all, Chiya murmured softly, watching the departing figures. Chapter 81. The Selection of Umbu and Advisors. Why is it that the Uchiha cannot occupy the position of Hokage? An Umbu ninja appeared at the door. Uchiha clan leader. Lord Hokage requests your immediate presence in his office. Chiya raised an eyebrow, questioning the timing of this summons. His suspicions were already forming. He nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. The Umbu ninja vanished in an instant, and Chiya adjusted his robes, his expression contemplative. It seems the third Hokage is finally ready to fulfill his promise. He rose and left the guard station, making his way to the Hokage building. Along the way, villagers bowed to him, their gazes filled with respect. Chiya maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind was occupied with speculations about Sarutobi Hiruzen's potential plans. A seasoned political player, Hiruzen likely anticipated this promise and had been preparing accordingly. Chiya held little faith in the commitment made. Too many opportunities for manipulation existed. Lost in thought, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a plume of smoke curling from his pipe. He wore a warm smile, as if he had been awaiting Chiya's arrival. Ah, Chiya, you've come. Chiya inclined his head slightly. Lord Hokage, please, have a seat. Hiruzen gestured to the chair opposite him. His tone cordial. No need for formality. Chiya sat down, his gaze steady on the third Hokage. The more amiable Hiruzen appeared, the more calculating he seemed. The purpose of bringing you here is to fulfill our previous agreement, Hiruzen stated with a smile. Regarding the 3 positions in Umbu and the advisor role, Chiya nodded. Hiruzen waved his hand, retrieving a scroll from his drawer and sliding it across the table. Here are the 3 selected candidates for Umbu. You may review them. Chiya accepted the scroll, slowly unfurling it. 3 names were distinctly inscribed. Uchiha Aoki, Uchiha Masaki, and Uchiha Kamiyo. Chiya narrowed his eyes slightly. These names were all too familiar. They represented the most ardent adherents of the will of fire within the Uchiha clan. Huh, Chiya scoffed inwardly. No wonder Hiruzen promised me this. A trap was laid long ago. Allowing them into Umbu was less about Uchiha influence and more about Hiruzen placing spies within their ranks. What do you think of these candidates, clan leader Chiya? Hiruzen inquired with a smile. Chiya closed the scroll, his expression unchanged. It seems a test. The Hokage's selections are undoubtedly elite, he replied. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Shall we finalize this? However, Chiya hesitated. Kamiyo is quite young. I fear he may not be suitable for Umbu. Oh, Hiruzen feigned surprise. Does clan leader Chiya have any recommendations? Chiya replied coolly. Uchiha Hakadai possesses sufficient strength and experience, making him more suitable for Umbu. Hiruzen's eyes flickered with contemplation, but he soon smiled. Very well. We shall replace him with Uchiha Hakadai. Chiya nodded. Hakadai was an elite member of the guard, highly loyal. His presence in Umbu would be far more reliable than those 2 ardent believers. Thus, Umbu would have its own representation. Given the political balance achieved, they would not dare to act against Hakadai. As for the advisor role, Hiruzen began slowly. I plan to have the Uchiha clan nominate someone for the advisory council. Chiya's interest piqued. Does Lord Hokage have a recommended candidate? Hiruzen shook his head. This is a matter for the Uchiha clan, of course, to be decided by clan leader Chiya. Chiya smirked inwardly, while it appeared respectful of Uchiha's choice. Hiruzen was testing his stance. Should Chiya nominate a moderate Uchiha, the Hokage's faction would deem the Uchiha still manageable. If he chose a hardliner, they would inevitably be on guard. In that case, Chiya smiled slightly. I recommend Uchiha Fuyue. Fuyue? Hiruzen seemed unsurprised, nodding in agreement. He is indeed a suitable candidate. Fuyue is stable in temperament, fair in dealings, and holds considerable prestige within the Uchiha clan. More importantly, he is not an extremist and would not be easily swayed by the Hokage's faction. Very well, it is settled then, Hiruzen said with a smile. Fuyue will serve as the Uchiha advisor, participating in village decision-making. Chiya stood. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen waved dismissively. This is what the Uchiha deserve. After exchanging pleasantries, Chiya took his leave. Stepping out of the Hokage building, a faint cold smile crept onto Chiya's lips. Old fox. On the surface, it appeared that the Uchiha had gained 3 Umbu positions and 1 advisory seat, but in reality, only Fuyue and Hakadai were theirs. However, political games are always like this. What seems like concession and compromise is often part of a grand plan. This was Hiruzen's bottom line, and it was not unlike Chiya's. Nevertheless, the advisor position could be well utilized. With Fuyue entering the advisory council, the Uchiha would officially step into the power center of Konoha. The next move was for Hiruzen to make. Inside the Hokage's office, after Chiya left, Tsunade Haru and Mito Gate and walked in through a side door. Hiruzen, are you truly allowing him to change the candidates? T-Sun frowned. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, replying nonchalantly, Uchiha Hakadai, while loyal to the Uchiha, is at least more manageable than those 2 ardent followers of the Will of Fire. Mito adjusted his glasses. It was to be expected that Fuyue would receive the advisor position. He is steady and will not act rashly. Hiruzen continued. As long as the Uchiha do not cause trouble, allowing them into the power center is not problematic. T-Sun scoffed softly. I fear they may take advantage. Hiruzen's gaze deepened. Thus, we must be prepared. He looked out the window, where the statues of the first and second Hokages loomed majestically in the sunlight. The ambitions of the Uchiha must be confined within controllable limits. As Chinya returned to the clan, he sought out Fugaku. What did the Hokage say? Chinya briefly explained the situation regarding the Umbu list and the advisors. After listening, Fugaku's brow furrowed deeply. Aoki and Masaki are affiliated with the Hokage, Chinya scoffed. Therefore, I have replaced the last position with the 8th. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the clan leader's quick response. By the way, I have nominated you for the advisor position, Chinya said, looking at Fugaku. Fugaku was taken aback. Me? Your composed demeanor makes you the most suitable candidate for this role. Chinya stated calmly. Your task henceforth is to closely monitor the movements of the Hokage faction. Fugaku nodded solemnly. As you become the Hokage advisor, I assume other family representatives will also join this advisory council. They tend to leverage political advantages to pursue tangible benefits. Moreover, in future village matters, unless they pertain to our Uchiha clan, we must remain enthusiastic and polite, yet feign ignorance when questioned. We must establish a firm foothold first, he continued. Fugaku paused, pondering the reasoning behind the instruction to feign ignorance. It seemed he grasped the underlying meaning, and thus spoke earnestly, I understand. Chinya rose to his feet. The rise of the Uchiha has only just begun. Our next steps must be to gradually infiltrate the core of power in Konoha, until the day arrives when we, the Uchiha, can genuinely represent Konoha. It is not solely those who ascend to the position of Hokage who earn public recognition, but rather those who have garnered public approval that can ascend to such heights. Uchiha Itachi, through strategy and rules, achieves his goals through meticulous planning. The brilliance of a grand sun will eventually melt away all ice and snow. The Hokage position may be occupied by the Senju clan, but why should the Uchiha not claim it? Chapter 82, Meichin's Sharingan. Encountering an enemy attack as night deepened, Shinya left Fugaku's residence and headed straight for his own. There awaited 2 individuals. Upon reaching the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal. He gently pushed the door open, warm light spilling forth. illuminating Mei-chin and Kushina, who were seated at the dining table, seemingly having waited for some time. "Chinya, big brother," Mei-chin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy upon hearing the commotion. She hurried to the door, taking Chinya's coat with gentle and natural movements, as if accustomed to such intimacy. Chinya smiled slightly and ruffled her hair. "I apologize for making you wait." Kushina, sitting nearby, also stood up, her red hair glowing vividly under the light. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just pursed her lips, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Mei-chin, who was linking arms with Chinya, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. After all, she was not Mei-chin and couldn't exude such tenderness and familiarity. "Finally, you're here. If you had delayed any longer, the food would have gone cold." Kushina grumbled, feigning dissatisfaction, though her tone betrayed her anticipation. Chinya chuckled and took a seat at the dining table. It seemed that tonight would be a feast. Mei-chin tenderly served him rice and placed a piece of meat into his bowl. "Big brother Chinya, try this." He took a bite of the meat, its savory flavor melting on his tongue, and nodded with satisfaction. "It's delicious. Mei-chin's culinary skills have improved." Mei-chin's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Kushina watched the interaction between the two, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her chopsticks. Lowering her head, she absent-mindedly pushed her rice around, a sense of unease settling within her. Mei-chin, perceptive to Kushina's emotions, hesitated for a moment before suddenly adding a piece of tofu to Chinya's bowl, softly saying, "This is made by Kushina." Kushina's head snapped up, surprised at Mei-chin's gesture. Why would Mei-chin do that? Chinya was equally taken aback, but still sampled the tofu. Its smooth, tender texture and exquisite taste surprised him. "Not bad. I didn't expect Kushina to possess such skills." Kushina's face turned beet red, stammering, "It was just a casual effort." Chinya couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor. "Well, if even a casual effort can be so delicious, Kushina, you're quite remarkable." Kushina's ears turned crimson, almost as if blood could drip from them. She lowered her head, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled into a small smile, clearly pleased by Chinya's praise. Mei-chin observed her reaction, a gentle smile crossing her face. The three of them gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere gradually warming. Kushina became less awkward than at the beginning, even occasionally serving Chinya food, though she would always insist, it's only to prevent waste. After the meal, Kushina took the initiative to clear the dishes. Mei-chin offered to help, but was stopped by her. "Sister Mei-chin, most of the dishes on this table were made by you, and you must be exhausted. Let me handle the rest." Mei-chin was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded gently. "Kushina, thank you for your hard work." Kushina cleaned the dishes and stacked them in the kitchen, washing them carefully. Moments later, she dried her hands and stepped outside, glancing out the window. "Sister Mei-chin, it's getting late. I should head back." "I'll walk you," Chinya offered. "No, it's all right." Kushina quickly waved her hand. "I can go back by myself." With that, she hurried to the door, pushing it open and leaving in a rush. Before departing, she turned back to wave at Chinya and Uchiha Mei-chin. Chinya stood by the window, watching her figure disappear into the night. At that moment, he keenly sensed a subtle fluctuation of chakra discreetly trailing behind Kushina. It was an Umbu ninja. "Big brother Chinya?" Mei-chin approached him, calling softly. Chinya withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly. "Mei-chin, shall we sit in the courtyard?" Mei-chin nodded, and the two made their way to the garden. The night breeze was cool, and the bright full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. Mei-chin handed Chinya a cup of hot tea she had prepared. "Thank you." Chinya accepted the cup, the steam rising warmly, the aroma of tea filling the air. The two sat side by side under the corridor, gazing at the cold moon in the sky, momentarily silent. After a brief silence, Chinya suddenly spoke. "Mei-chin, your Sharingan has awakened, hasn't it?" Mei-chin's body stiffened slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the teacup. She lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly affirming. "When did it awaken?" Chinya's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Mei-chin took a deep breath, replying in a trembling voice, "It was on the day my parents left." Her voice quivered, as if she was transported back to that night, waiting for her parents to return home, only to find they never did. Chinya turned his head, observing her slightly pale fingers. The awakening of the Sharingan often accompanied profound emotional turmoil, and for Mei-chin, the loss of her parents was a significant catalyst. He reached out, gently holding her icy fingers. "It's all in the past." Mei-chin lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In the moonlight, her eyes appeared exceptionally clear, yet they concealed a depth of sorrow. Amidst the emotional turmoil, her dark eyes transformed into a pair of swirling Sharingan. Chinya sighed, wrapping his arms around her. Meichin's body tensed momentarily before gradually relaxing against his shoulder. Big brother Chinya, she spoke, her voice somewhat choked. The emotions that had been bottled up surged forth, reminding her of her late grandmother, followed by the faces of her parents, one after another, all culminating in the last visage that appeared. Uchiha Chiya. Will brother Chinya, in the future, also depart from her side? Contemplating this, sorrow ignited like flames within her. The crimson hue in her eyes dimmed, and the double Tomo Sharingan subtly hinted at an evolutionary trend. With my presence, Chinya gently caressed her long hair. From now on, I shall protect you. The evolution of the double Tomo came to a halt. Meichin closed her eyes, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. She clutched Chinya's garment tightly, as if grasping her sole pillar of support. I shall accompany you as well, Chinya murmured, his tone resolute yet tender. As the night breeze rustled through the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, petals drifted down like unspoken vows, leaning against Chinya's embrace. The shadows in Meichin's heart gradually yielded to warmth. She lifted her gaze to his near visage, her heartbeat unconsciously quickening. Brother Chinya, she whispered, a glimmer of anticipation and anxiety in her eyes. Chinya looked down at her. Their closeness allowed them to feel each other's breaths. Under the moonlight, Meichin's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her eyelashes fluttering like a butterfly in flight. How could a gentle and alluring Uchiha beauty like Meichin gaze at him with such yearning without stirring his heart? Observing Meichin's tender, emotive face, Chinya inwardly scolded himself. Goodness, this is tempting fate. Meichin, you are playing with fire. If not for her youth, he would have certainly extinguished her burgeoning feelings. Chinya took a deep breath. No. A few more years. Reason returned to his mind, and suppressing his emotions, he leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss on her forehead. Meichin, it's getting late. Your grandfather must be worried. You should head back and rest. Meichin's face instantly turned crimson, yet her eyes sparkled with sweetness. She obediently nodded, though a hint of surprise lingered in her heart. Brother Chinya was so gentlemanly. Truly, he was a remarkable figure. Yes, brother Chinya is as well. Chinya stood up, ruffling her hair. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Meichin replied, stepping outside while glancing back twice. A smile of uncontainable happiness graced her lips. Chinya followed behind, watching as Meichin entered her home before he departed. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, having accepted Chinya's mission, had arrived at the coastal town as instructed. Captain Aoki, it seems we are being followed. Whoosh whoosh. Before Uchiha Aoki could respond, the sound of shurikens slicing through the air filled their surroundings. Enemy attack. Chapter 83, The Will of Fire. The Uchiha suffered heavy casualties. The Umbu provided support. Aoki shouted fiercely, retreating instantly while forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball shot forth, incinerating the incoming shurikens. The other Uchiha ninjas reacted swiftly. Under the inside of their Sharingan, the enemy's movements were laid bare. Jinjutsu, Naraka's sight. One Uchiha formed seals, instantly ensnaring two assailants in an illusion, leaving them frozen in place. 4 or 5 Uchiha ninjas hurled their shuriken. Explosive tags ignited in midair, detonating as the shuriken struck the ground, achieving a cover of firepower. Lightning style, earth walk. In the darkness, the concealed enemies unleashed their own jutsu, the lightning spreading across the ground, forcing the Uchiha to leap to evade. Lightning style? Are they from the Cloud Village? Aoki furrowed his brow. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He coldly commanded, end this swiftly. The battle escalated into a fierce clash. Fire and lightning intertwined in the night, the sounds of explosions ringing out incessantly. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan granted them formidable insight, but the enemy was equally trained and coordinated. One Uchiha ninja was struck by a lightning bolt, collapsing with a scream. Damn it! The murderous intent in Aoki's eyes surged. He brought his palms together, forming seals rapidly. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. A torrent of flames surged forth like a furious dragon, engulfing 3 enemies, ultimately at the cost of 3 lives. The Uchiha squad annihilated the attackers. Aoki, panting heavily, approached a fallen body and lifted the mask. No forehead protector. He frowned, examining the corpse. noting the muscular build and dark skin, reflecting on the earlier battle that had featured extensive lightning techniques. Could they be ninjas from the cloud? Aoki pondered. Captain, an Uchiha ninja suddenly called out. The Sharingan detected an unusual chakra signature. In the direction of the fishing port, Aoki's gaze sharpened. Bring our fallen brothers. We must not allow them to perish outside the village. Move. The group hurried to the fishing port, finally locating their target in a concealed underground warehouse. Over 30 survivors of the Uzumaki clan were present. The distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki made them easily recognizable. Among them were mostly women, children, and the elderly. Huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear and vigilance. Shut your Sharingan, Aoki instructed sternly, recognizing that in such a situation, it was better to foster trust. Yes. The group nodded, closing their Sharingan. We are ninjas from Konoha, Aoki declared, sheathing his kunai, his expression earnest. By the order of Hokage, we shall escort you back to Konoha. The Uzumaki clan members exchanged glances, and an elderly man trembled as he asked, Are you truly from Konoha? Of course, Aoki affirmed. Your clan member, Lord Mido, and Uzumaki Kushina are in Konoha. She has been waiting for you. Upon hearing the names of Lord Mido and Kushina, hope flickered in the eyes of the gathered. However, at that moment, thud, a kunai suddenly pierced the chest of an Uchiha from behind. What? Aoki's pupils constricted as he whirled around to find a seemingly frail Uzumaki girl wielding a bloodied kunai, her gaze icy. No, she is not one of the Uzumaki. Aoki shouted, activating his Sharingan instantly. It's a transformation jutsu. Almost simultaneously, several Uzumaki members launched an attack. Swish, 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 kunai, shuriken. And explosive tags erupted in the cramped space. 3 Uchiha ninjas were caught off guard, severely injured on the spot. Protect the Uzumaki clan, Aoki roared, not forgetting the mission at hand. The Sharingan whirled madly. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball surged forward, forcing the imposters back. The two sides faced off. Tension thick in the air. Aoki's cold gaze swept over the opposition, suddenly sensing something amiss. The combat style of these individuals starkly differed from those of the previous attackers and seemed somewhat familiar, recalling the warning from clan leader Chinya about the root. Root. Aoki gritted his teeth. You are from the root? The Uzumaki girl opposite him sneered, tearing away her disguise to reveal a cold visage. Uchiha should not interfere in this matter. Absurd. An Uchiha ninja shouted in anger. You would kill your own kind. The root ninjas remained unperturbed, mechanically raising their hands. Silence them all. The battle erupted anew. The root ninjas employed ruthless tactics, attacking not only the Uchiha squad, but also leaving no survivors among the remaining Uzumaki. Help! An elderly Uzumaki woman screamed as a kunai pierced her shoulder, collapsing in agony. These lunatics. Aoki's eyes bulged with fury as he swiftly advanced to repel the attacker. Protect the Uzumaki clan. We must break through. The Uchiha ninjas quickly formed a protective formation around the Uzumaki. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Jinjutsu, shackles technique. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu interwove with shuriken, the insights of the Sharingan enabling the Uchiha to barely withstand the onslaught from the root. However, the disparity in numbers, compounded by the need to protect the members of the Whirlpool clan, increasingly disadvantaged the situation. The gradual decline in numbers did not dampen the fighting spirit of the Uchiha. Rather, it fueled their resolve. Suddenly, a root ninja's expression shifted. Swift and decisive. The onslaught intensified abruptly. A root ninja launched a surprise attack from behind Aoki, thrusting a kunai straight towards his heart. Captain Aoki, an Uchiha shouted, recklessly throwing herself into the path of the attack, taking the blow meant for him. The kunai pierced through her back. Damn it! Aoki roared, his Sharingan spinning wildly. The 3 Tomo seemingly on the verge of merging into a singular form. Fire style, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames erupted, forcing several root ninjas to retreat. Just as the situation grew dire, a flurry of figures suddenly leaped from the forest, kunai raining down upon the root ninjas. The root ninjas looked up in shock. Aoki gasped, his spirit jolted. The overwhelming presence that had gripped his senses moments ago receded like the tide. He turned to see the newcomers. It was the Umbu. Leading them was Konoha's own Moku no GT, a subordinate of Kakashi Hitaki. He surveyed the battlefield with a cold gaze, locking his eyes onto the root ninjas, and said in a chilling tone, Kill? The balance of battle tilted instantly. With the Umbu's reinforcements, the root ninjas began to falter, ultimately being eradicated. As the smoke cleared, the Uchiha squad suffered heavy casualties, with only 5 standing. Fortunately, most of the Whirlpool clan managed to survive. Moku no GT approached Aoki, his voice grave. After hearing what the Uchiha clan leader mentioned this afternoon, Captain Kakashi anticipated that the Uchiha would take action. Thus, I was sent to check on you. Not expecting to find you here. Gratitude filled Aoki's eyes. We are fortunate for your timely arrival. These root ninjas are insane, even killing their own. Moku no GT shook his head. Root? What root? These are merely invaders from outside. Aoki paused, then comprehended his meaning. Yes, I understand. He turned to his fellow Uchiha. Do not forget to bring back the bodies of our kin. Understood. With that, the Uchiha began to clear the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Aoki addressed the surviving Whirlpool clan members. Let us return to Konoha. Under the night sky, the Uchiha and Umbu escorted the Whirlpool clan members, silently vanishing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, on a distant cliff, a masked root ninja quietly observed everything, then turned to leave. Chapter 84. Farewell to the sacrificed clan members. The Uchiha and Umbu escorted the women, children, and elders of the Whirlpool clan, finally arriving at the gates of Konoha village. The guarding ninja approached them immediately. Aoki spoke in a low voice. The survivors of the Whirlpool clan have been brought back and require immediate report to Lord Hokage. Aoki glanced back at the Whirlpool clan members, then turned to Moku no GT. Thank you for your escort along the way. Moku no GT frowned slightly. Having just brought the Whirlpool clan members back, was he now expected to leave? Was he concerned about losing credit for the accomplishment? He recalled Kakashi's earlier instructions and gave Aoki a cold glance, saying nothing further. With that, he and the Umbu vanished in an instant. Aoki paid no mind to his demeanor. The Hokage had already promised him that upon entering the Umbu, he would lead a small team. This mission, concerning both Konoha and the Whirlpool clan, presented an excellent opportunity for merit. Given the significant losses incurred during the mission, it was only fitting that he not share the credit with anyone else. What happened? At that moment, 5 members of the Uchiha Patrol Brigade approached quickly upon seeing the situation. Aoki regarded them with a hint of wariness. This mission had been challenging, and many clan members had sacrificed their lives. The 5 exchanged serious glances. What will happen to the sacrificed clan members? Aoki scanned his team. Jinshu, you and the brothers from the Patrol Brigade will take the sacrificed clan members back to the clan and inform the clan leader of the situation here. A disheveled Uchiha stepped forward and nodded. He looked at the deceased clan members, sorrow etched across his face. I have my own mission to report to Lord Hokage. I must take my leave. Aoki did not give the Patrol Brigade members a chance to refuse. Let us go. Leading the Whirlpool clan members, Aoki headed straight for the Hokage Tower. Inside the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, smoke from his pipe curling lazily into the air. As Aoki and his group entered the office, he lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes upon them. Then he glanced at the Whirlpool clan members standing nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. Lord Hokage. Aoki knelt on one knee, bowing his head to report. A total of 16 survivors from the Whirlpool clan have been safely brought back. Sarutobi rose swiftly, striding past Aoki. He approached an elderly Whirlpool elder, his face displaying profound emotion. He gently assisted the elder to his feet, his voice warm and earnest. Welcome to Konoha. The Whirlpool clan will forever be Konoha's ally. Konoha will always be your home. Tears glistened in the eyes of the Whirlpool clan members as the elder trembled, saying, Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your kindness. Sarutobi patted his shoulder, then turned to the Umbu ninja at the door. Go inform Mito-sama and Kushina that the Whirlpool clan members have arrived. The Umbu ninja nodded and left. Before long, the office door swung open forcefully, and a figure with striking red hair rushed in like the wind. It's really you. Tears streamed down the face of Uzumaki Kushina. She hurried to the elder, embracing him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. I'm so glad you're alive. The Whirlpool clan members gathered around Kushina, speaking excitedly about their experiences over the years. Kushina, we've been searching for you all this time. Thanks to the Uchiha ninja, otherwise we. At the mention of the Uchiha, Kushina's body trembled slightly, the image of Chiya flooding her mind. This was something she had only confided in Chiya. She suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Aoki and the others, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Did you save them? Aoki nodded. We searched along the coast and unexpectedly found survivors. Kushina's tears flowed even more freely. She bit her lip, recalling how Chiya had rescued her after she was abducted by the Cloud Village ninja. Now, he had also helped bring some of her clan members to Konoha, stirring intense feelings of warmth and gratitude within her heart, her emotions soaring like a roller coaster. At that moment, the office door opened once more, and Uzumaki Mito entered with a gentle smile. Her gaze swept over the Whirlpool clan members, and she sighed. "You have arrived." Her voice was steady and powerful, as if it could soothe all unease. Upon seeing Mito, the Whirlpool clan members knelt in reverence. "Lady Mito." Mito raised her hand gently. No need for such formalities. She turned to Sarutobi, nodding slightly. "I will take care of these individuals. I will arrange for their accommodations." Sarutobi nodded. "Of course, Lady Mito. Your arrangements are always best. They will surely receive the finest care." Mito smiled and addressed the Whirlpool clan members. "Follow me." Kushina wiped her tears, supporting an elderly clan member as they left the Hokage Tower together with Mito. Aoki watched them depart, then turned to Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, the mission has been completed. I take my leave." Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at him. "Wait, please provide a complete report of this mission." He sighed. "You all may return to rest." After bowing, Aoki led the Uchiha ninjas away from the Hokage building. Once they departed, a shadow of worry crossed Sarutobi's face. Could this also be a scheme by the Uchiha? At the headquarters of the security force, Chiya sat at his desk, his expression grim as he listened to Uchiha Masaki's report. To bring back members of the Uzumaki clan. Did we really lose 9 of our elite Uchiha? Masaki lowered his head. During this time, we were ambushed by ninjas from other villages. Chiya's fingers lightly tapped the desk. Ninjas from other villages? Were they from Root? Uchiha Masaki's face bore a look of sorrow as he paused. "Yes, we encountered them. I previously instructed you not to engage with ninjas from Root. The Uchiha who can complete missions outside the village are all elite. How could so many of you be injured or killed?" Chiya's calm gaze sent a shiver down Uchiha Masaki's spine. "It was Captain Aoki's order for us to protect the Uzumaki clan members." Masaki continued. "The Root members went mad. They attacked not only us, but also the Uzumaki. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Umbu, we might not have returned." "Umbu?" Chiya's mind stirred. "No wonder. You have truly disappointed me." Chiya interjected. "What did I say during the clan meeting? Aside from wartime, for any task deemed dangerous, the safety of our own must be prioritized. How did you conduct yourselves this time? For the sake of a clan whose nation has been destroyed, you sacrificed so many Uchiha lives? Are the lives of my Uchiha clan members less significant than those of the weak and sickly from the Uzumaki? Answer me." Hearing Chiya's words, Masaki's resolve began to waver. Could this mission truly hold more importance than the lives of his clan? Chiya observed the conflicted Uchiha Masaki, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. The fallen Uchiha ninjas were all supporters of the will of fire. Uchiha who could not be utilized might become obstacles in the future. This group would certainly not elicit Chiya's sympathy. The completion of the mission to rescue the Uzumaki was all that mattered. However, as the leader of the Uchiha, he still had duties to fulfill. The necessary performances must go on. It was an opportune moment to leverage the deaths of these Uchiha to consolidate clan unity or enhance their standing within the village. These actions were imperative for Chiya at present. The current batch of zealots, driven by the will of fire, would be heralded as heroes if they sacrificed themselves to protect the village during wartime, their names etched upon the memorial stone. Yet now, all for the sake of bringing back more Uzumaki clan members. What could he gain from this besides a moment of praise from the third Hokage? "Inform everyone that a clan meeting will be held tonight," Chiya stated coldly. "Some may not value the lives of our kin, but we must." Tonight, they would send off their fallen comrades. At the door stood Hakadai and Fugaku, nodding solemnly in agreement. Yes. Chapter 85. Uniting Uchiha Will, Dividing the Will of Fire. Rewards for the mission distributed. As night fell, the shrine in the Uchiha compound was brightly lit. Clan members gathered, the atmosphere thick with solemnity and weight. In the center lay 9 bodies draped in white cloth, each representing an elite Uchiha who had sacrificed their life for the mission. Chiya stood atop the shrine, his gaze sweeping over each clan member present. "Tonight, we gather not to celebrate victory, but to bid farewell to our brothers and sisters." Chiya's voice was low yet powerful, resonating throughout the shrine. Below, the clan members wore grave expressions, their eyes glistening with sorrow. Chiya inhaled deeply, continuing, They could have returned alive, yet due to a mission, they remain forever outside. I wish to ask all present, Uchiha clan members, are we truly so expendable? His voice suddenly rose, his gaze fierce. To bring back members of the Uzumaki clan, we sacrificed 9 of our own, 9 elite Uchiha. Are their lives truly worth less than those of the surviving outsiders? Below, Uchiha Masaki bowed his head, his fists clenched. He recalled Captain Aoki's decisive actions during the mission and the comrades who fell protecting the Uzumaki clan. Chiya's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. The Uchiha clan has always prioritized family above all, Chiya continued, his tone gradually calming yet laden with undeniable authority. The village is a coalition of various clans, and each clan is composed of individual members. What is most important? It is our kin, their lives. This is the true wealth we must cherish. If we cannot uphold this, what then can we discuss regarding clan honor? The prosperity of the Uchiha, or even the prosperity of Konoha? Silence enveloped the shrine, interrupted only by the crackling of the torches. Chiya's gaze swept over the assembly as he spoke slowly. From this day forth, I shall reaffirm the Uchiha clan's rules. We must prioritize our people and their lives. Unless in times of war, when we fight to protect. Any task that comes at the cost of our kin's lives, life is precious, must be approached with caution. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted from below. The Uchiha clan members' eyes sparkled with recognition, Chiya's words resonating deeply within them. The clan leader speaks the truth. An elder Uchiha exclaimed. We cannot allow our kin to perish in vain. Indeed, the lives of our clan are paramount. The crowd became energized, and Chiya raised a hand to signal for quiet. He continued, in 3 days, we shall hold a solemn funeral for these 9 clan members. All Uchiha must attend. The clan members applauded once more. Their eyes filled with emotion. No dissenting voices remained, and the unity of the Uchiha was elevated to new heights. After the clan meeting, Chiya stood alone outside the shrine, gazing at the stars in the night sky. Fugaku approached his side. Clan leader, your speech was truly inspiring. It stirred the emotions of the clan members. Chiya smiled faintly. This is merely the beginning. The future of the Uchiha requires the collective effort of all. Fugaku nodded but hesitated before speaking. However, Captain Aoki did not attend tonight's meeting, citing his injuries. A cold glint flickered in Chiya's eyes. Is that so? Those Uchiha who accompanied Aoki have come, yet he has not? It seems he harbors other intentions. Fugaku furrowed his brow. Aoki has always been a supporter of the will of fire, leading this mission. I worry he may oppose your ideals. Chiya chuckled lightly. No matter. The clan members are not fools. They will understand what truly matters. We consider the interests of every Uchiha. Someone like Aoki is not a significant concern. If Aoki remains obstinate, he will eventually be cast aside by the clan. He is not a supporter of the will of fire. He merely supports his own interests. Fugaku pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. 3 days later, the Uchiha funeral commenced as scheduled. The Uchiha compound was adorned with white lanterns, and clan members donned black mourning attire, solemnly escorting the 9 coffins to the Uchiha burial grounds. During the ceremony, Chiya personally delivered eulogies for each fallen comrade. His voice resonated deeply and powerfully, each word striking the hearts of his kin. They were the pride of the Uchiha clan. We must remember their sacrifices and cherish every living member of our family. The Uchiha clan members below were misty-eyed, their fists clenched tightly. In this moment, their sense of belonging to the family was unprecedentedly intense. However, Chiya's gaze fell upon Uchiha Aoki, standing at the edge of the crowd. Aoki's expression was grim, his eyes glimmering with a complex light. He seemed unconvinced by Chiya's speech, even harboring a subtle resistance. After the funeral concluded, Aoki hurriedly departed the scene, refraining from engaging with anyone. Observing his retreating figure, Chiya's lips curled into a faint smile. That evening, Chiya summoned Uchiha Masaki to the security team's office. Masaki, what are your thoughts on this mission? Chiya inquired bluntly. Masaki lowered his head. His voice slightly choked. Chief, I am deeply sorry for the fallen clan members. If we had been more cautious at that time, perhaps they would not have. Chiya shook his head. The past cannot be altered. What matters is the future. Do you believe Captain Aoki's decisions were correct? Masaki fell silent. He recalled Aoki's orders during the mission and the comrades who had fallen to protect the Whirlpool clan members. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze, determination glimmering in his eyes. Chief, we believe Captain Aoki placed too much emphasis on the mission neglecting the lives of our kin. Chiya nodded in satisfaction. You referred to we, not I. I am heartened that you understand this. The future of the Uchiha clan requires ninjas like you who value the lives of their kin to serve Konoha. A flicker of emotion crossed Masaki's eyes. Chief, I shall prioritize the safety of our clan from now on. Chiya patted his shoulder. Masaki, the lessons from this incident are profound. To prevent such situations in the future, you must carefully consider Aoki's role. Masaki nodded earnestly. Yes, Chief. Go now, rest well. The future of the Uchiha clan still needs you. After Masaki departed, Chiya's gaze grew contemplative. He had not anticipated the rift between them to be greater than he had envisioned. When true death approaches, only then do we realize what we truly desire. Among those who professed to follow the will of fire, Chiya believed that many were merely drifting along with the tide. Unless the stick strikes them personally, they remain oblivious to the pain. However, this mission may serve as a wake-up call for some, which is not without merit. After the crowd dispersed, a notification pinged in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Rescue the orphan of the Whirlpool clan. Mission reward, lava release bloodline limit. Perfect fusion, Chapter 86, another surge of advancement, preventing extravagance. Chiya felt the shift in his chakra. All aspects of lava release flooded into his consciousness. This lava release was not the cement-engineered version from a Wagakure, but rather a fusion of fire and earth attributes, resulting in a bloodline limit characterized by properties akin to magma and volcanic projectiles. This bloodline limit significantly amplifies the explosive damage compared to the more singular fire attribute. High-temperature magma, upon contact, melts, offering not only explosive damage but also defensive capabilities. For instance, enveloping oneself in lava release chakra, akin to the lava release chakra mode of the original character, naturally grants immunity to damage. After absorbing all the knowledge, Chiya felt a spark of inspiration. System. Open the panel. Name, Uchiha Chiya. Age, 18. Chakra, 25 cards. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, Kaleidoscope. Ice release, lava release. Skills, Kaleidoscope Dojutsu. Yomi, causal reincarnation. Forbidden techniques, Izanagi, Izanami, Susanoo. Proficient in medical ninjutsu, fire release, Jinjutsu, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and more. Indeed, besides the newly acquired lava release bloodline limit, his chakra had steadily increased by 5 cards. Another wave of enhancement. Chiya's thoughts shifted back to reality. The somber atmosphere of the funeral had yet to dissipate entirely as he stood at the office window, gazing into the distance. The glory of the Uchiha clan ultimately relies on the living to carry it forward. As he turned to leave, a member of the security team approached him briskly. Chief, Tsunade has sent word that she wishes to see you. Tsunade? At this hour? Chiya mused, glancing outside at the twilight sky, perplexed. Konoha Hospital had been exceedingly busy lately, and as the head of the medical department, Tsunade had barely a moment to spare. Why would she suddenly wish to see him? She mentioned she would wait at the usual place, the person added. Chiya nodded. Understood. You may return to your duties. As soon as the words left his lips, Chiya vanished, heading toward the familiar izakaya. Pushing open the door to the private room he frequented, he was met with a strong waft of alcohol. Tsunade sat alone in the corner, 3 empty bottles before her. Her golden hair was somewhat disheveled, and her fair cheeks bore an unnatural flush. Upon hearing his entrance, she merely lifted her eyelids. You're here? Take a seat. Her voice was low, gesturing to the seat across from her. Chiya quietly closed the door and settled cross-legged before her. Tsunade slid a filled glass toward him, then tilted her head back, downing a generous gulp. The amber sake trickled down her delicate chin, staining her kimono collar with a deep hue. The room fell into silence, save for the sounds of her swallowing the liquor. Chiya, momentarily entranced, refrained from rushing to inquire, simply accompanying her as she poured glass after glass. When the 5th bottle reached its end, Tsunade slammed her glass onto the table. Those stubborn old fools. She seethed, her emerald eyes ablaze with fury. They know nothing. Yet they dare to meddle in the affairs of the medical department. Chiya gently swirled his glass. Has the 3rd pressured you again? It's not just the old man. Tsunade replied, her agitation evident as she tugged at her hair. The entire upper echelon is pushing. The medical ninjas trained temporarily during the war are utterly helpless when faced with particularly special cases. The current issue is that there are not enough high-caliber medical ninjas. While the number of low-quality personnel has surged, instead of devising solutions, They simply pound their fists on the table during meetings. She leaned closer to Chiya, the scent of alcohol wafting from her breath. Chiya met her reddened gaze without flinching. So you're revising the training program? Tsunade slumped back, as if deflated. With a self-deprecating smile, she replied, Revise? How can I revise? Using traditional methods, it takes at least 3 years to cultivate a competent medical ninja. But those people cannot wait that long. Chiya pondered for a moment, taking a sip of his drink. The dim light in the room reflected off the glass, casting shards of light into his dark eyes. Actually, he began slowly, the issue lies not in the time required for training, but in the training methodology. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? During wartime, 4 days of intensive study followed by 4 days of practical simulation. Medical ninjas with prior knowledge can complete their training in as little as 8 days. This temporary training model is indeed rudimentary, but its strength lies in its specificity. Chiya traced a line on the table with his finger, illustrating his point. What is needed now is not a complete overhaul, but a stratified approach to training. Stratified? Chiya nodded affirmatively. The classification of medical ninjutsu by difficulty reveals that the most fundamental skills, such as hemostasis, bandaging, and chakra manipulation, could seamlessly fit into the elective courses at the Ninja Academy. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, the effects of alcohol seeming to dissipate. Ninja Academy? She murmured, repeating the words. But they are merely children. Precisely because they are children, their adaptability is at its peak. Chiya's voice resonated with calm authority. Chakra control is fundamental for ninjas. Rather than cramming training after graduation, it would be far more beneficial to introduce them to medical concepts from the outset. Tsunade's gaze gradually brightened. Unconsciously, she fiddled with her wine glass, her thoughts already soaring alongside Chiya's suggestions. Lower grades could focus on basic care, while upper grades could specialize according to their talents. This way, the pressure of training upon graduation will lessen, fostering a more robust medical system. Moreover, Chiya added, we could incorporate medical assessments into the Chunin exams as bonus points. This would not only motivate ninjas pursuing medical paths to engage swiftly in their learning, but also allow us to identify promising talents early on. For those already trained, we could initiate specialized follow-up training programs. He proposed a comprehensive evaluation examination for medical ninjas, suggesting that the content be rigorous and subject-specific. The examination should encompass chakra control, medical knowledge, and proficiency in medical ninjutsu. The difficulty must be elevated. Those who do not meet the standards will continue with the current phase of medical training, while those who qualify may advance to deeper studies in medical courses. Feasible. Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table, leaning forward with excitement, grasping Chiya's collar. How did your mind come to such brilliance? Chiya merely smiled, allowing her to pull him. I am simply contemplating from an observer's perspective. Tsunade scrutinized him for a few seconds before unexpectedly releasing him, bursting into laughter. In her laughter, the weight of accumulated frustration seemed to evaporate. She raised her bottle in a toast. To you, my observer. The liquid shimmered amber under the light, as Chiya clinked his glass against hers. He restrained her wrist as she attempted to pour more wine. No more drinking, he softly stated. Tsunade, you are intoxicated. Tsunade paused, then revealed a mischievous grin. Leaning close to Chiya, the warmth of her alcoholic breath brushed against his ear. Isn't it better to be drunk? That way, you can do as you please. And I won't have to worry about you chasing after flowers. Come on, let's drink at your place. Chiya's eyelids fluttered. Before he could react, Tsunade had already pulled him up by the arm. Stumbling slightly, she resolutely pushed open the private room's door and dragged Chiya outside. Wait, Tsunade. Stop talking. She shot back. Her cheeks flushed. Chiya's gaze flickered. What do you mean by chasing flowers? I don't understand. Tsunade scoffed, poking his chest with her finger. Humph, sly Uchiha brat. With a light huff, she wasn't truly angry. Gripping Chiya's hand, she navigated through the bustling izakaya, their sleeves entwined as the night breeze brushed against them. Under the moonlight, Tsunade's profile stood out vividly. She paused for a moment, the night wind lifting her golden hair, revealing a rare expression of languor. Seeing this, Chiya grasped her wrist. This way, it's a shortcut. He led her up to the rooftop, heading towards the Uchiha Chiya residence in the moonlight. Tonight, you must let me drink to my heart's content. I shall not sleep until I am thoroughly intoxicated. The night wind howled past, and Tsunade's laughter rang out, bright against the starlit sky. Chapter 87. Kushina's sudden gratitude and little Tsunade's defiance. Morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. Chiya furrowed his brow as his hangover throbbed at his temples. Last night, he had been drinking with Tsunade until the early hours. As Tsunade became increasingly inebriated, her competitive spirit flared during their physical training, disregarding Chiya's protests. She dragged him into the courtyard for a spar, her movements powerful and bold, employing her advantages to gain the upper hand, a common tactic among taijutsu practitioners. With Tsunade's relentless offensive, Chiya found himself struggling to keep up. What a calamity, he lamented, flipping onto his side, only to encounter a familiar sensation. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to meet a pair of emerald green ones. Tsunade had awakened at some point, glaring at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, her golden hair tousled across the pillow. They locked eyes for a fleeting moment before, bam. Tsunade kicked him off the bed. Ouch! Chiya groaned, clutching his waist as he scrambled to his feet, fully awake now. What was that for? How dare you ask? Tsunade seethed, quickly wrapping herself in the blanket, lowering her voice. Did we not agree to drink until late last night, and you were to take me home afterward? How did we end up sleeping until dawn? Chiya rubbed his temples, exasperated. You drank too much. You were completely out of it the second half of the night. Tsunade's face reddened with a mix of embarrassment and anger. As Chiya's words sank in, fragmented memories began to surface in her mind. Having kicked Chiya again, she immediately felt the pain in her body, a consequence of her overindulgence the night before. The effects of the alcohol had masked her discomfort, but now, with clarity returning, she felt as if her body were falling apart. Just as she was about to scold him further, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Both froze in place. Chiya, are you home? Came Kushina's voice. Tsunade's pupils dilated in sudden panic. Oh no, it's that girl, Kushina. Chiya, now more alert, frowned. Why is she here? How would I know? Tsunade frantically grabbed scattered clothes, hurriedly attempting to dress. If she sees me here, how will I face anyone? Chiya sighed, rubbing his forehead. You need to hide for a moment. He pointed to the clothes she held. Wait, that's mine. Tsunade disdainfully tossed it to him while searching for her own outfit. Hide. How can I hide? Tsunade glared at him while pulling on her clothes. This room is so small. Chiya gestured toward the wardrobe, but Tsunade immediately dismissed the idea. No way. That's too obvious. Just then, bang. Another round of knocks echoed more forcefully. Is anyone there? Kushina's voice held suspicion, as if she sensed something was amiss. This is Chiya's house. I can't be mistaken. Tsunade bit her lip, quickly forming hand seals. Transformation jutsu. A puff of white smoke enveloped her, and her curvaceous form transformed into a petite version of herself from years past. She nimbly leaped atop the wardrobe, adjusting some flower pots, then draped the curtains over herself. Peeking out, she glared down at Chiya, her eyes filled with menace. If you spill the beans, you're dead. Chiya's lips twitched, but there was no time to dwell on it as he hurriedly donned his clothes. After fixing his disheveled hair, he swiftly approached the door. As soon as he cracked it open, Kushina pushed the door wide, nearly colliding with Chiya. Why did it take you so long to open the door? She questioned, scrutinizing him with fiery red hair and piercing green eyes. Is Mikoto here? Chiya maintained his composure. No, I just woke up, so I was a bit slow. Kushina, carrying a gift bag, bypassed him and stomped into the room, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Chiya's heart raced, but he remained outwardly calm. What brings you here so early? Kushina didn't respond, but, like a wary little fox, began to explore the room, even bending down to peek under the bed. Tsunade, hidden above, held her breath, her body tense. After confirming that there was indeed no one in the room, Kushina's expression visibly relaxed, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Here, for you, she awkwardly said, shoving a gift bag into Chiya's hands. Consider it a token of gratitude. Chiya glanced down to find several boxes of exquisite confections and a bottle of sake nestled within. A token of gratitude? Kushina turned her face away, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. I know it was you who had the Uchiha subordinates bring back my kin from the borders of the Land of Fire. She paused, lowering her voice. Thank you. Chiya chuckled softly, placing the gift on the table. No need to thank me. This was a mission for Konoha. I merely assigned someone to the task. Kushina abruptly looked up, fixing him with a fierce gaze. You're lying. Huh. You surely acted because I told you. I confided in you alone about this matter. She crossed her arms, exuding confidence. What a coincidence that it was Uchiha's people who went to assist. Chiya shrugged. Just a coincidence. I don't believe that. Kushina pouted, yet her gaze softened considerably. You, who clearly did a good deed, Always pretend it doesn't matter. Chiya looked at her, unable to suppress a laugh. What do you think I am? Kushina stared at him for a few seconds before responding earnestly, you're a good person. He was momentarily speechless, taken aback by being labeled a good person. Tsunade, who had been hiding atop the wardrobe, nearly burst into laughter but managed to stifle it. She already knew how much Chiya despised being called a good person. Unaware of these subtleties, Kushina hesitated before asking, Chiya, can I come find you often in the future? What would you come to me for? Chiya felt a chill run down his spine. Training. Or chatting, if that is fine. She averted her gaze, her tone feigning firmness. If Makoto can come, why can't I? Suit yourself. Kushina's eyes lit up, though she quickly feigned indifference with a huff. Then I'll take my leave. There are things at home. With that, she turned to leave, but suddenly paused at the door, glancing back at Chiya for a few seconds before exclaiming, oh wait. She swiftly returned, standing on her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on Chiya's cheek, her face flushing before she dashed away. Bang! The door slammed shut behind her. Chiya stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by the girl's sudden ambush. He touched the spot where she had kissed him, momentarily at a loss for words. From her perch atop the wardrobe, Tsunade jumped down, a cloud of smoke bursting forth as she returned to her usual form, arms crossed with a bemused smile. Well, Chiya, it seems you've got quite the charm, huh? Quite unexpected. Chiya scratched his head awkwardly in response. Tsunade shot him a pointed look before glancing at the gifts on the table. Kushina is quite thoughtful. Chiya remained silent, inquiring instead, where are you headed next? Tsunade stretched lazily. Back to the hospital. I need to refine last night's proposal. She paused at the door, turning back with narrowed eyes. Come here. Confused, Chiya approached her. Tsunade hooked her arm around his shoulder and playfully pinched his other cheek before pushing him away with satisfaction and stepping out the door. The room fell silent at last. Chiya gazed at the confections and sake on the table, then touched his cheeks, shaking his head in amusement. What a lively morning this is. Chapter 88. Collaborating with the Umbu? Surveillance on Hitaki Chiya pushed open the door to the headquarters of the security team. He had barely settled into his seat when a soft knock echoed at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal Makoto, holding an exquisite bento box. Her face adorned with a gentle smile. Chiya, I brought you breakfast. His gaze fell on the bento in her hands, where neatly arranged sushi rolls were accompanied by fresh vegetables and a small dish of soy sauce. You made this specially for me? He asked, surprised. You prepared sushi this early in the morning? Makoto's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Yes, I noticed Kushina went to your house, and with her lively nature. I was worried you might not have time for breakfast. A smile flickered in Chiya's eyes, so she had seen Kushina. When it came to thoughtfulness and tenderness, his dear little secretary Makoto was unmatched. He pulled her in, causing her to unexpectedly tumble into his lap. Ah, she gasped, instinctively clutching his shoulder, her face turning a deep shade of red. Chiya, this is the office. What of it? Chiya chuckled softly, playfully pinching her waist. No one else watching. Makoto's ears blazed with heat, but unable to resist, she settled into his embrace, cautiously opening the bento box. Chiya, you should try this. She picked up a piece of sushi and brought it to his lips. Chiya opened his mouth and bit down, his tongue inadvertently brushing against her fingertips, causing her to tremble slightly, nearly dropping the sushi. Is it good? She asked softly, suppressing her shyness. Chiya nodded, holding out a piece for her. You have some too. Makoto hesitated, but ultimately, her face flushed as she opened her mouth to take a bite. They shared the meal, alternating bites, their fingers occasionally brushing against one another, the atmosphere warm and intimate. Until, knock, knock, knock. The sound of hurried footsteps outside startled Makoto, who leaped from Chiya's lap like a frightened rabbit, hastily smoothing out her slightly wrinkled clothes. Come in. Chiya watched as Makoto composed herself before speaking. A member of the security team entered, bowing respectfully. Lord Chiya, Captain Hitaki from the Umbu requests your presence. Chiya frowned slightly. Now? Yes, he mentioned it's urgent. Chiya nodded. Understood, I'll head over shortly. Once the security team member departed, Makoto looked at him with concern. Chiya, is it trouble that the Umbu is looking for you? Chiya rose, ruffling her hair affectionately. The Uchiha have been quite well behaved lately, and my assigned area has had no issues. What trouble could arise? Makoto, come with me. Makoto was taken aback. I can go too? Of course. Chiya smiled. You are my secretary after all. Let us go. The Umbu headquarters was situated in the most concealed part of Konoha, its structures dark as ink, seemingly impervious to sunlight. The moment they stepped through the door, a sense of oppression enveloped them. The walls flanking the corridor were adorned with masks, each one cold and eerie, as if silently observing the newcomers. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood and chemicals, and subdued conversations echoed from deep within, abruptly halting upon sensing their approach. Mikoto instinctively tightened her grip on Chiya's sleeve, her fingers trembling slightly. "Are you scared?" Chiya asked in a low voice. Mikoto bit her lip and nodded gently. "It feels so oppressive here." Chiya remained silent, merely taking her hand in his, the warmth of his palm conveying a sense of safety. Mikoto's taut nerves eased a fraction, and she took a deep breath to follow closely behind him. Navigating through the dim corridor, they reached a heavy iron door. Two Umbu ninjas, donned in animal masks, nodded slightly upon seeing Chiya and stepped aside. Upon pushing the door open, they found the interior far brighter than expected. Hatake Tsukumo stood at a long table, engrossed in reviewing documents. He looked up upon hearing their entrance, his silver hair glimmering under the light. "You've arrived?" His voice was steady and gentle, a stark contrast to the Umbu's oppressive atmosphere. Chiya nodded. "What is this urgent matter?" Tsukumo's gaze lingered on Mikoto for a moment, but he refrained from asking further. He simply picked up a sealed scroll from the table and handed it to Chiya. "Take a look at this." Chiya accepted the scroll, unfurled it, and quickly skimmed through its contents, his brow gradually furrowing. Human trafficking? The scroll detailed a clandestine report. Recently, there had been a sudden surge in child smuggling incidents at the borders of the Fire Country. Fortunately, these children were not from the Fire Country itself, but rather from other nations, including orphans from the wars of other great powers. According to the intelligence gathered by the Umbu, Shikaku stated solemnly, "These children are being covertly transported into the Fire Country and are subsequently dispersed by an organization with counter-surveillance capabilities. Their influence is likely considerable." Chiya's fingers tightened slightly, and his gaze turned cold. "The root?" Shikaku shook his head. "There is currently no direct evidence, but the possibility remains." After a moment of silence, Chiya's eyes returned to the scroll, focusing on the details of the children, ages, genders, countries of origin, and even a few photographs. Most of them bore vacant expressions, their frail bodies resembling those who had long since lost hope for life. "What do you wish for me to do?" Chiya inquired, lifting his gaze. Shikaku met his eyes directly. "The third Hokage intends for us to investigate discreetly to avoid alarming the perpetrators. However, I believe these children cannot wait." His voice was deep and resolute. "I have already approached the Hyuga clan, but they seem uninterested in this matter. Thus, I have sought your assistance. This mission requires your strength." Chiya scrutinized him for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. "Captain Shikaku, you are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. The Umbu, the most valued force of the Hokage lineage. The Uchiha, the most specially regarded power of the Hokage. As the captain of the Umbu, openly seeking collaboration with the Uchiha, wasn't that inviting scrutiny? In truth, there were subtler ways to approach the Uchiha, such as informal gatherings or meals to achieve one's ends. Shikaku remained silent, patiently awaiting his response. Chiya closed the scroll, a newfound seriousness in his eyes. "When shall we act?" "Tonight." "Very well." Chiya nodded and then turned to Mikoto. "You should return to the security team and inform them to assemble." Mikoto opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately nodded gently. "Understood." Chiya ruffled her hair, having discerned the concern in her eyes, and whispered, "Do not worry." Shikaku observed their interaction, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze. This young man possesses a rich and intricate emotional depth. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had received word of Uchiha Chiya's engagement with the Umbu. His brow furrowed. Recently, the root had sent him intelligence indicating a close relationship between the Umbu and the Uchiha. He immediately prepared to notify Koharu and Hamura for a brief meeting, but then recalled Shikaku's contributions to the Umbu and Konoha over the years. With a sigh, he relinquished his earlier harsh thoughts. After a moment of silence, he called out to the Umbu at the door. "Summon Uchiha Aoki." "Yes." Before long, Uchiha Aoki stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage regarded him, getting straight to the point. "I have a task for you." Hiruzen's face bore a rare gravity. "Monitor Shikaku in secret, particularly regarding his dealings with the Uchiha. You are to report back daily." Chapter 89. Seizing evidence to locate the laboratory. Damn Shikaku, the night was as dark as ink, and Konoha village lay enveloped in silence. Chiya stood at the window of the security team headquarters, gazing at the sparsely lit streets in the distance. He turned and picked up the prepared document from the table, handing it to Uchiha Fugaku beside him. Deliver this document to the Hokage Tower, stating that the security team has received intelligence of suspicious individuals operating outside the village. We are cooperating with the Umbu for reconnaissance. Chiya's voice was low and calm. Fugaku accepted the document, his brow furrowing slightly. Patriarch, will this not raise the third suspicions? Chiya smiled faintly. Suspicion is inevitable. But our actions are above board. He had nothing further to say. Go. Fugaku nodded and departed. Chiya then turned to the gathered elite of the security team behind him. Each bore a solemn expression, their eyes shimmering with determination. Tonight's mission is to assist the Umbu in investigating a human trafficking case. The Umbu will take the lead. Your primary concern is your own safety. I do not wish for a repeat of previous incidents. Chiya's gaze swept over the group. These individuals were the younger generation of the security team. Leading them out, Chiya had the intention of honing their skills. After all, daily training could only ensure one's strength did not wane, and true growth would come only through real combat. Let us depart. The group swiftly left the security team headquarters, racing towards the outskirts of the village. In the night, their figures glided over rooftops like phantoms, vanishing into the woods at the village's edge. Within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window, holding the document that had just been delivered. His gaze pierced through the window towards the village entrance, a complex expression crossing his features. Uchiha Chiya, he murmured softly, as smoke swirled around him. Beside him, Tsunade Koharu's expression was grave. Hiruzen, will we allow them to act freely? She could not help but ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. They are operating under the banner of the security team. We cannot intervene. However, he turned to the shadows. Aoki has already infiltrated their ranks. He will bring us news. Hiruzen's gaze flickered, suddenly inquiring about Danzo. What has Danzo been up to lately? Him? Koharu's eyes darted. Was he not reassigned? He should still be reflecting on his actions. In the dense forest outside the village, Chiya's team joined forces with Shikaku's Umbu. Just after departing the village, his Sharingan detected an unusual chakra disturbance. An ambush. Chiya suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. The three-tomo Sharingan glinted eerily in the darkness. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of shurikens shot towards them from every direction. Defend. Shikaku barked, and the Umbu swiftly formed hand seals. A wall of earth surged up, blocking most of the incoming assault. Chiya's figure flickered, instantly appearing atop a tree, and his shuriken accurately pierced the throat of an ambusher. Blood gushed forth as the man fell, wide-eyed and disbelieving. Combat erupted in an instant. The cooperation between the security team and the Umbu was relatively seamless, particularly as the members of the security team found their footing in battle, aided by the insight of their Sharingan. Uchiha Aoki, amidst the Umbu, hesitated momentarily but was soon swept away by the intensity of the fight. Fire style, fireball jutsu. An Uchiha ninja unleashed a searing fireball, engulfing two enemies. Shikaku's short blade glinted coldly in the moonlight, each swing claiming a life. His gaze remained stern, though a hint of confusion stirred within him. The combat style of these opponents felt oddly familiar. The battle concluded swiftly, all enemies annihilated. Shikaku crouched beside one of the corpses, extracting a kunai engraved with unique symbols from the fallen's possession. Just as I suspected, they are from the root, he murmured, his brow furrowing. Chiya approached him, his gaze settling on the kunai. It seems someone wishes to hinder our investigation. Shikaku tucked the kunai away, his tone grave. We must continue our mission, but the path ahead will likely be fraught with greater peril. Chiya nodded. Let us proceed. Time waits for no one. A group of individuals set forth once again. Yet the path ahead was fraught with peril. Explosive tags, poison needles, and illusory barriers concealed lethal traps at every turn. Halt! Chinya abruptly raised his hand. His Sharingan fixated intently on the seemingly tranquil ground ahead. There are numerous explosive tags here. Flagwood Tsukumo stepped forward, scrutinizing the area before speaking. Indeed, not only were there traps, but also nearly 100 explosive tags. Truly dangerous, they had come perilously close. A slight smirk graced Chinya's lips. Stay close to me. Under his guidance, the group skillfully evaded all traps. Flagwood Tsukumo gazed at Chinya's retreating figure, a flicker of relief swelling within him. How fortunate it was to have him by their side. However, Upon finally arriving at the destination indicated in the intelligence, a concealed warehouse, they found it utterly deserted. Too late, gritted a shadowy ninja. The interior of the warehouse was in disarray, clearly indicating that the adversary had vacated not long ago. Flagwood Tsukumo examined the traces on the ground, his expression darkening. They have relocated. The group fell silent, an air of defeat permeating the atmosphere. Yet Chinya remained stationary, his Sharingan slowly revolving as his gaze swept across every corner of the warehouse. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a wall. There is something amiss here. Chinya approached, gently tapping the wall with his fingers, producing a hollow echo. Flagwood Tsukumo's eyes brightened. A hidden compartment? Chinya nodded, stepping back as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A searing, dragon-shaped flame surged toward the wall, shattering the bricks and revealing a dark passage. Go. Chinya was the first to step inside, followed closely by the others. At the end of the passage lay a vast underground laboratory, causing everyone to gasp in horror at the sight before them. Severed limbs and dismembered arms littered the ground. On the operating tables lay several small corpses, while organ specimens soaked in a green liquid were meticulously arranged on shelves. The air reeked of pungent chemicals and blood. These beasts. Flagwood Tsukumo's voice trembled, his fists clenched tightly. Chinya's gaze was icy, a flash of crimson flickering within his Sharingan. This is the true nature of human experimentation. A shadowy ninja suddenly exclaimed, "There are living people here." The group turned toward the sound, spotting several barely conscious children trapped in a corner cage, their eyes vacant and their bodies marred by the signs of experimentation. Flagwood Tsukumo rushed forward, lightning crackling as he severed the iron lock with a single strike. "Quick, save them." Chinya stood still, surveying the scene. He turned to Uchiha Aoki, noting that his expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. "Aoki," Chinya's voice was low and laden with danger, "return and inform the third Hokage. This is the consequence of his indulgence." Aoki shuddered, lowering his head, unwilling to meet Chinya's gaze. Flagwood Tsukumo lifted a fainted child, approaching Chinya. "We must take them back to the village for treatment immediately. This place." He glanced around. "It must be destroyed." Chinya nodded, forming hand seals once more. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames engulfed the entire laboratory, consuming all evils in its fiery embrace. The group swiftly evacuated with the surviving children, the roaring flames illuminating the pitch-black night sky. In the distance, atop a cliff, a man clad in bandages emerged with 5 subordinates, coldly gazing at the inferno below. Damn Flagwood Tsukumo, uniting with Uchiha. Chapter 90. Confronting the third Hokage. The night was deep, and the lights of Konoha village flickered sporadically. Upon returning to the village, Flagwood Tsukumo and Chinya immediately transported the rescued children to Konoha Hospital. Tsunade, having received word, awaited them at the entrance with her entire medical team. Upon seeing the injured and barely conscious children, her expression darkened like stormy waters. "These beasts," she muttered under her breath, swiftly directing the medical ninjas to commence treatment. Flagwood Tsukumo did not linger, turning to Chinya. "I will meet with Lord Hokage." Chinya nodded. But as he observed the icy demeanor on Tsukumo's face, he felt compelled to remind him, "Proceed with caution, and remember to temper your emotions." Tsukumo did not respond, striding forward with several elite shadow ninjas directly to the Hokage office. Watching Tsukumo's departing figure, Chinya furrowed his brow. He seemed to be in a precarious state. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, reviewing documents as tendrils of smoke wafted from his pipe. Next to him, Tsunade was discussing the recent progress of training medical ninjas when the door was thrust open and Flagwood Tsukumo strode in with an austere expression. "Lord Hokage." He spoke in a low, restrained tone. Sarutobi looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. "Tsukumo, how did the mission go?" Tsukumo ignored the pleasantries, stating bluntly, "We discovered evidence of human experimentation in an underground warehouse at the border. Children were used as test subjects, with severed limbs scattered everywhere." Sarutobi's smile faltered slightly, but quickly regained its composure. "That is indeed heartbreaking." "Heartbreaking?" Tsukumo's voice rose a notch. "Lord Hokage, those were children. The youngest was only 3 years old. I suspect that the cases of missing children investigated by Uchiha last time are connected to this incident and are orchestrated by the same individual." Tsunade frowned, cutting in coldly. "Tsukumo, mind your tone." Tsukumo turned to her, his gaze piercing. "My tone?" Are the lives of those children not worth a tone? Sarutobi raised his hand, signaling Tsunade to remain calm, then sighed. Tsukumo, I understand your anger, but we must investigate thoroughly. Investigate? Tsukumo scoffed. Those experimental facilities were clearly in operation for a long time, and we discovered evidence linking it directly to the root. The atmosphere in the office thickened instantly. Sarutobi's expression darkened momentarily, but soon returned to calm. He slowly rose, moving to the window, his back to the others. Root, he murmured, as if deep in thought. Tsunade seized the moment to assert, Hiruzen, Root is currently managed by Mitarashi Anko. He would not condone such actions. There must be a misunderstanding. Tsukumo interjected sharply. Misunderstanding? Who conducted these experiments? Who took those children? Sarutobi finally turned around. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a profound coldness. Tsukumo, are you questioning our decisions? Taken aback, Tsukumo quickly affirmed, I merely seek the truth and for the wrongdoers to face their just punishments. Sarutobi regarded him for several seconds before exhaling heavily, his tone softening. You are right. Such matters cannot be tolerated. The children are the hope of Konoha and the inheritors of the will of fire. He returned to the desk, hands pressed firmly against the surface. Speaking in a solemn tone, from today onward, Root will undergo comprehensive reform. All experimental projects will be suspended and supervised by the Umbu. Flagwood Tsukumo's brow furrowed. Just a reform? Sarutobi's gaze met his. Certainly not merely that. I will personally investigate this matter and provide everyone with an explanation. After a moment of silence, Tsukumo ultimately nodded. I hope Lord Hokage will follow through. Sarutobi smiled faintly. Of course. After Flagwood Tsukumo departed, the atmosphere in the office turned icy. Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Hiruzen, Tsukumo's attitude today was outrageous. Sarutobi reignited his pipe, inhaling deeply. He is too principled, to the point of being politically naive. Have Mitarashi Anko come to me. An Umbu at the door bowed and swiftly disappeared into the night. Shortly thereafter, Mitarashi Anko hurried in. Hiruzen, what has happened? Mito Minen's eyes flickered with a hint of perplexity. This nominal leader of the root, Mito Minen, was summoned in the dead of night, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This evening, the Umbu and the Uchiha had jointly ventured to the border, unearthing a laboratory where unspeakable experiments on trafficked children were conducted. Mito Minen listened intently. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his gaze laden with significance. Hiruzen's intent was clear. From this day forth, you are to relinquish your position as the leader of the root, he stated calmly. Mito Minen's expression shifted dramatically. He had only recently assumed the role of root leader, and many of the ninjas within had not yet become familiar to him. How could he be dismissed so swiftly? Hiruzen, he began, but Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to interrupt him. I will summon Danzo to take over the root. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, instantly grasping his intent, to leverage Danzo to restrain Kakashi, especially Kakashi, who, as the captain of the Umbu, had gained renown following the Ninja World War, overshadowing even the mightiest of the third Hokage. His reputation within the village had soared, yet he remained undeterred, openly challenging the Hokage and the higher echelons. This was taboo, a breach of fundamental boundaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes deep with contemplation. Since Kakashi sought the truth, let him contend with Danzo. Meanwhile, Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage building, the night breeze tousling his white hair. A weighty burden settled in his heart. He understood that tonight's events would not conclude so simply. Yet he was acutely aware that some matters demanded action. Even if the path ahead led to an abyss, he would stride forth without hesitation. For those were living, breathing children. Behind him stood one family after another. Even in times of war, Kakashi would never turn against these innocents. Captain, were you not a bit too impulsive just now? Miki pondered, recalling Kakashi's earlier actions in the Hokage's office, feeling a surge of anxiety for him. The Umbu was a special organization under the Hokage's command. And yet its captain openly questioned the Hokage? Impulsive? Do you wish for me to stand by while those children are subjected to experiments? Will there be more children destined for laboratories in the future? Kakashi remained silent for a moment before continuing. The previous investigation by the Uchiha police force was orchestrated by the root, and now this incident of child trafficking is also the work of the root. How could they be so callous? Should I still be deliberating? Kakashi sighed, lifting his gaze to the pitch-black sky. You and I are both parents. If these lost children were our own, how would we feel? If such occurrences cannot be halted, our village, Konoha, will have no future.